Chapter 731. Humans are not saviors. Nor can they be the saviors of the natives of this planet. Therefore, humans have not made any comments on this situation. At most, a few compassionate people silently pray for them in their hearts. But this cannot affect the overall decision of humans. In the introduction, humans also learn that in addition to this star system, the two nearby stars in this interstellar trade market are also controlled by the dynamic map civilization. The transport fleets that depart from this star system are for interstellar transportation. The dynamic picture civilization is very proud of its trade market. And this pride is fully reflected when introducing it to humans. And their fleet strength is not limited to this star system. There are fleets in the other two star systems. After some introduction, humans have a certain understanding of the trade market operated by the dynamic picture civilization. In general, they are actually a civilization that travels everywhere. And they go everywhere to trade with the civilizations they meet. They feel like a wandering merchant civilization. But their footprints are currently limited to the star field controlled by the Trade Federation. The reason why they stayed here for such a long time was entirely because of the life planet they found here. They planned to deal with this life planet before moving on. As for how to deal with it, it was just as they introduced to humans, selling a large number of biosphere resources on the life planet. Of course, including the indigenous people. The sale of indigenous people was not calculated individually, but sold in batches like piglets and chickens. According to the information obtained by humans, a batch of indigenous people is about 100,000. If other civilizations buy, they usually don't buy only one batch, but 100 or 1,000 batches. That is, tens of millions or hundreds of millions. The dynamic picture civilization also revealed to humans that the Orange Star civilization is now negotiating with them to purchase a batch of 200 million indigenous peoples, and plans to conduct a field investigation on the planet in half a year. Then, they invited humans to go on an investigation together to prepare for the subsequent indigenous trade. The dynamic picture civilization does not seem to be worried about the purchasing power of humans. In fact, humans have not said that they want to buy indigenous peoples at this time. But after some discussion within the Tianqin, it was decided that it would be okay to go for a visit. After all, since we have come across a planet with life, we must not miss out on biosphere resources, such as plants and animals. We must buy some, and we must also buy the indigenous people. Their fate is not determined by humans, so we can only blame them for their bad luck. Humans are not so saintly that they will not shout and kill when they see the trafficking of intelligent life. As for the issue of purchasing power, the dynamic picture civilization hopes that humans will also exchange biosphere resources, scientific and technological information, and antimatter. But the exchange value will be much lower, because they have 1/6 of a Dyson sphere as a factory to produce antimatter. And the reserves are more than humans or any other civilization that comes here to trade. Therefore, in most cases, antimatter is only used as a general equivalent to measure the commodity of the transaction, rather than being used for real transactions. If there is a transaction, it is the dynamic picture civilization that is selling it. Humans have biosphere resources, so there is no big objection to this. But they also said to the dynamic picture civilization, we are only a fleet here, and we don't bring too many biosphere resources. So to truly complete the transaction, we have to wait for us to go back and drive the biosphere spacecraft over. The dynamic picture civilization expressed understanding of this statement. The contact between the two civilizations must be very cautious. It would be foolish to bring everything with them. And the human statement also made them more certain that humans did come from a new organization called the Star Alliance, which was different from the Orange Star civilization that had no organization. Perhaps for this reason, they were very enthusiastic about humans and said they could wait. They would cover the antimatter loss of the human fleet during its stay here. The human fleet has 1 million ships. When not sailing at warp speed, the antimatter consumption is actually not large. The dynamic picture civilization's practice is equivalent to giving guests free tea. They have a 1/6 Dyson sphere antimatter factory, so this consumption is nothing. After the matter was settled, the human side separated a group of small teams from the fleet and returned to the location of their main civilization to pick up the goods, and prepared to participate in the next life planet exploration activities organized by the dynamic picture civilization. In order to prevent the dynamic picture civilization from noticing the location of their main civilization, Yu Yuan specifically instructed the warships that returned to pick up the goods to tell the person in charge there that they were leading the main human fleet to move to the star system where they were stationed. Although the dynamic picture civilization now behaves like a merchant civilization that only does business, the safety issues related to the main civilization must still be treated with caution. After dealing with these things, it was soon time for the planetary survey. For this visit to the planet's biological resources, humans organized an expedition team, mainly composed of biologists. Yu Yuan did not participate. He was in charge of the Tianqin. The first fleet of humans was still parked in the starry sky. Of course, the vehicle that the expedition team took to the planet was not an ordinary transport ship, but a warship. At the same time, Yu Yuan also dispatched a squadron of 300 warships for escort, all of which were planetary warships. And a warship with consciousness connection was hidden among them to prevent accidents. The expedition team was mostly composed of experts. And of course, there were also a group of security soldiers involved. A total of 120 people, headed by Shirlifan, who was also the head biologist of this biological expedition team. 300 warships directly arrived outside the starry sky of the life planet at warp speed. When the human warships arrived, there were already many warships parked in this area, because the dynamic picture civilization introduced it. Humans knew that the other warships were from the Orange Star civilization. Also 300 ships. As for the dynamic map civilization as the host, there is only one spaceship here to guide the two civilizations. The battleship squadron is docked in this starry sky. And at this moment, the life planet can be seen from the porthole with the naked eye. Next, the expedition team needs to change to a scientific research ship for landing. As the scientific research ship flew towards the orbit of the life planet, the spacecraft received a signal from the dynamic map civilization again. Star Alliance, Orange Star Civilization. Welcome to Booker Planet. I am the guide for this visit and investigation. You can call me Pi Guide Wei. Next, please allow me to introduce the situation of the natives of this planet. We call the natives Booker. The total number is about 3.4 billion. The life cycle is 40 years, and the natural lifespan is 120 years. You see, this is their life form. I have sent you the landing coordinates. Everyone, see you on the ground? Chapter 732. The coordinates of the landing site were shared. In fact, the dynamic map civilization also invited humans and Orange Star civilization to access their satellite positioning system. But it was obviously on guard. Humans did not have the habit of accessing other civilizations' networks. Therefore, after Shirlifan and his team's research ship entered the atmosphere, they used humans' own positioning system. As for when humans deployed satellites, we have to talk about the 300 planetary warships that came to the orbit of this life planet in the name of escort. The positioning system is right above. And at the fourth level of civilization, the satellite positioning used by humans on the planet no longer needs to launch satellites all over the planet, but directly uses neutrinos. Neutrinos can easily penetrate the entire planet without attenuation. Using this feature, human research ships can connect to the warship network platform in orbit at any location on the planet. Of course, it is precisely because of this feature that the miniaturization of neutrino communication equipment has become a huge problem. Therefore, even now, the smallest miniaturized neutrino communication equipment of humans can only be installed on research ships. And it will not work if it is smaller. The tactical armor can't even be put down, let alone turned into a portable communication device, such as a mobile phone. Therefore, for this landing expedition, if the tactical armor of Shirlifan's expedition team wants to connect to the human network platform, it must use the scientific research ship as a signal-based station, which is also a communication transfer station. The landing site was chosen in the suburbs of a city. But because of the need for a communication transfer station, the human scientific research ship did not stop on the open ground in full accordance with the requirements of the dynamic map civilization, but landed on a high mountain about 1 kilometer away from the target site. Seeing that the human research ship had deviated from its landing point, the dynamic picture civilization initially thought that it was because of the poor positioning technology of humans. The guide of this expedition was thinking about how to promote the planetary positioning system to humans, but saw that after the human research ship arrived at the top of the mountain without a flat landing point, it seemed to deform and use several mechanical arms to fix itself deeply on the top of the mountain. What exquisite mechanical technology! This Star Alliance has a lot of background. Seeing this scene, the guide of the dynamic picture civilization expedition team couldn't help but admire it. It is true that the third-level civilization has mastered true nanotechnology, and it is also easy to achieve such deformation with nanotechnology. But relying purely on mechanical changes to achieve this is another branch of technological development and cannot be generalized. As a guide, he still has some vision. The guide's self-proclaimed name is actually Guide Wei, which is a strange pronunciation and is not easy to translate. Therefore, after comparing the translation with the dictionary, humans simply gave him a translation name, Guide Wei. The research ship landed, and the expedition team headed by Sher Liefen also filed out. Of course, they did not walk out of the research ship without any equipment. This is not the Earth. Although there is an atmosphere, humans cannot breathe directly on it. So the group of people are all wearing tactical armor. As the 120 members of the expedition team drove out of the research ship in tactical armor, and then jumped down from the top of the mountain, they landed on the designated landing point with a clang of hot tail flames. And the expedition trip officially began. The various data dynamic diagrams of this planet have been passed on to humans. And humans do not need to explore it themselves. It is a planet that is habitable for humans. The atmosphere is mainly composed of nitrogen and oxygen. And there are also small amounts of carbon dioxide, water vapor, and rare gases such as helium, neon, argon, and xenon. Nitrogen accounts for about 69%, oxygen 29.8%, carbon dioxide 0.78%, and the remaining 0.42 is other rare gases. Such a composition is simply another Earth. If it were not for the concern about the infection of microorganisms that have evolved for billions of years on the planet, it would not be a problem for humans to breathe on it. Its diameter is smaller than that of the Earth, only 9,987 kilometers, and its mass is naturally smaller. The average gravity is about 8 meters per second squared. Its ocean area also accounts for 63% of the total area of the planet, which is less than that of the Earth. But it is already very close. It is a true twin planet of the Earth. And it is also the planet with the environment closest to the Earth among the planets encountered by humans so far. It is the fourth orbital planet in this star system. And its average orbital distance from its main sequence star is 5 astronomical units. This distance is roughly on the orbit of Jupiter in the solar system, which is a bit far away. But because of the high carbon dioxide content in its atmosphere, and the higher light intensity of its main sequence star than the Sun, the surface temperature reaches 7,600 degrees Celsius. The color is yellow-white, and it belongs to the F-type star. Therefore, although this planet is a little far from the main sequence star, it has a pleasant climate. According to the data provided by the Dynamic Image Civilization, the surface temperature of this planet is 10 degrees Celsius, which is a relatively cold planet for Earthlings. Of course, the temperature is not the same for the entire planet. It also has the highest temperature of about 50 degrees Celsius and the lowest temperature of minus 60 degrees Celsius. From the naked eye perspective of humans from space, the main color of this planet is also blue. But it is much lighter than that of the Earth. There are towering trees everywhere on the planet. But the main color is not green, but yellowish. Looking down from a high altitude, there is a feeling of golden everywhere. Of course, there are more than one kind of yellow plants, but yellow leaves account for the majority. There are also vegetation of various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. There are all kinds of vegetation, and the flowers are dazzling. There are countless animal species. There are no less than a dozen species captured by the research ship landing. Most of the animals photographed in the sky are huge, and large animals with a length of more than 10 meters are everywhere. Just talking about the hill where the research ship landed, a group of flying creatures with a wingspan of 13 meters were startled. The feeling of prosperity, vitality, and competition of all things suddenly hits you. If humans had come across such a planet before, they would have tried every possible means to settle there. Unfortunately, humans have now adapted to the life of wandering in the universe. And this planet was not discovered by humans. Now it belongs to the Dynamic Map Civilization. And humans do not have the capital to buy such a planet. Besides, even if they have the ability to buy it, humans dare not live there. After all, these are coordinates that everyone knows. Living in a place known to the cosmic civilization is really like an old man eating arsenic. And he thinks he is not dying fast enough. So after getting the data, although humans are all sighing at the perfection of this planet, they have no desire to settle down. However, although they have no desire to settle down, they still have other desires. For example, the biosphere resources, various animals, and various plants on this planet. The environment of this planet is too close to that of the Earth. It goes without saying how precious the animals and plants born from such an environment are to humans. Chapter 733. When Shirleyfin got the parameters of this planet from the dynamic image civilization, she had the urge to take off her tactical armor and breathe the air here directly. Of course, she was not stupid and knew that she couldn't do that. Although the environment of this planet is very similar to that of the Earth, it is still an alien planet, not a home for humans. Even if the atmospheric composition is very similar, it is not the real Earth. What's more, from the perspective of biological morphology, this planet is nothing like the Earth. Because judging from the animals photographed by the research ship, they all have 6 legs. Whether it is the large terrestrial animals or the flying creatures just photographed, they all have 6 legs. Well, flying creatures actually have 2 legs, but they have 2 pairs of wings. So their skeletons are also 6-legged. I don't know if other flying creatures are the same. After Shirleyfin and 120 people landed steadily on the flat ground, they turned their attention from the wild animals to the dynamic picture civilization and the orange star civilization in front of them. These two directly landed in this open space by spacecraft. Under everyone's curious gaze, the hatches of 2 spaceships with a radius of about 1 kilometer were opened. And then 2 teams of vehicles with different appearances walked out of their respective spaceships. The mecha of the dynamic picture civilization has 2 legs and 2 mechanical arms, like humans, and is only 6 or 7 meters tall but very large. It looks like a short and fat man, with a pair of folding wings on the back. Under the folding wings, you can clearly see the thruster nozzles. This shape is somewhat similar to the iron-hearted train man, and it feels cute. As for the mecha of the other orange star civilization, it is quite different. Their mecha is cylindrical in shape, with spider-like legs on all sides of the lower end, a total of 6 pairs of 12 legs, and a rocket-like pointed head on top. At first glance, it looks like a miniature rocket with legs underneath. I don't know if it's their life form or if they created it this way on purpose, but it doesn't look as good as the mecha of the animated picture civilization. However, it is the largest of the 3, with a height of 28 meters and a diameter of about 7 meters, just like a walking rocket. While Shirleyfin and others were looking at the mechas of the dynamic map civilization and the orange star civilization, the other party was also looking at the mechas of humans. The 2 expedition teams and the guide team just stood there blankly on the open plain, obviously very interested in the mecha form of the other party. At the same time, they were secretly guessing in their minds whether the other party's race form was like this. Ah! Respected Star Alliance delegation. Respected Orange Star Civilization delegation. We have arrived, and I will be your guide for this expedition. Our first stop is the city ahead, where there are about 100 million Booker races living. The guide team of the dynamic picture civilization broke the silence and took the lead in sending electromagnetic wave information to communicate with humans and Orange Star civilization. As they spoke, the cube mechas of the dynamic picture civilization took the lead in clanging towards the city ahead. They have a good standard of living, and our dynamic picture civilization also provides them with a good learning environment. Well, in order to select the smart bookers among them, we have also added some first-level civilization technology knowledge to their original knowledge system. The city in front of us is the city where the highest institution of learning is located, and many experts and scholars of the Booker tribe live here. I can tell you responsibly that after the test of our dynamic map civilization, this Booker tribe is definitely a potential race. If they are allowed to develop freely, they can definitely break through the first level of civilization, and it is not impossible to reach the 4th level of civilization. So this is definitely a race worth starting with. Although their current civilization level is not even at the 1st level, as long as we carefully cultivate a few generations of Bookers, they can definitely keep up with our current technological progress. It is an excellent race to assist in the research of technology. Of course, we can't just sell you their scientists. If you want to buy, you have to buy in bulk. I'm doing this for your own good. You don't want to buy Bookers that are only used for 1 generation and then discarded. Don't worry. We haven't embedded any fragments in their genes. They are absolutely natural races. Our Perses Trade Federation is a conscientious merchant. Our reputation is known to all civilizations in this star field. Buyers may want to brag about their own products. So humans don't really believe what the dynamic picture civilization says about the potential of the Booker race. They just want to raise the price. As expected, at the end, the dynamic picture civilization set a price tag to humans and Orange Star civilization. The price of a Booker is equivalent to 1 kilogram of antimatter. But it cannot be purchased with antimatter, but can only be purchased with technology and other biosphere resources of the same price. Booker is the name of the race of intelligent life on this planet, which is equivalent to the human. So if this life planet develops into an interstellar civilization and names itself according to the human civilization, it should be called Booker civilization. 1 Booker is 1 kilogram of antimatter, and buying 100 million Bookers is 100,000 tons of antimatter. This price is not too expensive for a level 4 civilization with an antimatter factory. But if you can't buy it with antimatter, the situation is different. You have to use technology or your own biosphere resources to exchange for equivalent value, which is a sky-high price for civilizations without biosphere resources. And this price is just for a primitive civilization intelligent life, which can give you a glimpse of the leopard. If it is a scientist of a level 3 or 4 civilization, then the value will be higher. It is indeed higher. There is such a 4th level civilization scientist in the price list, and the price is 700 million tons of antimatter, according to the dynamic picture civilization. This scientist was bought from an interstellar auction. He is an extinct 4th level civilization creature who is proficient in quantum field science. This is a blatant transaction. But what can humans do? It is already very good to ensure that individuals of their own civilization do not become commodities of other civilizations. Who cares so much? In this way, the expedition team headed by Sherlefen and the Orange Star Civilization expedition team walked together, listening to the introduction of the intelligent life transaction by the cute dynamic picture civilization guide group with a mecha appearance, and soon arrived at the edge of this large city. When we got here, we could clearly see the city buildings, but it was still a suburb, so there were not many Bookers. We only saw a few vehicles that looked like cars along the way. These vehicles that looked like cars were obviously filled with indigenous people. Sherlefen, who was walking in the wilderness, didn't pay attention to what the Bookers inside looked like. But from the size of the vehicles, we could tell that the Bookers should be quite big. After all, each of those vehicles that looked like cars was as big as a rural bungalow. That's why the roads here are built very wide. When Sherlefen and others drove the tactical armor and saw the vehicles, Booker in the vehicle also discovered the 3 teams of aliens that were blatantly crossing the suburbs. A strange voice of a little Booker came from one of the vehicles, followed by the reply of the big Booker who was driving the vehicle. If translated, their conversation would be like this. Grandma, look over there. There are so many strange animals. They are heading towards the city. The round ones are so big, and the shorter ones, they actually only have 2 legs. So strange. Good boy. You are still young. But you must remember that those are the most hateful animals. They are the most evil aliens in the world. Demons from the stars. You must remember what Grandma said. They are the culprits who destroyed our homeland. One day, we will definitely drive them away and win. Chapter 734. Compared to the attention of the Booker class, the guide group of the dynamic picture civilization did not even look at them, but just introduced the things about the Booker class to humans and Orange Star civilization. Therefore, the human expedition team got the information about the Booker class for the first time. Sherlefen controlled the tactical armor to walk while looking at the information sent by the dynamic picture civilization. From the introduction of the information, it can be learned that the Booker class is the only native intelligent life on this planet. According to the research of the dynamic picture civilization, their intelligence has been born for about 10 million years. That is to say, it took the Booker class 10 million years from consciously learning to use tools and making tools to today's electrified society. Of course, this is only an approximation. After all, the dynamic picture civilization does not have the ability to go back in time. They just combine the historical data of the Booker class and their own archaeological findings to make inferences. From this point of view, the archaeological technology of the interstellar era is also a craft and is not outdated. Archaeology can not only be used on low-level civilizations, but also learn the evolutionary history of organisms on the planet when discovering life planets, and can also be used when discovering the remains of other civilizations. From the appearance, the Booker species, like most animals on this planet, has 6 legs, but walks on 4 legs. The front 2 legs have evolved into a grasping hand structure. But unlike human hands, they do not have a thumb opposing structure, but hold things by curling. With 3 fingers, from the bone structure and historical evolutionary characteristics of the hand, Their hands have a tendency to evolve into an antagonistic structure, but it seems to be in the process stage now. As for the 4 legs, it is more amazing. Their evolutionary process is completely different from that of the hands. Even Sherlefen, who is looking at their evolutionary data, has some doubts whether the Booker species' hands and feet are owned by the same race, because their legs are actually hoof structures. According to the classification of animals in the Earth Age, this type of hoof structure belongs to the order Perissodactyla, but it is not a single-petal toe like a horse hoof, but a 3-petal toe, just like their hands. But it has no grip at all and can only provide support for the body, similar to the function of a cow's hoof. There is a tail connected to the spine behind it. The whole body is covered with blue hair, and the genitals are located at the back. From the overall structure, the lower body is somewhat similar to a deer, and the upper body connected by the 2 hands is slightly bit upwards behind the front legs, but not long, with 2 hands on both sides. Overall, it looks a bit like the animal people imagine. The centaur, however, they are not completely the same. First of all, their upper bodies are not similar to humans at all, and they are not as tall as people imagine centaurs. Their heads are not similar to humans at all, but they have long cheeks. The horse face is very appropriate for them. The lengths of their front legs and back legs are also different. The front legs are high, and the back legs are low. The back is tilted downward at 10 degrees. This structure is not conducive to riding or running. It is estimated that they can survive in nature because they have evolved wisdom. Otherwise, they would have been extinct long ago on this planet full of beasts. Their eyes are located on both sides of their heads. Seeing this eye layout, Sherlefen, a biological expert, immediately thought that this creature was a herbivore. Sure enough, it was clearly written in the information that the Booker evolved from a herbivorous creature and was a pure vegetarian. Many plant leaves and roots on this planet are in their diet, and they occasionally eat some gravel, especially pregnant Bookers, who are most eager to eat gravel. They eat stones for 2 reasons. One is to help the stomach digest plants, and the other is to absorb a large amount of calcium in the stone to prepare for laying eggs. Their physiology is somewhat similar to that of egg-laying birds on Earth, but they do not lay eggs at regular intervals like birds. They only lay eggs when fertilized. They do not belong to the mammals in the classification of animals and plants by humans. They naturally have no lactation organs, and both males and females have blue hair, and it is impossible to distinguish between males and females from their appearance. They are the kind that are difficult to distinguish between males and females, at least from the perspective of humans. Regarding this point, Sherlefen, who has seen many aliens, no longer finds it strange. After all, the Nair people were also like this, and it is impossible to tell the gender from the appearance. The Booker species are very large. Each of them looks like an elephant. No wonder they need such a large means of transportation. Of course, the elephant-sized Booker species are not considered large on this planet, only medium-sized, and there are many large wild animals in the wild. For example, a creature photographed by a human research ship before. Their body length has reached 20 meters, height 13 or 14 meters, and their weight has not been calculated specifically, but it is at least more than 20 tons. A true giant creature. When we first saw this kind of animal, we all felt like we were back in the Jurassic movie, because there are more than one kind of tall animals. And there are also many animals that are smaller than this kind of animals. Judging from the size data alone, the Booker class belongs to the lower middle level of the food chain. This is indeed the case. From the information sent by the dynamic picture civilization, we can see that the Booker class was the food of other beasts in ancient times until they learned to use their brains, make tools, and use tools. It can be said that this is a planet in the age of giant beasts. Or it can be said that this planet is in the age of giant beasts. But intelligent life did appear in the age of giant beasts. Of course, this is just what Sherlefen thinks based on the history of biological evolution on Earth. In fact, the evolutionary process of each life planet and each race in the universe is different. For Earth, there is the age of giant beasts. But for other planets, there is no such saying, because the age of giant beasts is their modern times. For the creatures on this planet, humans are very small, and the individual lives of the dynamic picture civilization, that is, the Gurgi civilization, are even smaller. Without the power of science and technology, humans and Gurgi people can be said to be completely vulnerable in front of the Booker class. However, the reality is that the Booker class is ruled by aliens, who are dozens of times smaller than them. They are kept as animals by the creatures that they once thought were like insects, and are sold to aliens as goods. As the only intelligent creatures on this planet, the Booker class is not inferior to the alien civilization in size or wisdom. They just lose in luck and development time. If they are given a few hundred years, they can develop nuclear fusion technology and then go to the stars. At least they will not be wiped out like they are now. And after developing into a first-level civilization, even if they encounter a dynamic picture civilization, their fate may not be the same. Unfortunately, the Booker class has bad luck. Before their civilization has enough time to ferment, the road to progress is cut off, and they become commodities of other civilizations. Chapter 735. Wisdom. What on earth are you? After reading the information about the Booker, Shirley sighed secretly. The Booker had bad luck and a miserable fate, but it was not something she could control. Nor was it something she should consider. She only needed to stand on the human side and do things that were beneficial to humans, because she was a human, not a Booker. Shirley actually sympathized with the Booker deep down, but she would not fall behind in the investigation work. And as long as she found that the Booker was really suitable for developing into a vassal race, she would definitely write it down in her work report and recommend humans to buy them. Sympathy is sympathy, but it doesn't make her a traitor. And according to the information she got, there are already many alien civilizations that buy Booker, and the fate of Booker has been completely controlled by the dynamic picture civilization. Of course, being bought by alien civilization in this way is also another way of race continuation. But this method is a bit difficult to describe. It is said that a team of 3 civilizations crossed the suburbs and came to the city where Booker lived. Because of the huge size, the city's buildings and roads are also abnormally large. The height of human tactical armor is 15 or 16 meters, and it does not seem crowded when walking on the street. After so many years, this is the first time that humans have walked on the streets of a planetary city, although they are not really on the ground. The advanced sensors of the tactical armor also give them an immersive feeling. So just after entering the city, Shirley and her group looked around curiously. Tactical armor can fly, and the Iron Train Man mecha of the dynamic map civilization can also fly. And the rocket-type mecha of the Orange Star civilization can also fly. In fact, at the beginning, the guide of the dynamic map civilization asked humans and the Orange Star civilization to fly in, but they were rejected by the expedition teams of both civilizations. They obviously wanted to see what this planet with modern life was like, and what they saw along the way satisfied their curiosity. The city had buildings and roads, and each road had special marking rules. Vehicles as big as houses were running on the road, and there were Bookers coming and going on the side of the road. Such a sparse and ordinary scene made the humans in the expedition team look at it with great interest, because such a scene was so similar to the Earth. Some of them were old people in the Earth era, and they were even more moved by this. They never dreamed that one day they would be able to see blue sky and white clouds and the scenes of city streets thousands of light years away from the Earth. Although the Bookers walking on the street were as big as elephants, such an experience was really a bit fantasy. Oh no! It should be science fiction. You look at me, I look at you. Observation is mutual. When the human and Orange Star civilization expedition team were curiously looking at the city scenery, the Bookers walking on the street were also looking at the pile of moving mechas. And before the mechas came over, they avoided them for fear of being stepped on by the tall mechas. Some big Bookers who were shopping with Little Booker would directly carry the Little Booker on their backs and hide far away, fearing that their children would be crushed by those tall mechas. Of course, there were also some bold Bookers who just walked by themselves, letting the huge legs of the human tactical armor step by them without being moved. They didn't seem to worry about being stepped on, or they were numb, because there was no agility in their eyes. Your management seems to be not very good. You have numbed them. The detector on the tactical armor captured the eyes of the Booker at her feet, who was not avoiding or giving way. Shirley has been studying biology for many years, and they are all alien creatures. So she was very sensitive to such eyes and noticed the problem. So she sent a message to Guide Wei. Guide Wei didn't care. There are always some plagues when there are too many, but it doesn't affect the overall quality. Dear guests, don't think that some Bookers are stupid, but they are only a minority. I'm not afraid to tell you that some of their Bookers are still resisting in vain. So you must be careful. We are likely to be attacked if we walk on the street like this. This is not our problem. You should know that this is the performance of a potential race. If there is no resistance, there is no need for us to sell them to you. I know, Sherlefen replied. Then another strange radio wave appeared in the public channel established by the three teams, translated into words that humans can understand. It is, ha. You are called the Star Alliance. It's too slow. We think these bookers are good. Of course, the environment of this planet is also good. It has a vast orange ocean and a beautiful sky. It's a pity that we can't take it away. Otherwise we would like to buy the whole planet. Well, I think this is a good deal. By the way, how many bookers are there in this city? This was obviously said by the Orange Star Civilization delegation. About 80 million. Guideway answered on the public channel. Not enough. Not enough. We need at least 200 million. The exchange resources are on the way. But we need to make it clear how to trade. Do you help load the goods or do we do it ourselves? In order to avoid casualties during the loading process and cause trading disputes. Of course you will pick up the sold goods yourself. Okay. We understand. The two civilizations communicated on the public channel so early. And just a few words determine the fate of the Booker class in this city. Of course, there is no official transaction yet. And the Booker class in this city is not considered to be from the Orange Star Civilization. Sherlefen has some understanding of this Orange Star Civilization. But she really doesn't know what their life form is. In fact, the Dynamic Picture Civilization, Human Civilization, and Orange Star Civilization do not know each other's life form. And they all tacitly don't ask. But not asking does not mean not knowing. First of all, we can guess from the appearance of the mecha. Secondly, because the three parties need to communicate with each other, we can also understand it from this aspect. For example, the orange in the language of the Orange Star Civilization actually corresponds to the blue of humans. Just as the leader of their expedition team said just now, this planet has a vast orange ocean. But in the eyes of humans, the ocean of this planet is obviously blue. There is also the color of metal. In their language description, metal is basically black, and plastic is basically blue, etc. From these factors, Sherlefen keenly realized that the mother planet of the Orange Star Civilization is likely to have a blue ocean. And it is also a blue planet from space. Otherwise they would not think that the environment of this planet is good. But because of their different visual perception, they think that their mother planet is orange. And such different color discrimination features. Sherlefen checked the database. And then came to an amazing conclusion. That is, the eyes of the Orange Star Civilization are likely to be an X-ray receptor. Which means that they can directly see X-rays. For them, the X-ray band is equivalent to the visible light band for humans. Which may be related to the environment of their home planet and their sun. An intelligent life that can directly see X-rays is amazing. But it is a pity that we cannot know their evolution process. As expected, the universe is so vast that there are all kinds of wonders. As for the evolution of life, it is also very strange. Each race has different growth conditions and different perspectives on nature. So the perspectives of understanding the world are also different. This may be one of the factors for the birth of special technology. Chapter 736. Dynamic Picture. Although the civilization ruled this planet, the native life on the planet obviously did not regard them as saviors. On the contrary, many knowledgeable people regarded them as evil invaders and continued to fight for the freedom of their own species. After all, they are not ignorant and stupid. They have come all the way to the information age on their own. So they naturally will not regard aliens as gods. Even though their efforts have been in vain, they have not given up, and are still seeking to drive these aliens away to this day. Today, Sherlefen and her group, who followed the guide group to visit the city, encountered the way the natives of this planet resisted. On this street, when Sherlefen and her group were curiously looking at the living habits and architectural styles of the Booker population and recording them in a book so that humans could make living spaceships suitable for them in the future as a reference, they suddenly found that the sensors of the tactical armor had an alarm signal. Then, on the right side of the line of sight, a team of Bookers rushed out from the corner of the street, shouting, "Wake up! Bookers! Defend your homeland! And eliminate the evil aliens! Drive the evil aliens out of our home!" This group of Bookers took 4 steps and charged toward Sherlefen and the guide group. From the perspective of the detector, it can be seen that each of them was carrying a large bundle of explosives behind their 4 legs. This posture should be a suicide attack. When this group of Bookers appeared, another group of Bookers driving similar car vehicles appeared on another street on the left. The number reached 33. And each car was equipped with a machine gun. As soon as the vehicles appeared, they rushed towards the inspection team and the guide team without hesitation, while starting the vehicle-mounted machine guns to fire fiercely. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and all the bookers on the street scattered like birds and beasts. And only the group of bookers who came to attack were attacking desperately. With a few explosions, those bookers with bombs tied to their bodies were shot and killed by the mechas of the Dynamic Picture Civilization guide team. But there were also a few who were fast enough to get close and detonate the bombs. And suddenly the scene was filled with smoke and fire. Another one was even more well-developed and immediately ran to one of the human members and detonated the bomb. But it only painted a layer of black paint on the outer layer of the tactical armor, which did not have much effect. In fact, when Booker rushed over, the human detector had already determined his running trajectory. But seeing Booker, who was as big as an elephant, rushing towards him, the member of the expedition did not fight back, but looked at Booker, who was approaching with emotion. Although human tactical armor is only a third-level civilization technology, it is not something that can be shaken by such a self-destructing bomb. Even if the bomb is tied to the torso and exploded, it will be fine. Of course, if it is targeted at the thruster nozzle on the back, there will still be some flight failures. After all, tactical armor is not a battleship, and it does not have shield technology defense. The main reason is that a tactical armor of more than 10 meters is too small to accommodate a shield system. Even if it can be installed, it cannot withstand such physical attacks. So under the attack of the Booker vehicle-mounted machine guns, it was still unavoidable. But there was no need to dodge. The sound of machine guns and bullets hitting the mechas came one after another, and sparks flew everywhere. The bombs could not penetrate the outer layer of the tactical armor, and the vehicle-mounted machine guns were also in vain. The mechas of the Orange Star civilization also suffered the same treatment. They stood there motionless like the tactical armor of humans. As for the mechas of the Dynamic Picture civilization, probably because they were too small, several of them were knocked down by the blast wave. But after the blast wave, they climbed up unscathed, and quickly destroyed all the car-like vehicles that came to attack this time. But they were very measured, and did not eliminate the terrorists in the car together. Even when they abandoned their car and fled, they did not chase them. So, the farce-like attack ended just like that. In the end, only a dozen bookers, who had suicide attacks with bombs tied to their bodies, died. Ah! A dozen more died. What a waste. These unruly people are not like this usually. How come they learn suicide attacks today? It's really a headache. But please rest assured. Yes, we will deal with the source of such dangerous thoughts. The Guideway sent such a message on the public channel as if nothing had happened. He thought it was just a resistance organization coming out to fight like before. And then they escaped with their weapons broken like usual. But he never thought that there would be an extreme suicide bombing attack. This made him a little embarrassed. This city was under his jurisdiction. If he could sell all of it, he would also get a lot of benefits from the civilization. But now such an extreme incident happened. In fact, he knew that many buyers did not care about the existence of resistance organizations, which was why he did not hesitate to say that there was a risk of attack. But he knew that no one would like the existence of extreme ideas. With such ideas, they would make trouble every day if they were bought back. But he did not expect that as soon as the information appeared on the public channel, the delegation of Orange Star civilization replied happily, "Okay. Such aboriginals are in line with our appetite. We want such bloody goods." Seeing such a reply, Guideway was obviously stunned. The same was true for Shirleyfin on the human side. She didn't expect that the Orange Star civilization actually liked Booker like this. Of course, not everyone in the human delegation thought the same as Shirleyfin. Some people who thought from the perspective of civilization had already figured out the reason. It is very likely that the Orange Star civilization needs a cannon fodder with blood to fight for them. After all, not every civilization has so many subordinate races like humans. It's settled. We want all the bookers in this city. In addition, please ask Mr. Guideway to select a few more bookers with this kind of blood for us. The more the better. Seeing that Guideway did not respond, the Orange Star civilization delegation sent another message. Guideway came back to his senses. Okay. No problem. Since the guests like it, I will go back and make the source of this idea for the guests. Thank you. You're welcome. Guests from the Star Alliance. The booker in this city has been taken. Let's go to the next city, which is just 200 kilometers away. Okay. Let's fly over. The three delegations rose from the ground and flew into the sky. However, as the buyer and seller, the Orange Star Civilization and the Dynamic Picture Civilization left a few members to coordinate the subsequent transactions. Probably things like shipping. A city with 80 million intelligent lives became the property of another civilization in just a few words. And naturally no one asked the opinions of the 80 million intelligent lives here. Because in the eyes of these two civilizations, they were insignificant commodities. Chapter 737. Humans also bought a scientific expedition team and a group of Nair people from the Nair people through deception. But at least they asked the opinions of the parties involved. Now, they have truly witnessed the cruelty between civilizations. This is no longer a simple question of people who are not of my kind must have different hearts, but a fundamental disregard. They really regarded the Booker people as ants. As a group of intelligent ants. This situation reminds some people of the past, when the solar system was silently destroyed by an unknown civilization. At that time, humans might not even be considered ants. And they didn't even have the opportunity to shout to the aliens, "We are bugs." But bugs have never been eliminated. Because in this cruel universe, bugs can indeed be eliminated. For example, Booker on this planet. If the animated civilization or humans want to eliminate them, only one shot is enough. A civilization whose entire race relies entirely on a planet with life is so fragile. And a civilization that has not been able to enter the starry sky is so fragile in the eyes of a civilization that has crossed the starry sky. The resistance of Booker is doomed to be futile. Even if they can destroy the mecca of a dynamic civilization after all their efforts. It is just a drop in the bucket, and will be of no use. If they could destroy everything on the planet of the animated civilization through a network virus, like in American movies, it would be amazing. But they would not be able to win. Because the animated civilization in the starry sky only needs one shot to truly destroy them. The technological gap between the two is like a natural chasm. And it cannot be changed by shouting to the sky that my fate is in my own hands. When the three teams left the city, some Bookers who had no idea that they had been sold to the Orange Star Civilization were still discussing the attack that had just occurred. This is a secret base. Yes, it is the secret base of the Booker Resistance Organization. Located 150 meters underground in a valley outside the suburbs of this city. After hearing about the attack in the city, a voice of disappointment was heard in the base. Stupid. 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 What's the point of attacking those aliens? It's really brainless. And it's okay to attack the beast Gurgi. Why attack the other two aliens too? Stupid. It's really stupid. Damn it. They ruined our plans for many years. Chief, the news has been found out. The attack was carried out by the Anti-Alien Association. They have extreme ideas and hate all aliens. 2 of our spies planted there have been brainwashed. One of them died in a suicide attack in the attack just now. This bunch of lunatics, who are more likely to cause trouble than to do good. They shout for the blue and pure world all day long. Chief, we still have a chance. According to the latest intelligence, the 3 different looking plans should be 3 different aliens. Except for the evil Gurjabuk. That is, the Gurgi people. The remaining 2 seem to be coming to our planet for the first time. After the attack, they have left AZT City and headed for Laluma City 200 kilometers away. We can contact the base there and find an opportunity to contact them. You did a great job. Hearing the praise, the voice still said calmly, but the time has not come yet. According to the practice of other aliens coming to our homeland in the past. After visiting a few cities, it is the time for those aliens to act alone. According to past experience, their free activity time is very long. About 1 to 2 years. At that time, they will not only appear in cities around the world, but also in areas with more wild animals. We can find them in the wild and seek their help. The so-called 1 or 2 years is of course a translated term. According to the time of this planet, it is far less than 1 year, because its orbit is very far away, and 1 year is equivalent to 10.3 years on Earth. It may not be easy, but we can only take a gamble. I hope the star data observed in the last century is useful. The leader sighed and moved his 2 hind legs that were numb because he laid down for too long. The Bookers present were all core members of their organization and knew what the star data the leader was talking about was. That was a set of star data obtained by Booker scientists from their annual observations of the sky more than 100 years ago, or the movement data of nearby stars. The star movement data was not for the main sequence star where Booker was located. but for several nearby stars. The Booker had already owned a telescope 1,300 years ago and pointed it at the starry sky. In the following decades, they created an astronomical telescope specifically for observing the starry sky. After nearly 100 years of development, they entered the industrial age and began to observe the starry sky at that time. It was also during that period that they knew that the star they were in was just an ordinary star in the universe. The mediocre theory similar to that proposed by the Earthlings was also born during that period. From then on, they began to observe the starry sky in a planned way. One to find the aliens that existed in the theory, and the other to conduct scientific observations of the starry sky. They certainly could not find aliens, but they discovered that all the stars in the starry sky were rotating around the center of the Milky Way. And after observing the starry sky for many years based on this conclusion, they found some abnormal places. That is, they found that the orbits of the stars near their main sequence stars seemed to be somewhat different from those of the stars in other directions, and they seemed to be disturbed by some factors. At first, they thought that the observation data was wrong, but as time went on, with the observations of generations of Booker, they found that it was not the case. Finally, a great scientist based on his own observations and summarizing the observation data of about 800 years of predecessors, finally came to a conclusion that the orbits of those stars were indeed strange. At first, he thought that there was a massive celestial body, such as an invisible black hole nearby. But later, as the observation deepened, he did not find the existence of a black hole. Therefore, the scientist speculated that there might be a gravitational source in the nearby starry sky that he could not understand. And it was that unknown gravitational source that disturbed the movement trajectory of those stars. However, when this conclusion was announced, a large group of invincible fleets appeared outside their planet. As soon as this fleet appeared, it destroyed all their orbital satellites, including all astronomical observation facilities, and quickly occupied the entire planet. As a result, the stargazing report was shelved. And finally, before the scientist died, it was preserved as a secret of the starry sky. Since then, this starry sky data has been secretly collected in the form of physical objects. The leader of the resistance organization thought that he might be able to use this secret to exchange for the help of an alien civilization to help them escape the rule of the evil Gurjabuk. Although he knew that those technologically advanced aliens might have known the secret of the star map long ago. And although he knew that he might escape from the tiger's mouth and fall into the wolf's den. And although he knew that the alien civilization that asked for help might ignore him, the leader still wanted to give it a try with that slim hope. If it is really some secret of the starry sky, then even if these alien civilizations do not help the Booker class, they may fight because of this secret. He understands the principle of harming innocent people. But if he cannot save the Booker class, then it is a great merit to let these aliens fight each other. Although the leader has the self-knowledge of a weak ant, he also hides a crazy heart. If there is really no hope, then it is worthwhile to come to this world to fight against the big tree with the body of an ant. Chapter 738. The Booker-like resistance organization has made a good plan. But as they know, success or failure does not depend on them, but on the object they are looking for. There are only two civilizations on the planet now. One is human civilization, and the other is Orange Star civilization. If the resistance organization finds humans, then perhaps they still have some hope. But the hope is not great, mainly depending on what the head group of human civilization thinks. If they find Orange Star civilization, the situation is not much different, because from the astronomical phenomena they observe, there is indeed some secret hidden in the starry sky. What is the so-called secret? Now, including the Booker class who observed the strange phenomenon, all civilizations here actually don't know. Of course, if humans get this observation data, it is very likely that the matter will be clear, because the purpose of humans coming here is obviously to follow the star map left by the pioneers. So if humans get the star map information, they are very likely to associate it with this matter. Although humans have the star map left by the pioneers' diamond crystals, it is only a star map of a large range of star fields, which actually involves the star fields where many stars are located. Such a star map is already very accurate in the eyes of the 6th-level civilization of the pioneers. After all, their detection methods are obviously more advanced. But for humans, they can only know a rough idea. In fact, humans not only have star maps, but also the key to open the small universe left by the pioneers, which is the small diamond crystal given by the diamond crystal. However, after humans learned that the dynamic map civilization was here, They were afraid that carrying the crystal key would accidentally trigger the opening mechanism of the small universe. So they did not bring it with them on the Tianqin, but followed the main human fleet in a star system 10 light-years away. In fact, when Charliefan's team was conducting a ground survey of organisms, Yu Yuan and other decision-makers on the Tianqin were also worried about this matter. They had clearly arrived at the star field indicated by the star map, but they still had to hide and could not shrink at ease, which was really suffocating. And because the trade market of the dynamic map civilization was here, humans wanted to wait until they left before exploring this small universe. But they still had a life planet here. And who knows how many years these guys will do business here. The key is that humans cannot, and have no way to drive away the dynamic picture civilization. After all, there is a real fifth-level civilization behind them. Humans' own star alliance is just a boast. And the most powerful is themselves. And even if they have the ability to drive it away, they will inevitably be suspected. Moreover, just looking at the speed of the flagship of the dynamic picture civilization, the Gurgi, humans dare not act rashly. Although it is a purchased technology, and there is only one ship, it is 38.941 times the speed of light, which is almost 3 times higher than the highest speed of humans. Under normal circumstances, it is completely impossible to hit it. There is no guarantee of victory in a fight, so it is best not to conflict if possible. But how can we quietly search for this small universe in the presence of the dynamic picture civilization? This problem has been bothering the human leaders since the arrival of the Tianqin and the confirmation of the situation of the trade market here. But soon, something more entangled them came. The reason is that during the free activities of the ground survey team, the Booker-like resistance organization really carried out their plan of trying to save a dying horse. The most pitfall is that these guys are connected with the Orange Star civilization. In fact, it is not the fault of Booker's resistance organizations. They are really afraid that humans and Orange Star civilization will leave soon, so that they will lose their chance. So after making the decision, they will try to get in touch with humans or Orange Star civilization. And after the free activities of the human expedition team, most of them went to the wild to investigate various animals and plants on this planet. The purpose is naturally to purchase its biosphere resources in the future, such as which plants need to be purchased, which animals, and which microorganisms can be combined to build a small ecosystem so that the purchased animals and plants can survive successfully. Buyers won't take care of these things. And even if they do, they can give the data to humans. But humans don't trust the dynamic map civilization. If you don't investigate yourself, and you buy it and raise it for 100 years, you will find that the small ecosystem is gradually dying due to the lack of a certain plant, which will be a big loss. Most people investigate in the wild, and they are all wearing tactical armor. These humans can be said to be high and low. Often, the Booker Resistance Organization just got the news of where they appeared, and then they didn't rush to the scene. The humans who investigated the plants and animals had already driven the tactical armor to fly to another place. Compared with the human side, although the Orange Star civilization is also investigating the plants and animals on this planet, they have decided to buy the Booker from the previous city. So they naturally focus on how to load the goods. And because of the need for loading, they naturally have to understand the language of the Bookers. Otherwise they can't communicate with them. Right? So, the Orange Star civilization was one step ahead of humans, and mastered the channel of communication with the Bookers. It just so happened that the Bookers also felt the urgency of time. And then they connected. At the beginning, the people in charge of this area of the Orange Star civilization actually looked down on the Bookers, who tried to contact them. After all, in their view, the Bookers are the existence of goods, and goods must have the awareness of goods. However, the regional leader also keenly discovered that there might be a story behind this. Since he was free anyway, he contacted the Booker class of the resistance organization. So, the Orange Star civilization unexpectedly obtained the data on the abnormal starry sky phenomena that the Booker class had observed for thousands of years. The orbits of stars in the Milky Way are not like those of planets in the star system. After all, they revolve around the center of the Milky Way. Without long-term observation, it is really impossible to find that the stars are moving. It was not until 1927 that humans obtained evidence that the Milky Way rotated. Through a detailed analysis of the apparent velocity of stars by Dutch astronomers, civilizations like the Orange Star civilization, which had just arrived in this star field, obviously would not consciously observe the nearby stars for a long time. As for the dynamic picture civilization, they have been here for quite a while. but their eyes are on the life planet in front of them. After all, it is a treasure of the universe. So they were in the dark and didn't realize that the starry sky here hid secrets. After getting the information, the first thing the Orange Star civilization thought of was not to help the Booker class, but to think about whether to kill the Booker class who knew the information, or to hide it from the Dynamic Picture civilization and the Star Alliance, and then explore on their own. Chapter 739. The Orange Star civilization, which obtained the data on the abnormal movement of stars, soon realized that there was something wrong. But they also faced the same situation as humans. That is, they wanted to find out why it was abnormal. But they didn't want to let the other two civilizations in this star field know. As for the Booker who killed the person who gave them the information, the Orange Star civilization was not so impatient. It was not that they were merciful, but they were afraid of being discovered by the Dynamic Map civilization. The notes were being watched by the Dynamic Map civilization for their actions as guests on the planet. If we act rashly, not only will we fail to silence them, but we may also let the Dynamic Map civilization notice something unusual. And then it will be troublesome if they also get the news. Moreover, those Bookers have been able to hide these data for so many years without being discovered by the Dynamic Map civilization. They will definitely not be stupid enough to expose all their bases after telling me. Maybe they have backups of the data. If we act rashly, not only will we fail to keep the secret, but we may also let the Bookers give up and reveal all the data. If they do that, the Booker class will definitely have no hope. But they themselves have no hope either. It's just a disgusting act before death, so that you won't have a good time. So silencing them is unrealistic. So how can they avoid the sight of the two damn civilizations? At this moment, the leadership of the Orange Star civilization fleet is also a bit troubled by this matter. Just like humans. At this time, the leadership of the two civilizations had no idea that the other party already knew the secrets they knew. But the Dynamic Picture civilization was still in the dark. It was at this time that a communication message appeared in the large fleet of the Orange Star civilization in the starry sky. Commander, I think we should stabilize the Booker class first and verbally agree to them first. But we must first confirm what the abnormality in the starry sky is. If the situation is true, we will help them gain the freedom of civilization. Another individual life also said, although the Booker class is not even a first-level civilization, they are obviously not stupid. Verbal agreement may not be effective. And the most important thing now is how to prevent the Star Alliance and Gurgi civilization from discovering it. It's very troublesome. The Star Alliance is nothing. They are probably just here to trade. They should leave after the trade. The main problem is the Gurgi civilization. They have been staying here, and their flagship has too high a speed. We are not sure to defeat them. How about telling them the news and cooperating with them to explore? Why should we tell them the news we got? Just because they occupy this life planet? After listening to these words, the commander of the Orange Star civilization finally expressed his opinion. It is best not to take action if possible. But we must also be on guard against the Gurgi civilization. Mr. Commander, excuse me for being blunt. I think we have two choices now. One is to take action. The other is not to take action. Just when the other orange people felt that it was better to listen to your words than to listen to your words, this orange person continued, if we take action, I think it is best to unite with the Star Alliance to deal with the Gurgi civilization. If we don't want to not take action, then wait until the Star Alliance leaves and then negotiate with the Gurgi civilization. Didn't they claim that this life planet is theirs? We can also claim that the ruins in space are ours because we discovered them. As soon as these words came out, the Orange Star people's brains immediately became active. Yes, it was indeed discovered by us. We have no idea what the data that the Booker class has observed for thousands of years is. Moreover, even if we know, it was the Booker class that we bought back and told us. What does it have to do with your Gurgi civilization? If the Gurgi civilization does not recognize our propaganda, then their own claim to this life planet will naturally be invalid. Since it is invalid, then anyone can take the biosphere resources on this planet, instead of selling them like it is now. This is called standing on the moral high ground, when both sides have no way or confidence to destroy each other. This thing is very useful. Does that mean we declare it directly? Or wait until the Star Alliance leaves before declaring it? Also, are we still going to do trade? Let's wait for the Star Alliance to leave first. One less civilization means one less competitor. As for trade, of course we have to do it. If we don't trade with the Gurgi civilization, how can we prove that they have sovereignty over this life planet? That's right. If we prove that they have sovereignty over this life planet, then when we claim sovereignty over the star ruins, they will have to admit it. However, at this time, another orange star had a different opinion. I agree to continue the trade, but I think it is better to declare it when the Star Alliance is still there. Don't forget that the Trade Federation where the Gurgi civilization is located has a level 5 civilization. They are an organization, and we are just a single civilization. So I think if this matter is to be declared, it is best to drag the Star Alliance into the water. In the end, it means that it is impossible to hide it from these two organizations. Yes, it is impossible to hide it at all. Okay, let's do it this way. After the deal is completed, we will declare it. But in the meantime, we have to make some preparations. Thispo, you go back to the main body of civilization and send the 7th Fleet to the star No. and EP731 to dock. This star is outside the scope of the Gurgi civilization, but it happens to be one of the stars with abnormal trajectories. We need to confirm our claim. Also, pay attention to concealment. Thispo, I will follow your orders. Mr. Commander, the Orange Star civilization obviously did not bring all of their main bodies over here. But what they never expected was that the so-called Star Alliance they mentioned came here for this matter. And it was impossible for them to leave. Moreover, the star ND 257116 they were referring to was exactly the target of mankind. But it was not the target of the main fleet of the civilization, but the target of the first fleet. Due to the information gap, humans did not know the plan of the Orange Star civilization. Therefore, in order to make the dynamic picture civilization and the Orange Star civilization think that they had left, Yu Yuan and a group of human high-level officials decided after discussion that after completing the transaction with the dynamic picture civilization, the first fleet would first drive to the nearby star system and wait. The target is exactly the star chosen by the Orange Star civilization, because humans have also discovered that the star is outside the alert range of the dynamic map civilization, and it happens to be one of the stars shown in the star map. The behavior of the Booker class is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, but it cannot be said that it has no effect at all. At least their news has made some changes in the behavior of the Orange Star civilization, and at the same time, it has made the already complicated situation more complicated. The Booker class has the weakest power. They are still ruled and treated as commodities, but they are undoubtedly a group of intelligent life. They have successfully used the few resources in their hands to successfully leverage the situation. However, it is unknown whether such a move is a blessing or a curse for them, and it is not something they can decide. Chapter 740. For civilizations that set foot in the starry sky, a few years really pass by like a flash, and it is only enough for them to transport goods from other star systems to another star system. Just like humans and Orange Star civilization, it took the two civilizations less than 2 years to transport the biosphere resources owned by their civilizations to this star system. But humans were a few months faster. From this, it can be inferred that the main civilization of Orange Star civilization is farther away than humans. But this is calculated according to the speed of humans themselves, and it is not accurate to apply it to Orange Star civilization. It was precisely because of their curiosity about the Orange Star civilization that humans accidentally learned an unexpected piece of news from the animated picture civilization. That is, the Orange Star civilization's navigation technology is very backward, and their warp spacecraft is only 1 times the speed of light. The reason why they were able to go back to get the goods so quickly this time was because the animated picture civilization modified several warships for them and agreed to sell them 1,000 warp engines. For these sold warp engines, the animated picture called them level 2 warp engines, and they called the Orange Star civilization's warp engines level 1 warp engines. It was this news that gave humans a clear understanding of the navigation technology of the 4th level civilization, and they realized that they had actually skipped the primary stage and directly jumped to the intermediate level. According to the normal technological process, a civilization that reaches the 4th level civilization can only master the warp technology of 1 times the speed of light. The level of civilization is not like the fantasy skills, which originally have a fixed number of levels. It is just the result of the classification of the difficulty of developing a certain technology when the technology develops to a certain level by those advanced civilizations. It is just that this statement has been recognized by the majority of civilizations in the Milky Way. It is normal for humans not to know. As for the news that the Orange Star civilization's navigation technology is backward, it is not really heard accidentally, but some words were captured during the exchange with the dynamic picture civilization, and finally humans took the initiative to ask. And this kind of information is not free. Humans paid for it with 10 kinds of biological samples. Through the behavior of the dynamic picture civilization selling out the information of other civilizations, the human leaders believe that they should also sell the information they know about humans to the Orange Star civilization, which is the kind of profit from both ends. He has the potential to be a profiteer. Through the exchanges and contacts during this period, humans and the dynamic picture civilization have roughly understood each other's technological level. In terms of speed, both are at the level of 10.079 times the speed of light. But the dynamic picture civilization has a flagship with a warp speed of 39.941 times the speed of light. Humans also know that the dynamic picture civilization has agreed to sell the 10.079 times warp technology to the Orange Star civilization. But they don't know what price the Orange Star civilization paid to buy it. I believe that in the near future, the Orange Star civilization will be able to fully upgrade and increase its speed to the same level as humans and dynamic picture civilization. This news also greatly improved the human perception of the dynamic picture civilization. They didn't take this opportunity to destroy the Orange Star civilization and then plunder. They could have done so. After all, the speed of the overall warships was so different that they would have to suppress each other if they really wanted to fight. This behavior is almost the opposite of their practice of directly treating Booker as a commodity, which cannot be understood by conventional thinking. However, it can be seen from here that this dynamic picture civilization is really serious about interstellar trade. And it also proves that they really have a backstage. Their behavior made humans feel at ease to trade with them. But they were also worried that they would know that they were here to find the remains of civilization. There was no solution for a while, so humans could only do what was beneficial to them. This time, humans brought 100 ships of biosphere resources from the main civilization, all of which were planetary-class spaceships, and each one was fully loaded. Of course, they were not the biosphere resources of the Earth, but what humans got from the dog-headed planet. After countless generations of cultivation, these things have become part of human life and the main product of human foreign trade. Each planetary biosphere spacecraft is a small biosphere, with a rich variety of plants and animals. 100 biosphere spacecrafts are large enough, and humans believe that they can fully meet the needs of this transaction. You must know that a planetary spacecraft has only one floor as big as a treasure island, and a planetary spacecraft has more than one floor. Compared with humans, the Orange Star civilization brought more biological resources this time, reaching 700 planetary spacecrafts, which means they need to buy more things. The reason why these 700 planetary biosphere ships were able to arrive so quickly was because they installed those level 2 warp engines. Since none of the three parties had any bad intentions towards the transaction between them, this transaction went very smoothly. However, it took a very long time, because this kind of interstellar transaction is not a matter of directly transporting the goods over, but requires both parties to evaluate their respective goods. And such an evaluation requires the participation of countless experts from both sides. They need to extract the original biosphere from each other to do some experiments, and make sure that the other party's biosphere samples are not what they have ever had. And the species also meet the requirements of non-repetition. And at the same time, they need to prevent the other party from making small moves at the genetic level of biosphere resources. For example, resources modified by a certain gene trap technology are sold to the other party, causing the other party to buy and cultivate them for dozens or hundreds of generations. And then problems occur. This is just a primary trap technology. There are also some misleading gene modifications. Biologists can cultivate certain animals and plants through genes to cultivate seemingly real animals and plants. When these animals and plants are bought by the other party and used for research, they may lead the other party into a certain technical dead end in biotechnology. Humans call this method a technological trap. Humans had some ideas about this technology at the third level of civilization, and then realized it under the guidance of the Academy of Life Sciences after reaching the fourth level of civilization. In other words, humans can create a batch of artificially adjusted genomes under the condition of native biological samples, and make them reproduce and develop into a seemingly natural biosphere. Obviously, this kind of biosphere resources that have been artificially modified by humans are worthless, because the civilizations that bought them cannot find the reference materials for the lifespan medicine they want from them. What's more, it will make civilizations with underdeveloped life science and technology fall into a dead end in research, which is very serious. After developing this technology, Humans realized that there would be fakes in interstellar trade. So humans are very cautious in trading biosphere resources. Chapter 741. Of course, judging from the current situation, the dynamic picture civilization is unlikely to do such tricks. After all, the biosphere resources sold are all on natural planets, which cannot be faked. They need to be wary of human tampering. That is why the dynamic picture civilization is very slow and cautious when inspecting and evaluating the value of goods. And their caution is enough to prove that they also know that there is gene trap technology. This inspection process lasted for 3 years. 3 years later, the dynamic picture civilization began to accept the biosphere resources brought by humans, and also allowed humans to land on Booker Planet to absorb various plants and animals on it. The 100 ships of biosphere resources of humans only exchanged for 50 ships of biosphere resources on Booker Planet. It seems that humans are at a disadvantage in this business. But in fact, it is not, because among these 50 ships of biosphere resources, 1 ship is Booker species. Intelligent life must be more valuable than those creatures with only animal and plant instincts. Because some truth about life is hidden in the root of their birth of wisdom. The number of Booker species purchased by humans is about 100 million. Such a large population is enough to continue the offspring. In fact, the dynamic picture civilization originally wanted humans to buy more, and said that if the biosphere resources used for payment were not enough, they could use some small technologies in exchange, such as human mechanical technology data. Humans naturally did not agree. The dynamic picture civilization did not ask for more. After all, they really made money from such a transaction. Maybe it was because they made money from this planet for free, so they didn't feel bad about selling it anyway. As long as they don't exterminate a certain kind of animal or plant all at once and sell a batch, new ones will appear after dozens or hundreds of years. It's just like an ATM. And what they get are different kinds of biosphere resources from other civilizations, each of which represents the possibility of a certain kind of life evolution in the universe. And they are making a fortune. As for the fact that the genes of the Booker class have been thoroughly studied by other civilizations, what does it have to do with their dynamic picture civilization? It's not their own race. So they are not afraid of being targeted. As for how it is targeted, we have to talk about a technology that humans have seen in the trade list this time. It is a technology that the dynamic image civilization lists for humans to trade. One of the technologies, translated into human language, is called gene lock technology. Don't get me wrong. It is not a mechanism that can be activated or shut down under specific environmental conditions to achieve different functions. Nor is it a powerful force that can be obtained after unlocking the gene lock. The so-called gene lock technology has nothing to do with powerful power. Nor is it to unlock one's own genes, but a technology to lock genes. Why lock the genes? The reason is very simple. According to the dynamic picture civilization, it is because they want to protect their own race, so that the civilization with their own race as the core has absolute uniqueness and will not be used by other civilizations. The technical summary is to modify the genes of their own race through advanced life science technology, so that the will of the creatures of their own race becomes very tough. In layman terms, it is to engrave something in the genes. As for what can be engraved in the genes, that is the details of this technology. According to the dynamic image civilization, it includes, but is not limited to yielding, resistance to yielding, aesthetics, resistance to meme assimilation, etc. Of course, the most important one is one of the core technologies, which is deception. Through gene lock technology, the unrelated different base pairs of genes can be edited to make them have a certain combination of associations. And this association is a kind of genetic code. As long as this code is not deciphered, other civilizations will not be able to develop weapons against their own race even if they capture the intelligent life of their own civilization. This protection lock can also be used in many aspects, such as preventing one's own race from being genetically modified and turned into an intelligent life that can be enslaved. This is the anti-surrender gene lock. According to the dynamic picture civilization, advanced civilizations have their own race's intelligent life gene locks, which is something that normal advanced civilizations know. However, there is also a difference between knowing it early and knowing it late. Some civilizations began to consciously study this technology at the 3rd level of civilization, while some civilizations realized this problem at the 5th level of civilization. This situation basically occurs more in civilizations that do not communicate with other civilizations. For example, Those who are late to realize things usually happen to settled civilizations. It is not a matter of fatalism, but they are relatively close to information. As for why this happens, it is probably because the dynamic picture civilization believes that humans also come from a large organization called Star Alliance, and thinks that humans have known it for a long time. So when they trade biosphere resources with humans, they generously tell humans it is because of special technology. When everyone knows that there is such a thing as special technology, they will consciously plunder the intelligent life of other civilizations, whether it is for research, to confirm whether this race has the potential to develop special technology, or to cultivate it as a potential stock. It is all for special technology. Naturally, with this form of plunder, there will naturally be civilizations that come up with ways to defend themselves. That is, by locking the genes of their own civilizations to prevent them from being used by other civilizations. This is the origin of gene-lock technology. With gene-lock technology, even if one's own race is occasionally captured in a war or the body is obtained by other civilizations, there is no hope of studying the characteristics of one's own race from it, not to mention slavery. Of course, this also depends on the depth of research in the field of life sciences of each civilization, and in the field of mathematics. The more sophisticated the technology, and the deeper the research in these two fields, the easier it is to crack the other party's gene lock. After all, it is just a kind of interrelated lock at the gene-base level. No matter how complicated it is just based on mathematical combinations. If you find the right way, you can still crack it, just like a password. However, when the gene lock technology is studied to the quantum level and turned into a gene quantum lock, the situation of being cracked has changed. Its reason is the same as quantum communication cannot be cracked. It is not a problem of whether the computer is advanced or not, but a problem of principle. In principle, it cannot be cracked unless the physical laws of the relevant quantum can be modified. When the gene is locked at the quantum level, that is, when this technology tree is researched to the quantum gene level, this race cannot be used by other civilizations, even those with the same level of technology, because once the cracking operation is carried out, it will cause quantum collapse, causing the quantum code lock to collapse, and the genetic information of this creature will be lost. Research is naturally out of the question. At this level, only they who understand the code can study themselves. After understanding the overview of this technology, humans finally understand how those civilizations that have not realized the thought and printing technology can use other intelligent life as cannon fodder. At the same time, I also understand that the gene trap technology one mastered is just the pre-technology of the gene lock technology route, or one of its simple applications. Perhaps those technologies that I have heard of for a long time are derived from this technology route, such as various types of gene weapons and the famous mean weapons. Chapter 742. In the list given to humans by the dynamic image civilization, gene lock is a large category of technology. There are various categories of technology such as resistance to submission, aesthetics, and resistance to meme assimilation. They are like the various specific functional slots of gene lock technology, which are sold separately by the dynamic image civilization at different prices. Among these gene lock technologies, humans have set their sights on the anti-submission one. There is also a general explanation behind this technology. It is a gene lock technology that prevents one's own race from being enslaved by other races at the genetic level. That is to say, even if the individual lives of civilizations with this technology are captured by other civilizations, they can never expect their race to serve them loyally before their gene locks are cracked. There is no general explanation for other items, but humans also know what they mean. In short, they are all good things. Unfortunately, the price is also very high. For a single functional gene lock technology, 100 million tons of antimatter are required. Of course, it is just a price. In fact, the dynamic map civilization does not accept the use of antimatter for currency transactions. They only accept the technology they like in exchange. With 1/6 of a Dyson sphere, they are much more efficient in producing antimatter than humans. So the antimatter involved is not sold by humans, but the other way around. This is a scam. They make money no matter how you calculate it. Fortunately, the pricing of scientific and technological information is not entirely decided by them. And scientists on the human side also have a say. Didn't you price the gene lock technology so high? I will also price the technology that I have, but you don't have high. And in the end everyone is staring blankly. Anyway, You don't understand the technology you don't have. So I have the final say on how difficult it is to achieve it. This is true. For example, the dynamic picture civilization was praised by human scientists for their interest in human mechanical technology. They said that with this kind of mechanical expertise data, they could manufacture all kinds of mechanically deformable and portable mechanical equipment and engineering equipment at any time, which would eventually increase the efficiency of the entire civilization in docking, resource mining, spacecraft maintenance, and manufacturing by at least 60%. This is an improvement in the overall strength of a civilization. Not just one aspect. It is a specialized technology that strengthens the inner strength of the entire civilization. Its value is measured in antimatter, and it is more than enough to buy a whole set of gene-locked technology. Such statements are naturally exaggerated. For example, the statement that the efficiency of all kinds of branches has increased by 60% is just bragging. Humans themselves have only increased by about 30%. However, in terms of improving the inner strength of the overall civilization, it is not just a random statement by humans, but a real existence. Two civilizations of the same level, with a civilization similar to humans in mechanical expertise, must have higher productivity than normal civilizations. In terms of war potential, higher productivity means higher combat effectiveness. It is precisely because of this that the dynamic picture civilization is obsessed with the mechanical proficiency shown by human spacecraft. In fact, mechanical expertise is not like a technology, but more like a deeper study of machinery by humans, which is the achievement of the human species in the field of machinery. However, it is obviously far from reaching the level of special technology. Therefore, if there is detailed technical information, other civilizations can still study and interpret it and then master it. The key is to have other people's research results. This is the core of civilization exchange and technology transactions. It can be regarded as mutual exchange between two civilizations. They can complement each other on the road of technological development. This form of communication can indeed promote the development of civilization. But it is too difficult to have such an environment in the universe, because no one knows whether the technology they sell will become the key technology to inspire other civilizations. And then, they will surpass them all of a sudden and destroy them. Maybe they were originally a civilization trapped in the fourth level of civilization for thousands of years. But because of one of their technologies, they gave them inspiration. And then, they became the key to mastering the theory of everything, becoming a fifth-level civilization. And then, they incorporated them in turn. The story of the farmer and the snake is not only in human civilization. Who can I talk to when the time comes? Only the dynamic picture civilization, which has a backer and a well-intentioned civilization, can do interstellar trade like this. Otherwise it is the second red flame civilization. In fact, both humans and dynamic picture civilizations are level 4 civilizations, and the technology they master is similar. But in the communication between the two civilizations, they not only communicate on the technology that they do not have, but the other party has, but also on the technology that both sides have. Because for the same technology, the development and research levels of the two civilizations will be different. Just like the high-voltage power transmission technology of the Earth era. Everyone understands the principle. But country C is the world's #1 in this field. And this is the difference in research and development. Therefore, in the process of trading with dynamic image civilizations, in addition to the scientific and technological information that needs to be purchased, such as gene-locked technology, other technologies that you have mastered can also be communicated with dynamic image civilizations in this process. Some details on warp speed navigation technology. Technical details of force field shields and polarization shields. Research biases. Development experience of tachyon technology, etc. can all be communicated. If such an exchange is put in a cultivation novel, it would be a discussion of the Tao. However, it is obvious that in today's human civilization and dynamic graphics, it is impossible to discuss the Tao with each other, because both parties have not yet reached the point of complete trust in each other. So even if there is such a technology exchange, everyone will be reserved. After all, this kind of exchange will involve all aspects of the development of one's own civilization and technology. Telling everything is tantamount to telling the other party the strengths and weaknesses of one's own civilization. Once the other party knows the truth, it is easy to be targeted, and hiding one's shortcomings is inevitable. However, there are also skills to hide one's shortcomings. After all, it is science and technology. The other party's scientists are not easy to spot. Even if they don't know it on the spot, they can still find it out after taking the scientific data back for analysis and experimenting. Therefore, it takes superb means to distinguish the true from the false. It is more difficult to fake than to make it real, which makes the civilizations more unwilling to communicate. Even in such a place where interstellar trade is done seriously, everyone is deliberately hiding it. However, everyone knows this, but no one talks about it. Therefore, in the exchanges between human civilization, dynamic image civilization, and orange star civilization, the transaction of scientific and technological information has undoubtedly become the longest and most difficult matter. After the transaction of goods was completed, it took the three civilizations 30 years to complete this exchange. Chapter 743. In this long exchange, humans obtained the gene-locked technology as they wished, and what they paid was naturally the mechanical proficiency technology data that the dynamic map civilization had been thinking about. The Orange Star civilization obtained the navigation technology of the intermediate stage of the fourth level civilization, and humans did not know what they paid. In terms of technology, there are also many fragments of knowledge about tachyon technology, force field shield technology, antimatter manufacturing technology, gravity bombs, and other technologies. Of course, human civilization also gave feedback to the dynamic map civilization in these various technical fields, which can be regarded as the result of friendly exchanges. In terms of real material transactions, there are much more and more straightforward ones, mainly the purchase and sale of biosphere resources. Humans have obtained a large number of organisms, plants, microorganisms on this planet, and even the soil on the planet has been dug up by humans for countless tons. The payment is naturally a shipload of biosphere resources from the null planet. The reason for such a pleasant transaction is that the biosphere resources provided by humans are so perfect that they are enough for the dynamic map civilization to build a complete small ecosystem, and there is still surplus. It can be said that in order to obtain the biosphere resources on this planet, humans have spent a lot of money. They have obtained a sample of all the biosphere resources obtained from the null planet at that time. And it is precisely because of this operation that the dynamic picture civilization truly believes that these biosphere resources come from the human mother planet. It is really too perfect. It is impossible to be so perfect if it is not brought from the mother planet. They even believe that studying these organisms may reveal clues to human life information. This is of course a beautiful misunderstanding. In addition, humans have learned a lot of information about the fourth level civilization that they didn't know before. For example, the signs of the primary stage, intermediate stage, and peak stage of the fourth level civilization, such as the current overview of the Milky Way. The former is the difference in speed, and the latter is the general situation of the Milky Way after the sixth level civilization war. According to the information obtained from the dynamic picture civilization, there were a total of 77 sixth level civilizations directly involved in the core of the war, and there were about 2,633 fifth-level civilizations participating in the second battlefield on the outer edge. These fifth-level civilizations are mostly civilizations in the sixth-level civilization forces. And there are also some pirate civilizations that want to take advantage of the war. The final result was that the Awakener civilization, the protagonist of the war, was crippled. The conventional combat power of the Harvester civilization was almost completely lost. The Silicon Base civilization fleet of the Silicon Base Federation was almost completely wiped out. And then it fell into civil strife among various vassal mechanical civilizations. Only a dozen warships of the main civilization of the Perseus community escaped, and 30 of the 33 level 6 civilizations in the community were directly destroyed, so that the community existed in name only, and the survivors of the special life forms died. Only 1 in 10 member fleets of the Silver Heart Alliance survived, and the flagship Galaxy escaped. The reason why the dynamic image civilization knew so clearly was because their backer was one of the 2,633 level 5 civilizations, a level 5 civilization that originally belonged to the Perseus community. They were lucky to have preserved their strength in that battle, and were one of the more than 100 civilizations that were relatively lucky among the more than 2,000 level 5 civilizations. After this battle, those famous level 6 civilizations or organizations were busy hiding themselves and licking their wounds. The Milky Way has entered a rare level 5 civilization era. These level 5 civilizations are very clear that as long as there is enough time, those level 6 civilizations will appear again sooner or later. So they want to take advantage of this gap to transform themselves into level 6 civilizations. In other words, If you are not really unlucky during this period, it is difficult to encounter a level 6 civilization, because their numbers have dropped sharply, and most of them are hiding to lick their wounds. Of course, licking their wounds is only one of the reasons for hiding. Another important reason is that they are afraid of being discovered by the harvesters. Most of these civilizations are scared by the electronic warships, and each of them has become like the silicon-based consortium when they hear the name of the electronic warship. I am afraid that even if another civilization tells them that they are sure to destroy the electronic warship, they will not believe it. They had united to fight the Reapers because the Galactic Alliance told them that they could destroy the electronic warships. However, they didn't expect that they were all wiped out before they could even get within 4 light years of the electronic warships. They were really scared of such a bug-like existence. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. They don't believe it anyway. As for the last news of the Awakener civilization, humans now only know that they are the main targets of the electronic warships. There must be some who can escape, but they don't know how many. It is precisely these messages that have deepened the impression of electronic warships and made humans understand how terrible they are. And this kind of insider information, especially about electronic warships, is a high-value commodity among news commodities. In order to obtain this information, humans have paid detailed strong artificial intelligence manufacturing technology. The dynamic image civilization also has its own strong artificial intelligence manufacturing technology. But it is not as deep as human research. It is precisely because of the transfer of this technology that humans and dynamic image civilizations have conducted technical exchanges in the field of computers. Such exchanges have also made humans discover that the computers of this dynamic image civilization are not quantum computers, but photon computers. This is the same route as the Nair civilization that humans encountered at the beginning, except that the photon computer of the Nair civilization is binary, while theirs is ternary, thanks to the characteristics of the photosensitive organs of the dynamic image civilization race. They have embarked on the ternary photon computer route from the beginning and accumulated rich foundations on this technological route, which makes them ahead of humans in the field of photon technology. In this exchange, humans have benefited a lot, and it is also the first time that humans have officially encountered an interstellar trading venue, and have experienced the benefits of communication. As the exchange ended, the human fleet left as planned and headed for the star system that had been set at the beginning to wait. They planned to digest the technology obtained from the trade market there, and wait for the Orange Star civilization and the Gift civilization to leave. From the cautious contact with the Gift civilization to the end of the exchange, the whole process was very pleasant and no accidents happened. If it weren't for the small universe left by the pioneers in this star field, then this exchange would have ended successfully, and humans would have established some friendship with the Gift civilization and the Orange Star civilization. Unfortunately, there are unexpected events. What should end has ended, and what should come will always come. In the 7th year after the first human fleet arrived at the target star field, it found a fleet with a familiar construction style appeared in the detector's field of view. The Orange Star civilization fleet is coming. Chapter 744. When the fleet was first detected, humans thought it was some blind civilization and almost didn't recognize it, because the fleet's speed was only 1 times the speed of light. The Orange Star civilization did buy the level 2 warp technology from the trade market, and also bought a lot of ready-made level 2 warp engines. But it was obvious that the purchased engines were not installed on this fleet. It takes time to digest technology and turn technology into creations, and this fleet may not have had time to equip the latest engines. This is the reason why they came so late. Why did they rush here without installing the latest engine? Seeing the Orange Star civilization fleet appear in the detector, humans were not nervous. Yu Yuan and others just frowned and thought about the purpose of this fleet coming here. This fleet is not large in number. Only 1 million ships. Almost the same as the first fleet of humans. But the speed difference is there, and humans think they are vulnerable. Of course, humans did not choose to act immediately because they could destroy this fleet with great ease. Because the dynamic picture civilization is still 10 light years away, and this fleet is not the entire military force of the Orange Star civilization. Although it can be destroyed with great ease, it is difficult to be silent. Once the war is launched and discovered by the dynamic picture civilization, they will definitely come to investigate the cause. At that time, it is estimated that the news that the Pioneer microcosm is here will be difficult to keep. Therefore, for the sake of confidentiality, humans did not rashly launch an attack, but took the initiative to ask questions to the Orange Star civilization fleet that came here. It probably means that this star system is already the station of the Star Alliance, and asks the Orange Star Civilization what they are doing here. Although humans and Orange Star Civilization have not had much contact, because of the dynamic picture civilization trade market, the two sides have established a language information communication channel. So when they meet now, they don't need to use the language of the dynamic picture civilization as a common language, and directly translate from the other party's language into their own language. After the message was sent, the Orange Star Civilization fleet responded shortly, "Oh, dear Star Alliance, God bless us. We actually met you here. It's great. We thought you had left. What the hell? Come to us?" Everyone on the Tianqin on the human side was stunned, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. From the meaning of the Orange Star Civilization fleet, it seemed that they were here to find them. What's going on? Could it be that they wanted to unite with them and overthrow the trade market of the dynamic picture civilization together? This Orange Star Civilization has not much technical strength, but is so bold. But that doesn't make sense. Since they are here to find me, why do they send a fleet that travels at the speed of light, instead of the fleet that has already installed a level 2 warp engine? Shouldn't it be easier to catch up with me with a faster speed? Thinking of this, the humans on the Lyra quickly realized that the leader of this fleet was lying. But why would they lie? "Oh, what do you want from us?" The human Lyra sent a message to ask again. Although they guessed that the other party was most likely lying, they had to continue the show if they wanted to know the reason. At this moment, the Orange Star Civilization fleet has not yet entered the star system where the first fleet of mankind is located, but it is within 1 light year of the human detector and has long been within the range of tachyon communication. So the communication between the two sides is real-time. This kind of communication is indeed convenient, but it does not give the two parties and communication too much time to consider. "Oh, respected Star Alliance, we came to you to discuss important matters." The message on behalf of the Orange Star Civilization fleet was quickly transmitted back to the human flagship Tianqin and translated into words that humans can understand. It's like this. After trading with the Interstellar trade market, we have seriously discovered our shortcomings. This deficiency is not only in technology, but also in power. We already know that the relative peace in the Milky Way during this period is due to that war. We also hope to complete the sublimation of our own civilization before those level 6 civilizations lick their wounds and come back, and become a level 6 civilization, no longer under the rule of those evil organizations. Therefore, after considering for a long time, we decided to find an organization to join. We know that your Star Alliance has taken a lot of advantage in this trade, compared to the greater discounts we give you in our trade market, which makes us realize that it is a bit difficult for a civilization to fight alone. So after thinking it over again and again, we wanted to join your Star Alliance. And now the opportunity is right in front of us. So we came here and luckily caught up. This statement made everyone on the Tianqin look strange. They really thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect the Orange Star Civilization fleet to say this. What the hell? Our Star Alliance doesn't have any backers. The only one who can be considered a backer, the Awakener Juan, is still alive and dead, and the so-called most powerful existence in the Star Alliance is now in front of you. Why our Star Alliance? The human asked in confusion. Because in interstellar trade, the Gurgi civilization did not leave a good impression on us. They always like to take advantage of us, and we have not encountered other organizations. Choosing you is the best solution. I think as a member of the Star Alliance, you should be able to introduce us to the Star Alliance. It would be even better if you can lead us to the Star Alliance headquarters. By the way, if possible, we would like to understand the internal operation of the Star Alliance and prepare for joining the Star Alliance in the future. We think this is a reasonable request. Regarding these words, the people on the Tianqin didn't know whether they were true or not. It seemed a bit false, but not too false. Given the current situation in the universe, it was not too absurd for a lone civilization to want to join the organization. But humans didn't know how to answer for a while. Agree. It seems that the Orange Star Civilization fleet wants humans to take them to the Star Alliance headquarters. But there is no headquarters in the Star Alliance. Wherever people are, there is the Star Alliance headquarters. Moreover, humans just don't want to leave the star field, but want to wait for the Orange Star Civilization and the Dynamic Picture Civilization to leave. So they ran to this star system to hide. Who would have thought that the Orange Star Civilization would come to them? So just reject it? If they reject it, if the Orange Star Civilization really wants to join the organization, Then the rejection by humans means that the Orange Star civilization will definitely turn back to the animated picture civilization to join the Perseus Trade Federation. And the most important point is that humans cannot reject them directly because of their previous boasting. After all, humans only say that they are members of the Star Alliance. How can a member have the right to reject other civilizations that want to join the Star Alliance? Isn't it obvious that the Star Alliance does not have a level 5 civilization backing, and we are just bragging? If this news is known to the dynamic picture civilization, it will be bad. The human side actually doesn't know that when they are in trouble. The leader of the Orange Star civilization fleet is also in trouble. Because the statement of joining the Star Alliance is that he just improvised after he found that the humans who claim to be members of the Star Alliance civilization are here. Chapter 745. He thought that this rhetoric could cover up the real purpose of his coming to this star system, and then use this as an excuse to let humans take his fleet away from this star region. He was a brave man who cut off his arm, using this interface to divert humans at the cost of his own fleet, so as to reduce the contenders for the star treasure. As for the Gurgi civilization, the leaders of this fleet can only hope that the leader of their Orange Star civilization can use other methods to divert them. To be honest, joining the Star Alliance and letting humans take them to the Star Alliance headquarters, as well as the requirements to understand the Star Alliance's operating system, are all reasonable. If the Star Alliance was really founded by a level 5 civilization and humans were just a member civilization of the Star Alliance, maybe they would really agree to take them to the Star Alliance headquarters. Unfortunately, the Star Alliance was founded by humans themselves, and its full name is the Star Alliance. And the purpose of humans coming here is to find a small universe left by the pioneers, which is the same as the purpose of the Orange Star civilization in a sense. So how could they just leave? At this time, someone on the Tianjin suggested to Yu Yuan, General, if we refuse them, we will be exposed. So we can't refuse them no matter what. But we can't really take them to the Star Alliance headquarters. You can't refuse, and you can't agree. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this kind of rhetoric again, the people who were also members of the command couldn't help but complain. But the man didn't care and continued to speak slowly. Don't be impatient. We can pretend to agree to them, and then take them away to find the Star Alliance headquarters. After walking a little further, we can confirm that they don't have a communication relay station, and then we will directly destroy them. Anyway, there is only a fleet with a speed of 1 times the speed of light, and none of them can escape. After we deal with them, we will come back and find an outer star system to hide. The Orange Star civilization will not be able to hold back after not getting any news about their fleet for a long time, and will eventually leave here. As for the animated picture civilization, we can only wait. Not right. Not right. Another person expressed his objection first, and then explained, if what the Orange Star civilization fleet said is true, then they will definitely not be able to break away from their main fleet and follow us. They will either follow us as a whole civilization, or at least the main fleet together. I don't know how many main fleets they have. And they will definitely make an excuse that they will leave after they complete the level 2 warp upgrade. They will not give us the opportunity to quietly destroy their fleet. This method is not appropriate. Then, everyone also felt that this seemed to be the case. As a 4th level civilization, the Orange Star civilization should not be so stupid. After thinking for a while, a staff member said, in my opinion, it is better to do this. We will first agree to their request to join the Star Alliance on their behalf, but on the grounds that we need to digest the technology obtained from the trade market. We will delay it for a while and wait and see. If they are still interested in going to the Star Alliance headquarters after a few years, then we will ask their entire civilization to go with us. If they really want to go with us, then they will be ready to return to the main body of our civilization, and we will confront them. As for what happens after the showdown, it depends on their choice. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Then let's do it this way. Let's see how they react first. The discussion of the human race was only a few words, and it didn't take too long. After the decision was made, the meaning was quickly modified and then informed to the Orange Star civilization fleet. There is definitely the theory of digesting knowledge, but to really digest all the scientific and technological knowledge obtained from the trade market, the scientific and technological information must be brought back to the main body of the civilization, because only there are enough scientists to interpret these scientific and technological information. Of course, there are scientists, scientific teams, and even universities on the Tianjin. There are about 3 million scientific researchers from officials of all sizes. It can be said that all the elites of mankind are here. But in order to complete the verification of all scientific and technological knowledge, some scientific instruments and equipment are still needed. The first fleet is mainly a fleet with different functional focuses. Surprisingly, after humans set out this intention, the Orange Star civilization actually agreed. According to their rhetoric, they also need some time to upgrade the engine system of this fleet. As a result, another fleet suddenly squeezed into this star system, and humans gave them one of the gas planets for use. There were many rocky satellites there, so resources were not a problem. In this way, the two fleets with their own purposes were stationed in the star system peacefully, and this stationing lasted for 5 years. 5 years later, the first fleet of humanity made a request to the Orange Star civilization fleet according to the plan, asking them to notify their main civilization fleet and follow them to the Star Alliance headquarters. The result was beyond human expectations, because the answer Tianqin received was not the promise of the Orange Star civilization, but a claim of ownership of 3 stars. The Orange Star civilization directly told humans that after years of thinking, they felt that living in this star field was not bad, and there happened to be a life planet with resources that could be taken at any time. So they decided to claim ownership of these 3 stars, and the star field composed of 3 stars. When humans saw the claimed star map they sent, they immediately exclaimed, "Wow! These 3 stars are exactly 3 of the 5 stars in the star map that the Pioneer Diamond Crystal left for them. And one of them includes the star where the first fleet of mankind is now located. According to the Orange Star civilization, the Star Alliance will not settle here anyway, but only come here to do business, and has not claimed ownership of this star. So their actions are not considered an infringement of the Star Alliance's territory." Such a claim really caught humans off guard, but it also made them roughly understand what the Orange Star civilization is trying to do. It has come to this point, combined with the previous suspicion that the Orange Star civilization only sent a fleet with a speed of 1 times the speed of light. It would be foolish for humans to guess otherwise. Humans soon realized that the Orange Star civilization must have also learned about the news of the Pioneer microcosm. And then, like humans, they did not want other civilizations to know about it, and kept it to themselves. However, there were humans and the animated civilization here, and they all looked like they would not leave. So they finally could not help it. This must be the case. But I don't know how they got this news. Everyone on the Tianqin said secretly, "This is a showdown. But if such a claim is useful, why would we need to use force?" General, the Orange Star civilization fleet has already completed the engine upgrade. It is not wise to take action now. Moreover, the Orange Star civilization certainly did not get the news of the secret of the starry sky here from the trade market. It may have learned it from a diamond crystal drift bottle like us. Therefore, the dynamic picture civilization is likely to not know what is going on at this moment. So I think we should confront the Orange Star civilization directly at this moment, and tell them in the name of the Star Alliance that we are here to find the small universe left by the pioneers. They should stop bluffing with any claims. Let's look for it together, and the civilization ruins will be occupied by those with virtue." The man continued, "It's just that the animated civilization and the trade union behind them are in trouble. I hope the Orange Star civilization can understand and work with us to find a way to coax them to leave. One less competitor is better. It's probably not easy. If there was no life planet here, it would be easy. Then convince the Orange Star civilization to join the Star Alliance directly, and then claim ownership in the name of the Star Alliance to explore. I hope the Orange Star civilization's claim has not been sent to the animated civilization. In addition, if the name of the Star Alliance cannot suppress the trade union, then we can only fight. Since the Orange Star civilization did not mention that the news was obtained from the Booker class, humans thought that they came here after they encountered the message in the bottle and learned about the Pioneer's microcosm like themselves. Let's do it. Reply to them." Yu Yuan thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only way. Chapter 746. Because they believed that the Orange Star civilization also got the news from the Pioneer's rhombus crystal, humans mistakenly thought that the Orange Star civilization also knew that there was a Pioneer microcosm here. After the Orange Star civilization had a showdown with this misjudgment, it indirectly let the Orange Star civilization know the exact news of the so-called secret of the starry sky. Just like the dynamic picture civilization preconceived that there was a powerful Star Alliance behind humans, humans did not expect that they would suffer a loss in the news. The Orange Star civilization did not make a fuss after learning the situation. After all, it was an unexpected surprise. In fact, when humans first showed their cards, they thought that humans also got the news from Booker. And many Orange Star people were angry at Booker. But the more they listened, the more they felt something was wrong. Because they found that humans actually knew directly that there was a small universe hidden in the starry sky. Then, under their true and false information offensive, the humans really said, "Don't pretend. This is all information from the Pioneer drifting bottle, and it is useless to us." Such words made them realize that the other party's information was genuine. Because of this understanding, coupled with the pressure from the background of the trade market, the Orange Star civilization agreed to join the Star Alliance after a period of discussion and agreed to send a declaration message to the Dynamic Picture civilization in the name of the Star Alliance. Coincidentally, because they encountered human civilization here, the Orange Star civilization has always focused on the human side. So they did not send a declaration to the Dynamic Picture civilization before, which saved a lot of trouble. After agreeing, the Orange Star civilization sent a message to humans as if to add explanation. "We are only nominally joining the Star Alliance, and we do not accept the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance. We have the final say in all matters of our own civilization. We are just temporarily cooperating under the name of the Star Alliance. We are just temporary allies." After reading it, the humans quickly responded, "Of course. We also said that we would cooperate temporarily at the beginning. After we have explored this relic together, we will still go our own way and not interfere with each other. After all, we did not report joining the Star Alliance to the Star Alliance headquarters. Didn't the human beings reveal that they were the boss of the Star Alliance? Such self-exposure should be kept secret if possible. The more misunderstandings other civilizations have, the better." Okay, then how do we discuss how to cooperate in exploration? If we want to cooperate in exploration, the prerequisite is to solve the Gurgi civilization in the trade market first. Seeing that the human beings were so straightforward, the Orange Star civilization fleet sent another message after a while. "We all got the news of the ruins from the drifting bottle left by the owner of the ruins. We are the legal heirs of the ruins. But the Gurgi civilization is not, and they are not qualified to participate. If they come to make trouble, we must unite and deal with them together." No problem. The human side also gave a positive answer. In fact, when they learned that the Orange Star civilization had not sent a declaration message to the Dynamic Picture civilization, the human wanted to change the plan and let the Orange Star civilization continue to wait with them. After all, the declaration is equivalent to telling the Dynamic Picture civilization that there are good things here. And then a three-way competition will be inevitable. As the saying goes, less trouble is worse than more trouble. However, the human beings bragged about it and did not say that they were actually the boss of the Star Alliance. This made the Orange Star civilization feel that even if they came from the background of the trade market, they also had a backer. Anyway, in the end, at most, they would really join the Star Alliance. The Orange Star civilization thought that joining an organization was not bad. After all, judging from the current situation of human civilization, there is no lack of freedom and exploitation by the fifth-level civilization boss of the Star Alliance. It should be a friendly and good organization. It is precisely because of this illusion that the Orange Star civilization has become bolder. This is somewhat unexpected for humans. If humans were in the position of the Orange Star civilization, they would never join any organization with a fifth-level civilization. It must be said that sometimes aliens have different brain circuits. Things have already come to this, and humans cannot change their words. After the announcement was sent out, humans communicated with the Orange Star civilization about the number of their warships to prepare for changes. Humans told the Orange Star civilization that they only had 1 million warships, and all of them were here. The Orange Star civilization told humans that they only had 4 million warships, 2 million of which were in a star system 15 light-years away from here. But they were currently upgrading their engines, and if there were any changes, they could only deploy a maximum of 2 million warships. Humans must have lied. After all, 1 million warships are only the number of warships in the First Fleet. As for whether what the Orange Star civilization said is true or not, humans have no way to judge. But the number of warships mentioned at this moment must be the apparent strength. Of course, the strength is not only determined by the number of warships, but the most important thing is the combat effectiveness of the warships, which cannot be known without fighting. After the two sides exchanged some information, they took action separately. The first fleet of humans is still stationed in this star system. That is, the ND-257116 star system. And the Orange Star Civilization fleet left here to return to their large fleet. And then headed for a binary star system 7.4 light-years away. Because from the distant star observation, this binary star system gives people a hump feeling. So humans named it the double hump star system. The ND-257116 star and the double hump star are just in front of the star system, where the dynamic image civilization is located, and the star field composed of the ND-257116 star, the double hump star, and the star behind them is the abnormal star field. The ND-257116 star, the double hump star, the star where the dynamic image civilization is located, plus the 2 stars behind. A total of 5 stars have abnormal motion trajectories. So here we have to say that the astronomical observation level of the Booker class is still quite strong. They are among the stars with abnormal moving trajectories. But they can find that the trajectories of these stars are different from other stars in the Milky Way. These 5 stars seem to be pulled by some kind of force. And they are disturbed in the process of orbiting the Milky Way. Obviously, the small universe left by the pioneers is in this starry sky, in the star field where these 5 star systems are located. But where exactly is unknown. This requires mastering the long-term running trajectory of the 5 stars, and then judging from their movement trajectory where the force they are subjected to comes from in the starry sky, calculating the source of the force, and then finding the exact location of the small universe. The trajectory of stars orbiting the Milky Way is not easy to observe. It is almost impossible to discover anything in such observations over several years or decades. Therefore, after the Orange Star Civilization sent a declaration message to the Dynamic Picture Civilization in the name of the Star Alliance, the latter did not take any action in an unusual way, but only replied with a message affirmatively, which was regarded as acknowledging the declaration, and they fell silent. I wonder if they are like humans and Orange Star Civilization, trying to observe this star field to try to find the location of the small universe. Chapter 747. The tricky thing is that the Orange Star Civilization did not share the thousands of years of observation information it obtained from the Booker class with humans. In fact, they wanted to share it, after all, in order to find the location of the microcosm. But first, they also have selfish motives. And second, if they say that they got this information from the Booker class, then it would be exposed. Of course, they can also use the excuse of information obtained from the drifting bottle to cover it up. But they also have their own little tricks in their hearts. This is the small universe left by the 6th level civilization. Maybe the first one to find it will be recognized as the successor owner of the small universe. This is possible. So the Orange Star Civilization decided to hide the 1,000-year observation data for its own use. If you can really find the small universe first, and become the owner of the small universe, you can go in directly and close the door. Wouldn't you be able to enjoy the legacy alone? In fact, humans also have their own little thoughts. And they did not tell the Orange Star Civilization that they have the key to the small universe. Of course, humans are not sure whether the Orange Star Civilization also has the key. So they also want to find the exact location of the small universe as soon as possible. On the contrary, the Dynamic Picture Civilization did not take any action. They did not send out exploration spacecraft to explore this star field. And they did not even say that it was invalid in the days that followed. But humans know that they must also be using detectors to secretly observe the stars in this star field. Humans have also been worried that the Dynamic Picture Civilization will tell the news to the Perseus Trade Federation behind them. But now that things have come to this point, they can only find it as soon as possible. Some experts believe that this worry is unlikely. The reason is that the Dynamic Picture Civilization does not seem to have told the Trade Federation headquarters about the news of the life planet they have encountered. Judging from the recent contacts, the atmosphere of the Perseus Trade Federation is not bad. But it is not to the point where all members are completely like a family. The Dynamic Picture Civilization probably wants to get a glimpse of this life planet first, and then report it to the headquarters. I don't know where their headquarters is, and whether there is any special contact information. They really have a backer. Humans can only pray that the animated civilization is greedy, and does not tell their headquarters the news for the time being, so that humans have more time to explore the ruins. Humans are now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If that level 5 civilization really comes, they can only run away. It is not known whether they can escape. Therefore, in the process of exploring the starry sky, humans are very concerned about the actions of the animated civilization. for fear that they will invite the boss behind them. Time slowly passed in such a quiet and tense atmosphere. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 30 years, 50 years. 50 years have passed, and the three civilizations are still observing the starry sky in their respective star systems. It takes time to get the answer bit by bit, even if the technology is advanced. Without enough time, it is impossible to discover the laws of celestial movement. This principle is the same everywhere. So just like the ancient calendar of the Xia kingdom and the 24 solar terms, the laws obtained by observing the stars must be the result of the efforts of generations of people, rather than a Western sage who can compile a star calendar by himself. Having said that, after 50 years of observation, humans and dynamic map civilization have not caught any clues. But the Orange Star civilization has found some clues. They combine the 1,000-year observation data obtained from Booker and the more precise observations of the past 50 years, and finally discovered the law of the movement of the 5 stars. In addition to the mutual influence of their own weak gravity, the 5 stars are indeed affected by the gravity from the void. That is a gravitational source much greater than the gravity of the 5 stars. That gravity does not come from a massive black hole, but from what humans call a microcosm. The Orange Star civilization belongs to the 4th level civilization. Although it has not yet achieved the theory of everything like humans, it has some understanding of the characteristics of gravity, such as the infinite propagation characteristics of gravity as a long-range force, and its characteristic of propagation regardless of dimension. So although the small universe is hidden and cannot be detected by conventional means, it is still visible under the sensitive gravitational detector. Therefore, generally the truly hidden small universe will not be built near the stars, but choose the empty void. It is best to be on the outer edge of the Milky Way. However, this small universe is obviously not built for concealment, but to leave something for the new civilization of the Milky Way. So it is impossible to put it on the outer edge of the Milky Way. It is for this reason that it was discovered by a mere 4th level civilization. The Orange Star civilization has determined the coordinates of the microcosm, but they did not make it public. Instead, they acted as usual, and dispatched exploration spacecraft and scientific research spacecraft to conduct daily scientific research and exploration as usual, and accidentally sailed to that coordinate point. However, they were confused afterwards, because there was nothing here except a very normal 3-dimensional space. This feeling of knowing that the microcosm is here, but having no way to do anything is very maddening. The Orange Star civilization does not know how to open the microcosm at all. It is like a ghost, invisible and intangible. We only know that it is near us, but we have no way to deal with it. In the following time, the Orange Star civilization came to this coordinate countless times in the name of normal exploration, and secretly conducted countless experiments, but still had no clue. That small universe seemed to be separated from them by a dimensional wall, and no matter how they called it, it would not appear. Finally, another 30 years passed, and the Orange Star civilization finally recognized the reality. If they dragged it on, they thought that there was enough time for humans to find the location. So they simply shared the news that they had found the specific coordinates with humans, but did not share the Booker class's observation data for 1,000 years, but only said that their scientists first discovered it through a certain algorithm. Now, they don't have to explore secretly. After all, humans also know about it. So, in the following days, the probes and research ships of the two civilizations frequently came to this starry sky and carried out various experiments. The level of human technology is just SOSO. The Orange Star civilization can't do it, and humans can't do it either. They have done experiments on gravity bombs, antimatter bombs, and various rays bombing the void, but they can't blast out the small universe at all. In fact, humans probably know the reason, which is probably that they need a key. Maybe the Tianqin will run to the coordinates with the key, and the entrance to the small universe will appear automatically. However, just as humans were planning to take the Tianqin, which had already retrieved the key from the civilization headquarters, and the first fleet to the coordinates, the Cat civilization in another star system that had not moved for 80 years started to move. They directly dispatched 4 million warships to form a huge fleet and headed for the starry sky target point. The moment the fleet entered the boundary between humans and Orange Star civilization and was discovered, they directly sent a message like a dynamic picture. You have been busy for so long and still haven't found the entrance. Let's see if there is anything we can help with. Chapter 748. Dynamic picture civilization came here just by smelling this smell. Just like a dog with a nose. And as soon as they came, they made no secret of the fact that they knew that humans and Orange Star civilization were looking for an entrance. This was very obvious. They obviously knew what was here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mentioned the entrance. I don't know if they knew it recently by observing the actions of humans and Orange Star civilization, or if they knew it a long time ago. The fleet of 4 million planetary warships did not give humans and Orange Star civilization much time to think. After they were discovered entering the realm, they sent such a message, and then they did not stop, but continued to maintain a speed of 10 times the speed of light towards the scientific research spacecraft team of humans and Orange Star civilization. Such an action really frightened the scientific research spacecraft teams of humans and Orange Star civilization. But they did not run away. But they did not dare to make any response. After all, the leaders of both parties were not here, and they were just ordered to come here to study how to open this small universe channel. Of course, the news was successfully transmitted to the star system, where the fleets of humans and Orange Star civilization were located. Yu Yuan on the Tianqin saw this message and immediately ordered the first fleet to set off without saying a word. The Orange Star civilization was no exception. Their 2 million warships sailed directly from another star to the starry sky coordinates, where the small universe was located. The animated picture civilization was obviously not a good person, and did not continue to talk nonsense with them, because they had to sail the fleet over first before they could speak confidently. Otherwise, it would be bad if they detained the scientific research ship there. Of course, detaining the scientific research ships of humans and Orange Star civilization would be tantamount to declaring war. I don't know if the animated picture civilization will make such a decision. In fact, when they received the information, the research ships of humans and Orange Star civilization could run away. But running away as soon as they appeared seemed too cowardly. And that was telling the dynamic picture civilization, this place is handed over to you. So even if they insisted on nominal sovereignty, they had to hold on until the human fleet and the Orange Star civilization fleet arrived. The scientists on the research ship bet that the dynamic picture civilization would not dare to mess around. They bet right. Although the 4 million warships of the dynamic picture civilization came directly towards them, they exited the warp state at a distance of about 145 astronomical units from them. At this time, the fleets of humans and Orange Star civilization were still about 5 light years and 4 light years away. The fleet did not arrive, but the communication was maintained. After all, the two civilizations had already set up many communication transfer stations in this star field in order to explore the small universe. At this time, the human race, on behalf of the Star Alliance, responded to the animated picture civilization. How come we don't know what you are talking about? There is nothing here that needs help. We, the Star Alliance, are just doing scientific experiments here. What do you, the animated picture civilization, intend to do by breaking into our experimental base so directly? Are you too dismissive of our Star Alliance? This is a probing remark. The animated image civilization quickly replied, let's be frank. We know what you are doing here. Don't use the Star Alliance to talk about it. We haven't used the Perseus Trade Federation to talk about it. You human civilization and Orange Star civilization are very clear about this. There are only 3 of us civilizations here. After this relic is opened, it will be shared by only 3 of us civilizations. You should understand what we mean. And you Orange Star civilization should not use the name of the Star Alliance. You also got the information from the astronomical observation data of the Booker class. Have you ever thought that as the owner of the Booker class planet, we, the Gurgi civilization, would not know this information? Good guy. The animated picture civilization really knows. And after the animated picture civilization said this, humans realized at this time that the reason why the Orange Star civilization knew that there were civilization relics here was actually the star observation information obtained from the Booker class. And the Gurgi civilization was the same. Humans originally thought that the Orange Star civilization had encountered the Pioneer's diamond crystals, just like themselves. Therefore, after receiving this news, the faces of the high-level humans were a little dark. They preconceived that the Orange Star civilization was the same as themselves, and then took the initiative to tell them the information of the small universe. What the hell? It turns out that this guy is just like the dynamic picture civilization. He only knew that there was an abnormality here, but didn't know what it was. Now everyone knows it. From the words of the dynamic picture civilization, humans also read a message. That is, They did not send the message to the headquarters of the Persian Trade Federation, which is good news. It seems that the dynamic picture civilization also knows that once this kind of ruins is known by the 5th level civilization behind it, they will have nothing to do with it. It is true that the backers of the Persian Trade Federation do not bully these members of the 4th level civilization. But this is a civilization relic, not a natural resource like a life planet. Civilization relics mean infinite possibilities. Although the dynamic picture civilization does not know what type of relics it is, they certainly do not want to miss the opportunity to improve their civilization strength. Maybe it is a high-level civilization relic. If they get something in it, maybe their civilization can be promoted to a 5th level civilization. If such an opportunity is missed, there may be no chance. At this point, everyone has come out to speak openly. Humans are also somewhat helpless. It seems that it is impossible for a civilization like them to monopolize this small universe. For no other reason. It is because I have told the Orange Star civilization about the process of how I learned about the small universe. That was when I encountered a drifting bottle left by the creator of the small universe. With such a great opportunity, even if humans say now that they can't open the small universe, I guess the Orange Star civilization won't believe it. So the strategy of saying that I can't open the small universe, then turning around and leaving, waiting for the dynamic map civilization and the Orange Star civilization to leave, and then coming back will definitely not work. Maybe as soon as humans said they wanted to leave, the Orange Star civilization and the Gift civilization immediately united. Because the Orange Star civilization must have guessed that humans had hidden some information. And in the spirit of rather making a mistake than letting it go, the two civilizations would definitely unite to attack humans. So, as long as the human fleet turned around and left, the war would definitely break out immediately. This Gift civilization used only one message to expose the fake alliance between human civilization and Orange Star civilization, and also put great pressure on humans invisibly. Sure enough, the next moment, the Orange Star civilization sent a message to humans. At this point, we think what the Gurgi civilization said is right. There are only 3 of us in this star field, and this civilization relic can only be inherited by the 3 of us together. As for the entrance to the small universe, we believe that you human civilization must have a way. Chapter 749. Humans call themselves members of the Star Alliance, and communicate with Orange Star and Gift civilizations as members of the Star Alliance. So the two civilizations must know the name of their civilization. Now that the Orange Star civilization no longer calls humans members of the Star Alliance, it undoubtedly shows that they have also exposed their cards, and also clearly told humans, you call yourself members of the Star Alliance, but we know that you must have not told your headquarters about the news here. Just like the Gurgi civilization, it must be said that the Orange Star civilization guessed it quite accurately. Not to mention that humans are the boss of the Star Alliance. If it were a member civilization, it would indeed not report this kind of news in the first place. The 3 civilizations now put the matter on the table, all of them looking like they understood your choice, and they were all tacitly aware of it. If we had a way, we would have gone in long ago. How could we wait until the dynamic picture civilization arrived now? Humans definitely cannot admit that they have the key to the small universe, because if this news is leaked, they will definitely become the target of public criticism. The dynamic picture civilization and the Orange Star civilization will definitely unite to force humans to take out the key and share it. Humans will never accept such a thing, because although humans don't know how to use the key now, what if there is an intelligent system in the microcosm, and that intelligent system recognizes the civilization that owns it as the owner of the microcosm? The microcosms created by the Awakener One before all have intelligent systems, and humans don't believe that the microcosms left behind as civilization relics don't have such things. What about the drifting bottle you encountered? After the showdown, the Orange Star civilization stopped pretending. They really thought that humans had a way to open the microcosm, just as humans thought. But I don't know if they told the dynamic picture civilization about this news. No, we only got a star map. The humans discussed and decided to send a copy of the star map to the Orange Star civilization. Anyway, it has come to this point, and everyone knows about it. It doesn't matter whether the star map is sent or not. If sending it can dispel some of the Orange Star civilization's doubts, it will be good. The dynamic map civilization only used one piece of information to split the fake alliance between humans and the Orange Star civilization. So humans also tried a little harder. At least not to let the dynamic map civilization pull them over all at once. Okay, we believe you. But we still say that as the host of a trade market, the dynamic picture civilization must have contact with many other civilizations. From the transaction list they provided, their foundation is not comparable to ours. So our two civilizations need to unite next. Otherwise, even if the entrance to this small universe appears, we will have nothing to do with it. Just you understand. Humans don't know that the belief said by the Orange Star civilization is false. And it is mostly perfunctory. So this union to deal with the dynamic picture civilization is probably just an excuse. Maybe the Orange Star civilization is secretly hooking up with the dynamic picture civilization. It is true that tachyon communication has the property of simultaneous discovery. But if the two parties are far enough away, they will definitely not be able to detect those directional tachyon signals. And now the human fleet, the Orange Star civilization fleet, and the dynamic map civilization fleet are in different places. As long as the three parties do not intentionally broadcast and communicate secretly, the third party will definitely not be able to capture it. Just like the above conversation between humans and Orange Star civilization. The dynamic map civilization is absolutely unaware of it. After all, the path of tachyon transmission does not pass through their star field. Time always passes quickly in the interstellar space. When the human fleet and the Orange Star civilization fleet arrived in this star field, half a year had passed. During this period, the dynamic picture civilization did not directly attack the research ships of humans and Orange Star civilization, but stayed there. And then, as if humans and Orange Star civilization had agreed, it also sent a research fleet to the starry sky coordinates, where the small universe was located. It looked like I was really here to help find the entrance. After this research fleet arrived at the target starry sky, they did a lot of experiments here. They even took out the equipment for detecting Gaia's consciousness to scan this starry sky. In this regard, humans and Orange Star civilization could only acquiesce. However, the situation of the three research ships conducting experiments in the coordinate starfield changed after the arrival of the first human fleet. The first human fleet withdrew from the warp at a distance of 150 astronomical units from the coordinate star field, and the Orange Star civilization did the same. The three fleets were divided into one side, and the coordinate star field was in the middle of the triangle formed by the three parties. After the human fleet withdrew from the warp, it was found that the Orange Star civilization and the dynamic map civilization immediately withdrew their research ships. Seeing this, the human leaders were shocked and immediately ordered the research ship in the coordinate star field to set sail and return. As soon as the order was issued, the first fleet of mankind received a message from the dynamic picture civilization. Human civilization. Start. Don't pretend. We know you have a way to open this small universe. This kind of news actually came from the dynamic picture civilization. At this moment, humans understood that it must be the Orange Star civilization that leaked the news. Before the human leaders had time to curse the ancestors of the Orange Star civilization, they received another message from the dynamic picture civilization. There are only 3 of us now. If we delay any further, there may be more than 3. You should know where this place is. We, the Perseus Trade Federation, are doing interstellar trade here. Broadcasting spacecraft have already flown from here to all corners of the universe. If we delay any further, it is inevitable that there will be civilizations that get the information and come here, and then find that we are exploring the remains of this civilization. It is confirmed that the Orange Star civilization really does not believe that humans have no way out. In order to force humans to jump out and open up the small universe, they even share the news with the dynamic picture civilization to increase pressure on humans. It has to be said that the effect is very good. At this moment, the 3 civilizations have reached the point of drawing swords. And the dynamic picture civilization and the Orange Star civilization must have determined that humans have a way. Therefore, even if they do not admit it, they will not give up. Instead, they will unite to oppress humans together. And there is even a possibility that they will point their guns at humans together. So looking at this posture, they have to admit it. However, some experts are worried that once they admit it, the 2 civilizations will become more aggressive. If I tell them that I have the key, who can guarantee that the 2 civilizations will not ask for the key to be taken out? Humans wanted to drive the first fleet directly to the coordinate star field where the gravity of the microcosm was manifested. But the key was that humans themselves did not know how to use this key. If the fleet was driven directly there, then the dynamic picture civilization and the Orange Star civilization would definitely be sure that humans did have the means to open the microcosm and did not want to play with them. It was neither advancing nor retreating. Based on this situation, the think tank on the Tianjin believed that what humans should do now was not to respond to the coercion of these two civilizations, because no matter how they responded, they would not believe it. On the contrary, we should find a way to divide them, and at least pull one of them to our side. As for which civilization they think is the best to win over, the reason is that the Orange Star civilization has repeatedly betrayed human information. If we win them over, they might tell the Dynamic Picture civilization the news. So how to win them over is also simple. That is, to directly tell one of the civilizations unilaterally that humans do have a way to try to open the door to the small universe, which is the information left by the drift bottle. As for what the so-called information left by the drift bottle is, it is up to humans to make it up as they want. Chapter 750. But if this deceptive trick doesn't work, then the relationship will be completely torn apart, and war may break out at any time. If it can be avoided, humans certainly don't want to fight. The biggest problem now is that humans themselves don't know how to use the key in their hands. The small diamond-shaped key is now on the Tianjin, but it has been lying quietly in the collection box of humans for all these years, just like an ordinary diamond-shaped crystal, without any reaction. From the outside, it is just an ordinary diamond crystal, with no buttons or anything like that, nor a virtual screen. Therefore, once humans say they have a way to enter the microcosm, but nothing happens when the Tianjin goes over, it will be embarrassing. At that time, the Dynamic Picture civilization must think that humans are playing tricks on them, or don't want to open the microcosm in front of them, and want to take it all for themselves. In this way, war is bound to break out. Compared with other civilizations, the Dynamic Picture civilization is a relatively friendly type. At least not the kind of civilization that directly harbors malice towards alien civilizations. After all, they are mainly engaged in business. But it does not mean that they are very kind. Driven by interests, they will also become hungry wolves. They traded peacefully with humans and Orange Star civilization before because they could exchange a large number of precious biosphere resources from humans and Orange Star civilization with the life planet they picked up for free. Whether those biosphere resources are used for breeding and research, or cultivated and sold to other civilizations, it is definitely profitable. You have to know that in this universe, intelligent life individuals like them, at least carbon-based life, mostly use the products of improved life science and technology. That is, life medicine. If the life medicine is to be updated, a large number of different types of biosphere resources are needed as research objects. Scientific development requires various organisms as blueprints. They are the crystallization of billions of years of life evolution in the universe, and there are endless mysteries of life hidden in them. In other words, due to the lack of understanding of the key, the human decision-making level rejected this proposal. But it cannot be nothing. The Dynamic Picture civilization still needs to be won over. So, after some discussion, humans sent a message to the Dynamic Picture civilization alone. The general meaning is, although we have to get the star map from the drifting bottle, we have no way to open the period of the small universe. Otherwise, we would not have studied with the Orange Star civilization for so long. If there was a way, we would have entered long ago. The human decision-making side intends to test it first, and then refuse to admit it to see how the Dynamic Map civilization reacts. If they are really in the same mind as the Orange Star civilization, then the next reaction will inevitably be coercion. The main reason for the change is that the think tank analysis believes that the Dynamic Map civilization should not go to war directly with humans. After all, it is obvious that the 1 million warships of humans are not the entire strength of the entire civilization, and they have sold the gene-lock technology to humans before. So the possibility of capturing humans and getting information is greatly reduced. It is a bad idea to be an enemy of a civilization that may have the means to open the microcosm. The intelligent team believes that it is better to take action after the microcosm is opened. As expected, in the response of the Dynamic Image civilization, humans did not read any intention of starting a war. But they also clearly stated that they did not believe that humans had no way out. It means not to take action, but also not to let humans leave here. If you are willing to waste time, we will waste time together. Anyway, we have this civilization ruins, and we have not heard of the previous claims. Our follow-up fleet is on the way. Finally, the Dynamic Picture civilization said this. Seeing this message, Yu Yuan pondered for a moment, and then asked about the situation of the main body of the civilization. The first mate who had been responsible for paying attention to this matter called up the star map and pointed to a star about 17 light-years away from the current location of the First Fleet, and replied, according to the time, it should have arrived here under the escort of the Second and Third Fleets. When the diamond crystal key was taken from the main civilization, someone raised the risk of war. So Yu Yuan ordered the Second and Third Fleets to escort the main body of the civilization to run farther, which was considered a routine operation. The advantage of nomadic civilization over settled civilization is that the main body can run away at any time. Well, settled civilization can also run away, but it is too slow to use a planetary engine based on heavy nuclear fusion to push the entire planet. And the warp speed level of the fourth level civilization is obviously not able to achieve planetary warp speed. So at least before the fourth level civilization, the main body of settled civilization is much more dangerous than nomadic civilization. Hiding the main body of civilization is something that every civilization will do. Just like now humans don't know where the main bodies of Orange Star Civilization and Dynamic Picture Civilization are hidden. Okay, let's move to the coordinate star field. At the same time, let all pilots be ready for battle at any time. After thinking it over, Yu Yuan immediately gave the order. I don't know whether what the Dynamic Picture Civilization said is true or false, but I can't wait any longer. Among the three civilizations, the human civilization has the least number of warships. If it drags on, the other side will have reinforcements, but the second and third fleets cannot come, and the numerical disadvantage will be further expanded. As soon as the first fleet of humanity moves, it is immediately discovered by the other two civilizations. So two messages from different civilizations appear on the human signal receiver. Human civilization. You really have a way to open this small universe. Human civilization. We think three civilizations are too many. We think we should cooperate to kill the Orange Star Civilization first. They are a civilization that has barely mastered the first warp speed, and are not worthy of sharing the civilization ruins with us. The former is the information of the Orange Star Civilization, and the latter is the Dynamic Picture Civilization. At the same time as the information was sent, their fleet also moved, with the same goal as the first fleet of mankind. We really have no way to open the ruins. We just take a closer look. Humans gave them a reply that they didn't even believe. The fleets of the three civilizations gradually approached, and the situation became increasingly tense. They were all civilizations that had mastered superluminal navigation and superluminal strike methods. The distance between the three parties was only a few dozen astronomical units. If any civilization launched a warp missile at this time, a fight would definitely break out. However, the three civilizations seemed to have a tacit understanding. All kinds of shields of the warships were propped up, but no one fired the first shot. They just gradually approached each other, getting closer and closer. When the three warships arrived at a position about 3 astronomical units away from the coordinate position star field, the starry sky suddenly changed. Chapter 751. Just in front of the human fleet, 2 astronomical units away from the target coordinates, a flash of light first appeared in this empty starry sky, and then a wave of fluctuations appeared in the space centered on the light. The wave spread from the light point to the entire three-dimensional space at the speed of light. And then this space began to shake like a rippled water surface, shaking more and more violently. And the back of the starry sky at the shaking point also became distorted. And finally the shaking area of the entire space turned into a black hole. It is not a black hole, but its surroundings are distorted like those of a black hole. The light coming from the back is distorted and bypasses it. From an optical point of view, it is transparent, but it can also be detected as a three-dimensional channel based on three-dimensional space. If it is changed to the perspective of tachyon detection, it is a dark and distorted hole. Obviously, this is the door to the microcosm. At this time, the humans on the Tianqin also discovered that the diamond crystal key that was previously placed in the collection box had long disappeared. It seems that the key was activated automatically, and the passage to the microcosm was opened automatically. Humans did not notice how the key opened the microcosm, but they saw the disappearance of the diamond-shaped key from the recorded playback screen. The diamond-shaped crystal key first showed a tendency to fade, and then it showed dense cracks on the surface, and then dense lattice pixels stood out. The pixels became denser and denser, and finally turned into nothingness and disappeared from the field of vision. This appearance is like something that turned into ashes and was blown away by the wind, and then turned into stars and disappeared in reality. This way of disappearance is still fresh in the human memory, and it is exactly the same as the scene when the diamond crystal drift bottle entered the Tianqin. It is definitely quantum macro tunneling. And in a place that humans and the other two civilizations cannot see. That is, after the diamond crystal key disappeared on the Tianjin, it appeared again in the void in front of the human fleet. The diamond-shaped crystal key was like a brick stuck on a black curtain, triggering a series of phenomena seen by human civilization. The dynamic image civilization and the orange star civilization also saw it. When they saw the strange phenomenon in the starry sky, they had already ordered their fleet to set sail and rush over. They also knew that the entrance to the small universe had appeared. Yes, the entrance to the small universe did appear. However, the passage leading to this small universe is different from the small universe passage of the Awakener illusion that humans have seen and experienced before. This passage, detected from the direction of the large universe, does not look like a passage, but more like a three-dimensional sphere, like a huge space bubble. In other words, anyone entering this sphere from any direction in the universe can enter the channel. From the perspective of the macrocosm, this channel cannot see the situation inside at all. It is pitch black. I wonder if you can see the starry sky outside from inside, like the Awakener microcosm. Of course, now is not the time to consider such things. The sphere at the entrance of the channel is closest to the human fleet. If not now, when will we rush over? At this moment, the three civilizations have pushed their warp engines to the highest gear, rushing towards the target, because the speed was already full, and they only wanted to be the first to rush into the ruins of civilization. The three civilization fleets did not care about firing, and all rushed to the passage. Of course, perhaps because the passage entrance was too large, and the location of the passage entrance was just between the three civilizations. If they wanted to fire, the trajectory of their attack weapons would have to hit the passage, and that was why the three civilizations did not do so. The passage entrance was very large, with a radius of 0.8 astronomical units, which was large enough to fit a basket of planets, and it was more than enough to throw a star as big as the sun into it. So the starry sky it occupied was enough to block the three civilization fleets located in different directions. Millions of planetary warships are indeed numerous, but if the formation is shrunk, it is enough to hide behind the channel. Knowing that it is difficult to hit the opponent, it is better to rush in first. Human civilization, dynamic picture civilization, and orange star civilization quickly realized this, so they acted very tacitly. Among the warships of the three civilizations, there is a warship with the fastest speed. That is the Gurgi of the dynamic picture civilization. Its speed reaches the peak of the fourth level civilization, 38 times the speed of light. Therefore, even if the human fleet is the closest to the small universe channel opened by humans, it still cannot be faster than it. Just when the human fleet was still more than 10 million kilometers away from the surface of the three-dimensional channel ball, it took the lead and plunged into the three-dimensional ball. The slower humans and Orange Star civilization could only watch the Gurgi enter the channel first, especially the Orange Star civilization, which was farther away than humans, and was definitely the last to enter the small universe. Don't close the door. Don't close the door. Seeing the Gurgi plunge into the channel, Yu Yuan on the Tianjin was silently thinking in his heart that if the small universe was set to detect a spacecraft entering and close the channel, it would be a tragedy. It was humans who opened the door with the key, so we can't use it as a dowry for others. Fortunately, Yu Yuan's mouth was not a crow's mouth, and his silent thoughts did not produce the opposite situation, and the huge passage still showed no trend of shrinking. Seeing the information fed back by the detection module, Yu Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, if only humans were here and opened the passage, it would be absolutely impossible to rush in so mindlessly. At least various detection spacecraft would be dispatched to detect it first to ensure safety. But now there is no time for that. Humans can only believe that the pioneers will not leave a small universe full of traps. A distance of less than 1 astronomical unit is nothing for the speed of a level 4 civilization. After a while, the human fleet touched the large space bubble represented by the channel in the three-dimensional universe. At this time, the warships that first touched the three-dimensional bubble were directly forced to exit the warp state, and all the warp bubbles burst at the same time. But there was no damage. The scientific officer on the Tianjin immediately gave the answer to this situation, saying that it was because of the special spatial characteristics of this three-dimensional space bubble that the warship could not maintain the warp state. The same situation happened to the Tianjin at this time. That is, the Tianjin also entered the channel. But the following situation made the people on the Tianjin a little confused. because after the Tianqin entered the channel, all the phenomena they saw were completely different from the situation when they came out of the Awakener's small universe. After entering, the Tianqin did not encounter the scene of the stars being stretched out, nor did it seem like it was drawn into a channel and then teleported to a suddenly clear starry sky, but only saw a pile of neatly arranged rhombus crystals. Yes, I didn't feel anything like sailing in the channel and then arriving inside the microcosm. This was completely different from the microcosm in human imagination. If this was the inside of the microcosm, then this microcosm had no planets or stars, only rhombus crystals that looked like mirror images. Chapter 752. Whether it is a mirror or real, humans still don't know. However, regardless of whether it is a mirror or not, humans now find that the situation is a bit bad. Because after the Tianqin entered the microcosm channel, it found that it had lost contact with other warships. The communication within the warship was normal, but the communication with other warships in the First Fleet was disconnected. Fortunately, this communication loss did not last long. After the subsequent warships came in, the communication between each other was restored. The scientific officer knew what was going on at once. It must be that the information inside and outside the microcosm was blocked. As the subsequent warships entered, humans soon discovered another fact. That is, after entering the so-called channel, the First Fleet seemed to be directly in the microcosm without going through any process. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, the world composed of lattices in front of them is the channel to the microcosm. Through the perspective of the detector, humans saw the appearance of these lattices, which were exactly the same as the diamond crystals encountered that year. But the size was different. These diamond lattices in the microcosm were larger, and each one was almost as big as a planetary battleship. They are like floating islands in the void, quietly suspended there. Through simple measurements, humans know that the spacing between each rhombus lattice is about 0.5 astronomical units, which is very large. Looking around from the location of the First Fleet of mankind, all are rhombus crystals, and now the entire human fleet is in the square between 4 of the rhombus crystals. They are somewhat different from the rhombus crystal drift bottle encountered at the beginning. Under the light emitted by the First Fleet of mankind, these rhombus crystals emit a faint flickering light, looking like crystal clear crystals. Very beautiful. It has to be said that the aesthetics of the pioneer civilization is indeed somewhat unique. These rhombus crystals are endless, and even the most powerful detectors of mankind cannot detect their end. As if the entire world is full of rhombus crystals. The humans on the Tianqin were a little confused. After entering, they saw such a scene, and there was no intelligent system to prompt. For a while, the human fleet did not know what to do, and humans found that they could not detect the Gurgi, the civilization that rushed in first in the previous dynamic picture. And it stands to reason that the First Fleet of humanity has all come in. So the 4 million warships of the dynamic picture civilization and the 2 million warships of the Orange Star civilization must have come in as well. But now no trace of the other party has been found. It seems that the First Fleet of humanity has entered a certain space alone, which is a bad feeling. Humans don't know what the pioneers mean. They clearly said that what was left behind was the inheritance of the small universe. But it really looked like this when they came in. Is this a test for the civilization that entered here? Seeing this, everyone on the Tianqin discussed for a while, and decided to see what these diamond crystals were. Soon, the probe sent back a close-up video. It seemed no different from the diamond crystals encountered that year, except that there was a faint glow on the surface. These lights were not reflected light, but came from the crystals themselves. From what the diamond crystal drifted in the bottle said that year, humans knew that this small universe was left behind at least 3 billion years ago. 3 billion years have passed, and these diamond crystals still have a faint glow. I really don't know what their energy source is. 3 billion years. All information records will be erased by time. But the pioneers can still preserve their information, which is worthy of being the powerful 6th-level civilization of the previous generation in the Milky Way. So what do these diamond crystals mean? Humans did not get any other useful information from the images sent back by the detector. There was no choice but to go to the experimental ship and the scientific research ship to study. Humans first let the experimental ship extend its mechanical arm to touch these diamond lattices. But this touch made everyone frown, because the mechanical arm could not pull these lattices at all. In order to confirm this judgment, humans directly sent a planetary battleship to push against the lattice, and then used conventional thrusters to accelerate. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The diamond lattice is only the same size as a planetary battleship, and it is suspended in space. It seems that there is no fixed support. Logically, this kind of lattice should move with a push. After all, force is the reason for changing the state of motion of an object. There is no friction resistance for things suspended in space. But humans can't push such a diamond lattice. This diamond lattice seemed to be firmly fixed in space. But humans could not measure it. Nor did they find any force holding it in place. Afterwards, humans tried other diamond lattices near the fleet. But the results were the same. No effect. All the diamond lattices seemed to be fixed in space by some force. The overall length, warp engine, and conventional power are all normal. We used several warships to push against one of the diamond lattices. But it still couldn't move. The tester briefly reported the test results. The warp engine was normal, which meant that this space was no different from the big universe. The forced exit from the warp state only occurred when entering and exiting the small universe. So now it should be the real entry into the small universe. Order all warships of the First Fleet to move forward with the Tianjin, and at the same time release unmanned probes to spread out in all directions within the communication range. And always pay attention to vigilance. Let's go forward and see what's going on. After stroking his chin and thinking for a while, Yu Yuan immediately conveyed the order to set sail. The departure is naturally warp speed. After all, warp speed is possible here, according to the current situation. The scientific officer on the Tianjin seriously doubts that the diamond lattice matrix seen in front of him is a channel leading to the real microcosm. And humans have not been able to study the nearby diamond lattices, so they can only move forward to see what is going on. In fact, moving forward or backward is the same, because the rear, top, bottom, left, right, and all directions of the human fleet are exactly the same diamond lattices. In this case, there is no choice but to continue moving forward in the direction they came in without turning. Perhaps the only good news now is that the entire fleet is still together after coming in, instead of being scattered to every corner. The First Fleet quickly reached a warp speed of 10 times the speed of light, and soon passed countless diamond lattices. However, something surprising happened. No matter how far the human fleet sailed forward, no matter how many diamond lattices it passed, there was always an endless diamond lattice matrix in front of the fleet. After discovering this situation, everyone felt that it was not good. So under Yu Yuan's instructions, the entire First Fleet made multiple turns, trying up, down, left, and right directions. But the result was still the same. In front and behind, every direction was always the same diamond lattice matrix. Chapter 753. The First Fleet of mankind seems to be trapped in a maze. It seems a bit far-fetched to say that the fleet is trapped in a maze, but it makes sense to say that it is a starry sky maze. Judging from what humans have seen and heard now, it is a lattice maze. After all, the First Fleet has been traveling for a long time and is still in the lattice matrix. Of course, there is also the reason that the small universe is too big. But it is just a small universe. How big can it be? The speed of human navigation has reached 10 times the speed of light. And the galaxy can be reached. And even if it cannot be reached, it can be seen. But now the diamond lattice matrix outputs what humans expected. The scenes detected by the detector are all neat lattice matrices, with no end in sight. After sailing in one direction for several months, there is no slight change. There is another reason why humans are sure that it is a lattice maze. That is, so far, humans have not found any traces of other civilizations. It can be confirmed that the dynamic picture civilization and the orange star civilization have entered, but they are nowhere to be seen in this endless lattice matrix, which means that they are probably trapped in the same lattice maze as humans. Moreover, the information of the mazes where each civilization is located is not interoperable, or it may be blocked by some kind of space structure. The 6th level civilization can open up a small universe, which must have a certain level of space technology attainment. When humans studied the small universe created by the Awakener, they already understood this. So the small universe left by the Pioneer may have some kind of strange space structure. Human experts believe that it may be because of the existence of this strange space structure that the fleets of the First Human Fleet and the Dynamic Picture Civilization and the Orange Star Civilization did not meet each other. It is also because of the existence of this peculiar spatial structure that this place has become a lattice maze. Since the characteristic of this maze is that it is composed of countless lattices. The key to cracking the answer may also be the lattice. So if humans want to crack the maze, They must continue to study the lattice. This is one of the views of human experts. And it does not mean that all think tanks and scientists hold this view. Some social scientists believe that this is a test from the pioneers to the later ones. And only civilizations that pass this test can reach the real microcosm. Some people agree with this view. But the scientists who put forward this view do not know what the test they're talking about is. They just say it like that, without any evidence, let alone how to pass the so-called test. However, although there is no evidence, what humans have seen and heard since entering the microcosm channel has also made them sure that the most urgent task is not to find the fleets of the other two civilizations, but how to see through this diamond lattice matrix that may be a maze. So humans now have two choices. One is to stop and continue the research on the diamond lattice that may be fruitless. The second is to continue moving in one direction and mark the way to see if you can get out of this maze. It is said to be a choice, but in fact humans can do both. But in order to prevent the fleet from getting separated during the voyage, humans dare not do both at the same time. Therefore, after some consultation, the human leadership on the Tianqin decided to stop again and study the lattice closest to the fleet. There is no need to repeat the previous experiment. As for the new experimental method, humans plan to try it with weapons. As for the experiment, we have tried various observations and radiation exposures before. And the feedback we got was that this thing was just like crystal. And there seemed to be nothing special about it. It seemed that humans were sure that these things were definitely not normal lattices. Normal lattices could not be so firmly fixed in the void without any support points. But human technology could not tell the difference. Then the so-called research was only left to use weapons to deal with it. Naturally, some people opposed this behavior. Their reason was that this was a small universe left by the pioneers. And it was a treasure left by the last voyager to this era of civilization. We cannot destroy it at will. This argument is not without reason. But it depends on the situation. The current situation is that humans have inexplicably entered the lattice maze when they entered here. And they can't even see the way out. If they do nothing, they may be trapped here. When the fleet runs out of fuel, they will all die here. You must know that in this void, humans have not yet found any usable planets. And there are no hydrogen molecular clouds or dust clouds. If they really stay here and do nothing, something will happen sooner or later. Of course, the first fleet's resource reserves will not be exhausted so quickly. At least it can continue to run for 500 light years. Now the fuel is still sufficient. But if the exit of the maze cannot be found one day, there will inevitably be a fuel problem. The weapon attack experiment was carried out under the attention of everyone. And everyone was hanging in the air to see the feedback. First, various laser weapons bombarded. A planetary-class battleship directly approached the diamond lattice and opened its close defense laser cannon to fire. Under the attention of everyone, thousands of lasers arrived in an instant and hit the lattice. However, the result everyone saw was that all these lasers were offset, and they did not effectively heat the diamond lattice at all. If laser weapons don't work, various energy-type particle weapons can be used, but the results are no different. If power-type weapons don't work, then kinetic weapons can be used. A kinetic weapon shell that is enough to destroy the asteroid was shot out from the muzzle under the acceleration of the Grand Unified Force Field. Humans thought that this attack would hit the diamond lattice without any damage. But the result was beyond their expectations. Because according to the feedback from the detector, they saw that the kinetic shell went directly through the inside of the diamond crystal. This shot was like hitting a shadow, with no point of impact. Is this lattice a phantom? Seeing this, the human subordinates could only think of the existence of phantom lattices. If phantom lattices really exist, then perhaps there is some kind of pattern in it. After all, the lattices that humans use warships to try to push must be entities. Otherwise, how could they be pushed? Phantom, entity. The arrangement and combination of the two forms of lattices may be some kind of binary signal. If so, then maybe we just need to find the rules to find a way out of the maze. Seeing that the experiment was unexpected, some scientists used their imagination and muttered there. Is this the content of the pioneer assessment? But what kind of assessment is this? Observation and judgment. And computer level? Regardless of so much, now that the existence of virtual diamond lattices has been discovered, the most urgent task is to send out detection flights to confirm how many of them are real and how many are virtual, and then place signal recognition devices near each virtual and real diamond lattice. Because the entire void is a diamond lattice, it is impossible to tell which is which from a distance. So humans must mark it themselves. Seeing hope, Humans are full of energy, and do it without hesitation. Of course, everyone understands that time is tight. This time is not only the time that human fuel can last, but also the time to compete with the other two civilizations. After all, I thought it would be a big battle when I came in. But now it is in this form of test. Doesn't it mean that whoever completes the test first will have the opportunity to get the things left by the pioneers? Chapter 754. So what is the test of the small universe left by the pioneers? There is no intelligent system to guide. Just a maze. What is it? For a while. Whether it is the people on the Tianjin or the people on other warships. They are all thinking about this question. And everyone is using their imagination to guess what the so-called test is. Scientists, researchers and personnel in the detection post are also doing their best to conduct various observation and detection experiments on these rhombus crystals. And everyone is making their own contributions to the progress of mankind. Unfortunately, although the First Fleet gathers the most advanced talents of mankind, it is not all of humanity. Now there are only 8,000 consciousness-linked pilots on each planetary battleship, including reserve pilots and other crew members. The number of people on a planetary battleship is only 20,000. This is pitifully small in a planetary battleship as big as a treasure island. If it were not for the extremely high degree of mechanical automation, more than just these few people could operate it. Of course, as the flagship, the Lyra is the military and political center, so the number of people will be larger, but only more than 100,000. Although the First Fleet of humanity has 3 million ships, only about 3,000 of them are actually manned warships. That is, the warships linked to consciousness. Each of the other warships is operated by strong artificial intelligence. One for each combat type strong artificial intelligence. So the number of people in the entire First Fleet is only more than 200,000 people, which is really too small for a level 4 civilization. To be honest, if it were not for the technology of humans, and the people of the Red Flame civilization were to operate, the number would at least be several times higher. However, having fewer people is sometimes advantageous. But it is a disadvantage when leaving the main body of civilization and acting alone. However, things have come to this point, and we can only increase the number of people after returning to the main civilization. Now we can only bite the bullet. In the following time, humans have been trying to find the arrangement pattern of the diamond lattice. Unlike other attempts, this time humans' guess was right. These lattices are indeed divided into virtual and real bodies. Some lattices can even be directly passed through by human warships, just like a shadow. The amazing thing is that if you don't touch it yourself, human detectors can't tell which ones are real and which ones are virtual. I don't know what technology the pioneers used to achieve this phenomenon, but just from this point of view, it is many times more advanced than human holographic screen technology, and has surpassed the light and shadow special effects to the point where it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. After confirming the existence of virtual and real bodies, humans continue to follow the previous method and place locators near each virtual and real body to allow themselves to better identify their arrangement patterns. However, to the disappointment of mankind, after several months of work, many rhombus lattices were marked, but the arrangement rules of these virtual and real bodies were not found. According to past experience, humans define virtual bodies as 0 and real bodies as 1, and then input the distribution of virtual and real bodies discovered into the computer for simulation and deduction. Unfortunately, the image obtained seemed to be an irregular digital pattern. In this regard, mathematicians insisted that it was because of too few samples and hoped to continue to expand the scope of detection. There is no other good solution for now, so humans can only continue to move in this direction, continue to expand the detection range, and expand the statistical range. So, the First Fleet of humans sailed in one direction all the way, marking virtual and real diamond lattices all the way. In this way, while sailing and marking, the characteristics of this space can be detected. If humans keep moving forward and find a diamond lattice with a mark in front of them, it means that the First Fleet is indeed trapped in a strange space. This also shows that this space is limited, just a maze space that may have been built using space folding or other space technologies, rather than the vastness of the universe as observed by humans. So as long as it is a limited space, humans have the confidence to fully explore it and then find the pattern of the rhombus lattice arrangement. Of course, even if such a space is limited, it is very wide. After all, humans have been traveling at 10 times the speed of light for so long without encountering the rhombus lattice they marked. I really don't know how the pioneers built this small universe. However, the more difficult the test, the more humans look forward to what the pioneers left behind. It's a pity that we can't search leisurely. After all, there are more than just humans entering this maze. Based on this sense of urgency, humans explore non-stop. Finally, a year later, humans were surprised to find that the locator they had used to prevent the mark appeared in front of them. This discovery surprised everyone. It was indeed a maze. If we kept going forward, we would return to the starting point. This means that humans can fully explore this space and explore every diamond crystal in this space. Humans who have made fruitful explorations are full of energy and immediately divide the entire 1 million ships into more than 2,900 warship divisions. Each division is led by a warship equipped with a consciousness-linked device and moves in all directions with this place as the origin. These warship divisions have their own exploration tasks. After a year, everyone will gather here to summarize and analyze their respective exploration results. Before departure, everyone was thinking, after exploring all the rhombus crystals in the strange space, we should find the rules this time. It must be said that this trick worked quite well. Almost 2 years later, more than 2,000 fleets returned to the starting point as people thought. In addition to providing humans with valuable data, such a navigation experiment also verified a conjecture of humans. That is, their first fleet was not in the same space as the dynamic picture civilization and the orange star civilization. After all, in the past 2 years, humans have explored this labyrinth space completely, but have not found any trace of these two civilizations. Perhaps because of the careful arrangement. This small universe seems to be more advanced than the one created by the Awakener before. The space-folding technology that only exists in human imagination is indeed used here. In other words, the three civilizations are in different space areas, which means that the three civilizations are undergoing the test of the pioneers. From this perspective, the pioneers do not seem to have any intention of giving special treatment to any civilization, even to humans who have obtained the key. In this regard, humans do not feel unbalanced. After all, if you put yourself in their shoes, if you are a pioneer, leading a small universe for the new generation of civilization billions of years later, it is highly likely that you will not set up any bias tests. Chapter 755. This time, humans obtained almost all the data on the virtual and physical lattices, and after all the fleets had their rounds, they compiled the data together. Obviously, this is a huge amount of data. You should know that humans can reach almost 10 times the speed of light, and the voyage took almost 2 years, because it was a careful exploration. It was not possible to maintain the maximum speed all the time. So after the exploration, it was found that this space was about 10 light years in radius, as if it was a spherical space. But it is obviously not a spherical space, but a space that is folded in an unknown way. It is not only a folded space, but also a space that is connected from beginning to end. Unfortunately, even if humans have visited it, they still don't know what kind of folding structure it is. It feels like they are in the middle of a mountain. In such a large space, there is a diamond lattice almost every 0.5 astronomical units. The data system composed of so many zeros and ones is undoubtedly very large. And it is not necessarily true that a virtual lattice can only represent a 0. And a physical lattice does not necessarily represent only a 1. Therefore, what lies before humans is a bunch of permutations and combinations of numbers. However, the combination of solutions is nothing more than an exhaustive list. As long as the computer is powerful enough, it can calculate possible results in a short time. As for what the possible results are, there are many possibilities. One is that it may be a digital image like the dynamic image civilization at that time, because it is necessary to convey information to the new generation of civilization billions of years later. And it is possible to convey information using common light senses. Second, it may be an expression of some cosmic physical laws, perhaps a mathematical expression, or perhaps a physical expression. But this kind of expression requires knowing the code behind these 0 and 1. Just like humans convert 0 and 1 signals into natural language. If it is the second case, then humans still need to find the code hidden in this universe, which is a bit difficult. After all, after a tour, humans have found nothing except virtual lattices and real lattices. There is also a third possibility. These numbers are just a bunch of pure numbers, and they may represent something. This possibility also requires humans to know the code behind virtual and real. In other words, what base is 0 and 1 represented in, and whether the mathematical system used by the pioneers is the same as that of humans. Looking at the universe from the perspective of human beings, it is possible that other civilizations use the same mathematical system as humans. The same mathematical system here does not refer to numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but means that the concept of 1 defined by other questions is the same as that defined by humans. The writing system is likely to be different, but the concept of 1 defined in each writing system is likely to be the same. This is because from the moment when wisdom was born, everything we come into contact with has a concept of shape. Whether it is as big as a sun or a moon, or as small as an individual, a stone, or a pool of water, there is a concept of 1. In the process of life survival and growth, we will come into contact with various things with the concept of 1. Therefore, most mathematics starts from this concept. Even if it is a civilization with different innate cognition from humans, the world it comes into contact with is the same universe and the same starry sky. There are always a certain number of stars in the Milky Way, so their concept of 1 is likely to be the same. It is for this reason that Galileo said that mathematics is the language of the universe. With the concept of 1, there must be the concept that 2 stones put together are 2. And so on. Mathematics was born. Mathematics was born in daily life. It can also be said that mathematics exists in the universe and is a natural tool for intelligent life to understand the universe. Of course, this is only the numerical concept of mathematics. The units are definitely different. For example, the definition of meters by humans is very sloppy. At the beginning, this unit of length was actually defined by the length of a king's legs. Just like a step. Emperor Taizong of Tang defined 1 step for each of his left and right feet as a step. The ancient Egyptians used the length of the pharaoh's arm as the unit of measurement when building the pyramids. This inevitably leads to different meanings of 1. Of course, in 1983, the 17th General Conference on Weights and Measures adopted a new definition of the meter, which is the length of light in a vacuum in a time interval of 1/299792458 seconds. And the second is 919.263.1770 times the period of the electromagnetic wave radiated when the 2 hyperfine energy levels of the ground state of the cesium-133 atom transition. In this way, mathematical values are linked to the physics of the real world. These are the definitions of the various physical units used by each civilization, and the hidden meanings behind each number used by each civilization. Obviously, it is impossible for humans to know the code of the pioneers. So without any clues, guessing alone will definitely not work, unless clues can be found from these zeros and ones. So how to find the clues hidden in these diamond lattices? It must be said that scientists are scientists. The first thing they think of is the speed of light, because many physical concepts are born based on the principle of the constancy of the speed of light. The speed of light is also the most basic physical constant in the universe, and the universe is also isotropic on the time axis. So the speed of light billions of years ago must be a constant as it is now, without the modification of the laws of physics by God-level civilization. The speed of light has been the same from ancient times to the present. Therefore, scientists first measure the speed of light here, and then calculate how long it takes for light to cross the distance between 2 diamond lattices. In this way, if the pioneers are not deliberately making things difficult, humans will know the relationship between the pioneers' 1 distance unit and the speed of light. In this way, the mathematics of humans and pioneers are interoperable to a certain extent, and then guess which base the pioneers use. And finally use the exhaustive method to arrange and combine the relationship between various bases and the values of 0 and 1. And you can get a lot of numbers that are so many that make human scalps numb. The next step is naturally to analyze and observe these massive numbers with the assistance of strong artificial intelligence, and find the rules among them. It has to be said that every step here is testing the technological strength of a civilization. A civilization without the ability to travel at the speed of light cannot explore the entire space diamond lattice at all. Without powerful computer technology, it cannot complete digital calculations. Without powerful, strong artificial intelligence technology, it cannot perform analysis. These capabilities require at least a level 4 civilization to achieve. In other words, the requirements for the test objects of the pioneers seem to be at least a level 4 civilization. If this is true, then humans can get a message. That is, the things left by the pioneers can only be used by at least a level 4 civilization. Science is so great that humans can begin to understand the meaning left by the pioneers billions of years ago with it. Chapter 756. Although the interpretation may not be correct, at least it can be interpreted, rather than being completely ignorant. And that is enough. Once it can be interpreted, whether it is right or wrong, humans can always filter it out through the old method. That is, exhaustive method. Of course, such screening is also based on human cognition. In other words, it is some values obtained by humans based on their understanding of the universe, such as 299,792,458.458, such as 6.67430 times 10 to the negative 11th power, such as 6.6260715 times 10 to the negative 34th power, and so on, as well as electron charge, cosmic microwave background radiation temperature, and even the diameter of an atom, Planck time, Planck length, etc. These things are all the same. Oh, after all, billions of years have passed, and the temperature of the cosmic microwave background radiation may be slightly different. Also, the values are definitely different. After all, each civilization defines its own units differently, but they can all be compared. For example, the speed of light can be defined as 1. And then the entire set of mathematics and physics systems are based on this, which is a different set of numbers. Or you can define the Planck length as 1, and then develop a set of mathematical expressions of physical constants based on this. The values are definitely different. But after conversion, they can match the digital system used by humans. In this way, humans can know what physical quantity the value found in this pioneer maze corresponds to. As long as a physical quantity is known, humans can gradually understand the information contained in it from point to surface. Obviously, because of the universality of physical laws and mathematics, the common language of all civilizations in the universe must be based on these two. And every civilization that can set foot in the starry sky is proficient in these laws. This is the foundation of the foundation. No illiterate person can travel the universe. Science is different from metaphysics. It is a subject that can know the result under given formula and given conditions. If the result is different from the previous one and different from the theory, then the process must be wrong. So if a scientific civilization is compared to an alchemist, then when he is refining the elixir, he must know the result of the elixir. Success or failure. How many pills are produced, and what grade of pills are all within expectations. There will not be a situation where he randomly operates the fuel to refine an unreplicable pill, and then he is extremely shocked. If there is, there must be a mistake in some detail. Finding this mistake will definitely lead to mass production. Of course, the scientific research process is definitely full of uncertainty. And the so-called scientific research results are to find the correct answer from countless errors and master it accurately. As for those who don't know the results and can only make an unreplicable creation, that is really black technology. They don't know the principle, but just mess around and make it. It is impossible to copy the second one. That is black technology. So black technology is not about how advanced the technology is, but the technology without understanding the principle. Take the current creations of mankind as an example. The 3,000 sets of consciousness linking equipment given by the awakeners are black technology, because humans don't understand its principle at all. Understanding the principle is not just knowing how it works on the surface, but requires mastering the specific theory and mathematical process. Let's get back to the point. When humans get all kinds of measurement data, they start to use computers to calculate, screen, and compare. There are too many possibilities, and the data that needs to be calculated is huge. Fortunately, the comprehensive strong artificial intelligence on the Tianqin is powerful enough. Otherwise it really can't complete such a task. Even so, the calculation and analogy work will take at least 1 or 2 years. This is a huge calculation project, and it doesn't take too long. The final calculation results did not disappoint humans, and a group of values that seemed strange but were similar to the cosmic physical constants defined by humans were obtained. The arrays after conversion are not exactly the same, but as long as one or more of them have the same arrangement, they will be screened out. For example, a group of data has 10 billion bits, and 100 million of them are the same. They will be screened out, and then the data will be repeatedly screened and calculated again until the corresponding array is found. Such a task cannot be completed by humans alone, and it would not work if computers were asked to do it themselves. Therefore, during this period of time, everyone in the first fleet of mankind was busy. And even Yu Yuan participated in it. Everyone was contributing their own strength. Afterwards, humans obtained a set of values with clear meanings.
64,182,360.1296855894366535984536499.
This is the value after being converted into the human mathematical system. The value is very long and is an infinite non-repeating decimal. As we all know, there are only two most famous infinite non-repeating decimals in the mathematical system. One is pi, and the other is the base e of the logarithmic function of natural numbers. Of course, there is also the golden ratio. That is, square root of 5 minus 1 divided by 2 is also an irrational number. And square root of 2 and square root of 5 are also irrational numbers. These numbers are infinite non-repeating decimals in the human mathematical system. But they may not be in the mathematical systems of other civilizations. For example, if a civilization defines pi as 1, then their pi is not an infinite non-repeating decimal. But when using this mathematical system for calculations, other infinite non-repeating decimals will also appear. Irrational numbers do not disappear because of the definition. They just appear in a different place. The definition of intelligent life cannot change the underlying mathematical logic of the universe. It only changes the surface and habits of using numbers. That's all. Just like we call green green and other civilizations call it red. There is no effect. So what information can humans get from this set of infinite non-repeating values? Just looking at it this way, there is definitely no clue. But if this value is divided by pi, it becomes a set of short values. That is, 20,429,881,718.42271115. After here, divide this value by 1.75, and you will get a very obvious set of values. 11,674,218,124.812978. After a simple conversion, you will know that this set of numbers is exactly 38.941 times the speed of light, which is 38.941 times the speed of light. What does 38.941 times the speed of light mean? Humans know it very well. It is the peak speed of a level 4 civilization. Of course, the value is not so accurate, but it is within the error range. Humans believe that the error is caused by the inaccurate measurement of the diameter of some atoms. As for the value in pi, it is understandable. But why is it divided by 1.75? The reason is that 1.75 is a billion times the diameter of a hydrogen atom. Why did humans find a billion times the diameter of a hydrogen atom? That is naturally an exhaustive method. Humans have tried all the diameters of elements on the periodic table, and they would rather make a mistake than let it go. So why is it 38.941 times the speed of light? Why is it such a peak warp speed of a level 4 civilization? What information did the pioneers want to convey to the later generations by hiding such a set of values in this maze? Chapter 757. Does it require reaching the peak warp speed of the 4th level civilization to get out of this diamond lattice maze? Or, in other words, to be qualified to truly enter the microcosm and obtain the things left by the pioneers? It is a maze, and it gives speed prompts. Apart from this, there seems to be no other possibility. After all, it is too obvious. But if this is the case, doesn't it mean that once a civilization that masters the peak speed of the 4th level civilization comes in, it can directly enter the microcosm and obtain the things left by the pioneers? What's the point of such a test? Why not just open it to the peak level for civilization? Why bother with drifting bottles and setting up maze tests? If finding data is a test of a civilization's wisdom and computer power, then what's 38 times the speed of light? And then again, only a level 4 civilization can find the answer, which means that the condition for obtaining the inheritance is at least a level 4 civilization. This result will inevitably lead to those civilizations that encounter drifting bottles, but have not reached level 4 civilization being trapped in the maze. And eventually they will all die in it because they cannot find a way out. For example, if a level 3 civilization came here, once it entered the maze, it would definitely not be able to get out, because there are not enough resources for them to build an astronomical particle collider. If they cannot be promoted to a level 4 civilization, they will definitely not be able to get out, let alone inherit. How is that different from a trap? Is this to tell the lower level civilizations who got the key the dangers of the universe? At the cost of the risk of civilization destruction. Or perhaps the pioneers did not consider that a level 3 civilization could find this place. After all, the probability of a level 3 civilization encountering a drifting bottle near this star field is too low, which is countless times lower than the probability of encountering a drifting bottle in the vast Milky Way. Just like humans, who also need to sail across the cantilever to get here. This also eliminates the possibility of a level 3 civilization entering the maze. After all, it is almost impossible for a level 3 civilization to sail across thousands of light years at a speed that can be explained. Perhaps this is the reason. But the question is back. If the screening of low-level civilizations can be explained in this way, then what about 38 times the speed of light? If you really want 38 times the speed of light to get the inheritance, then this maze is not a test, but just a setting condition. If so, doesn't it mean that the Gurgi of the dynamic picture civilization has truly broken through the obstacles of the lattice maze and entered the small universe to get the inheritance? It has to be said that the other guesses of human beings are basically correct. The guess that 38.941 times the speed of light can break through the limit of the lattice maze is half right. As for why it is only half right, we have to talk about the Gurgi of the dynamic picture civilization. The pioneers did not favor any civilization that entered the microcosm, and each civilization entered almost the same maze space and encountered virtual lattices and physical lattices. And with the strength and knowledge of the dynamic picture civilization, they even found this set of values earlier than humans. After all, as a civilization that can conduct interstellar trade, its knowledge is definitely incomparable to that of humans. It is true that the dynamic image civilization uses ternary computers, but it does not mean that they do not know binary computers. So they must have thought that the virtuality and reality of the lattice represent the 0 and 1 of the binary computer language. But after getting the value of 38.941 times the speed of light, they were also confused, because their Gurgi has reached this limit speed. If the value obtained means that reaching this speed can break through the diamond lattice maze or enter the real microcosm to get the pioneer legacy, then the Gurgi should have walked out of the maze directly at the beginning. However, in fact, it did not happen. After the Gurgi entered the maze, it sailed at the highest speed, but nothing happened. To be honest, the Gurgi people were more puzzled than humans. They also came to the conclusion that 38.941 times the speed of light could get out of the maze, but the ironclad facts were in front of them. So they were now more unsure of their judgment than humans. In fact, it was not their fault. If humans had a battleship with the peak speed of the 4th level civilization like them, it would probably be the same. The personnel on the 4 million warships of the dynamic picture civilization have been thinking about this question every day recently. What does 38.941 times the speed of light mean? Because they can't figure it out. They also start to hate humans. They think that humans who have the key to the small universe have some information that they don't know, which is why they are now trapped in the diamond lattice maze. And the secret of 38.941 times the speed of light must be in the hands of human civilization. The civilization with such emotions is not only the dynamic picture civilization, but also the orange star civilization, which is also trapped in the maze. They also have doubts about human civilization and believe that human civilization has mastered the secret to get out of the maze. However, this time, they really wrong humans. Suspicion and complaints cannot solve any problems. The dynamic picture civilization and the orange star civilization naturally understand this truth after developing to the 4th level of civilization. So their main energy is still the same as humans, focusing on deciphering the clues they have explored. After an unknown amount of time, a scientist in the animated civilization suddenly had an idea and said, "Are we overthinking it?" In fact, 38.941 times the speed of light is actually the speed of breaking through the maze. So it is not a problem with the setting of this lattice maze, but a problem with the speed of the Gurgi. The scientist said that it is true that the Gurgi has such a speed, but don't forget how the Gurgi's 38.941 times warp speed came from. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. When other scientists and scholars of the dynamic picture civilization heard this, they immediately used their imagination to calculate various possibilities. As a result, they came to a very likely conclusion. That is, this is a test to test whether the civilization really has the peak speed technology of the 4th level civilization, rather than the warp engine purchased like the Gurgi. In other words, even if a 4th level peak civilization enters here, it will not find a way out, unless one or a batch of new 4th level peak warp engines are manufactured on the spot. And then the test speed in this space reaches 38.941 times the speed of light. This conclusion makes sense. But it makes the animated civilization entangled, because they now have two choices. One is to develop a new generation of warp engines by themselves, and the other is to dismantle the warp engine on the Gurgi and use it as a reference to study and understand it, and then manufacture a new generation of warp engines. If this guess is correct, then choosing the second option will undoubtedly win over human civilization and Orange Star civilization at the starting line. It is not particularly important that Orange Star civilization has just mastered the technology of 10 times the speed of light. The focus is on human civilization. Scientists from the dynamic image civilization believe that humans may have thought of it after getting this set of data, and then have embarked on the road of developing a new generation of warp engines. So the only safe way to get the treasure of the small universe before humans is the second way. But they can't bear to give it up. That is the warp engine they bought at a great price. And the engine is a complex machine. If the guess is wrong, the engine can't be put back after it is disassembled. On the other hand, the Orange Star civilization in another lattice maze has no such concerns. After guessing that the dynamic image civilization may have obtained the inheritance in this small universe because of the Gurgi, they didn't think so much. Just thinking about how to get out of this lattice maze and not die here. So after they guessed this possibility, they directly grabbed this life-saving straw and immediately launched a scientific research plan. Chapter 758. After a little hesitation, humans decided on the direction. Everyone thought that the guidance was clear. So even if the things left by the pioneers were taken by the Gurgi of the dynamic picture civilization, at least they could escape. Right? Therefore, humans also recognized the reality. And their goal gradually changed from finding the pioneers' legacy to how to save themselves. This is very important, because it is not the entire human civilization in the Diamond Lattice Maze, but only the first fleet. Of course, even if the first fleet was trapped here, human civilization would not perish. After all, most of them were outside. The only worry is that the main civilization would find out that the first fleet had not returned for a long time, and then send a fleet to search for it, or even the entire civilization to come, and then also get trapped in this Diamond Lattice Maze, or directly conflict with the dynamic map civilization and the Orange Star civilization that were still in this star field, and start a war. At that time, Yuan did tell the main civilization to wait there. But if it disappeared for too long, the uncertainty would be great. Seizing power is not a problem. As long as Yuan is still in the first fleet, there is no need to worry about such a thing happening. The only thing to worry about is that the main civilization fleet will really come. There are not as many consciousness-linked warships as the first fleet. It will be dangerous if they encounter the Gurgi, which has inherited the Pioneer. Therefore, the most important thing for the first fleet now is to find a way out quickly. Of course, this is actually what the people in the first fleet think, because of the lack of information. In fact, the Gurgi people on the Gurgi of the dynamic picture civilization are more anxious and entangled in them. Because of the misjudgment, both humans and Orange Star civilization have begun to concentrate on studying the pinnacle warp technology of the fourth level civilization. The dynamic map civilization is still struggling whether to dismantle the warp engine for reference. For this reason, they have held countless conferences, but finally decided not to dismantle it. The reason is, anyway, human civilization and Orange Star civilization do not have the third generation warp technology. If they want to study, they have to start from the second generation warp. Especially since Orange Star civilization has just mastered the second generation warp technology, and the starting point is lower. Therefore, the experts of the dynamic picture civilization confidently believed that they did not need to dismantle the third generation warp engine, but directly relied on the existing technology and knowledge to carry out research and development, which would be stronger than human civilization and Orange Star civilization. In the end, the decision makers of the dynamic picture civilization agreed to this proposal. Thus, the scientific research competition between the three parties began in different diamond lattice spaces. However, when the dynamic picture civilization decided on the plan, human civilization and Orange Star civilization had already walked on this scientific research road for 5 or 6 years. Of course, human civilization and Orange Star civilization did not make up their minds at the first time. The former was 1 or 2 years later than the latter. Less than 10 years is not a big gap. But the three civilizations are at the same level of fourth level civilization. And sometimes a few years of difference can determine the outcome. Because according to the information left by the pioneers, whoever masters the third generation warp speed navigation technology first can get what the small universe left behind. Not to mention leading by 3 to 5 years. Even leading by a few months is leading. By that time, the civilization that got the things and walked out of the Diamond Lattice maze first would have long disappeared. After launching scientific research, the 3 civilizations all faced the same problem. That is, there were too few scientific researchers, which was undoubtedly fatal. The 3 civilizations that came here were not the main body of civilization, but a fleet plus some scientific research teams. They were originally there to explore the location of the small universe gate, but now they have become the main force of scientific research. But after all, the number of people is limited. Scientific research cannot be completed by 1 or 2 people. It is a real collective effort. If a civilization is trapped in the Diamond Lattice maze, it seems better. After all, the scientific research strength of the entire civilization is there, and the probability of breaking through the 3rd generation warp engine technology in a short period of time is greater. But now, let's take humans as an example. If you add up all the people in the first fleet, there are only more than 200,000 people, and many of them are pilots of warships. Of course, it doesn't mean that pilots don't know anything. This is a pilot in the interstellar era, and they can't be competent without scientific knowledge. But they are still far from being real scientific researchers. And the directions and fields of knowledge they master are also different. However, it's not all bad news, because the flagship of the first fleet is the flagship of human civilization. And the flagship is also the military and political center of mankind. There are not only administrative people living here, but more cutting-edge scientists in various industries. Well, in fact, administrative personnel are almost also researchers or scientists, because humans have successfully implemented the scientific and technological bureaucracy route very early, so that those who can join the fleet are all famous, either in scientific research or technology, or at least they used to be. Therefore, even if there are only less than 300,000 people, it is not impossible, but it is also extremely difficult. These people must be integrated, and then those who need to continue their study should study, especially the professional knowledge related to the warp engine and all the scientific theories related to it. They must learn, and it is not just a general understanding like before, but they must be proficient in it, so that there is a glimmer of hope. Therefore, after determining the direction, the entire first fleet of nearly 300,000 people seemed to have entered the student era, and all kinds of courses were arranged. The teachers were top scientists in various fields, and the learning materials came from the database on the Tianqin, which was also the knowledge database of mankind. This time, he had to learn, and he had to force himself to learn in order to survive. Yu Yuan also joined the ranks of learning. Fortunately, he had dabbled in many subjects, so learning was not so painful. It was just that studying all day and night, doing exercises to consolidate, made him a little breathless. However, in order to survive, they had to study hard. If they couldn't understand it once, they would listen to it 2 or 3 times. If they didn't understand it for the time being, they would write it down first, even if they had to memorize it by rote. Now human beings are full of energy, and they can wake up for a month after sleeping. They study day and night, which makes many people miserable. They were originally on the ship to participate in the battle, especially those special pilots. They never thought that they would be able to sit back as students. Perhaps even the pioneers, who set up the small universe, did not expect that the civilization that entered the Diamond Lattice maze many years later would encounter such a situation. After all, according to common sense, those who can find this place and enter are basically the entire civilization. However, they didn't expect that the 3 civilizations of human civilization, Dynamic Map Civilization, and Orange Star Civilization were on guard against each other. So only the fleet was trapped, resulting in such a magical scene. This can also be regarded as an extreme competition. Chapter 759. If there is no foundation, the so-called learning will take at least 100 years. Fortunately, most of the people on the Tianqin are from a technical background, and the current learning is equivalent to reviewing the old and learning the new. Time passed slowly in learning and researching the 3rd generation warp engine technology. At this moment, the main body of human civilization dozens of light years away is analyzing another technological route to enrich the entire civilization database. That is, with the ternary computer technology purchased from the dynamic graph civilization, humans paid for their own universal quantum computer technology that is also developed to the 4th level civilization level. Originally, The dynamic picture civilization was unwilling to exchange. But after learning that humans had developed powerful, strong artificial intelligence with the same quantum computer technology, they successfully completed the transaction. Therefore, it is a technology transaction and a technology exchange, which belongs to mutual exchange. And this kind of technology exchange is not just exchanging the latest technology of each other, but basically including the development history of one's own technology in the scope of exchange. In a sense, such an exchange is definitely a win-win situation, which can promote the technological development of both parties. Today, scientists in the human civilization are interpreting and studying the so-called ternary computer. The ternary computer technology of the dynamic graph civilization belongs to the photon computer route, which is the same technical route as the null civilization. But the null civilization is binary, and not as advanced as the current dynamic graph civilization. In general, the dynamic graph civilization has developed to the present, and their ternary computers are advanced enough to use the triplet state of particles with spin 1. From the perspective of humans, this is undoubtedly an extremely advanced technology that even breaks the cognition of human scientists about photons. The triplet state is the quantum state of a system with spin 1, which has 3 allowed spin quantities, namely -1, 0, and 1. The dynamic diagram civilization has used this to develop their photon computers to the current level. This is indeed a technical direction that humans can't imagine, because in the human knowledge system, the photon spin quantum number is 1, and according to the angular momentum theory, it should have 3 projections in 3 directions, namely -1, 0, and 1. The 3 states are mutually orthogonal, but in actual application, photons only have 2 polarization states. Now the dynamic graph civilization can actually use these 3 states completely and accurately, which has to be said to be a great technological innovation, a technological route unprecedented for humans. Perhaps the universal quantum computer of mankind will also be as amazing as this for the dynamic graph civilization. For humans themselves, the optical quantum computing route they are taking now seems to be a natural outcome. But it is not the case for aliens with different brain circuits. The photon computer of the dynamic graph civilization uses the quantum state of photons, but its essence is indeed a photon computer. As mentioned before, optical quantum computers and photonic computers are only one word apart, but they are 2 different technological routes, because they are different in concept. The former is a quantum computer that uses photons for calculations. It uses photons as the basic unit of light, and has both ionic and wave properties. It is based on the principles of quantum mechanics, and uses the characteristics of quantum superposition and entanglement of photons to complete complex tasks that are difficult for traditional computers to complete in a short time. The latter, the photon computer, is a computer that uses photons as the medium of light transmission, optical components instead of electronic components, and light beams instead of electrons for calculation and storage. It uses light of different wavelengths to represent different data, and uses a large number of lenses, prisms and reflectors to transmit data from one chip to another. However, the current dynamic image civilization has gone a step further, and they have pushed the photon computer to another branch of technology, the ternary system. The mathematical method used is the Pauli matrix of spin 1 particles. This matrix is a tool for describing spin 1 particles. It can help civilizations that use it understand the spin phenomenon in quantum mechanics, and can help intelligent life study the properties of spin 1 particles in different spin directions. The dynamic image civilization developed the photon ternary computer in this way. The general principles of science and technology are the same for everyone, but there are thousands of branches. If the dynamic image civilization continues to study along this route, it may really develop its own unique technology in the future. Seeing their various creative ideas, human scientists were also amazed. However, when seeing the development history of the dynamic picture civilization ternary computer, human scientists could not help but sigh. The similarity of technological development, because in the data description, the computer at the beginning of the dynamic picture civilization is very similar to the birth of the Soviet Union's ternary computer in the human Earth era. And it is also composed of electronic components, such as ferrite cores and semiconductor diodes. In the process of development, they also encountered many problems with ternary computers, such as poor performance balance, unstable third state between high and low voltages, easy misjudgment, extremely high complexity of electronic devices, material limitations, and many other problems. However, unlike the Soviet Union, The dynamic graph civilization successfully solved all these problems and successfully eliminated binary computers, which changed the computer development path of their entire civilization to ternary system. Of course, the dynamic graph civilization is also more entangled in the problem of system efficiency, but it is not a decisive factor. After all, although theoretically speaking, the E-base is the most efficient, but E is an irrational number 2.71828, not an integer, so it can only be taken up and down. That is, 2 and 3, also binary and ternary. The closer to E, the higher the efficiency. So the ternary system is indeed more efficient than the binary system. But in fact, the difference is not much. Considering the difficulty of implementation, the binary system is the right way. But there are also some people who have taken a different approach and succeeded, such as the dynamic graph civilization. They got through the difficult ternary opening and embarked on a smooth road. According to this view, if they and humans have the same research progress in computer technology, then their computers must be stronger than humans. This is determined by the underlying logic of mathematics. So if the ternary computer can also reach the top, then its upper limit will be higher than that of the binary computer. In the immortal cultivation system, both have reached the level of the immortal emperor. But I am more powerful than you. Speaking of which, there have been successful ternary systems in human history, but they are not the old electronic components of the Soviet era, but the transmission of ternary quantum signals. This was completed by scientists from country C in 19 years, and it was the first successful ternary research in the quantum field. However, humans can no longer replace the computer system of their entire civilization with ternary systems. We can only warn ourselves that there may be civilizations of the same level that are stronger than us in computer technology and computing power in the future. Chapter 760. But these scientists looked again and again, analyzed again and again, discussed again and again, and finally couldn't bear to give up this technological route. So, after several rounds of scientific seminars, the scientists at the headquarters of human civilization decided to give this technological route to one of the civilizations of the Star Alliance for development. As for which civilization to give it to, it is estimated that it will have to wait until Yuan returns to determine. Of course, there are only a few civilizations, and it is estimated that it is either dog-headed people or Nair people. Dog-headed people have the highest probability. After all, although the leadership of each civilization has used the thought and printing technology, from the perspective of the individual life at the bottom, dog-headed people are still the most loyal. Let the subordinate civilization develop, and see if they can develop a branch of technology that is parallel to human computer technology. Scientists also know that it is extremely difficult to let the dog-headed people take a separate technological route. After all, there are not many dog-headed scientists who can keep up with the progress of human technological development. That is, scientists who master the fourth-level civilization technology. These require humans to invest a lot of resources to cultivate, and even teach them the most advanced computer technology currently available to humans. Yes, in fact, although humans are now the boss of the Star Alliance, they are still not fully open to member civilizations. The main technology tree, that is, the principal science, is only open to the third-level civilization level, but the creation technology is fully open. After all, if this thing knows, there is no need to worry about rebellion, and it is okay to be captured by other civilizations. However, to be on the safe side, it is still necessary to put gene locks on the subordinate civilizations that serve as warriors. This can be done directly. After so many years of analysis, scientists have completed the analysis of the gene lock technology and have confirmed that it is true and not mixed with water. Humans only need to follow the method in the technical instructions to make instruments and items suitable for their own races, and they can use them directly. However, this direct use is not for humans. It is not that it cannot be used, but it is temporarily not implemented for safety reasons. Scientists insist on putting gene locks on subordinate civilizations first, and after confirming that it is effective and there are no problems, they will start clinical trials on humans themselves, and finally add gene locks to the entire civilization. This can be regarded as a technology to strengthen human individuals. Since it is a technology, it is not immutable. It will improve with the development of human science and technology, and more layers of insurance will be added as humans study gene lock technology. The development of gene lock technology has made great progress, because it is not only a protection technology, but also an attack technology. Of course, It cannot be fired like a cannon. But after obtaining the individual life of other civilizations, it can use another branch of technology to pry the secrets known by those individual lives from their mouths. This sounds like a torture technology. But it is not. Because what the gene lock hides is not memory, but the uniqueness of individual life. Only by unlocking it can we truly use the lives of other races. Just like the individual lives of the Awakeners. They were captured by the Harvesters. If the genetic lock deep in their genes cannot be cracked, then the Harvesters will not be able to use the Awakeners to obtain the special technology of the third-person perspective worship. From this point of view, it is also a good choice to cultivate a primitive civilization. The dog-headed people under human hands are almost like this. So scientists like them very much. Divided into two ends. When the scientists in the main human civilization are worried about the various technological developments of human civilization, the more than 200,000 people in the First Fleet are also forcing themselves to learn and then follow the great scientists to do scientific research. Yu Yuan has not slept for 2 months and has reached his limit. He just slept for 1 day and started another 2-month struggle. To be honest, Yu Yuan felt that he had never worked so hard in his life. And he had never felt that his brain was not enough like now. He started learning from the most basic grand unified theory. And then, the force field related scientific and technological theory. Antimatter manufacturing. Antimatter energy level calculation equation. Force field control formula derivation formula. Force field shield calculation method. Polarization shield resonance formula. Etc. These things seem to have nothing to do with the warp engine. But in fact they are all related knowledge. So they all need to be learned. This kind of study also made Yu Yuan deeply realize the difficulty of scientific research. Learning is not only about rote memorization, but also about integrating the knowledge after the brain forms memory. Therefore, he not only needs to study every day, but also needs to do exercises every day like going to school to consolidate his knowledge. Speaking of which, it was really a painful and enjoyable time. More than 200,000 people were like this every day. In the process of learning, Yu Yuan also proved his talent. He wanted to do scientific research. 5 years and 5 years later, he spent 10 years to get back what he had learned from the depths of his memory. He spent 10 years to finally master all the knowledge about warp engines. And then he joined the scientific research team without stopping. Others came later, but only a few years later. In order to escape, everyone is struggling. And everyone understands that only knowledge can save oneself. And learning is self-salvation. Only through the efforts of these people to improve the warp engine to the peak level of the 4th level civilization. That is, to achieve the 3rd generation warp engine technology, can it be possible to break through the Diamond Lattice maze. Otherwise the entire First Fleet, whether it is equipped with conscious connection equipment or not, will perish here. Humans have tried it. And even if they enter the conscious connection state to observe this Diamond Lattice maze, it will be useless. As for the supplies for scientific research, the First Fleet is not short of them. The fleet had already replenished enough supplies and fuel when it came here. And after entering the Diamond Lattice maze, it had not carried out large-scale navigation except for the period of exploration. So the fuel was sufficient. If the original technology can be broken through to achieve the 3rd generation engine technology, then the inventory of materials can be used to produce new engines and install them for use. It is definitely not possible to replace all of them. But it is definitely more than enough to replace the more than 2,900 manned warships with new engines. Those who understand the key points have forced their potential to be brought out. Those who used to think they were not cut out for this also forced themselves to learn. If they couldn't learn well, they would spend more time learning until they could master it. Of course, they actually thought about reproducing here and letting more people participate. But this is unrealistic, because the First Fleet has limited supplies and fuel. And the learning cost of the new population is even greater than that of the current group of people with a foundation. If they do so, I'm afraid that everyone will die here before they learn because of energy problems. Chapter 761. God will not let down those who work hard. The hard work of the First Fleet of mankind has finally paid off. In the more than 10 years since everyone devoted themselves to scientific research, the First Fleet has achieved achievements that they themselves find incredible. They have successively overcome various technical difficulties, and finally created the first theoretically feasible 3rd generation warp engine prototype. The appearance of the prototype is a technological breakthrough in the grand unified force field. The theory is still the same. But after the efforts of everyone in the First Fleet, people have finally discovered another set of more concise and efficient algorithms. In this way, Combined with breakthroughs in engine manufacturing technology and advances in material technology, humans finally obtained a more powerful grand unified force field. And with the support of a more powerful grand unified force field, the third-generation warp engine prototype came into being. Although the first fleet is a fleet, it also has various engineering spacecraft and factories. After all, it is the flagship fleet of mankind. The level of productivity is certainly not comparable to that of the main human civilization, but it is still no problem to manufacture some specific creations. Therefore, the prototype was born in such an environment, and the sea trial was carried out after the prototype appeared and was equipped on the warship. Watching the test spacecraft enter the preparation for the launch program, everyone in the first fleet was filled with emotion, and at the same time felt proud that they had achieved the upgrade of engine technology in such a short time and produced the third-generation engine technology. If it were placed in the universe, in the rhythm of living in the human civilization cluster, it would be completely impossible. But such a thing that everyone thought was impossible actually happened here, and it was done by their own people. From the perspective of the entire civilization technology tree, the breakthrough in engine technology is only one of the many branch technologies of the fourth-level civilization. But it is a landmark technology. In the mood of great emotion and pride, the people of the First Fleet are very much looking forward to the perfect completion of the experiment of this third-generation warp engine prototype, so that they can produce more engines to be installed on more than 2,900 consciousness-linked warships. The most important point is that according to the information obtained from the Diamond Lattice Maze, 38.941 times the speed of light is the key point. If it is achieved, you can get out of the maze. In other words, maybe this prototype experiment is successful, and it will be the first to break through the shackles of the maze and return to the universe. This is the scene that everyone wants to see and everyone is looking forward to. However, not everything goes as planned. The prototype test was successful. According to the feedback data from various instruments, the warship equipped with the experimental warp engine did reach 38.941 times the speed of light. But nothing happened in the entire Diamond Lattice Maze space. The diamond lattices are still the same diamond lattices, some real and some virtual, without any changes. No new roads have been detected in the entire space. The human fleet is still the endless diamond lattices in all directions. That world is still the same world. At this moment, humans are also confused. Is the guess wrong? The so-called 38.941 times the speed of light is just a coincidence. But how can a coincidence be so accurate? Yes, but if it is not accurate, how can it be called a coincidence? Could it be that the so-called 38.941 times the speed of light is a misleading guide? Otherwise, how come we have achieved this speed but still haven't found the way to enter the real microcosm? If we can't find the way in, we can find the way back to the macrocosm. Hope turned into disappointment among the crowd. Some people even thought about it and despaired. They felt that they were really going to be trapped here and died. At the same time, they prayed in their hearts that the main fleet of human civilization would not come to find them. Some even complained quietly, saying that the small universe left by the pioneers was a trap to destroy the new generation of civilization. The cosmic background suddenly became extremely dark in their hearts. Mutual assistance among civilizations is only a temporary illusion. Destroying other civilizations and not trusting any civilization is the way to survive. Of course, this does not represent everyone's thoughts. After seeing that the experimental warship did not break through the shackles of the Diamond Lattice Maze, most people did not complain helplessly, but calmed down to analyze the reasons. However, the result is self-evident. The cause was not found. There was too little information. There was no solution. In the end, Yu Yuan stopped all the random voices and directly ordered the leader of the civilization to produce 2,994 sets of third-generation warp engines first and install them on the warships with consciousness connection. Such an order is like, since we are going to die anyway, we might as well enjoy the peak speed of the fourth-level civilization before dying. It has been built. Even if we are trapped to death, we must die on the warship with the latest technology. Maybe when the time is too long, exceeding the time agreed with the main body of civilization, the main body of civilization will also fall into this Diamond Lattice Maze. Then at least they can get the latest engine technology developed by their own people. Right? Although it may not be helpful, it is better than nothing. There are only more than 200,000 people here. Maybe the whole main body of civilization will find a way with unity. And at least the successor can take this third-generation engine technology out. However, if each batch of fleets enters a different maze space. Then there is no way. And the people of the first fleet are just looking for a possibility. We will not give up any opportunity to continue and improve human civilization. Even if we know we will die. We must leave hope for future generations. Adhering to this belief, the first fleet began to use the resources in stock to build the third-generation warp engine. They built 2,994 sets. Not more or less. Just enough to be installed on all warships with consciousness links. Of the 3,000 sets of equipment given by the Awakener, 6 were installed on the flagship and 2 other sister ships of the fleet in the second fleet and the third fleet, respectively, and the rest were in the first fleet. But then again, the human experimental warship has reached 38.941 times the speed of light and has not found a way out. Nor has it found a way to enter the small universe. Which means that the Gurgi of the dynamic picture civilization cannot enter either. This is good news among bad news. Now humans have finally realized the entanglement of the dynamic picture civilization. There is actually another reason for supporting Yuan's insistence on installing the third-generation warp engine. That is, he suspects that if one ship is not enough, a group of warships can do it. He always felt that the human judgment of the information of 38.941 times the speed of light was correct. But he didn't know how the pioneers set the identification conditions. Yes, Yuan believed that the pioneers must have left some kind of monitoring program in this diamond lattice maze. Just like the Awakener illusion back then. But humans didn't find it. However, this was just his inner thoughts. He didn't think of any basis. So he didn't tell others. Sometimes, the facts are so coincidental. After Yuan insisted on producing the third-generation warp engine and installing it on 2,994 warships, and started the rapid voyage with a glimmer of expectation, the scene they saw actually changed. Oh no! It should be the image detected by the detector. The front is no longer an endless lattice, but a space channel like the one humans saw when they came out of the Awakener's microcosm. The two are exactly the same. Seeing such a familiar space channel, everyone in the first fleet was very excited. Although they couldn't figure out why for the time being, there was no doubt that they succeeded. Chapter 762. After more than 2,000 consciousness-linked warships entered the channel, people had time to think about the causes and consequences of the previous and current situations. Finally, the experts analyzed the reasons why humans can trigger the channel themselves. Just like their colleagues Zhuge Liang, they believe that the diamond lattice maze is indeed a test method and a screening method. First of all, the pioneers did not consider that the third-level civilization could cross the galaxy to find the small universe they left behind. So the civilization that entered the diamond lattice maze must be at least a fourth-level civilization. The things inside can only be used by civilizations with at least the peak speed technology of the fourth-level civilization. Otherwise, they would not set it so that only this speed can trigger the channel. As for why a warship cannot be triggered, experts believe that it should be a test of whether a civilization really masters this technology. If it is a purchased engine, there must not be so many, or there is indeed some kind of monitoring equipment in the diamond lattice maze. And the channel will be triggered only after it is discovered that the engine technology is created by the civilization itself. Then if the civilization that comes in is obviously not up to standard, such as human civilization, orange star civilization, and dynamic picture civilization, then it must work hard to improve here. Which is a great test of the potential of this civilization. Because the diamond lattice maze has no usable energy at all. The civilization that enters the diamond lattice maze must complete a technological breakthrough within a limited time. Otherwise it will be trapped here. Pioneers are pioneers, not philanthropists. What they leave behind does not need to be inherited by waste civilizations. Because their fundamental purpose is to let the new generation of civilizations embark on a long voyage to pursue that slim glimmer of hope. It is probably a waste for a civilization without certain potential to get it. This is quite reasonable. Based on this, experts also said that if a level 5 or 6 civilization came in, it might have directly crossed the diamond lattice maze and entered the real microcosm. After all, being able to reach level 5 or 6 civilization has proved that this civilization has great potential. Humans are very lucky. With only more than 200,000 people, they have made a breakthrough in speed technology in a short period of time. However, such luck is actually a combination of various factors. If it was not the first fleet that came in, but other fleets, it would probably be a failure. It's not that the people in the first fleet are so smart, but the first fleet has the largest number of people. And the most important point is that the First Fleet's flagship Tianjin has very complete scientific data. Almost all of the technology of human civilization from the era of Callisto to the current level. Without such scientific data accumulation, it is absolutely impossible to succeed. All eggs will not be put in one basket. In addition to the complete set of human civilization databases on Tianjin, there is also a copy on a certain spacecraft in the main fleet of human civilization. But many people don't know about this. It is a civilization secret, and will probably only be used after Tianjin is destroyed. By the way, these 2,994 warships have been observing the channel since they set foot on it, and have also discovered some clues. The appearance of the channel is similar to the small universe of the Awakener, but not exactly the same. When humans came out of the Awakener's small universe, they went directly through a space channel and returned to the big universe. The reason why it is so obvious that it is a space channel is that when passing through that channel, the detector detected that the surrounding space was curled. Of course, the detector did not detect the space itself, because humans do not have such technology yet, but the starlight propagating in the space. What humans see is the stars embedded on the inner curved surface like gems. Now this passage seems to be the same, but in fact there are no stars on the inner surface, but only the shadow of his fleet. It looks like a shadow, but humans know that it should be oneself who sees oneself, not the reflection. The space here is distorted in some way, so looking to the left, you can see your right side. It's a magical scene. The Awakener one once told humans that the iconic technological achievement of the 6th level civilization is to master dark matter and dark antimatter and use them as energy sources. But he didn't say that the 6th level civilization also has such attainments in space. But some things are known without being told. After all, seeing is believing. Humans have been in the small universe created by the Awakener, and now they have entered the small universe of the Pioneer, which is enough to show that the 6th level civilization has mastered a certain degree of space technology. But I don't know how deep it is. However, it seems that the 6th level civilization can create small universes at will. Otherwise the Awakener would never have been able to do it with his own individual life. Of course, it may also be because the Awakener civilization is relatively special. Moreover, the way the Awakener one created the microcosm was to directly cut out the large universe space to make an independent space, not to create it out of thin air. I don't know how the Pioneer's microcosm was created, as a place where something is left for the new generation of civilization. The Pioneer's microcosm is obviously much more complicated than the Awakener one's casual creation. After entering the channel, the more than 2,000 consciousness-linked warships of the First Fleet of Mankind did not return to the large universe, nor did they feel that they had reached the end of the channel. Instead, after passing a certain place unconsciously, the scene in front of them changed. Instead of a sudden enlightenment, the first thing humans saw from the detector's perspective was a dark space. Is it because it's too old? Are the energy devices all aging? Seeing such a scene, many people had such thoughts in their minds. No, that's not right. There is light, and there seemed to be quite a lot of light sources. Then people found that their first judgment was wrong. The information fed back by the detector told them that the darkness was just a delay in detection. In fact, this place was very empty. The darkness detected was just the internal background of the small universe. In the background of the dark space, there were indeed many light sources. However, judging from the intensity of the light source fed back by the detector, these light sources do not seem to come from stars, because even the dimmest star cannot be so dim, and the light cannot be so soft. What surprised humans was that they also detected that these lights were not white light, but 7 colors of light after white light was separated. That is, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and purple. At first glance on the battleship, people thought that the strong artificial intelligence deliberately displayed the light on the display device like this. But it turned out not to be the case. The 7 colors of light were directly detected in the space within the microcosm, and the strong artificial intelligence just fed back the detected appearance to humans. Curious people have already looked out of the porthole with their naked eyes, and the result is as shown on the display. What they saw was a series of brilliant lights, just like endless rays of light appeared on the dark background, which was very beautiful. Chapter 763. However, only people with human eyes can see such a beautiful scene. Others who have undergone eye-specific genetic modification cannot see it. For example, there are people on several warships who have undergone cat eye specialization. They see no colorful rays of light, but only other wavelengths of light, such as purple, blue, green, yellow and mixed colors synthesized from these colors. Of course, seeing what color of light is just an appearance, the result of the intelligent life's photosensitive system and brain sensing. In fact, light, that is, it represents electromagnetic waves of all wavelengths. But it is limited by the biological perspective and cannot see the whole picture of nature. The same is true for the colorful light that humans see here. Those with good scientific literacy all know that in fact, the light in this small universe is not only red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and purple, but all wavelengths. But the human eye can only sense the light of certain wavelengths. There is a saying that goes, eyes are not necessarily true. What the eyes see is not the essence of the world, but only the truth. The essence is in the half piece of plumpness that is leaked out. That is to say, the light in this small universe should actually be decomposed into smaller bands of light. That is, light outside the wavelength range of 380 millimeters to 780 millimeters. However, at present, humans have not discovered anything except the colorful light against the dark background. It seems that the inside of this small universe is only filled with this kind of light, which is obviously impossible. Humans naturally know the truth of seeing the essence through the phenomenon. Humans must see its essence through the fog. Therefore, the next moment, the warship's scientific officer immediately made a judgment, and then adjusted the detector parameters, the receiver, and the display equipment parameters, allowing the instrument to see this space instead of humans. Of course, the colorful light perceived by human eyes is not blocked, but it is divided into bands like other bands of light, and displayed on different holographic screens. As a result, humans have obtained countless projection screen images based on light wave bands. There are ultraviolet band spectrum display images, visible light band spectrum display images, and infrared band display images, and the light wave bands of each zone are also subdivided. In this way, humans have obtained a large number of images divided by wavelength. These images are not divided randomly by humans, but are divided according to the wavelength bands of light waves propagating in space. Because humans have just detected that the light emitted by the light source in this small universe has been divided. Just like humans use prisms to divide visible white light into 7 colors. However, the division here is more detailed, and the originally invisible light is also separated by some kind of prism, turning into a wisp of monochromatic light crisscrossing in the air. Humans make images based on these lights. After completing the spectrum mapping, the scientific officer again instructed the staff to image these single spectrum images. That is, to integrate them all together, and image according to the full band light imaging. However, there is also a problem with such imaging. That is, humans cannot see the whole picture at all, even if it is placed in front of humans, because humans only see visible light. And even if they can see it, the human brain cannot process information about light imaging outside of visible light. If the brain is forced to process the information outside the visible light, it may randomly respond to the information because it has never been exposed to it, which will bring a metaphysical sense of confusion to the main consciousness of the person and may cause errors in the nervous system. Therefore, if the normal processing method is followed, it should be allowed for human creations. That is, instruments and equipment to analyze themselves, and then use some kind of information representation method to display other information outside the visible light, such as using numbers or letters instead. For example, if we use ABCD instead, what is finally displayed on the holographic screen is a world composed of letters. Humans can indirectly see the original appearance of the world based on their imagination. This is a limitation of human beings and cannot be solved for the time being, unless some deep genetic modification method is used to transform human eyes into full-band photoreceptors. Of course, we cannot only modify the eyes as information-receiving organs, but also the brain as information-processing organs. Otherwise, there will definitely be problems. Obviously, although human genetic technology is advanced, it is not advanced enough to transform the brain, a great organ that has been patched for billions of years. It is certain that if humans can really transform themselves into a life that can receive and analyze full-band light information, it will definitely be an epoch-making technology. At that time, humans will not be humans in the normal sense, but a completely new species. However, such transformation is not necessarily a higher and stronger manifestation of evolution, because the imagination of an intelligent life race comes from their cognition of the world. and their cognition of the world comes from the information of the world they intuitively feel. For humans, it is mainly visible light. Perhaps such transformation will make humans a race with higher talents. But they may also lose some racial talents. This involves the essence of wisdom, which is a question that humans cannot answer now. Therefore, even if there is such technology, humans dare not rashly transform themselves. There have been some clues in the special transformation of cat eyes. Currently, scientists in human biology are studying this topic. If it is proved that it will affect human talents, then the special transformation of information receptor organs will be banned in the future. Those who have undergone specialized gene modification will also be modified back, because this thing is a modification at the genetic level and can be inherited. It is estimated that it will take some time to study and determine this matter. At present, only the specialized modification of new information sensing organs has been stopped. There is no conclusion on those who have already been modified, but it is estimated that it will be soon according to the research progress. The reason is that the emergence of gene lock technology, which is also a genetic technology, has accelerated this process. Gene lock technology fills many gaps in human genetic technology and also improves the entire genetic technology tree. As for other modifications that do not involve information receiving organs, they are still open as before, such as some special parts of the body. There are no restrictions. In other words, humans also have a different way of observation from the conventional processing method. That is, through the consciousness-linked device of the warship, using a third-person perspective to feel the changes in the outside world. This observation method, humans already know after getting the consciousness-linked device from the Awakener, and have also tried the different feelings brought by that perspective. As for the different feelings brought by this perspective, humans have already adapted to the degree of adaptation during the original dream event, and it will not bring confusion to humans. Chapter 764. Humans have discovered that the third-person perspective achieved through consciousness linking not only has a wide and wonderful field of vision, but can also see a side that they could not see with their eyes before. For example, the full band light that is now transmitted in the microcosmic space can be seen in its entirety by using the consciousness linking battleship, and it will not cause discomfort to the brain. Humans do not know why this is the case. Scientists speculate that it may be because the consciousness linking device belongs to the technology of spiritual consciousness, and it may involve the question of I, the nature of the world. Humans also don't know the specific reason. There are two ways. Of course, both methods are used. So including Yuan, other warship pilots directly came to their independent cabins, connected to the consciousness link device, to share the observation perspective. Other personnel use imagination to look at the digital map. Finally, through the observation results of both sides, it is determined what the true face here is. There is such a saying about the nature of the world. That is, the world seen by humans is just the appearance of objects imagined in their minds, not the essence of objects. That is just the shape of the object in the visible light band. If you want to know what the object really looks like, you must at least master the theory of everything. You need to use different means to describe all the physical characteristics in an all-round way to determine its true appearance. The so-called knowledge and view obstacles in Buddhism sound like metaphysics, as if it is impossible to comprehend them unless you are a person with profound Buddhist knowledge. But in the eyes of today's human beings, it is just an overanalysis that has become idealism. The so-called breakthrough of knowledge and view obstacles is actually to understand that what the eyes see is just a manifestation, and then to see through the manifestation seen by the eyes, and explore the essence of things. However, when this concept appeared, human society was still in the stage of ignorance, and there was no scientific means to assist this advanced cognition. So it developed and became metaphysics. Things that cannot be explained can only be imagined, or attributed to ghosts and gods, just as early humans naturally made up ghosts and gods when they saw thunder and lightning. It's normal. And what humans touch is not the object itself, because the so-called touch is not really touching at all. The so-called sense of touch is just a manifestation of the Pauli exclusion principle of fermions. Electrons are a kind of fermions. So the so-called touch is actually the outer electrons of the atoms that make up the skin of human fingers and the touch. Because of the Pauli exclusion principle, the same atomic orbit can only accommodate 2 electrons at most, and the spin directions of these 2 electrons must be opposite. Therefore, when the so-called touch occurs, the electrons on both sides will repel each other due to Pauli incompatibility. In the process of repulsion, An electric potential is generated to transmit electrical signals to human cells. So people feel squeezed in a series of information transmission. But in fact, there is no real touch. Of course, it is not impossible to have a real touch. But you have to have the strength to rub a neutron star with your hands, so that you can use brute force to press the electrons that repel each other due to the Pauli exclusion principle into the nucleus to form electrically neutral neutrons, which is the neutron degenerate state. In this state, neutrons are closely arranged according to the laws of quantum mechanics to form a special state of matter. In this way, a real touch can be achieved. So if you want to really touch each other, you have to turn both parties into neutron degenerate matter. That is, neutron star matter. As for the electron degenerate state, it is white dwarf matter, which is a degenerate matter formed by electrons in the ionized ion energy state. The electrons of this state of matter are also arranged according to the laws of quantum mechanics. The universe is so wonderful, and the essence of the world is so magical that even humans, who have reached the fourth level of civilization, cannot see its full picture. However, it is okay to see the real face of the small universe left by the pioneers with full band light. Especially in the third-person perspective, after the consciousness is linked to the battleship. Humans see a scene completely different from the naked eye. The small universe that originally only had 7-color light seemed to have changed its appearance. And huge diamond-shaped crystals appeared one after another. Yes, the pioneers seemed to be obsessed with diamond-shaped crystals. And the diamond-shaped crystals that appeared here were still diamond-shaped crystals. However, these diamond-shaped crystals were much larger than those in the maze. And each one was comparable to a star. They were like lanterns, hanging on a black velvet background. And each one emitted various monochromatic lights refracted by prisms. It was they that turned this small universe into a colorful light in the normal human perspective. There are a lot of these large diamond crystals. So far, humans have observed no less than 1,000 of them. They are distributed on the background of the entire black velvet microcosm. And the distance between each one ranges from 0.4 light-years to 1 light-year. But from this point of view, this microcosm is at least 1,000 light-years. Seeing this scene, humans are naturally curious about how these huge diamond crystals glow. So the first fleet moved towards the largest diamond crystal closest to them. As a result, they found a scene that everyone will never forget. They found that the large rhombus crystal was translucent, and its surface shape refracted the light from inside it like a prism. And inside it was a star. To be precise, it was a red dwarf star. Is this a Dyson sphere? When seeing such a scene, this impression first popped up in people's minds. But it seemed to be different from the Dyson sphere because it was translucent and had the function of decomposing star light into monochromatic light. Humans don't know what this function is for. But the pioneers will definitely not do useless things with such a large microcosm. It was also at this time that humans couldn't help but think, could it be that each of the large diamond crystals here contains a star? If you pick any diamond crystal, there is a star inside. The other crystals are also shining. And it is very likely that they are also stars. So the question is, why did the pioneers put so many stars in the microcosm and cover them with translucent diamond crystals? Could it be that these stars are used as energy to maintain the operation of certain things in the small universe? Thinking of this, Yu Yuan and other humans nodded secretly. It must be true. The time span is 3 billion years. For such a long time, only stars with extremely long lifespans, such as red dwarfs, are most suitable as energy. And for such a long time, the things left by the pioneers must not be really sealed, but must be updated and maintained to a certain extent. Otherwise nothing can operate for 3 billion years without breaking down. While thinking about this, humans are also thinking, can even the energy of the 6th level civilization only rely on stars? Entropy is irreversible, and the entropy of the universe is increasing. So even the 6th level civilization can only use stars as energy. No wonder they are all pursuing large-scale vacuum zero-point energy. But where does the energy gap of vacuum zero-point energy come from? Cosmic vacuum decay? Doesn't it mean that the fuel at the level of the 6th level civilization only uses stars as energy, and then develops dark matter and dark antimatter as fuel? Just like the 4th level civilization uses antimatter? So what did the pioneers leave here? What on earth requires such a big battle? For a while, one question after another lingered in everyone's mind. Chapter 765. As we all know, energy and energy are different. So I won't go into details. Humans naturally know it very well. Just like the antimatter fuel used by Tianqin and other level 4 civilizations now. It is just a high-level energy utilization. The production of antimatter requires more energy than the energy contained in antimatter. And the source of this energy is stars. It is for this reason that the dynamic picture civilization at that time needed a 1/6 Dyson sphere as a factory. And the energy source was still stars. Energy spontaneously transfers from high-temperature objects to low-temperature objects. This is one of the basic laws of the second law of thermodynamics. It is an empirical summary of the irreversibility of all physical and chemical processes related to thermal motion within a limited space and time. This law is not wrong. But it also has a scope of application. It can only be applied to systems composed of a large number of molecules and macroscopic processes within a limited range, but not to a small number of microscopic systems. As for whether it is correct to extend it to the entire universe, and then say that the end of the universe is heat death, humans do not know yet. But now humans can be sure that even a level 6 civilization cannot violate the second law of thermodynamics. And they cannot reverse this process. Therefore, although the energy level they are applicable to is much higher than that of humans today, the ultimate source of energy is still the heat energy generated by the process of increasing entropy in the universe, or the process of heat spontaneously transferring from a high-temperature object to a low-temperature object described in the second law of thermodynamics. In this process, heat cannot be converted 100%, and there must be losses. This is not the same concept as what people often say, that the energy efficiency of antimatter is 100%. Antimatter annihilation is the 100% conversion of matter into energy. But there is no natural antimatter in the universe. Otherwise, antimatter would be a form of energy rather than energy storage. In other words, after observing the large diamond crystals left by the pioneers, humans began to explore this small universe. And countless detectors were released. Humans have detected it clearly. After all, the test of the diamond lattice maze is actually very obvious. If the dynamic picture civilization and the orange star civilization have enough potential and deep scientific and technological background, they may have come in. But in other areas, humans must make sure whether there are other civilizations entering here, because this small universe is too big, and its diameter is definitely thousands of light years. If such a large space is placed in the traditional fantasy continent, it is enough to create a variety of domains with layers of division. It is so vast that I wonder how the pioneers created such a large microcosm. Now humans know why the abnormal orbits of stars observed in the macrocosm were so large. It must be that the mass of this microcosm is too large and has a gravitational effect on the area where it is located. In this way, humans sent a large number of unmanned warp detection spacecraft to explore the microcosm. And on the other hand, they are also actively studying the stars wrapped in large diamond crystals. The star is a red dwarf. It is still burning itself calmly and shining for the world. And the energy it generates from a period of observation, human scientists speculate that it should be used by these large diamond crystals, at least except for the monochromatic light refracted through the translucent prism. Perhaps these refracted colored lights are also for the purpose of achieving some function. But humans are not sure what it is. Similarly, humans believe that the energy absorbed by the large diamond crystals is also used for a certain function. But they don't know where it is used. Some people think it is used to support the existence of the entire microcosm. Some think it is used to maintain the operation of the diamond lattice maze. And some think it is used to maintain the operation of the things left by the pioneers. What they said is quite reasonable and can stand up to scrutiny. Someone must have mentioned that humans used warships to try to push the solid diamond lattice, but it didn't move at all. After seeing that the large diamond crystals now use the energy generated by stars to do something, they immediately thought of this. Perhaps it is really used to maintain the microcosm. And those diamond lattices in the maze, in addition to transmitting information to the incoming civilization, also have the function of supporting the microcosm. So the action of humans using warships to push the diamond lattices is like lifting themselves up, or pushing the entire microcosm. This is definitely impossible to succeed. In addition, according to the pioneers, their time in the Milky Way is 3 billion years away from humans now. 3 billion years of time will make stones decay. Not to mention other creations. If the creations are not constantly updated, they must have been erased by time. As a great writer said, carve words on stone. That is the sense of oppression brought by time. In the description there, civilization has gone through countless springs and autumns. Can create black holes. Can accelerate particles to the speed of light. Can expedition to the galaxy. But in the end, it is found that in the hands of time, which is the real power, Leaving footprints is more difficult than creating the world. At the end of civilization, they can only do what they did in the ancient baby era, carve words on stone. What a suffocating sense of oppression and despair. But facing the eternal existence of the universe, which civilization can face it easily. The pioneers are undoubtedly very powerful in the eyes of humans. But in the face of the power of time, they can only choose to use the simplest way to preserve information. Of course, they are indeed more powerful than humans imagine. If humans want to preserve information as long as possible, they can only carve words on stones. But the pioneers' drifting bottles have undoubtedly proved their strength. Things from 3 billion years ago can be preserved to this day, which has surpassed the level of carving words on stones. Although some information has been lost due to age, at least it can still operate, which is something that humans cannot imagine. It is hard to imagine how much effort the pioneers made to leave information for the new generation of civilization. Putting aside the sigh in their hearts, humans once again shifted their attention to this small universe itself. Now that they have entered, the next thing is to find what the pioneers left behind. Human time is still limited, because up to now, the detectors have detected large diamond crystals wrapped around stars, and no rocky planets have been found. In other words, humans still do not have enough supplies to maintain long-term survival here. Of course, if they really reach the end of their rope, humans may be able to get together with large diamond crystals, and then use their own photovoltaic panel technology to absorb the pitiful energy in the remaining light like holding a match to keep warm in the cold winter, so as to survive. That is the worst outcome. Chapter 766. It must be said that the pioneers really liked to set up tests. After humans entered the real microcosm, they still did not find what they left behind. The scene detected by the detector was just like the previous maze. All rhombus crystals. There are differences, but it seems that the rhombus crystals are just enlarged, and each rhombus crystal contains a red dwarf star. After getting such detection results, Yu Yuan even suspected that it was still a maze, and a bigger maze, because as time goes by, humans get more and more information about this small universe, and they also know the approximate size of the small universe. Its diameter is about 937 light-years. It is really too big. With the third-generation warp speed technology that humans have mastered now, it will take at least 25 years to travel from one end to the other, compared with the hundreds of years of sailing in the past. It is short, but it is very long for humans with limited resources. And trying to find the things left by the pioneers in such a huge small universe seems to be no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It is so desperate to think about it. At this moment, many people in the human world have the urge to curse. If you give something, just give it. If you don't give it directly, you really can't solve the mystery and find the thing. I'm afraid you will lose yourself. If Yu Yuan knew that it was such a pitfall, he probably wouldn't come back no matter what. But things have come to this point. Time can't be reversed, so we can only bite the bullet. But where should we start? The leadership and relevant scientists on the Tianqin, the first fleet of mankind, held several rounds of meetings and finally decided to start the analysis from the monochromatic light refracted by each large rhombus crystal. Because before the meeting, humans had tried several large rhombus crystals, all of which were solid. Therefore, most experts believe that the secret should be hidden in different types of monochromatic light spectra. Therefore, they plan to repeat the old trick. Let the detector collect spectral information, and then have the computer summarize and analyze it to see if there are any clues. Humans think that the pioneers have already been tested once, and if this time is still a test, it may not be the same as the last time. Otherwise it will be meaningless. Therefore, some people also believe that there is actually no test at all. Maybe it won't be long before the intelligent system left by the pioneers will come to the door by itself. After all, humans have passed the test and entered the small universe, and they are already qualified successors. It has to be said that this statement does make sense, but in most people's eyes it is just a flat statement. However, just when humans were still struggling to explore all possible information, the detector sent back a message that shocked everyone. Or an image. It was a place about 64 light-years away from where the first fleet of humans was at the moment, specifically next to a large diamond crystal. At first, the detector only found that the light emitted by the large diamond crystal was a little abnormal. But when it got closer, it found that this place was very different from other places. There, the probe photographed a pile of ruins. To be exact, a pair of dilapidated spaceships, warships, and various space debris. When they first saw the warships, Yu Yuan and his companions were shocked, thinking they had encountered a dynamic image civilization or an orange star civilization. After zooming in on the video, they found that it was actually a ruin. Later, as the probe got closer and closer, subsequent probes also came here from various directions to conduct exploration, and humans gradually saw the appearance of this ruin. Overall, it is probably composed of a fleet of 180 million ships of various types. Judging from the alien structure of the ships, 40 million of them may be warships, and the other 140 million should be a collection of various types of spaceships. They all have one thing in common. That is, all the spaceships are planetary warships. Although the size of its ships is much smaller than that of human warships, only about 3/4 of the size of human ships, they are definitely planetary warships. In other words, this is a fleet of a level 4 civilization. No, judging by the number, it may be an entire level 4 civilization. The entire fleet is orbiting around the large translucent diamond crystal. Very close, but with a stable orbit. The ruins of all the warships and other creations are like countless floating leaves, moving on a celestial orbit as large as a star. It is estimated that because of the long time, the original appearance of many things can no longer be seen in the picture. Of course, the shapes of creations such as warships and spaceships can still be identified. Based on this, after collecting enough data, humans began to use advanced computer technology to restore the images. This object restoration is not a random restoration, but a pseudo-restore of the time based on the various details of the current object. Of course, it is not a real restoration, but a computer simulation based on strong artificial intelligence. As the image is refreshed several times, humans saw a glimpse of the past images of this 4th-level civilization fleet. But the more they looked, the more frightened they became, because everyone saw a series of shocking and horrifying scenes. This fleet seemed to have experienced the experience that humans mentioned casually not long ago. All 180 million ships gathered on the large diamond lattice, and then deployed solar panels there. These solar panels are very familiar to humans. They are exactly the same as the solar panels developed in the 21st century. But here they are used in space. The light-receiving surfaces of all solar panels face the diamond crystals, using the pitiful photoelectric effect to obtain energy. In the partially restored images based on detailed information, humans saw that all the ships in this fleet were motionless. The warp engines had been extinguished for many years, and no antimatter annihilation images were seen. They were like pieces of Dyson clouds, rotating around the diamond crystals, from the ancient past to the present when they were discovered by humans. Because there is no detailed exploration, humans currently do not know how many years this ruin has experienced. But judging from the appearance of the ships that have been completely changed, it is probably more than tens of millions of years. As the probes went deeper and deeper into the observation, humans gradually formed their own judgments about this ruin. They seemed to be a level 4 civilization that entered this small universe many years ago, and then they experienced many years here, and finally an energy crisis occurred. As a result, the entire civilization gathered around the diamond-shaped crystal that sealed the red dwarf star to keep warm, as if to survive the most difficult times. This civilization must have come here to find the inheritance of the pioneers. But they failed in the end. They were trapped in this vast small universe, and finally could only hold the nearby star for warmth. And then for some unknown reason, they perished. A tomb of civilization. Seeing this, someone murmured. Chapter 767. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Not only did they lament this grave of civilization in their hearts, they even complained about the pioneers' actions. At the same time, they were also worried about the first fleet of humanity, and even more worried about the main body of human civilization in the universe. If the time agreed with the main civilization before the first fleet departed was exceeded, the main civilization fleet might really come to find them, and it would be a real tragedy. Fortunately, in the interstellar era, everyone knew that the estimated time was not short, and the first fleet still had time. Even now, everyone is a little pessimistic, probably because of seeing this tomb of civilization. This is definitely a 4th-level civilization, with much more people than the first fleet of humans. They didn't know when they entered here, but they couldn't find the things left by the pioneers. In the end, they were trapped here because of the lack of resources. It's really sad and lamentable. If humans can't find it, I'm afraid they will follow in their footsteps. I really don't know why the pioneers did this. Most of the people in the first fleet are complaining now. Just give the inheritance. Create a maze for people to break through. And don't give it after entering. And have to find it again. Isn't this cheating, people? For a moment, humans felt that those who showed kindness without any reason were either treacherous or thieves. As if the rhombus crystal drift bottle deliberately came to them and lured them into the microcosm to be destroyed. Of course, it was just a momentary feeling, and it was actually impossible to explain. From various factors, it should not be the case. The pioneers did not need to do this. Using this method to trap the new generation of civilization and let them perish would not benefit the pioneers in any way. So it can only be that the pioneers really wanted to leave the inheritance to the new generation of civilization, but did not want to give it away casually. Although humans don't know why the pioneers have such a circuit of thought. They shouldn't be so boring. Maybe it's just a way they recognize. But for humans, or for all civilizations that come in, this recognition is very pitfall. A small universe created by a level 6 civilization is completely impossible for a level 4 civilization to leave by itself. Just like the extinct level 4 civilization on the screen. It can be said with certainty that not only level 4 civilizations, but any civilization without space technology cannot leave. Although we sigh, we must not forget the important things. Humans are still exploring and trying to find clues left by the pioneers. At the same time, humans do not intend to just take a quick look at the tomb of civilization seen on the screen. Because there may be some details that humans have not yet discovered. With this idea, the detector continues to wander and explore in this tomb of civilization, hoping to find some possible related information. As a result, this decision really made humans discover something different. Humans discovered that many of the spaceships in the ruins looked old and damaged, and at first glance very chaotic. But after careful fine-tuning with restoration technology, they found that some of the spaceships seemed to be arranged in a certain pattern in the void, as if they were trying to form a certain shape. Oh no! It should not be trying to form a certain shape. But it has already formed a certain shape. But it has gradually become distorted due to the long time. Seeing this, humans continue to process the image information with certain means to restore the original appearance as much as possible. This process really found that the group of ships was indeed arranged according to a certain pattern, from the overall perspective of a certain direction. There are about 80 million ships in the ruins. These ships are horizontal or vertical, tilted or inverted. They are just like matches, floating quietly in space and slowly rotating around the huge diamond crystal. After watching for a while, humans feel that the group of ships seems to be some kind of text. Because humans have found that there are repetitions in the patterns formed by the arrangement of ships in many different positions, which should be repeated words. After a long period of research, the language experts on the Tianqin said that it was most likely text. The fourth level civilization used 80 million ships to lay out lines of text in space. About 3,000 to 5,000 ships formed a word, if those were counted as words, because the pictures they formed looked a bit like QR code patterns. They just lay in the void. If you ignore the attributes of the ships, then such a picture looks like writing on an ancient black wall. These pieces of text like QR codes, formed by the first connection of the ships, are crisscrossed millions of kilometers. And it is very spectacular from a long-range lens. It is really like an incomparably huge wonder of civilization. But humans know that such wonders are not wonders, but the information left by the extinct fourth-level civilization when it was dying. They must have reached the end of their rope at that time. And they had no idea of finding the pioneer legacy. They just wanted to leave traces of their civilization in this universe before they died. This is a subtitle that is millions of kilometers wide. It must contain a lot of information about this fourth-level civilization. And this fourth-level civilization must also hope that later civilizations can understand their meaning. But humans are now completely in the dark. Without the premise of mutual communication, they can directly read the texts of other civilizations. This is like people in the Earth era reading ancient Egyptian cuneiform. And they can't study anything without knowing what they mean. The most important thing is that because of the long time, the wall of words made up of ships, hundreds of light years away, has been seriously distorted. Because their orbits have changed over the years. This makes it even more difficult to decipher. The longest way humans can think of to preserve information is to carve words on stone. And it is indeed true. If it is not in the internal environment of a planet like the Earth, the words carved on those dead planets in space will definitely be preserved for a very long time. Billions of years is not a problem. After all, the reason why those dead planets are called dead planets is because they have no geological movement. Whether there is atmosphere and water, or the impact of meteorite impact, They will definitely be preserved for a long time. But now this unknown level 4 civilization doesn't have so many stones. But fortunately they have enough spaceships. So they came up with this method. In fact, if they drive all the ships to the area with weak gravitational impression and arrange them, the deformation degree will definitely not be as large as it is now. Or perhaps there will be no deformation at all. But when they decided to leave the information of their civilization's existence, perhaps this level 4 civilization had no extra fuel, and could only use the last remaining fuel to propel the ships to form such a pattern in place. Perhaps using these remaining fuels to provide energy for individual civilizations can still exist for a while. But that is meaningless. So they left behind this ship text wall, hoping that later generations can understand them. Although it is not clear what is written on this ship text wall for the time being. Humans have been deeply shocked by this move. Looking at it, it seems that one can read the reluctance and helplessness of this 4th level civilization at the time. Chapter 768. The human probe continued to probe deeper into the tomb, but found nothing useful. There were indeed various things in this civilization tomb, but none of them were useful for humans to translate the text wall of the distant ship. At first, humans wanted to see if there were any intact equipment inside, but the result made everyone silent. After entering the civilization tomb, various small probes wandered around, entering any cracks or holes, but all they saw were pieces of broken pieces that collapsed at the touch. The warships were decayed, the spaceships were rotten, and there were holes everywhere on each ship. The metal materials on them had undergone natural molecular diffusion due to their age. The various structures of the ship, which were originally made of distinct materials, had been glued together at the joints. This phenomenon was caused by the different structural materials being stuck together for too long, and the molecules diffused with each other. The things inside the ship were no longer recognizable, and they had all become blurred ruins. Old, devastated, stale, aging, riddled with holes, dilapidated, and a smell of decay was blowing in the face. The equipment can only roughly distinguish the shape, and no equipment can keep running. In such a huge tomb of civilization, humans can't even detect the position of a potential difference. All its energy facilities have stopped working. All the equipment can't work. And as for the life forms in the ship, it's impossible to tell whether they are life forms or not. They have all returned to dust. Time seems to be using this ruin to prove its power to humans. Time makes everything go to hell. Everything will be smoothed out in the entropy increase. And everything will die. A civilization that can easily cross the stars just died with reluctance and helplessness. The information they tried their best to leave behind also gradually disappeared under the power of time. If no human beings came here, it is estimated that no civilization would know that such a civilization had been here. And at the last moment of extinction, it tried hard to leave its own information in the universe. Unfortunately, the reality did not match expectations. Humans could not read these words arranged by countless warships like QR codes. It was considered very powerful for humans to recognize that they were some kind of words. In other words, this 4th level civilization failed to leave its name despite its last efforts. Except for the fact that humans knew that there was such an unknown civilization trapped and died in the pioneer microcosm. They did not leave any information. How they were born. Which star field they were from. What was the environment of their mother star? What was the experience of developing from a low-level civilization to a star-level civilization? What was the form of their individual life? What technology they were good at? What interesting things they experienced during their growth? What astronomical phenomena they discovered? How they came to this microcosm? All the experiences of this civilization. All the love and hatred of individual life within the civilization. And any information about disputes with other civilizations. No one knew anything. Whether they were once a powerful civilization or an unknown one. Whether they were a benevolent civilization or a malicious civilization. Everything has been transformed into the long river of time. Sad. Lamentable. Humans searched several times, but did not find other things to help decipher the text wall of the ship, and the pictures composed of ships like QR codes. Human linguists also tried every possible way, but they could not understand their meaning. In the end, humans could only silently save the pictures as a commemoration. We don't know what civilization you are, nor can we understand the meaning of the message you left, but we just know that you have been to this universe. Rest in peace, unlucky unknown civilization. Humanity silently sent a belated prayer to this unknown in the heart. Of course, it is just a way of mourning. There is no God or master in this universe. Perhaps such mourning is just self-comfort and self-warning in the hearts of humans. Because now no one dares to guarantee whether this group of people will follow the footsteps of the unlucky unknown. The people on the Tianjin gradually turned their eyes away from the picture with thousands of sighs. Only the group of language experts still did not give up. They were still trying to understand the patterns of the ships that were already difficult to distinguish, hoping to read something useful for humans to find the legacy of the pioneers. In fact, this unfortunate unknown civilization not only left behind this piece of distorted ship text, but also told humans the approximate age they were in. Of course, they did not really tell humans, but humans learned it through their own technical means after detecting and dating the remains of the unknown civilization. This fleet of unknown civilization should have arrived here 2 billion to 2.2 billion years ago. For such ancient archaeology, an error of 200 million years is actually very accurate. Just like human archaeology of the ancient era of the Earth, an error of 1 million years is normal, especially in geological surveys. 2 billion years. Such a long time compared to the history of the Earth's development. It must be the same era as blue algae. After obtaining this archaeological information, some experts have deduced an argument that is only a guess but no evidence. That is, this unfortunate unknown civilization may not belong to the category of the new generation civilization defined by the pioneers. So even if they can enter, they will not find anything. This is of course untenable. Not to mention that the time when the pioneers started their great voyage was a billion years apart from the time when this level 4 civilization came in. Even if we use time to determine whether it is a new generation civilization, then this level 4 civilization should not even get the key to the microcosm. Unless it is true, as conspiracy theorists say, the pioneers made this scene just to destroy the new generation civilization. This is obviously impossible. Perhaps the pioneers just want to tell the inherited civilization the dangers of the universe. Unable to find more clues from the ruins, humans had no choice but to send out more detectors to continue searching. This time, they did not search aimlessly, but explored each large diamond crystal one by one. As for the empty space, there was nothing to find. But humans were observing the various monochromatic lights in the space in another way. The purpose was the same as before, hoping to find clues from it. Time passed year after year, and humans tried every possible way, but never found any clues, but waited for an unexpected fleet. When the human detectors discovered them, the fleet also found that they were detected. The ownership of this fleet was very familiar to humans. It was undoubtedly the Orange Star Civilization fleet. They did not know at what time they broke through the maze and came to the small universe. Chapter 769. Human Civilization? Because the translation mechanism had been established before. The Orange Star Civilization and the human civilization were able to communicate without any obstacles when they came into contact again, although both sides came for the property left by the pioneers. After discovering that it was a human probe, the Orange Star Civilization did not immediately attack and destroy it. Perhaps it was because the communication between the two sides in the universe was not bad before. Humans must be unhappy with the Orange Star Civilization's behavior of selling out their information. But from the perspective of the entire Orange Star Civilization, it is actually understandable. If humans were standing from the perspective of the Orange Star Civilization, they would probably do more cruelly than them. So when they met the Orange Star Civilization again, the humans did not bring up their previous behavior, but simply responded that they were the human civilization of the Star Alliance. Because humans did not tell the Orange Star Civilization that they were the boss of the Star Alliance. The Orange Star Civilization still believed that the human civilization was a member of the Star Alliance. An uneasy member. You actually came in. After getting the identity confirmation of the humans, the Orange Star Civilization expressed surprise. The information is transmitted to the relay communication base station through the detector, and then transmitted back to the Tianjin, which is 3.5 light-years away, with a delay of more than 10 milliseconds. Human tachyon communication technology can only maintain a distance of 2 light-years at most. If it is farther away, the tachyon will automatically return to its original inter-universe state and have no communication function. So a relay station is needed. In fact, what the Orange Star Civilization said is what humans want to say: you actually got in. The people on the Tianjin were really surprised to see the Orange Star Civilization, because they all knew about this civilization, and their technology was at the level of 1 times the speed of light at the beginning. In the words of the Dynamic Picture Civilization, it is still at the first warp level, which is the primary state of the 4th level civilization. It has just completed the upgrade of the 2nd generation warp engine before entering the microcosm. It is the second-generation warp technology purchased from the Perseus trade market of the dynamic picture civilization. But unexpectedly, they broke through to the third-generation warp technology in such a short time. This speed is really beyond human expectations. In addition to the unexpected potential of the people in the first fleet being forced out, there is another important reason for the breakthrough of human beings themselves. That is, human beings have a lot of technical accumulation in this field. After all, they just skipped the first-generation warp technology and jumped to the second-generation warp technology when they just entered the fourth-level civilization. And the starting point is high. Without these foundations, the first fleet of mankind might have been trapped in the maze. But the Orange Star civilization was able to break through in such a short time, even though their technology accumulation was not as deep as that of humans. In other words, they won by relying on the wisdom of their own race. Great potential. Thinking of this, everyone refreshed their impression of the Orange Star civilization again. Yes, we just broke through the maze restrictions and entered this small universe. Congratulations on finding a way to break through the maze and come here. But we have a bad news to tell you. We may not be able to get out. The humans thought about it and told the Orange Star civilization it must be a lie that they had just come in. They had been here for many years. But they could not tell the truth. If they said they had been here for a long time, it would not be good if the Orange Star civilization misunderstood that they had taken the pioneers' property. It might cause unnecessary conflicts. Humans are not afraid of the Orange Star civilization. But the situation they are facing now is really a question of whether they can get out. So conflict is not a wise move. We just came in too. What about the animated picture civilization? Could they have taken the things and ran away a long time ago? What do you mean by can't get out? The Orange Star civilization quickly replied. Huh? The human noticed that the Orange Star civilization seemed a little silly, and didn't know if it was intentional. If this question was true, then the Orange Star civilization might not know that a ship reaching 38.941 times the speed of light could not break through the diamond lattice maze. The expert who noticed this problem immediately said it. Yu Yuan, who was sitting in his cockpit seat, also nodded, thinking in his heart, the Orange Star civilization might not have noticed this. Their ability to master the third-generation warp technology in such a short time has a lot to do with their intelligence. But perhaps because of this, they might not have experimented step by step like humans, but hurriedly equipped a large number of them, and then got out of trouble directly. Thinking from the perspective of the Orange Star civilization, it is indeed possible, because they are worried that the humans who hold the key still have secrets in their hands and have an advantage over them. And the dynamic picture civilization also has a third-generation warp flagship, which makes them anxious. We don't know. We have never found any traces of the dynamic picture civilization. Maybe they really took the things away a long time ago. Who can say that they have a third-generation warp flagship? Maybe the diamond lattice maze that trapped our two civilizations does not exist for them at all. Anyway, we have not found any traces of them in the past few years since we came in. Nor have we found any traces of the pioneers' property. The current situation of this small universe is just as you have detected, except for the red dwarf stars wrapped in large diamond lattices. There is nothing. As for the meaning of not being able to get out, you can look at this. Humanity introduced the situation after entering to the Orange Star civilization in a way that was 80% true and 20% false, and intentionally or unintentionally hinted that the dynamic picture civilization had taken things away, trying to make the Orange Star civilization misunderstand the dynamic picture civilization. However, humans did not dare to say too much, because this small universe is really too big, and humans have not yet completed the exploration. Who knows whether the dynamic picture civilization will be in some corner? Exploration is different from ranging. Humanity has not walked to every corner of this small universe, but it can get the approximate size of the small universe. Of course, other civilizations can also do this. This is the basic operation of star civilization. Finally, the human also told us the image information of the unknown fourth-level civilization ruins and tomb, as well as the approximate age information obtained from archaeological excavations, plus his own guesses. Here, he didn't lie. After all, humans really didn't want to conflict with the Orange Star civilization at this critical juncture. Another maze? No, that's not right. It's a test from the pioneers. Didn't you get the pioneer's microcosm key? Why can't you get out? What on earth is this pioneer thinking? If he can't get the inheritance, he will be trapped here to death? If so, if the Gurgi civilization has already obtained the inheritance, Won't we all be trapped here? After seeing the unknown 4th-level civilization tomb set by humans, the Orange Star civilization seemed a little excited. And this understanding is really... How can you think wrong? According to the Orange Star civilization's thinking, it is to raise goo to kill each other to decide the winner. This is not okay. The human side quickly replied, no. 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 We didn't say that. And it's hard to say. Not only those who get the inheritance can get out. Even if the dynamic picture civilization gets the inheritance and leaves first, it may not be impossible to get out. However, this small universe is so big that we must work together to find a way out. You make sense. The Orange Star civilization didn't seem to want to conflict. And soon they sent another message. It is indeed as you said. The most urgent task is to find a way out first. Chapter 770. That being said, humans do not know whether what the Orange Star civilization said is true or false. And vice versa. Two civilizations are not two people. And they must consider the interests of their entirety. It is already very good that they can avoid conflict at this time. As for the situation of the dynamic picture civilization, humans actually overestimate them. And the Orange Star civilization also overestimates them. Humans have always believed that they will have a faster scientific research speed if they have a flagship with 3rd-generation warp technology. After all, the difficulty of crossing the river by feeling others and crossing the river by feeling the stones is really different. But the dynamic picture civilization cherished the 3rd-generation warp engine that they had bought at a great price. So they were reluctant to dismantle it. So they chose to rely on their own scientific research capabilities to carry out research and development. The result was tragic. The Gurgi people overestimated their scientific research capabilities. Perhaps it was also because they did not enter the Diamond Lattice Maze as a whole civilization. Until now, they have not broken through the 3rd-generation warp technology. Perhaps because they could not break through the technical barriers for a long time. They finally couldn't help but work on the warp engine of their flagship. But they still overestimated their abilities. And the development of things became more and more magical. The dynamic picture civilization found that even if they dismantled the 3rd-generation warp engine, they wanted to use it as a template to replicate this engine. But they found it difficult to understand the various structures of the engine. They could copy the engine. But the engine they built had problems here and there. Sometimes the new engine couldn't even start. They knew there must be something wrong. But they just couldn't find where the problem was. They clearly manufactured it step by step according to the dismantled engine. The structure was the same. And even if the materials were different, the performance was similar. But it just didn't work. Only then did they realize that there was a thick technical barrier in front of them. But now that the 3rd-generation engine of the flagship has been dismantled, they have to devote themselves to the research and development of the 3rd-generation engine. But it is difficult. In fact, the dynamic picture civilization has the largest number of warships entering the Diamond Lattice Maze, with a total fleet of 4 million warships. And the number of individual lives on it is also the largest. But the problem is that their population structure is different from that of humans and even the Orange Star civilization. Their soldiers are soldiers. It is impossible for them to switch to research. The captain can only be the captain. The same is true for all positions. Therefore, for so many years, the research on the 3rd-generation warp engine technology has only been done by the Gurgi people, who were originally scientists in the fleet. They have the largest number of individual lives. But their scientific research strength is actually the weakest. The reason is that as a member civilization of the Perseus Trade Federation, the dynamic picture civilization has obtained some technologies that human civilization and Orange Star civilization do not have from the market or the advanced civilization market, such as gene targeting technology. They think this technology is very precious and do not sell it. The dynamic image civilization that possesses this set of technology, their individual lives begin to implant genetic codes with specific growth directions in the embryonic period. And the future of these individual lives is almost certain after they grow up. It is a warrior template gene. And 99% of them will become a space warrior after growing up. Of course, they are not the kind of space warriors who wear mechas to work on warships. But they will take on various tasks related to warship operations and war on warships. It is a mechanical maintenance worker, mechanical design gene. And 99% of them will engage in this kind of work after growing up. People in merchant positions also have special training gene templates. And they will teach according to the different targeted characteristics of each gene template. Battleship captains, fleet commanders, and the like also grow from a genetic model they call the commander template. Of course, Even with a genetic template, it is not necessarily possible to grow into the target type 100%. But it is easier to cultivate than the natural formation of individual life. And it is more professional and excellent. Under this trend of genetic technology, Dynamic Picture Civilization claims that they truly control evolution. The success rate of the genetic template with only the researcher template is very low, even less than 1%. But the individual life with this template is indeed better at learning relevant scientific knowledge than normal individual life without any genetic template. And it is easier to grow into a researcher or an expert or scientist in various fields. Under such a gene control system, no individual life in the Dynamic Picture Civilization is omnipotent. And they do not believe that there is an existence that is omnipotent in all aspects, because they have long understood that with the development of science and technology, knowledge will increase, and various branches of technology will become more and more complicated, even to the point where a branch of technology requires a scientific team to devote their entire life. So everyone is proficient in their own field, and then work together is the right way. Originally, according to the development of this system, the Dynamic Picture Civilization has always been smooth sailing, and the fleet combat effectiveness is also very strong. They have a set of business. They are also responsible for scientific development, and they have a group of brave warriors who are not afraid of death when driving warships. They can be said to be a powerful civilization. But when one of their fleets was trapped in the Diamond Lattice Maze, one of the defects of this genetic template system that controls evolution was exposed. At first, they did not realize this. It was not until such a long time that they could not make a technological breakthrough even after dismantling the third-generation warp generator. At this time, they realized the seriousness of the problem. Because people in other professions usually don't think about this problem at all. Only those who are responsible for planning and analysis will think about it. And there are very few such people in the fleet. So this feedback voice has only been heard by the leader on their flagship now. But even if they know it, there is nothing they can do, because their system cannot let all soldiers switch to study and do scientific research like humans. They are not made for it at all. And if they want to carry out genetic template modification, they have to start from the embryonic period. Now they are just a fleet, and they have placed this kind of core equipment in the main civilization. So they can't do it at all. Even if they can do this and increase the number of scientists and researchers, they have to spend a lot of time growing those individual lives, which is unrealistic. This is not possible. And that is not possible. So that human civilization and Orange Star civilization have broken through the Diamond Lattice Maze. And the fleet of the Dynamic Picture Civilization is still waiting there. They do hope that the rescue team can bring a large number of scientific teams to save them now. But they also think that the subsequent teams coming in from the small universe entrance may not be in the same maze space as them. Just as humans and Orange Star civilization were not in the same space as themselves. It's fate. This doesn't mean that this kind of targeted cultivation of gene templates is necessarily wrong. After all, if it wasn't a fleet, but the entire dynamic map civilization that came in, it's estimated that they wouldn't face this situation. On the contrary, they might break through the maze much faster than humans and Orange Star civilization. Humans and Orange Star civilization don't know the system of the dynamic map civilization, so they don't know the latter's current situation. If they knew, it's estimated that people in both civilizations would be very happy. Chapter 771. It is naturally impossible for the two civilizations to cross the barrier to know the current situation of the dynamic map civilization. And the situation inside the small universe also forces the two civilizations to face it together, at least before finding a way out and the property left by the pioneers. There will be no conflict between the two sides. Humans do not want to conflict. And the Orange Star civilization is the same. So after some discussion, both sides tacitly explored the small universe on this side. The diameter of the small universe is 1,000 light years. The two civilizations decided to explore half of it each, and agreed that if they found a way out in the area they explored, they would notify each other. As for the things left by the pioneers, if they are still there, whoever finds them first will own them. This assumption assumes that the dynamic picture civilization has not obtained the inheritance. Humans think that the dynamic picture civilization has a high probability of not obtaining it, and probably has not entered. But this obviously cannot be said to the Orange Star civilization, and the misunderstanding will continue. As for the fact that the Orange Star civilization was nominally a member of the Star Alliance before, neither side mentioned it at all. In this case, humans do not consider it. and it is estimated that the Orange Star civilization will not consider it either. In the current situation, regardless of whether the Star Alliance is a Star Alliance or not, it is good enough that they can avoid fighting. After a rough negotiation, the two civilizations also set up a communication relay at the original location as agreed, and then turn around and return to the agreed area to continue exploring. The microcosm is also a universe. As a three-dimensional space and four-dimensional spacetime body, it has no so-called absolute center like the macrocosm. So there is no rush to explore the so-called central area of the microcosm. So, while the dynamic map civilization is still struggling to break through the third-generation warp technology, the human civilization and the Orange Star civilization are already actively exploring the microcosm, looking for treasures and looking for a way out. Because of the lesson of the unknown fourth-level civilization, both civilizations tried their best to explore. After all, if they could not find it, they would die. From this perspective, it is actually an opportunity for the dynamic picture civilization that has not yet entered the microcosm, because those who have advanced to the microcosm may not be able to find it, and maybe the end is the same. In this way, time slowly passed in the process of exploring the microcosm. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 30 years. The human fleet did not take large-scale actions, but went out to explore in the form of small fleets or even single ships, exploring in all directions, recording the characteristics of each large rhombus crystal, even if they look the same. They are recorded, including the spectral characteristics of the red dwarf in the large rhombus crystal. Of course, there are also analytical data on the different frequencies, wavelengths, regional distributions, etc. of various monochromatic lights. Each piece of data is precious because they may be data that can save the two civilizations. After basically walking through all the star fields they explored, the two civilizations also began to exchange data as agreed. Yes, it is the data exchange of the small universe areas they explored. Because after almost completing their respective explorations, neither side found the pioneer legacy. Both sides realized the seriousness of this problem. So they tacitly contacted each other and then silently exchanged data. In the process of data exchange, they did not do anything to give the other side wrong data. Because as far as the human side is concerned, Yu Yuan thinks that there is no need to play tricks on such things, which would make it look petty. And even after getting their respective data, even if the Orange Star civilization analyzes the secret before humans, humans can't just leave it alone. If that were the case, there would be no morality to speak of. The entire fleet of the Orange Star civilization came in, and the number was indeed larger than that of humans. But humans had a trump card and didn't care about the number difference at all. If they really had to fight, it would only be a one-fold difference in number. No big deal. Since setting foot on the starry sky, humans seem to fight the majority with the minority in every war, and they have long been accustomed to it. After the two sides completed the data exchange, humans used the previous method to analyze the big data in an attempt to find hidden secrets. This analysis really allowed humans to discover some clues. That is, the arrangement array of those large diamond crystals is really regular. Humans used the difference in light intensity of the stars they blocked as comparison data, and then found that the intervals and intensity ranges between them seemed to have some regularity. After some comparison, humans keenly discovered that these data formed a long array. And this data array was the famous Fibonacci sequence. This sequence is also called the golden section sequence. So what is the use of discovering that the rhombus crystals wrapped in different starlight brightness conform to this sequence? Of course it is useful. First of all, humans immediately thought of connecting the rhombus crystals at the nodes of these sequences, and then used computer simulation to draw a spiral line diagram. Each Fibonacci number in this sequence is the sum of the previous two. Such a subtle combination is like the stars in the night sky, interweaving to form a magnificent path. Similarly, Fibonacci numbers are everywhere in nature. It is like a hidden secret of nature, depicting amazing patterns on seemingly ordinary canvases. Its graceful figure can be found in the growth of leaves, flowers and trunks of plants, in various types of snail shells, parrot feathers, petal structures of sunflowers, the number of petals of pineapples, and the number of branches of trees. It is like a silent poet, telling the miracle of life in its own unique language. It is magical. But what humans can't figure out is that among the things related to the Fibonacci sequence, the so-called nature known to humans is the nature of the Earth. So how can such a regular arrangement appear here? Could it be that the planet where the pioneers grew up also has animals, and plants that show such regularity. And then, they were discovered and recorded by them, and used as a sequence to marvel at the magic of nature and the charm of mathematics. If so, then this law should be easy to find. Just like humans now. Just get all the data and then find it through comparative analysis. But why was the fourth-level civilization trapped here? Could it be that the planetary environment where the fourth-level civilization grew up did not show the plants and animals with this sequence? Or did they not discover this set of magical sequence at all? This is very abnormal. How could a fourth-level civilization achieve so much in mathematics without even discovering the Fibonacci number? This sequence is not only a classic mathematical problem. It has applications in many natural phenomena, and is also an important tool in computer science, such as the shortest path problem, matrix chain multiplication, and permutation and combination problems. It is also closely related to the golden ratio. No matter how you look at it, such mathematical achievements cannot be possessed by a fourth-level civilization. So why can the unknown civilization still be trapped here? Could it be that following the guidance of this sequence matrix, it is impossible to find the things left by the pioneers? Chapter 772. Humans think that it is either this explanation or the living environment of the unknown civilization that caused them to not understand this sequence. So they also did not discover the rules of arrangement of these large crystals 2 billion years ago, and were eventually trapped in this small universe. Perhaps not every level 4 civilization understands this sequence, a mathematician said uncertainly, because even he himself found this answer unbelievable. Regardless of that, let's first see where this sequence matrix refers to. Should we tell the Orange Star civilization about this? You'd be crazy to tell them. Let's go and have a look. Maybe the answer is that simple? It seems so. Everyone talked about it, and finally focused their attention on Yu Yuan in front of their holographic screens, waiting for him to speak. Due to the advancement of technology, the humans on the Tianqin now do not gather on the so-called bridge to discuss problems every time. To be precise, the current planetary battleship Tianqin no longer has a so-called bridge, but it does have a work hall, a meeting room, various squares, and many activity venues. After all, planetary battleships are very large, and personal space is still very abundant. Basically, every crew member has his own private residence. The living conditions are extremely good. There are personal residences, supporting mecha hangars, and even various types of landing and short-distance sailing spacecrafts. Basically, everyone has one, and the more than 2,900 battleships with personnel are all configured in this way. Okay, we will go to the center according to this information. Yu Yuan nodded and made the decision. Commander Yu, if the entire fleet goes there, it may attract the attention of the Orange Star civilization, a staff officer said. Yu Yuan also thought it made sense. So he said, then we will go with more than 2,000 warships, and the other warships will make routine exploration gestures. Understood. After the conversation ended, the holographic screen in front of everyone automatically turned into various interfaces for warship operations. As the leader and captain of the flagship Tianqin, Yu Yuan naturally had an interface with corresponding functions in front of him. He stretched out his hand and slid a few times in the holographic screen with ease. After a while, 2,994 planetary warships slowly separated from the main force and headed for the target location. The so-called target location is the center of the three-dimensional geometric pattern composed of the Fibonacci sequence. This pattern looks a bit like a snail shell. So the so-called target location is actually the center of the spiral of the snail shell. After humans obtained the data of the large diamond crystals of the entire microcosm and the stars it wrapped, they found a clue and summarized and calculated a three-dimensional map of the Fibonacci sequence. After the computer drew the pattern, people saw that the pattern was embedded in the microcosm, just like a snail curled up in the entire microcosm space. The microcosm has no center, but at this moment, with the background of such a pattern, it seems to have a center, which is the center position of the pattern spiral curled up. 2,994 warships equipped with mental connection equipment of human beings rushed to the center position at full speed. Such actions naturally attracted the attention of Orange Star civilization, which has been paying attention to human movements. When humans set sail, their fleet also started. However, compared with humans who only dispatched more than 2,000 ships, Orange Star civilization did not pretend at all. They directly assembled the entire fleet and started together. The goal was also very clear, which was the direction where humans were heading. After the meeting, both fleets were under each other's detection, so such actions were immediately known to humans. Seeing the Orange Star Civilization's actions, humans immediately realized that they had also discovered the three-dimensional pattern obtained by Fibonacci numbers, and they were rushing to the center. There were 2 million warships, and Yuan did not dare to be arrogant. He directly changed the previous arrangement and let those planetary warships driven by strong artificial intelligence gather and move closer to the destination. At this moment, both human civilization and Orange Star Civilization felt that it was settled, and they all believed that whoever arrived at the destination first would get the inheritance. The fleets of both sides immediately turned on the power to the maximum and charged towards the target like mad old dogs. Perhaps because of God's blessing, humans are closer to the destination, only more than 100 light years away, while the Orange Star Civilization is about 170 light years away. No matter how you look at it, the human fleet arrived first. The Orange Star Civilization obviously also realized this, so they immediately shouted to humans through the tachyon communication device relay station at each node, saying that the data was discovered by the two civilizations together, and they should share the results and share the pioneer heritage. At this time, the human beings were already very happy, as if the more angry the Orange Star Civilization was, the happier they were, and they were also generously responding. First come, first served. This statement was a bit like whoever enters Xianying first is the king. The Orange Star Civilization on the other side was helpless, and could only say that the human beings were untrustworthy. After all, the target location was actually in the star field that the Orange Star Civilization had explored before. However, the human beings were still too happy too early. Calculated from the distance, the human beings did arrive at the destination 2 years earlier than the Orange Star Civilization, and they did arrive first amid the Orange Star Civilization's vicious scolding. But after arriving at the destination, the human beings found that nothing had happened. The space is still the same space, and the nearest rhombus crystal still wraps the red dwarf star like an eternal crystal, hanging in the void, and nothing happens. At this moment, the joy of mankind came to an abrupt end. Instead, people who were stunned, confused, and unbelieving immediately activated all the detection methods they had to observe and detect this area. But the results were still disappointing, because they found nothing. The space is still the same space, as if the so-called center point does not exist at all, and the three-dimensional image composed of the sequence seems to be just a coincidence. There are still 2 years before the Orange Star Civilization arrives. Humans have not given up on exploration. But as time goes by, the hearts of all the people in the first fleet of humanity become heavier, because they really haven't found anything abnormal here. It's not that easy. Yuan was also a little sad. I always thought it was not that simple before. Otherwise, how could that unknown fourth-level civilization be trapped and died here? Now it seems that it is indeed not simple. If they really got the inheritance when they came to this place, it was probably taken away 2 billion years ago. But what kind of mechanism did the pioneers set up? The problem seemed to have returned to the starting point. And this blow was also very heavy, because after exploring for so long, we found such irregular information. But now we were ruthlessly told that it was wrong. It was hard to accept for a while. If this continues, we will really follow the footsteps of that unknown fourth-level civilization. When humans failed to study for 2 years, the Orange Star Civilization that came hurriedly continued to output verbal attacks on humans. Human civilization. How can you do this? The inheritance should be ours. At the same time, their fleet also showed an appearance of fighting to the death if humans did not give up the location. These guys. Humans are naturally not afraid of them. But after 2 years of research, they found that this is a space with nothing, which is extremely disappointing. Seeing that the Orange Star Civilization is so aggressive, they have other thoughts. They haven't found anything. So how can the Orange Star Civilization, which is also a fourth-level civilization, find it? Everyone thinks it's better to let the Orange Star Civilization explore. If they really find something, it won't be too late to take action then. With this in mind, the human fleet took the initiative to withdraw before the Orange Star Civilization entered the battle range, and gave up the coordinate location star field to them. The Orange Star Civilization was also very surprised by the human actions, but they felt that exploring the target star field was the key. So a situation of advancing and retreating appeared in the starry sky. The Orange Star Civilization was not stupid. They did not naively question whether the human had obtained the inheritance, because they also knew that if the inheritance was really obtained, Human civilization would not be able to stay here, and the small universe would not have no reaction. At least there would be a channel to get out. Otherwise it would be meaningless to obtain the inheritance. Chapter 773. The Orange Star civilization was also surprised that the humans retreated without hesitation. But they were not too surprised. They just thought that the human civilization retreated because the number of warships was not superior. Haha. The human civilization of this Star Alliance is just like this. I thought they would at least bluff a bit. But I didn't expect them to retreat so easily. It seems that they are not confident in their war capabilities. Seeing that the human civilization fleet gave up the coordinate position, the Orange Star people made contemptuous remarks. That's right. We thought we were going to use force to intimidate. We have already loaded the warp missiles. But they didn't give us a chance to show them off. What a pity! Other Orange Star people also echoed in their internal communication channels. The internal layout of the Orange Star civilization warship is different from that of humans. But they don't gather together to discuss. But also use holographic projection. Use holographic projection to project the form of their individual life at each fixed position. There are many such projection points in front of each person. So even if you stay in your own cabin, it's like facing other individual lives. This holographic projection technology is a branch of force field control technology in the Grand Unified Force Field. Generally, as long as the civilization reaches the 4th level of civilization and has made achievements in a series of related technologies such as force field control, information technology, photoelectric binding technology, magnetic field technology, etc., this kind of holographic technology can be developed. Human holographic technology today is almost the same. If you don't enter the virtual world for a meeting, then when everyone discusses a problem, it usually appears in the form of projection. There is a hall on the Lyra dedicated to the placement of projection equipment. Each holographic projection device looks like a cylinder, and the characters are projected inside the cylinder. The Orange Star people who are talking now are almost the same. Now another Orange Star person took over the conversation. This is also a good thing. Although we are not afraid of human civilization, we are still trapped in this small universe. Avoiding conflicts is also a way to save resources and energy. The human civilization of this Star Alliance member is also sensible. If we get the Pioneer legacy, it is not impossible to take them away from this small universe together. After all, since we have contacted them, we have been getting along well. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just that sometimes they always regard themselves as members of the Star Alliance. And they are a bit arrogant. But they still have real skills. After all, they can break through the 3rd generation warp technology in such a short time. This is enough to show that the potential of human civilization is huge and should not be taken lightly. Potential or something. It also depends on the number of individual lives in their fleet. Maybe their fleet has billions of individual lives. More than us? All makes sense. But now is not the time to discuss these. Now that we are here, the most important thing is to quickly find the Pioneer legacy. That's right. The flagship will lead the fleet to push forward and remain alert. And the remaining scientific researchers will all conduct exploration work in the rear. I understand. Human civilization has stopped. And it seems that they have definitely not found it. But the fact that they have not left means that they have not given up. The fleet is always ready for battle. Received. Understood. Got it. After some discussion, the Orange Star civilization fleet pushed forward as they said, as if they were going to drive the first fleet of humanity a little further, and then released a large number of scientific research ships and various space exploration equipment at the target star region. They looked determined to win. The humans on the other side were not angry when they saw this. And Yuan even issued an order directly in accordance with the intention of the Orange Star civilization, asking the fleet to retreat a little further. Stay out of the weapon range. This act of showing weakness also made the Orange Star civilization more certain that humans were aware of their lack of combat power. After seeing the reaction of humans, the Orange Star civilization did not provoke them too much, but kept a certain distance and then took the time to explore the star field. However, they were full of confidence. Just like humans before. They were stunned at first, then confused, and finally self-doubted after several years, because they also found nothing. At this time, the Orange Star civilization knew why human civilization gave up the land so simply. And it turned out to be like this. At this moment, they once again recalled the level 4 civilization that humans had sent them and was trapped here. Things are not that simple. No wonder the level 4 civilization 2 billion years ago was trapped here. Countless Orange Star people sighed in their hearts. At this moment, they felt that they were right not to provoke the human fleet too much before. After all, they also believed that if they really fought, there would be no hope. And now, the Orange Star people felt that they should cooperate with humans and work together to find more clues. Humans had no good solution. So knowing that the other party was not a kind person, they had to verbally agree. But in fact, both sides knew that the cooperation between the fleets of the two civilizations was not safe, and there was a possibility of war at any time. However, the clues that the two civilizations thought of did not find anything, so they could only pretend to be acquiescent for the time being. Humans had been waiting in the distance of the starry sky for so many years, and thought that the Orange Star civilization would find something, and they were ready for the fleet assault. But they didn't expect to find nothing like themselves. It seemed that it was useless for them to stay here. So after reaching a verbal cooperation agreement with the Orange Star civilization again, the first fleet led by the Tianqin turned around and left first. The Orange Star civilization on the other side saw this, and was sure that humans had indeed found nothing. After a little hesitation, they also turned around and left this star field. But they did not give up completely. After the large fleet left, some exploration ships were left to continue exploring here aimlessly. Of course, when leaving, both sides set up tachyon communication transfer stations to prevent them from finding each other at that time. Captain, I think the key information must be in these sequences, even if it is not related to the Fibonacci sequence. With our current detection technology, we can't find any other relevant information at all. Just as the first fleet set sail away from the Orange Star civilization fleet, the Tianqin held another projection meeting. The reason was that a scientist had some relevant insights. Originally, he just wanted to talk to Yu Yuan alone. But Yu Yuan thought that since he would have to brainstorm anyway, it would be better to let everyone discuss it together. So, a group of experts and scholars appeared in the form of projections. The scientist paused for a moment, and then saw his projection look around at the positions of other people's projections. Since the pioneers set up a fourth-level civilization to break through the diamond lattice maze and enter the small universe, it is impossible to create a dilemma that even the fourth-level civilization technology cannot find. No matter what the pioneers want to test, it is impossible. So I think the answer is in the information we have discovered so far. The reason why we can't find it may be that we are opening it in the wrong way. Chapter 774. Wrong way to open it. What do you mean? Yes. Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up. Several scholars seemed not to want to hear too much nonsense, so they urged him. Yu Yuan also looked up at the scientist with ideas. Or more precisely, a mathematician. Yu Yuan was familiar with this person, whose surname was Lu and given name was Hongyan. She was a new generation mathematician in human civilization. Female mathematicians were rare in today's human civilization, especially top mathematicians. Lu Hongyan is also Long Dalan's wife. She seems to be only over 3,000 years old this year. Before, because of the need to develop the third generation warp technology, all the people on the first fleet have studied the relevant warp knowledge. And Lu Hongyan, a mathematician, is no exception. So now she is proficient in physics and mathematics. After feeling everyone's gaze, Lu Hongyan pursed her lips and said, "It's very simple. The literal meaning is that the data we detected is correct. And it is indeed the information left by the pioneers. Because I firmly believe that there are not so many coincidences in the world. It is impossible for such a large microcosm with so many rhombus crystals to be placed randomly to form a three-dimensional matrix diagram of the Fibonacci sequence. So, it must be that we are opening it in the wrong way. I think the answer is in the center of the three-dimensional diagram formed by the Fibonacci sequence. But our method is wrong. Or the way we are going there is wrong." "What? The way to go there is wrong? Director Lu means that we should not sail there at warp speed?" A scholar touched his hair and pretended to be in deep thought, and then continued, "But this doesn't make sense. The microcosm space is here. Empty. It has no clear roads, no ground or signal guidance. The space is so empty. Even if we sail in a conventional way, isn't it the same? Could it be that the pioneers have been watching everything in the microcosm?" A rhetorical question. Everyone knows that the pioneers had already sailed far away and could not be in this small universe. But this sentence gave inspiration to others. So as soon as the voice fell, another scholar said, "The pioneers are definitely not here. But the things they left behind are here. such as intelligent programs. You should not have forgotten how we broke through the Diamond Lattice maze. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Yes, when humans installed more than 2,000 third-generation warp engines and began large-scale navigation, the channel appeared. That feeling. It's like a certain set mechanism has been triggered. So how did the mechanism set by the pioneers determine that humans were conducting large-scale 38.941 times the speed of light warp travel? It is impossible for it to make a judgment without any detection. In other words, something left by the pioneers made the judgment. But the detection method used was too advanced for humans to detect. And that thing is likely to be an intelligent program that has been executing some set instructions of the pioneers. Just like the intelligent program left by the Awakener. If there is such a thing, then it is either hidden in a space gap that humans cannot find, or those diamond crystals are its eyes. That is to say, there is always an intelligent program watching everything humans and other civilizations that enter this small universe do. But it may be limited by the settings of the pioneers, and can only act according to the settings. It is obviously unreasonable for a small universe left by a 6th-level civilization to have no intelligent program or strong artificial intelligence. So, how can we meet the requirements? Someone who had figured it all out and thought it made sense said it immediately. This statement was full of worry. And everyone could hear it. Because if it was easy, the level 4 civilization 2 billion years ago would not have been trapped to death. No. 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 You may have misunderstood. I never said that we must sail conventionally. At this time, Lu Hongyan spoke again. She smiled and continued, everyone, take a look at this data first. It is the research result of me, the mathematics department, the information and communications department, and the data analysis department. As she spoke, she handed out an electronic text of more than 1,000 pages to everyone present. Yu Yuan naturally got one too. Oh no. It was a report. Yu Yuan got it first before calling everyone to discuss it. But he never had time to read it. It seems that the latest discovery is in this report. Yu Yuan clicked on the report text, stretched out his hand to grab it, and threw the entire report text into a certain area of his holographic screen. That was the decoding pool. The file decoding display area. The process was handled by the computer itself. Yu Yuan only needed to throw the file in. I saw something that looked like a text file passing through the holographic screen. And then it was unfolded in an instant with a chi. Then, the holographic screen was replaced by a bunch of text, numbers, images, and text descriptions. What came into view was a diagram of the entire universe. A three-dimensional space diagram, with a familiar Fibonacci sequence three-dimensional spiral drawn on the diagram. Everyone was familiar with the pattern, because it was obtained after combining the detection data of the Orange Star Civilization. And the Orange Star Civilization also had a copy. Otherwise, they would not have reacted as they did before. Although this picture is familiar, it is a little different. Yu Yuan saw that there were additional groups of data on the three-dimensional image formed by Fibonacci. At the same time, the snail shell-shaped Fibonacci three-dimensional diagram was divided into sections by lines. And each section was 1,000 spaces, from the big mouth of the snail shell to the center. With this division, the entire three-dimensional diagram looks like a spiral tunnel. The mouth of the snail shell is a big tunnel leading to the center of the circle. These data are marked on each divided space block, and the values on each block are different, from the mouth of the snail shell to the inside. The values are arranged from small to large. This means that we have to go along the mouth of the snail shell and go in according to its channel to open it correctly. It does look like a tunnel. Is that what it means? Seeing such an image, everyone had some ideas in their minds. But what is the difference between going this way and going directly? It's all empty space. Could it be that the so-called channel is curled in this small universe? If so, what do the data marked on the image represent? And how are these data calculated? With doubts, everyone calmed down and read the report from the beginning. But they found a lot of formulas in it, and explanations of various cutting-edge mathematical fields were everywhere. Some scholars with not-so-good mathematical attainments were a little confused, because they couldn't understand these mathematical processes at all. Yu Yuan's knowledge is quite comprehensive, but he has a hard time understanding some very deep mathematical processes. However, there are a lot of annotations, so he can barely understand them. It seems that he has not lived in vain for so many years, and he has worked hard enough. Chapter 775. After a while, everyone had almost finished reading. At this time, Liu Hongyan, the editor-in-chief of the report, spoke on behalf of her team. As soon as she spoke, everyone listened attentively, because they all knew that it must be about the diagram explanation. In the past, she would get straight to the point as soon as she spoke. You should have seen it more often than not. In the three-dimensional diagram formed by the Fibonacci sequence, those groups of data that I specially marked were discovered by me and many mathematicians and space physicists after studying the data from some complex calculation results. It is directly related to the data of each star and the value represented by each crystal position that we detected before. But the numbers marked now are not converted. We can apply it to the mathematical expression system of the pioneers to calculate again. And some values of space curvature need to be added during the process. Like this. As she said this, Liu Hongyan demonstrated the calculation process step by step to everyone on the spot through computer assistance and holographic projection display. While calculating, she also explained, "Look here. Each space block formed by adjacent Fibonacci numbers has corresponding parameter values, which come from our previous data. But they cannot be used directly, because they are also related to the environmental factors in each three-dimensional space block of the Fibonacci number sequence." Environmental factors? There are actually no environmental factors in the empty space of the microcosm. So the only environmental factor Liu Hongyan is talking about now is monochromatic light of various wavelengths. Sure enough, the next moment, she pointed at the entrance space block of the snail shell and said, "For example, here, everyone, look, these are the wavelengths of various monochromatic lights, arrangement rules, and other data obtained by our detector from the space block here. And this is about quantum chromodynamics. We can calculate it like this. This is the Dirac matrix equation. This is covariant differential. And this is about the discrete problem of quantum perturbation quantum thermodynamics. Calculating to our level requires processing hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions of Feynman diagrams. And finally we get a group of data like this." Listening to Liu Hongyan's explanation, everyone understood the origin of each set of data in the picture. And everyone showed a little expectation in their eyes. Because in the three-dimensional space picture of the snail shell, they clearly saw a group of values that changed significantly from the entrance to the inside of the snail shell. Such values satisfy the multiple relationship with the speed of light. Although some values have certain errors after the multiple calculation of the speed of light. Humans believe that it is the error of observation data, not calculation. Now it is clear that all the meanings of this report are clear. That is, the report believes that the method of human beings to go to the center of the snail shell is wrong. It is not possible to drive straight and it will, but to go all the way inside from the mouth of the snail shell, saying that the non-existent passage. During this period, the speed and course of the ship are required, and the speed increases from low to high in a certain pattern until the center of the last snail shell reaches the highest speed, which is 38.941 times the speed of light. There is no reason. The report believes that this is the game rule set by the pioneers. The pioneers will monitor everything in the microcosm by some means, and send the ships that find the method to the real place of inheritance. This setting is a bit fucked up, but it can be found that its premise is particularly hidden. Those data seem to be deliberately hidden, and it is also very difficult to calculate from the data found. According to the mathematics team that discovered the law, they discovered it by chance in a brainwave-like inspiration. They may not be able to discover it even if they have another chance. And luck plays a big part. Of course, this result is just human speculation. Whether it is actually true or not, we have to try it to know. The method of trying is also simple. Just follow the summary in the report, and let the fleet start spiral navigation from the large entrance of the snail shell. This process requires both speed and direction control. After listening to the report, Yu Yuan thought it was worth a try. And most of the others thought so. First, humans have been in the small universe for so many years, and have not found any other data worth paying attention to, let alone an analysis report that can be put into action. Second, humans have just left the center of the snail spiral, so they can do a reverse attempt. That is, according to the content of the report, sail outward from the center of the snail spiral to see if there is any effect. Such an experiment is not afraid of the Orange Star civilization discovering anything. After all, humans just sailed out of the central space block of the snail spiral at the fastest speed. Even if they slowed down a little and changed direction a little, they will definitely not notice it. That's it. The navigation order was immediately issued to each warship. So in the following time, the human fleet began to purposefully slow down and adjust its direction according to the space block it was in, all the way to the mouth of the snail shell spiral. The Orange Star civilization did not take any action because of the change of the human fleet. They must have thought that the human fleet was just pulling away and keeping a safe distance to continue exploring the small universe. In fact, they did this themselves. After retreating, they continued to explore in a hurry, and the exploration of the center of the snail spiral was the focus. As for humans, they are sailing as planned. From the three-dimensional star map, humans need to travel about half of the small universe. Because of the decreasing speed, it will take at least nearly 100 years. Due to fuel restrictions, humans did not sail with the entire fleet, and they could not send out the entire fleet, because there were only 2,994 ships equipped with third-generation warp engines. The other warships randomly found a large diamond crystal to dock, and then deployed solar sails to collect the pitiful stellar energy, so as to save energy and fuel for the more than 2,000 battleships. With a fuel inventory of nearly 1 million warships, the 3,000 elite warships can still last for a long time. Humans have already planned the use of fuel. After all, if the entire fleet really moves together, it is estimated that they will all be grounded after running half the universe. However, this century-long trial voyage did not produce any results. 2,994 warships sailed all the way, and no abnormalities were found. Based on this, humans also understand that the so-called trial voyage has failed. Now the only hope is to sail according to the report content. That is, from the mouth of the spiral snail to the center. If it is wrong again, humans will not know how to solve the puzzle. The final result can probably be the same as that of the unknown fourth-level civilization, slowly killed by time here. Of course, with a fuel inventory of 1 million warships, humans can indeed have more such voyages. But everyone hopes to succeed once. Chapter 776. More than 2,000 warships, led by the Tianqin, set sail. They are a detachment of the first fleet of mankind. But they are also the essence of the first fleet, because every warship in this fleet is manned and equipped with Awakener's consciousness link equipment. They are the elite among the warships. This fleet, which is completely manned by humans, is now starting the regular voyage of the departure phase as written in the report. That is, when entering the first space block of the spiral mouth of the snail shell, the fleet speed relative to the diamond crystal matrix is increased to half the speed of light. The voyage was not difficult at all. The core fleet quickly reached the requirements and entered the first stage of the voyage. The core fleet will cross the first space block of the snail spiral at this speed, and then start the warp engine and enter the first stage of the warp, 1 times the speed of light. The subsequent voyage is also simple, all in accordance with the data mentioned in the report. As the voyage progresses, the speed will slowly increase from 1 times the speed of light, 1.1, 1.2, 2, 3, until the final 38.941 times the speed of light. Such a speed increase is not difficult for humans, but the difficulty lies in how to discover these laws. But it is precisely because of this that everyone is worried about gains and losses after the voyage begins. Hope for success, but fear that disappointment will turn into despair. But sometimes the more you care, the worse the result. As time goes by, the speed of the human core fleet is getting faster and faster, and naturally it is getting closer and closer to the center of the spiral snail shell. But what everyone sees in the detector is, the diamond crystal is still the same. The small universe is still the same, lifeless and unchanged. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank, and their faces showed a look of despair. No change. No space channel. Is the method still wrong? Then how can we find the pioneer's legacy? Even if we can't find it, we have to give people a way out. At this point, no matter how unwilling we are to admit that the pioneers are such a civilization, we can't help but curse the pioneers in our hearts as a swindler, the kind who cheats people to death without paying for their lives. At this moment, how much humans hope that the Awakener is still hiding in the starry sky and watching them like before. After knowing that the Awakener Juan was watching them in the dark, humans actually felt like they were being watched, and they felt a little uncomfortable. But now they hope that the Awakener Juan is still here. Now everyone thinks that if the Awakener Juan is still here, at least they won't be trapped here to death. Humans believe that as a level 6 Awakener, they have the strength to do so. But the latest news tells humans that the Awakener civilization is lost, and Juan is now unknown whether he lives or dies. Although you should work hard when you encounter difficulties, it is always comfortable to have a big boss to support you. After all, with the human understanding of illusion, he definitely doesn't want the elite of human civilization to die here. It's fate, and the life and death of illusion is unknown. So humans can only think about it. But this time, human luck doesn't seem to be that bad. As everyone became more and more disappointed, the speed of this core fleet of humans reached the node of 10.079 times the speed of light. This is the highest speed that the second-generation warp engine technology of the fourth-level civilization can achieve. And it is also the speed that humans can achieve once they enter the fourth-level civilization. At this time, this speed seemed to become a triggering factor. When the fleet reached this speed in a specific spiral snail shell space block, people were surprised to find that the scene seen by the detector seemed to have changed. It was not obvious. Just some streams of light appeared in the field of view of the optical detector. But it was still captured by the human detector keenly. After all, such streams of light should not appear in the detector, because it was too similar to the starry sky phenomenon observed during warp speed navigation in the large universe. And there was no starry sky in this small universe. Then it is confirmed to be a strange phenomenon. Everyone changed their previous depressed mood and was shocked. Did we really succeed? Is this really the way to crack the microcosm? Is this the test of the pioneers? We actually guessed it right? For a moment, everyone looked at the detector screen with excitement, and quickly entered their own working state. It was at this time that humans finally confirmed that they were not wrong, because the stream of light detected was increasing. They began to appear in the human vision like elongated streams of stars. However, subsequent further observation data told humans that those streams were not actually streams of stars, but optical detection illusions. It was caused by the interaction between the speed of the human fleet and the monochromatic lights that crisscrossed in the corresponding space blocks. Humans are familiar with this phenomenon, but it does not mean that humans have experienced it. And humans have set up similar things in the Earth era. That is, the music highway. It is a specially designed road surface, the principle of which is mainly based on the sound produced by the friction and vibration between the tires and the road surface when the vehicle is driving. And the musical effect is created through the specific road surface design. The design combines engineering, materials, machinery and other related technologies, and by carving out sound grooves of different spacing, width, depth and number, the sound produced by the contact and collision between the tires and the road surface merges into a rhythmic melody with different heights. What humans see now is a similar route in the starry sky, because after going a little further, the meaning became more obvious. The human detector suddenly saw that the colorful light outside had turned into a curtain of light. This light was curled in a certain form, and it looked like the human fleet was sailing in Van Gogh's starry sky painting. The colorful light was a flowing light curtain, forming a circular channel outside the fleet. Humans knew that this was similar to the principle of the music highway. This phenomenon could only be seen by oneself at a specific speed and in a specific direction of travel. To the outside world, it seemed that nothing had happened. Seeing the passage, humans also realized that they had found the right path. The pioneer's treasure must have been opened in this way. Otherwise, they would not have seen the passage of the principle of the music highway appear. Their calculations were correct, and the method was correct. Judging from the current situation, if they followed the preset results, there would be a high probability that the fleet would reach the center of the spiral snail shell and have the answer. Excitement filled everyone's mind at once. The pioneer's treasure belongs to us humans, because the strangeness appeared quite suddenly now, and some people did not have a deep understanding of the value of the report. Some people thought that this matter was quite easy, so that they had the illusion that the fourth-level civilization should have discovered it. In fact, these people's feelings were not illusions. The fourth-level civilization that was trapped here did discover this law. But they made a mistake, which led to their inability to trigger the music highway. Chapter 777. The Level 4 civilization also discovered the Fibonacci sequence. After countless years of exploration, they also captured the obscure law that humans have found today. The reason why they did not trigger the music highway was because they had warships driven by strong artificial intelligence in their fleet. I don't know what method the pioneers used, but they can detect whether there are warships driven by strong artificial intelligence entering a specific space. And this setting seems to be aimed at computer-based silicon civilizations. Back then, the Level 4 civilization found the rules, but they didn't know there was such a limitation. After several experiments failed to trigger the music highway, they gradually began to despair. It was also because of the repeated experiments that their fuel was quickly consumed, so that they no longer had the ability to conduct large-scale exploration. And eventually the entire civilization gradually died out. In fact, humans didn't know that the pioneers had such a setting, and they didn't deliberately put other unmanned warships. It was only because of the fuel problem and the lack of resources that they accidentally dispatched the core fleet that was all manned. Sometimes things just happen by chance. The unknown was only a thin layer of paper screen away from success. But it just couldn't be broken. Just like the dark under the lamp. They tried several times and then gave up. And there was no fuel for navigation. In fact, if humans also had strong artificial intelligence warships like them and couldn't trigger the music highway, they probably wouldn't have thought that the pioneers would do this kind of identification. It has to be said that humans were really lucky at this moment. The emergence of the music highway phenomenon made humans certain of their correctness. And they let the fleet continue with determination. The light was in front of them. And success was just around the corner, as humans thought. As the fleet continued to go deeper, the music highway phenomenon became more and more obvious. And the visual effects composed of each monochromatic light became more obvious. When the human fleet crossed 2 more space blocks, the music highway effects composed of light around them were like substance. From the human perspective, the large diamond crystals that were clearly visible were gone, replaced by a flowing light curtain, like a curtain composed of moving streams of light, interweaving into a cylindrical passage. The passage was narrow in front and wide in the back, and the human fleet slowly moved forward in the passage. It felt like sailing in a tunnel, and the humans on the fleet all had hope on their faces, full of anticipation for the end of the passage. The scene that appeared in everyone's eyes did not disappoint everyone's expectations. The passage formed by the music highway effect really became a tunnel. At least when the human speed increased to 30 times the speed of light as time went by according to the calculation results in the file. It was no longer possible to detect whether the tunnel was real or a false music highway effect. The amazing thing is that humans are almost back to the center of the spiral shell. But they haven't detected any spacecraft from the outside world. It's like entering a tunnel. And the Orange Star civilization probes that were originally scattered here and have been detecting the center of the space snail shell have no response. They seem to not understand that the human fleet has returned to the center again, and have no reaction. The humans in the channel naturally have no way of knowing whether this is true. But the failure to detect the Orange Star civilization probe is the best proof. The human detection means seem to be blocked by the false channel formed by this layer of the music highway phenomenon. And the outside world seemed to have lost the vision of the human fleet. It was very magical. But the magic was yet to come. The 2,994 human warships increased their speed to the highest. And the fleet once again arrived at the center of the snail shell spiral. And real space changes occurred. Unlike the previous time when they rushed straight in. This time humans directly felt that they and the fleet had arrived at the innermost part of the tunnel. Then, whether it was the perspective of the detector or the perspective of the human eyes, there appeared a stream of light like a meteor shower rushing towards them, which looked like a spaceship traveling through time and space in the movie. Humans and their 2,994 warships seemed to be crossing a barrier. Humans are not sure because the detectors cannot detect the real situation. They can only feel it based on their own intuition. The center of the spiral of the snail shell is actually just an ordinary space that cannot be more ordinary. Now such a situation makes humans understand that this place is indeed special. It is currently undergoing some kind of barrier shuttle. But it is a pity that it cannot be detected. Just when everyone was itching to know what they were experiencing. Suddenly a clear-headed person said, "Try to connect with spiritual consciousness." Yes, that is the core technology of the Awakener. And only humans can use it. Connect the consciousness to the warship, and then drive the warship in the third person. In this way, can't you see what is happening in the warship and yourself in the warship? Humans can't detect it themselves. The Awakener is a level 6 civilization. And their core technology can't detect nothing. And this third-person battleship mode is actually a detection method based on the field of human individual life spirit consciousness. And it is a method that can be seen directly. Of course, anyone who has driven a warship knows that this kind of sensory organ of seeing does not come from the eyes, but from the depths of consciousness. It is the scene that the eye in the depths of consciousness directly sees. Humans do not know the specific technical details of the Awakener's consciousness connection device. But they can still see some clues from the experience of awakening from the third dream. Humans are originally in their own cockpits. So the driving mode conversion is still very fast. One by one, The pilots immediately insert themselves into the consciousness connection device. And Yuan is no exception. The magical perspective appeared again. The normal perspective immediately changed to a dreamlike third-person perspective. And it was very clear. Yuan and other professionally trained soldiers felt this change in perspective. They were already very familiar with it, and did not feel any dizziness or discomfort. Everyone saw themselves lying on the consciousness connection device, as if their souls had left their bodies. Then, in a flash, they saw the entire battleship from a 360-degree perspective. This perspective magically ignored obstructions, as if they were looking at the battleship from every direction at the same time. The third-person perspective was turned on. At this moment, the entire exterior of the warship, and even the details of the space around the warship were all visible. Thus, humans saw a magical scene that they had never seen before. They saw the large diamond crystals in the outside world again, and also saw the tunnel walls formed by monochromatic lines of light interweaving in the entire space, like watercolor paintings. Under the monochromatic light of these watercolor lines, they also found that the space in front of the fleet showed a different kind of folding traces. Chapter 778. It is very hidden, but it cannot escape the eyes of this third-person perspective. If there is no music highway phenomenon, humans may not be able to see it. But under the blessing of the music highway phenomenon, the originally clear space is like being painted with watercolors by a brush. And any spatial distortion and folding can be seen clearly by humans. Of course, the premise of this kind of clear view is under the blessing of the third-person perspective. If there is no such technology, humans can only feel the tunnel formed by the music highway phenomenon at most. And other spatial distortions, spatial foldings, etc. will definitely not be seen. As expected of the Awakener's characteristic technological product, humans with the same human-level perspective talent can actually see the distortion of space and time. This feeling is like seeing the vortex of water, undercurrents, and turbulence around you during diving. It is very magical. People see that their warships are moving in the marked space grids. These grids are interwoven with monochromatic lights. The intersections of them are the folds of this space. The fleet seems to be moving forward, but in fact it is changing direction as the curvature of space and time changes. This feeling is like a ship sailing in the stormy sea, following the waves and hiding itself as the waves roll. The human fleet passed through a space with a complex structure. Even from a third-person perspective, it was difficult to remember all the changes in the space structure. Unfortunately, this kind of seeing can only be seen, and it cannot be recorded and analyzed. This may be the shortcoming of the Awakener's consciousness connection device. In any case, people knew that they succeeded, because the warships went through many twists and turns, and passed through countless folded spaces, and finally entered a narrow space gap. At this moment, everyone's vision suddenly became clear. This feeling is just like the sentence, when the forest ends and the water source comes. There is a mountain. There is a small opening in the mountain. As if there is light. We leave the boat and enter through the opening. It is very narrow at first, but it is passable. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly becomes clear. Of course, this is not a cave in the traditional sense, but a gap in space. The pioneers used some space technology to twist the space here into pieces, and then spliced these spaces together to form a space that is like a maze but not a maze. The pioneers seem to like making mazes. Just after entering the universe, there is a maze. When they get inside, they make a guessing game like Starry Sky Music Highway. When they get here, it is still a special structure space. This space is very special. Humans can only feel its strangeness from a third-person perspective with the help of consciousness connection devices. From the perspective of structure and properties, it seems to be a peculiarly constructed Calibio space. However, humans are not sure, because it is just a little bit similar, and it is not a Calibio space that humans have calculated. In addition, it is intuitively felt, and humans cannot calculate and compare, so they can only say it is similar. It may really be a kind of Calibio space structure. However, humans have a doubt. That is, the radius of Calibio space is extremely small, less than 1/1000th of a billionth, which can be called a microscopic field. And now what they feel is clearly a macroscopic space, which is obviously inconsistent. It's just that its structure is circuitous and tortuous, and it can't be described by traditional Euclidean geometry at all. And there are no straight lines here. Other aspects, such as being able to see the front and back of oneself at the same time, are the same as the properties of Calibio space. It's a pity that there is no way to calculate and compare. Otherwise humans would definitely study it. In fact, humans really guessed it right. The space structure here was indeed built by the pioneers according to a certain Calibio space structure. Of course, it is not a microscopic space. Nor is it a six-dimensional space, like the real Calibio space. It is still a three-dimensional space. But it is a space built in a way that imitates the construction of Calibio space, corresponding to the microscopic compact space structure of Calibio space. The pioneers used their superb micro-macro technology to roll up this space in a strange way. At the same time, it is still moving. Those spaces that are curled up in the Calibio space structure in the form of extra dimensions will flow fully as time passes. And then, they will curl up from microscopic to macroscopic structure. At the same time, the original macroscopic structure will also curl up its macroscopic part to microscopic in this process. This is a synchronous process. As many as there are from micro to macro. There are as many as there are from macro to micro. The pioneers used this technology to create this small universe. Obviously, such a process cannot happen without any cost. They all need energy support. And the energy source is the red dwarf stars wrapped in large diamond crystals. They are the energy source to maintain the operation of the entire small universe, and have been running for 3 billion years. There is no doubt that this is the small universe that the pioneers have carefully created with their proud technology. Their special technology in the quantum field has also driven the technology in related macro and micro fields. Moreover, as far as humans know, those large diamond crystals that wrap around stars cannot be destroyed at all. Humans have done some attack experiments before, and the results are intact. Humans still don't believe in it, and use some antimatter bombs to experiment. And the results also do not show annihilation reaction. It's not that physics fails. But those diamond crystals seem to be wrapped by a force field. Indeed, if it can be easily destroyed, the unknown fourth-level civilization would not be so quickly exhausted and destroyed. Then again, after crossing the magical space from a third-person perspective, the human fleet returned to a normal space again. It still belonged to the microcosm. But humans could not see any of the large diamond crystals before. The music highway phenomenon disappeared. Humanity seemed to have entered another small space from a small pocket. It belonged to the microcosm space. Just like there was a small pocket in a big pocket. More than 2,000 warships of humanity were now in this small pocket. I don't know how many times the time counter here has been updated. After eternity, a civilization has finally been able to step into this place. Hello, young new generation civilization. At this moment, an extremely primitive electromagnetic wave appeared. And then it was recognized by the signal receiver of the human warship and directly translated into words that humans can understand. Humans almost didn't come back to their senses, because this electromagnetic wave was so ancient, and its signal form was too familiar to humans. It was the electromagnetic wave form that humans often use. And it was a communication method that clearly carried the label of human civilization. Do the pioneers know us? Otherwise, why would they communicate using electromagnetic waves from our Earth era? For a moment, everyone was a little confused. Indeed, if it were any other communication method, humans would not find it strange. And many people were even mentally prepared that there would be intelligent signals that could translate and identify themselves, just like the ones they received when they received the Galactic Alliance broadcast. However, it was electromagnetic waves that were familiar to them, and they followed the Sherlock Holmes code, which was so ancient that it could not be more ancient. This space was very small, not even at the light-year level. While humans were still wondering and confused, a bright light lit up in front of the fleet. And then a small diamond-shaped crystal with a length of about 800 meters and a width of more than 300 meters appeared at the bright light. Chapter 779. Another rhombus crystal. The pioneers are fighting against rhombus crystals. It seems that everything they have is in the shape of a rhombus crystal. This rhombus crystal that appeared in front of the human fleet is really small for the planetary battleships of today's human beings. It is probably about the size of the Hope that humans built when they just flew out of Callisto, compared with the 2,994 planetary battleships of humans here. It is really a miniature existence. However, humans are very clear that some creations cannot be judged by size. And the electromagnetic wave signal just now should have been emitted from this crystal. Humans also noticed that in conventional detectors, this diamond-shaped crystal seemed to appear out of thin air, and the detectors did not detect how it appeared at all. But in the third-person perspective, People clearly felt that the void where the crystal appeared seemed to have a feeling that was indescribable first. And then the diamond-shaped crystal appeared after a while. It was indeed a feeling. In human terms, it was a feeling that something seemed to happen here. But it was hard to explain why. During the process of the diamond crystal appearing, the person driving the warship from the third-person perspective could even see the crystal appearing from the space background. The process was very fast. But they could see it. And if the warship they were driving was powerful, they felt that they could even distance themselves in advance. There was also the process of the electromagnetic wave, just now being transmitted to the signal receiver of the human warship. The warship driver was surprised to find that he could actually feel an electromagnetic wave coming towards his warship from the third-person perspective. Not only that, when every driver felt the electromagnetic wave coming, they subconsciously knew that this was an electromagnetic wave signal with no lethality. This feeling was very mysterious. Just like a magical ability. The electromagnetic wave was obviously the speed of light. But they knew it in advance. Even these drivers who were driving the warships in the third-person perspective felt that if they could directly read the electromagnetic wave signal, they would probably be able to read the meaning of the information before the electromagnetic wave reached the signal receiver of their warship. The other party is a pioneer. At this moment, humans truly felt how powerful the third-person battleship driving mode of the Awakener's consciousness-linked device was. Only with the comparison did we understand that the Awakener's special technology was so powerful. We are human civilization. Are you a pioneer? Why do you use such an ancient communication method? Humans who were eager to know the answer immediately replied. The distance between the two was very short. But there was still a delay of several minutes when communicating with electromagnetic waves. Therefore, when humans replied, they directly used tachyon signals. Humans believed that as a pioneer of the 6th-level civilization, they would definitely be able to recognize it. Of course, there is also the factor that humans do not want to reveal their ridiculously powerful third-person perspective. Well, human civilization. You are very good. I am not a pioneer. Not even a strong artificial intelligence. But just an intelligent program left by the pioneers. The reason why I use ancient electromagnetic waves to communicate with you is that among the collected information, ancient electromagnetic waves are the signal form that you must understand, which is a decision made after comprehensive analysis of the system. The intelligent system answered. But this time it used the same tachyon signal as humans. I don't know how it knew that humans needed a password. But communication was established immediately. Humans thought that their actions to enter the microcosm were detected by some detection technology set up by the pioneer. Isn't it strong artificial intelligence? Then what about the pioneers? We got the drift bottle they left behind, and got the key to the microcosm. So we came here. The drift bottle told us that the pioneers left something here for the new generation of civilization. So we came here. At this moment, humans have exited the third-person driving mode. This behavior does seem to be a bit of a sly fear of being discovered by the intelligent system. But humans are obviously overthinking it. The pioneers don't have the technology to do this, let alone discover it. It is estimated that even the pioneers themselves cannot discover it. Yes, it is not strong artificial intelligence. But my intelligence is not weak. The reason why it is not strong artificial intelligence is that my creator is not confident in strong artificial intelligence. As for your needs, there is indeed something left by my creator for the new generation of civilization, which is what you are seeing now. But before that, you must answer a few questions according to the procedure. The answer of the intelligent system seems to have some system format, but it does not reveal even a trace of artificial idiocy. Please go ahead. According to what you said, you must have known about the Great Voyage since you came here. Then question 1. Will you go on the Great Voyage? What do you think about the Great Voyage? Definitely. The human side first gave an affirmative answer, and then explained, although we have not reached the minimum standard for starting the Great Voyage. If the Great Voyage is really the only hope for civilization as the pioneers said, we will definitely embark on the Great Voyage when we have the ability. It's just that we really don't know where the so-called Great Voyage is going, where the destination is, and how far it is. Of course, we don't know whether the pioneers have arrived yet. I wonder if you know more about the Great Voyage. Very good. The intelligent system responded almost instantly, as if it didn't need to consider time at all. Its meaning was transmitted to the human fleet across several astronomical units in an instant. Yes, as a creation of the pioneers. Although countless years have passed, my storage system has never stopped updating. And as a civilization that can enter here, your doubts will be answered here. But I still say that before that, You must answer a few questions for me according to the procedure. Okay. Please continue asking. Humans know that they are a little impatient, and they always want to know the answer immediately. Then the second question, are you sovereign and independent? Of course. Very good. Then the third question, what is the essence of life? We don't know. Very good. I have finished asking, and I will answer your questions below. And at the same time, the things left by my creator will be handed over to you. If we answer incorrectly, will it affect the result? No, it won't. Your presence here has proved that you are a qualified civilization. The only problem is to follow the proper procedures. This is the procedure left by my creator, and it must be completed according to the procedure. Chapter 780. So can you tell us what the pioneers left behind? The humans are a little impatient, which is normal. After all, this journey has been a long and arduous one. From encountering a drifting bottle to discovering the location of the star map, crossing an entire spiral arm, and finally going through layers of mazes to finally reach the so-called inheritance place. How can humans not care? Of course, the thing is the crystal you see now. But before understanding its purpose, don't you have any interest in the Great Voyage? Oh, it seems that you should have learned it from the drift bottle left by my creator. No. We are interested. We know something, but not much. We only know that the pioneers are going to a very far place. Most of the other beings that have reached the 6th level of civilization also have this goal. But we don't know where they are going. The drift bottle said that some information was lost because of the long time. Humans actually want to complain about the so-called information loss, but they think it is possible and don't say it. After all, for humans, the destination of the long voyage is important information. But for the drift bottle, the most important thing is to save the location information of the pioneer's microcosm. Besides, humans just heard that this intelligent system has been updating itself for countless years. Combined with the structure of this small universe, it is estimated that it has been able to preserve information for such a long time only if it has been supplied with a fixed energy source. While the drifting bottle is probably floating in the universe, and it is difficult to update itself. My timer shows that 3 billion years have passed. It is normal for some information to be lost in 3 billion years. Even this place cannot exist for so long if it is not worth it. But even so, this small universe is not far from collapse. Will this microcosm collapse? Such information suddenly popped up, and everyone on the Tianqin was stunned. This is a big deal. If the microcosm collapses, won't they be finished? Of course, it will collapse when the energy system supporting it is exhausted. Oh, it turns out that it collapsed because the supporting energy was exhausted. We were shocked. Red dwarfs have a long lifespan. It seems to be a false alarm. Just as the humans were celebrating, the intelligent system added, it can probably last for another 7,000 years. Only 7,000 years? But it doesn't seem short. Everyone was puzzled and relieved at the same time. The puzzlement was because the lifespan of a red dwarf star is very long. 3 billion years is just a drop in the bucket. I didn't expect that there are only 7,000 years left. It seems that there are some complex mechanisms here. Human scientists believe that the pioneers used some technology to accelerate the death of the star. After all, with the lifespan of a red dwarf star, it is not a problem to exist in the natural universe for 100 billion years. The relief was because even 7,000 years is long enough. Now that humans have come to the inheritance land, they should not stay here for 7,000 years. Thankfully. Can you tell me about the Great Voyage? Of course. The intelligent system said, there are records of this in the database left by my creator. So what do you want to know? Everything about the Great Voyage. All the information left by the pioneers. Humans are not hypocritical. It started 3 billion years ago. At that time, my creator, the pioneer you call, had reached the top civilization level of the entire Milky Way. At that time, we called it the pinnacle of interstellar civilization. The reason for this name is that at that time, a powerful existence passed through the Milky Way and brought information about the extragalactic galaxies, and some civilization levels divided according to the great barriers of science and technology. It is said that the civilization came from the Andromeda galaxy, and they were the first to bring news of the Great Voyage. Because it is said that the civilization at that time used our Milky Way as the first step of the Great Voyage. But later they clashed with us because they intended to forcibly sweep away many level 5 civilizations in our Milky Way, and were finally destroyed by my creator. The intelligent system continued, As for the destination of the great voyage you asked about, I do have relevant information here. And it is also what my creator wants to tell the new generation of civilization that inherits what he left behind. All the information is stored here. And according to the program settings, I will pass it all to you. You can take your time to look at it. Of course, the things are also given to you. After all, your technology has reached the activation standard. According to the data, the largest battleship should be your flagship. Very good. The intelligence system did not say it directly, but let the humans see it for themselves. After receiving this information, Yu Yuan immediately moved his mind and notified the drivers to connect to the consciousness link device again. The people who received the order also executed the order immediately. The intelligence system said that it would pass all the information left by the pioneers to humans so that humans can see it for themselves. At the same time, it said that the things would be given to humans, and mentioned the human flagship. It seems that it wants to put the things on the flagship, but now the diamond crystal is still about 71 cents away from the human fleet. And Yu Yuan is very curious about how it was brought here. Of course, he is actually very wary of this giving method. After all, it is not like the equipment left by the Awakener to humans, which humans have to move by themselves. The feeling of active and passive is different. Although Yu Yuan and everyone knows that if this intelligent system has malicious intentions, it is estimated that his more than 2,000 warships will not have any room for resistance. But they still instinctively alerted. So, Yu Yuan on the human flagship Tianqin just entered the third-person driving state with a group of pilots, and felt a familiar feeling of movement in the starry sky. And the source of this feeling was exactly where the diamond crystal was. It is worthy of being the Awakener technology. It is so strong. Yu Yuan sighed in his heart, and then focused his consciousness on the diamond crystal. And then he saw the whole process of the diamond crystal disappearing. Its surface first had spots like pixels, and then gradually disappeared like smoke and dust, which was exactly the same as the disappearance of the drifting bottle at that time. It's quantum macro penetration. Seeing this, Yu Yuan shouted in his heart. But then his consciousness discovered something that the detector had never discovered before. When the rhombus crystal gradually disappeared, Yu Yuan felt as if he seemed to see the curled microscopic space undercurrent appearing around the space there, which was very chaotic, but seemed to follow some kind of law. At the same time, his 360-degree third-person vision also noticed that the warp engine room of the Tianqin also had curled microscopic space undercurrents. Two places 71 cents apart had a tiny phenomenon at the same time. Is this a teleportation point? Yu Yuan realized it quickly. But he was also surprised to see the so-called curled microscopic space undercurrent. After all, it was too unexpected, and he didn't understand what was going on. And this seeing was a bit dreamlike and psychedelic. The Awakener's technology once again refreshed his cognition. Chapter 781. Yu Yuan saw it, and so did the other pilots on the Tianqin. But they only saw it, and they could do nothing but watch the rhombus crystal shift. The other scientists on the Tianqin did not react at all, because except for the personnel who connected to the consciousness link device, no one else found anything. The detection equipment on the Tianqin also did not find anything. Oh no! It was the delayed disappearance of the rhombus crystal that was seen on the optical level. The phenomenon was the same as the rhombus drifting bottle encountered at the beginning. The rhombus crystal appeared on the Lyra at lightning speed. It appeared in the engine room, which was different from the drift bottle encountered before. Humans know that its movement method is quantum macro tunneling, but its effect is the same as teleportation for humans. It easily crossed the solid barrier of the Lyra warship, just like a high-dimensional jump. After completing this action, it just floated quietly in the engine room of the Lyra, and no one knew what it meant. Just when humans were confused, the signal appeared again. Okay, the things have been given to you according to the Creator's settings, and the information about the Creator's great voyage has also been sent to you. If nothing happens, I will open a way out of the small universe for you to send you away. Huh? That's it? What did the pioneer civilization leave behind? The human asked hurriedly. After the rhombus crystal appeared in the warp engine room, the human discovered that the conversation signal did not come from the rhombus crystal, but from a crack in this space. The pilots, who turned their attention back to the source of the information, found that the position of this crack was not fixed. It seemed to change with time, with a certain pattern, and seemed to follow some type of Karabic of popular change. That intelligent system is not on the diamond crystal. That is to say, The diamond crystal is just some kind of creation? For a moment, everyone who discovered this change couldn't help but wonder. It was at this time that the intelligent system replied, "It is a creation. The specific instructions and functions are in the creation's own data storage space. You can just follow the instructions. I can also give you a brief introduction. Please go ahead," the human said. "It will take some time to go to the engine room to check it out. It's also good to learn about it now." At the same time, many people nodded in their hearts. It was indeed a creation. The intelligent system quickly sent an introduction message, saying, "It is a creation, but it is not a creation of my creator civilization. My creator just packaged it and preserved it. Its core technology comes from another civilization. They are my creator's long-distance partners. It is their special technological product. Because it is a special technology, my database does not have specific details about the creation. After all, even our creator does not know how this creation was made." What? The pioneers don't understand. Or is it another civilization's special technology? Everyone was very excited after hearing this news. And the intelligent system didn't let them wait for long. Then the message continued, "Yes. In fact, my creator is not called a pioneer. It is the civilization where my creator belongs and their partners that are the pioneers in your mouth. The creation they left for the new generation of civilization. Yes. It is called a warp space enhancement device. As its name suggests, it is a warp enhancement device. And its most intuitive feature is that it can allow them to break through the current warp level. It is precisely because of this feature that it requires that the warp technology must reach at least the peak level of the 4th level civilization. Otherwise it will not work." After a pause, the intelligent system said, "Originally, before the pioneers' great voyage, they left behind 10 devices. But because of their age, 9 of them have aged and cannot be started. Even if I perform maintenance according to the maintenance manual every once in a while, it is useless. And I can't repair it. The machine can't withstand the ravages of time after all. Only this one can still be used now. Probably because of its excellent craftsmanship. But I don't know how long it can last. Maybe 10,000 years. Maybe 100,000 years. Who knows? The data in the database is no longer sufficient for reference at this time. Perhaps if you follow the maintenance manual to maintain it better, it may still be useful for a while." The intelligent system then introduced, "As far as your current warp speed level is concerned, it can increase your warp speed from the limit of 38.941 times the speed of light of the 4th level civilization to 50 times the speed of light. Technology that breaks through the speed limit? Specialized technological product?" All human beings were shocked. They knew the power of this kind of technology, but they still underestimated it. The intelligent system replied, "Yes. This is a special technology that breaks the speed limit. You are very smart and should know that special technology can only be highlighted by the 6th level civilization. Therefore, this kind of special technology product was originally only for the warp speed level of the 6th level civilization. However, the civilization in the Pioneer was optimized to make it backward compatible. But it can only be compatible with the peak warp speed of the 4th level civilization. Speaking of this, if humans don't understand it, they are really stupid. According to the intelligent system, the starting point for the activation of this equipment is the peak of the 4th level civilization. The 5th and 6th level civilizations above are also useful, and they all have the function of breaking the speed limit. It is simply a magical technology." Sure enough, the next moment the intelligent system continued, "According to the view of my creator civilization, the speed that each technology can achieve is limited. For example, no matter how powerful the 4th level civilization fueled by antimatter is, its speed cannot exceed 38.941 times the speed of light. The 5th level civilization is 101.59 times the speed of light. And the 6th level civilization is 213.75 times the speed of light. But this creation subverts cognition. I don't know how that civilization did it. But they successfully created this kind of creation with their extremely high talent in the field of warp speed, which made their speed break through the limit of the 6th level civilization and reach 256 times the speed of light. Later, they joined forces with my creator civilization, relying on their unique technology and the unique technology of my creator civilization to dominate the entire Milky Way. After that, they destroyed an evil civilization from the Andromeda galaxy in the name of pioneers, and then embarked on the road of the Great Voyage, because the pioneers have a higher speed than other civilizations. Many 6th level civilizations that originally did not dare to set sail also gained confidence and finally agreed to join the ranks of the Great Voyage. Even countless 5th level and 4th level civilizations felt that the opportunity was not to be missed and joined the pioneers' Great Voyage. It is precisely because of this that after the Great Voyage, the interstellar civilizations in the Milky Way were almost wiped out. Chapter 782. Listening to the words of the intelligent system, the humans present were somewhat silent. Although they already knew that the high-level civilizations in the Milky Way had a gap, and it was also caused by the pioneers, they did not expect that the specific reason would happen like this. From this point of view, the Great Voyage at that time was not like it is now. It should be known to everyone. Otherwise it would not be possible for so many level 4 and 5 civilizations to take the ride. And at that time, under the dominance of the pioneers, the entire Milky Way should have had a long period of relative peace. It is estimated that the pioneers also set some rules for those civilizations. Only in this way would there be a situation where level 4 and 5 civilizations were willing to follow the Great Voyage. If it was like now, where high-level civilizations enslaved low-level civilizations at will, the situation at that time would never have happened. For example, the Galactic Heart Alliance, which low-level civilizations avoided, would not have been followed by low-level civilizations if they wanted to sail far. It is estimated that the pioneers at that time not only did not enslave other low-level civilizations, but also formulated some rules to give us room for development. What a good era! Thinking of this, all humans could not help but sigh. After sighing, humans asked again about the relevant warp space enhancement device. The intelligent system said again, "You can read the operation manual yourself. Don't worry. If you can understand it, you only need to enter the information that needs to be transcoded into its built-in system, and it will automatically translate it into your language." Okay. My mission has been completed. You can leave at any time if you want. I will open the microcosm channel for you. But before that, I suggest that you modify your warp engine room and install the warp space enhancement device. Seeing the intelligent system say this, the humans were stunned, and then asked cautiously, "Aren't you going back to the universe with us?" Many people on the human side think that with such an intelligent system created by the pioneers, there may be many questions to ask later. But some people think that having such an intelligent system is tantamount to being the emperor. And there are great risks. The reason is that the intelligent system is a creation of the pioneers, not the pioneers. And who can guarantee that it will not suddenly become a self-aware being in the future? Although this intelligent system itself said that it is not strong artificial intelligence, humans still think in this direction. It is a bit like judging others by one's own standards. No. Although I call myself, I am just an intelligent system. I cannot leave this small universe. Because the diamond crystals you have seen before are actually the necessary hardware for my existence. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Well, thank you anyway. Then what about our warships? Everyone had mixed feelings and didn't know what to say. So they could only ask a question related to themselves. Although the intelligent system said that it was just an intelligent program, it did feel like a consciousness to humans. At least in the various interactions with humans, there was no trace of an artificial intelligence program. Your unmanned fleets? The intelligent system asked. The Tianqin sent a signal and replied, "Yes," in the expectation of the human face. The intelligent system replied mechanically, "I'm sorry. There is a strong artificial intelligence warship program in the system. In order to prevent the civilization enslaved by the intelligent machine from obtaining the equipment here, the pioneers stipulated that no strong artificial intelligence will be able to leave. Program settings cannot be changed." Could this pioneer have been betrayed by artificial intelligence? Okay. What about the other two civilizations? It would be a lie to say that they didn't feel bad for the direct loss of 990,000 planetary battleships. But there is only one thing that can be rebuilt. So it's not a loss. And if there is such a setting, then other civilizations will definitely be treated the same way. The intelligent system answered very programmatically. The passage to the big universe will appear, and any unmanned spacecraft without light path guidance will be lost in the passage, and will eventually be left in this small universe forever, and finally destroyed as the small universe collapses. Doesn't it mean that this small universe will become a trap for an intelligent civilization in the future? Humans don't know how the pioneers distinguish between strong artificial intelligence warships and manned warships, like the Tianqin with strong artificial intelligence. Nor do they know how the channel set by the pioneers make those ships lost. But since that's the case, there must be a way. "We understand," the human answered, and at the same time told the intelligent system that he wanted to install and turn on this device before leaving. If you encounter problems when starting the equipment here, you can occasionally ask the intelligent system. After leaving, you have to read the instructions and do it yourself. Humans don't want to miss opportunities. To truly connect the device to the warship, the engine room needs to be modified, and it must be done according to the instructions. This matter cannot be done overnight. Taking advantage of this time, Yu Yuan and his leaders set their sights on the information sent by the intelligent system before. They have long been curious about what information the pioneers left behind, and where the so-called Great Voyage destination is. The information has been received by humans and stored in the database after being translated. After opening the data, a text message came into everyone's eyes. After clicking it, lines of text appeared in it. It was translated, but the information sent by the intelligent system before was actually in this form. It is really an ancient form of information storage. This form of information storage can be preserved for so long, which is closely related to the maintenance and update of the intelligent system. Everyone was not vague, and they all looked at the information. Unknown new generation civilization. Seeing these data means that you have obtained the 10 warp space enhancement devices we left behind. What 10 sets? 9 sets have been killed by time due to the long age, leaving only 1 set. After complaining in their hearts, everyone continued to look at the information. You must know that it is the product of special technology in terms of speed. We originally wanted to leave enough devices to equip a fleet of level 6 civilizations, but this thing is too difficult to manufacture, and large-scale storage will inevitably be damaged due to the long time. We don't know how long it will take for a new generation civilization to get them, so we can only carefully manufacture a small number of equipment and leave them. They are undoubtedly powerful special technology creations. We have 2 purposes for leaving them. One is to give a sample reference to a talented civilization, and the other is to hope to escort the growth of the new generation of civilizations, and then embark on the road of long voyages. The journey is too far and too dangerous. We don't know if we can successfully reach the destination. We know that the destination is actually the abyss, but we have no choice but to go to the abyss, because the Milky Way and the larger Andromeda galaxy, even the local group and the Virgo cluster, are all cages. Only the abyss 700 million light-years away has a glimmer of hope. Maybe we can find the answer to hope there. If we can't find it in that dark abyss, we will continue to sail. Of course, the premise is that we can get out after entering. We think that there should be no factors that can affect the experimental results there. Hope. Right. If you hear the news that we have perished on the road of the Great Voyage in the future, please take our wishes and continue to move forward. Chapter 783. People continued to read the content of the data. Yes, if you are good at astronomy, you have probably guessed that the place we are talking about is the Bode's Void, which is 700 million light-years away from our Milky Way. We initially thought that the local void near our Milky Way would be able to achieve the goal, but it seems that we were wrong. After our scientists calculated the structure of dark matter, the local void does not seem to be large enough, and it is very likely that the experimental effect cannot be eliminated. We believe in the calculations of our scientists, so we did not choose the local void near our Milky Way. Yes, it's a pity that there is such a local void so close, but we can't choose it. But there is no way. The diameter of the local void is only 150 million light-years. It really doesn't meet the requirements. Our scientists have calculated that in the huge universe scale centered on our Milky Way, perhaps only the Bode's Void is the most likely, with a diameter of 250 million light-years, the largest of many voids. If it is still not suitable, we may have no choice but to perish. Seeing this, all the humans on the first fleet frowned. They certainly knew about the Bode's Void. It was a very huge area in the universe, with almost no galaxies. It was one of the largest voids known to humans. The diameter of the void is about 250 million light-years, which was discovered and roughly measured by humans in 1981. The void is located in the direction of the Bode's constellation, about 700 million light-years away from the Earth. And there is an average of 1 galaxy every 10 million light-years, because it is roughly in the direction of the Bode's constellation from the Earth. This is also the origin of its name. To use an appropriate analogy to describe its size, if the Milky Way is located at the center of the Bode's Void, then humans would not have discovered the existence of other galaxies until the 1960s. According to the density of galaxies in the universe, such a large area should have about 50 million galaxies. But the Boötes void has only 60 galaxies. Some people believe that the Boötes void was formed by the merger of multiple small voids. Just like small soap bubbles merge into a large soap bubble. This theory can explain why a few galaxies remain in a tubular area in the center of the void. Human astronomy has developed quite well. At least the estimate of the Boötes void has been confirmed by pioneers here. In fact, for such a large void structure, it is normal for the observation and calculation results to differ from the actual by tens of millions of light years. This result is still the data of the human Earth era. After setting foot on the starry sky, humans have been thinking about how to survive most of the time. Most of the observations of the starry sky are within the Milky Way. It has been a long time since we have focused on the large universe. Today, the information left by the pioneers has once again drawn the attention of mankind to the vast and boundless universe. After sighing silently in his heart, Yu Yuan looked at the information left by the pioneer again. Oh no! Maybe there are other feasible ways. Maybe there is such a possibility. We must face the KBC Great Void at that time. But if we really have to face the KBC Great Void, it will really be the last fight for life and death. Because it is impossible for us to walk out of the diameter of 2 billion light years. And we will definitely not be able to get out if we go in. Of course, we estimate that there are other civilizations that will go to other voids, such as the Fornax Void, Capricornus Void, Sculptor Void, Cygnus Void, Canis Major Void, Microscopic Void, Corona Borealis Void, etc. Some civilizations may try their luck in these voids. After all, due to their location in the universe, some civilizations are still too far away from the Boötes void. For example, some civilizations born in the Capricornus supercluster, Pisces Cetus supercluster, Sculptor supercluster, Phoenix supercluster, Horologium supercluster, Columbus supercluster, Canis Major supercluster, Pavo Indus supercluster, Ophiuchus supercluster, Hydra supercluster, Coma supercluster, Perseus Pisces supercluster, Sexton supercluster, Cetus supercluster, etc. They may really choose these voids. We wish them success. Of course, we believe that if possible, civilizations born in these superclusters will also give priority to the Boötes void. Civilizations like ours that were born in the Virgo supercluster are still too far away. Perhaps some civilizations born in other nearby superclusters have already advanced to the Boötes void before us, such as those born in the Cepheus supercluster, Ursa Major supercluster, Corona Borealis supercluster, Shapley supercluster, Boötes supercluster, etc. I don't know if they succeeded. In fact, we all know that entering the void is almost a dead end, because there are almost no galaxies in it. And even if there are, they are extremely sparse. Therefore, the biggest problem that civilizations that enter the void face is matter. Of course, there are matter and galaxies in the void, but they are too few and must not be enough to support the material needs of a group of civilizations. Therefore, civilizations that enter the void face not only the test of the harsh natural environment of the universe, but also countless dangerous civilizations. Of course, the premise of being able to face these is to be able to reach the void. The pioneers composed of our two civilizations are already the most powerful in the Milky Way. We can no longer find any opponents in the Milky Way. But even so, we dare not guarantee that we can safely cross the distance of 700 million light years. Yu Yuan and others looked at the information left by the pioneers. And a great fleet departing from the Milky Way and sailing across star systems emerged in their minds. They all had good scientific literacy, so they naturally knew that the 700 million light-year journey mentioned by the pioneers was actually not just 700 million light-years, because the fleet could not sail straight to the destination, but was only heading in the general direction. During this period, they must follow the location of the galaxies. That is, the major routes. Just like when humans sail today, they use stars as stopovers to replenish materials. But the civilization like the pioneers used galaxies, like the Milky Way, as stopovers. In this process, they will inevitably encounter strange and powerful civilizations. Just like the Awakener came to the Milky Way. And perhaps they will be buried in a certain galaxy if they are not careful. Didn't the pioneers say before that they destroyed a level 6 civilization from the Andromeda galaxy before starting the Great Voyage? Maybe that civilization is not the main civilization of the Andromeda galaxy, but a civilization that came from other galaxies on the Great Voyage, and then was killed in the Milky Way. Chapter 784. In this regard, humans are no longer a fledgling civilization. And they still know a little bit. The Awakener Juan told humans some news back then, although it was not completely detailed. But combined with the information left by the pioneers now, it still benefited humans a lot. Even for a level 6 civilization, this kind of cross-galaxy voyage is difficult. The Awakener was able to safely reach the Milky Way because he found a Stargate ruins of a level 7 civilization. As expected, when they looked down, Yu Yuan and his group saw the pioneer's statement on this aspect. It is not easy to cross the Milky Way. Don't think that it is easy for us to cross the Milky Way just because our target is the Boötes Void. Actually, it is not. We are only at the peak of interstellar civilization, not at the cosmic civilization level. In fact, we can only barely reach the level of crossing the Milky Way. With our technical level, it takes more than 460 years to cross the Milky Way disk. And it takes almost 12,000 years to cross to the Andromeda Galaxy in a straight line. Of course, we have special technologies related to warp speed navigation, which will make us faster. But the effect is not very significant in such a large-scale navigation. It takes at least 9,900 years to cross to the Andromeda Galaxy. Not to mention the time wasted by various problems encountered along the way. Yes, the new generation of civilization. You read it right. The process of crossing the Milky Way may also encounter various situations. We did not make a long voyage. But when we defeated the civilization from the Andromeda Galaxy, we got some information from some of their ruins. They mistakenly entered an unknown area during their voyage, where they lost most of the combat power and life forms of the entire civilization. Perhaps for this reason, they were easily defeated by us. They are a real level 6 civilization. A civilization that dares to cross the Milky Way. But there is only one of them. They didn't even know what they encountered and almost perished in the process of crossing the Milky Way. This universe is full of dangers. To cross the Milky Way, you must not only prepare enough fuel, but also be prepared for unknown dangers. Work hard. New generation civilization. As predecessors, we are just walking in front of you. As a civilization in the Milky Way, we certainly hope that after us, there will be a new generation of civilization in our Milky Way to carry the banner of the Great Voyage. Of course, we have our own selfish motives. We want to reach a higher level. We want to see more unknowns in this universe. Even if we fall, we don't want this universe to forget us. So, we leave you some insignificant things, hoping that you can grow up smoothly with their help. This makes everyone feel that the glory of the Milky Way is handed over to you. But we are only a 4th level civilization. We have to be cautious even to survive. Not to mention the qualification for a long voyage. Everyone was silent for a while. But they didn't belittle themselves. After all, the information left by these pioneers is really fascinating. Especially from the information about the great voyages seen in these fragments. It is not only the civilizations in the Milky Way that can make great voyages. The pioneers mentioned those civilizations that may come from various superclusters, which makes humans feel like 1,000 sails of competition among various civilizations in the universe. What about the Ursa Major supercluster? The Hydra supercluster? The Centaurus supercluster? The Cetus supercluster? I don't know how many powerful civilizations were born in these superclusters. And I don't know how many of them are like pioneers or awakeners. Because of this, humans are more curious about the ultimate purpose of the so-called Great Voyage. The pioneers have told humans where they are going, and also left the general direction of their journey to the destination in this information. If humans are really capable of the Great Voyage, they can indeed follow the route of the pioneers. However, although humans have some speculations about the purpose of the Great Voyage, there is still no clear answer. The Awakener was also vague at the time, only saying that when it comes to the 6th level civilization, it will naturally come to its own conclusion based on certain theories. So humans have always been curious about the comparison, although they know that they are not yet capable of long-distance voyages. Fortunately, the information left by the pioneers has not been lost because it has been updated all the time. And the pioneers did not deliberately pretend to be profound, or compared with the negative impact on the new generation of civilization. They seem to care more about the positive impact. So, humans saw the reason for the long-distance voyage in the information they left behind as they wished. Or it can be said that it was the reason for the long-distance voyage of the pioneers themselves, because their description seems to have some small differences with the vague information revealed by the Awakeners back then. The pioneers recorded in this self-introduction information. Ha ha ha. As a new generation civilization, You may have reached the level of 6th level civilization and learned the reason for the Great Voyage. But it is also possible that you have not. If not, the following information may be useful to you. We don't know whether the purpose of the Great Voyage of other 6th level civilizations is the same as ours. But as far as we pioneers are concerned, our purpose is to break through the stars to find hope for life. Our scientists have found that it is impossible to break through to the cosmic civilization in either the Milky Way or other galaxies. Not only in galaxies like the Milky Way, but also in the empty space outside the Milky Way or other galaxies. Because no matter where, the experiment will not produce results. If the experiment has no results, we will not be able to find the key factors to advance to the cosmic civilization. And the reason? After hundreds of millions of years of analysis, our entire pioneer scientists believe that it is dark matter. We have done a lot of experiments and explored the universe, and many theories have been born. We used to think that we were not smart enough and encountered scientific laws that we could not find even with all our wisdom. But later our scientists believed that the problem was not with us, but with the universe itself, or dark matter. Our scientists believe that as long as there is dark matter and its influence, it is impossible to find a way to advance to a cosmic civilization. So we must find a place without any dark matter. It is definitely impossible in the galaxy, because the entire galaxy is shrouded in dense dark matter. The empty space between galaxies has relatively thin dark matter. But there is also dark matter. They seem to have some unknown properties that will affect some factors in the entire large space, making it difficult for us to obtain correct experimental data. Oh no, even the experimental phenomena we predicted have never appeared. So we need to find a more empty space. And the big void in the universe is the best choice. The bigger the better. But the bigger the void, the harder it is to enter it. We don't even know if we have the ability to enter. The universe seems to have given us a dead loop. If we want to find the law, we must go there. But we can't find that law. We can't reach the level of cosmic civilization, and we can't go there. We seem to be trapped at the level of 6th level civilization. But we are unwilling to give up. Cosmic civilization exists, which means there must be a way to reach it. So we have to sail far. The universe is so wonderful, and the unknown is so tempting. Even if we die, we must die on the road of exploration. Chapter 785. The pioneers revealed a lot of things in the information they left for humans. The Great Voyage is just one of them. And it can also greatly shorten the decision time of the 6th level civilization on whether to make the Great Voyage. They directly told humans the reason why they needed the Great Voyage. This means that when humans reach the 6th level civilization in the future, they don't need to worry about whether to make the Great Voyage. Because the answer is yes. You must go. Otherwise you will be trapped at the 6th level civilization. If the words of the Awakeners are not convincing enough, then the conclusion of the pioneers, that it took them hundreds of millions of years to reach, is meaningless. The Awakeners once told humans that the purpose of their Great Voyage was to break through the upper limit of wisdom. But they did not tell humans the destination of their Great Voyage. Perhaps they have not studied the breakthrough to the cosmic civilization as thoroughly as the pioneers. Or perhaps they have studied but concluded that the inability to break through to the cosmic civilization is due to the lack of wisdom of their own race. Or perhaps they actually know, but just don't tell humans. In their words, it is not the right time yet. But then again, humans do not blame the Awakeners, because they think it is very likely that the Awakeners hope that humans can find the reason themselves. In any case, humans now know it. But it is just knowing. Other than that, humans now have no possibility of participating. In addition, the information left by the pioneers, except for introducing the Great Voyage, they did not leave any information related to technology, and even did not mention another special technology of theirs: quantum macro tunneling. At first, humans thought that what the pioneers left behind would be related to this special technology. But they didn't expect it to be another one. But it's not bad. That is the special technology of another race among the pioneers. And although the pioneers did not give anything about quantum macro tunneling, in fact, the diamond crystal that sealed the warp space enhancement device has the function of quantum macro tunneling. It was the way it moved when it came to the Tianqin. Of course, this thing is of no use to humans now, because humans are only at the 4th level of civilization. Even if the entire set of technological theories is given, humans cannot understand it. The reason why special technology is special technology is that other races cannot achieve it except for races with certain talents. If it can be mastered by obtaining information and corresponding equipment, it is not called special technology. Didn't the pioneers also say that when they looked at the special technology of another race among themselves, they didn't know why, and didn't understand why another race could create a warp device that broke the warp limit, just like humans, if they didn't have the ability to dream from a third-person perspective? Even if the Awakeners wanted to help, they would not be able to use their equipment. Therefore, humans were not frustrated because they did not obtain quantum macro-tunneling technology. At the same time, everyone felt that special technology was still far away from humans. And now humans have confirmed that they have talents like the Awakeners. According to the Awakeners, among the countless races of life in the universe, few have a special talent, and even fewer can be discovered and used by their own race. Having a racial talent is already powerful enough. Basically, a level 6 civilization with racial talents will not be too weak as long as they can develop their racial talents into special technologies. For example, the third-person perspective of the Awakener is ridiculously powerful, and the quantum macro tunneling of the Pioneer is also absolutely powerful. Apart from other things, with this kind of enhancement device, the absolute speed of the human flagship is definitely the highest among civilizations of the same level. Combined with the third-person perspective of driving a battleship, it is absolutely powerful and absolutely invincible among civilizations of the same level. These are all known to humans. In fact, it is just as humans think. No special technology is weak. Just like the galaxy, the flagship of the Galaxy Alliance, it can move directly in the vast universe like a short-range portal. That must also be a special technology in a certain field. But it is unknown whether it is a special technology created by the main civilization of the Galaxy Alliance. After all, they only have one flagship with such performance. Technology can be reproduced repeatedly. Without it, they are just like humans. Maybe they have obtained equipment from other civilizations from some relics. In short, humans still have a long way to go. Level 4 civilization is still too weak, and humans don't even have the ability to take revenge. That is a level 5 civilization. Even though humans have obtained the equipment of the Awakeners and Pioneers, it is still not enough for the level 5 civilization. Apart from anything else, the speed of the level 5 civilization, which is 101.59 times the speed of light, is enough to make humans sigh in despair. In other words, in the information left by the Pioneers, humans saw the route they left behind. The Pioneers first went to the large and small Magellanic Clouds, then to the Triangulum Galaxy, and finally to the Andromeda Galaxy, the largest galaxy in the local group. After arriving at the Andromeda Galaxy, they did not continue to go to other galaxies in the local group, but began to expand their pace and sail in the galaxies in the Virgo supercluster. Finally, they began to leave the Virgo supercluster and head towards the Boötes Void. Of course, this is just a rough route, which is the preset route left by the Pioneers before leaving the Milky Way. In fact, it is unknown whether they followed the route after they set sail. The Virgo supercluster has 100 galaxy groups and galaxy clusters. Yes, not galaxies, but galaxy groups and galaxy clusters. Just like the local group, which is composed of many galaxies, like the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way. More than 100 such galaxy clusters and galaxy clusters gathered in an area of about 110 million light-years form a larger structure, which is the Virgo supercluster. Such superclusters correspond to those superclusters mentioned in the data left by the Pioneers. Humans are actually quite curious about the route in the Virgo supercluster that the Pioneers set. They could have ignored these superclusters and headed directly to the Boötes Void. Perhaps they are gathering more civilizations to make a long voyage together. Or perhaps they want to use the Virgo supercluster as a unit to face the civilizations of other superclusters together. Humans have a lot of imagination about this. But unfortunately, they can only imagine. Long voyage. Don't worry. As long as we have the ability, our human civilization will definitely start a long voyage. And we also want to break through the shackles and explore more unknowns. Looking at the information left by the Pioneers, Yu Yuan secretly made a decision in his heart. He didn't know whether the leaders after him would observe this goal. But as long as he was still there, he would push humans to embark on the road of long voyage. Chapter 786. In fact, the information left by the Pioneers is not long, but the information density is extremely high. Even after reading it, some people still study the possible hidden information in each sentence. For example, the Pioneers said that there is only a glimmer of hope if we go to the Big Void. And they also said that it is because of dark matter. Short information is enough to make humans have a great understanding of the dilemma of the sixth-level civilization. First of all, humans have already known that the symbol of the sixth-level civilization scientific and technological system is the breakthrough of the dark matter-related technology tree. That is to say, the sixth-level civilization succeeded because of dark matter, but was also trapped in this level because of dark matter. There are also some theories about dark matter. Although humans are still far away from the dark matter-related technology tree, they have some dark matter theories, or guesses. The words of the pioneers confirm some of the dark matter-related guesses of humans. Although this confirmation is not based on actual scientific data, if the pioneers did not lie, it will undoubtedly allow humans to avoid many detours in future research. Dark matter does accumulate within the range of the large gravitational scale of galaxies, and the more sparse the galaxies are, the less dark matter there is. Or it should be said the other way around. The initial driving force for matter to gather into galaxies was dark matter, and it was the combined gravitational force of dark matter and matter that caused galaxies, galaxy clusters, and superclusters to appear one after another in the starry sky. As for how dark matter first appeared and why it is so much more than matter, humans don't know. And perhaps even the human theory of the proportion of dark matter is wrong. These all need to be explored by humans in the future. From another perspective, humans, and even other intelligent life actually live in dark matter. After all, the entire Milky Way is wrapped in dark matter. According to the reason for the pioneers' great voyage, this is indeed the case. And this conclusion is also consistent with the explanation of the speed of rotation inside and outside the Milky Way. So, does it mean that all civilizations are like fish, living in a universe with dark matter as water? And fish like the pioneers have actually evolved to be strong enough to give them some ability to come ashore and breathe. After going through untold hardships, life finally mastered the technology related to dark matter. But in the end, it was discovered that the technology it mastered was just like a fish in the water mastering the use of water as a reverse thrust to move forward. And the fire that wanted to evolve civilization could not appear in the sea no matter what. Looking at the short message left by the pioneer, the more people thought about it, the more palpitations they felt. Humans remembered that the awakener said that the sign of cosmic civilization should be the true mastery of the inexhaustible energy, which is also the necessary power to pry the laws of physics. That is, vacuum zero-point energy. Humans have theories and experiments to prove the existence of vacuum zero-point energy. But that's all. Humans cannot use it, let alone turn this energy that must be borrowed and returned from the vacuum into a way of using it without returning. Combining the information obtained from the awakeners and pioneers, it is not difficult for humans to speculate on some of the relationships between dark matter technology and vacuum zero-point energy technology. The trace of vacuum zero-point energy confirmed by human experiments is like a trace of vacuum zero-point energy leaking from the dark matter-covered area in the universe. It is also like the instantaneous explosion phenomenon that occasionally occurs at the bottom of the sea due to extremely high temperatures. Just as you must go to land to obtain fire, you must go ashore to fully master the power of vacuum zero-point energy. But as a fish living in the water, it is not so easy to go ashore. Not to mention whether you will die of lack of oxygen on the shore. The possibility of going ashore is very slim. In this way, the large voids in the universe are actually pieces of land, or islands in the dark matter ocean. If a fish living in water wants to go further, it has to desperately go ashore to have a chance to obtain the power of fire, and become a being that can fly in the sky with the power of fire. If all civilizations are fish living in water, then what does the KBC void mean? Is it a big fish pond? According to current human observation data, the KBC void is a huge void with a diameter of 2 billion light-years. It is the largest void known to humans so far, covering a large area including the Lania Chaos supercluster and the higher-level Pisces Cetus supercluster complex. The Sun and even the Milky Way are located not far from the center. Then what is the civilization here? A group of fish raised in a fish pond? If it is a fish pond, then who is raising the fish? The legendary cosmic civilization? This is a dark conspiracy theory. I hope not. Thinking about it, people can't help but feel a chill in their hearts. If so, then this universe is too dark. At this moment, everyone told themselves in their hearts that all this is the result of the natural development of the universe. Whether it is a superclusters or a large void, it is the result of the evolution of the universe. It is natural, not the work of a certain civilization. Think about it. Such a large-scale cosmic structure, No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for a certain civilization to do it. But if not, where did all those cosmic civilizations go? The Lania Chaos supercluster is big enough. It is impossible that all cosmic civilizations are hiding. The universe is 93 billion light-years. Where are they? Are the fish that have landed no longer fish? Curiosity. Desire. At this moment, human curiosity and thirst for knowledge are completely aroused. But no one can tell humans the answer. Not the awakeners, nor the pioneers. Because these things must have exceeded their cognitive ability. Perhaps only when they have successfully landed and become cosmic civilizations will they know the answer. Not to mention the people who have fallen into endless thinking. While everyone was still thinking, Yu Yuan received a request for modification of the engine room of the Tianqin. He took a look and approved it. The first fleet of mankind now has only more than 2,900 warships. And it cannot be risked. Because once humans go out, the warships of the other two civilizations will also be freed. And it will be troublesome if they meet at that time. So before that, humans must complete the modification of the Tianqin. If a conflict really occurs at that time, the Tianqin with a faster speed will be the trump card of mankind. The instructions for how to modify are all in the user manual. Humans only need to follow the instructions. Engineers have calculated that this modification will take about 3 years. After completion, you only need to connect the device to the human engine system and then start the device. With the experience of installing the Awakener's consciousness-linked device, this kind of thing is also familiar to humans. How it works and what the principle is. Humans don't need to think about it at all. Anyway, even if they want to study it, they can't understand it. It's definitely black technology. Chapter 787. After several years of transformation, humans have finally completed the instructions for using the warp space enhancement device. The design of this equipment is very magical and conforms to the general usage habits of humans. There is nothing too difficult to understand. After completing the conversion of its system language, humans quickly started it through the physical operation key at its start end. Its appearance is a diamond crystal, with a height of more than 900 meters. Its operating panel is in the interrupted part, because it is located in the engine room of the Lyra. Humans specially set up an elevator platform, leading to the operating platform, when transforming the engine room. After the device was activated, a holographic screen composed of light curtains appeared on its originally empty operating platform. Human engineers operated on these holographic screens, and as commands were input, the huge diamond-shaped crystal also moved. Its crystal-clear upper and lower ends, like diamonds, began to separate like flowers blooming, and then cables made of unknown materials stretched out. From a distance, it looked like an octopus extending its tentacles, extending upward and downward one by one, and connected to the interface end set by human modification. The upper end is connected to the positive electrode of the human engine room, and the lower end is the negative electrode. Yes, very common positive and negative electrodes. Even the 6th level civilization needs electricity. Electricity, electromagnetic force, is one of the 4 fundamental forces. No matter how advanced the physical equipment is, it cannot work without it. The positive and negative poles of the warp space enhancement device are connected to the human warp engine energy supply system. In addition, humans know that when this device is working, a strange magnetic field will appear in the engine room space. Other working principles of the warp space enhancement device are unknown. The engineers, who had been busy for half a day, did the final inspection. The indicator light of the equipment had lit up as the manual said, indicating that the installation had been completed correctly. After that, humans no longer need to pay attention to everything. After the installation was completed, humans only needed to perform the warp operation as usual. This set of warp space enhancers would work by itself, allowing the speed of the Tianqin to break through the warp limit of the 4th level civilization. After completing these tasks, Yu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and could finally go back. Since entering the microcosm, more than 100 years have passed, which is not a long time. The original agreement with the main fleet of civilization was 500 years. So there is still plenty of time. But it is time to go back. But before going back, Yu Yuan still wants to get some benefits. So Tianqin followed Yu Yuan's instructions, and finally sent a message to the intelligent system of this microcosm. Great Pioneer, we are ready. But before going out, we have one last question. Although it is just an intelligent system, it is a pioneer creation after all. Representing pioneers, So humans still call it a pioneer. Speak. The system can only reply in seconds. You said before that there were originally 10 warp space enhancement devices, but 9 of them have been broken due to the long time. I wonder if you can give us the broken 9 as well. The human said his own thoughts. Although those 9 devices are broken, they are also devices that can be disassembled and studied at will. Of course, humans can't disassemble it now. After all, they can't understand it. Therefore, the idea of humans is to put it aside after getting it. And maybe they can understand it after they develop to level 6 civilization. Although they are all special technological products. People always have a fluke mentality. Oh! The aging and damaged equipment has no value. Why do you want them? The intelligent system asked back. We plan to take it back for research. Well, put it aside for now. And when we have the ability to sail far, we think we should be able to understand some of it. Well, originally according to my creator's setting, all 10 devices were to be given to you. But in my system's judgment, broken things have no value. And they are special technological creations. Even civilizations of the same level cannot understand them. So the optimal solution I calculated is to only give you the intact set. But now that you want them, I will give them all to you. But these 9 sets of equipment are already damaged, so they cannot be directly delivered to your spaceship like the other set. You have to carry them yourself. The system could only finish speaking, and a space gap appeared in front of the human fleet. Then the originally folded space moved in an inexplicable way, and gradually, 9 sets of equipment appeared. Unlike what humans imagined, humans thought that even if it was damaged, it would still be a huge rhombus crystal. But they never thought that the appearance of these 9 sets of equipment did not look like rhombus crystals at all. Each one was extremely broken, and even the shell of the rhombus crystal was gone. The rhombus crystals of the pioneers looked crystal clear, just like gems. But these 9 sets of equipment did not have any rhombus crystal materials. At first glance, they were full of old and decayed atmosphere. Their surfaces could no longer be seen as machines, but more like piles of half-rotten straw. The 9 devices should have been scrapped first and then later. But now it is unclear which one was scrapped first and which one was scrapped later. Even after the human warship approached, the expected diamond crystal debris was not found. It is unknown what material the Pioneer's diamond crystal is made of. After it was scrapped, there was no so-called wreckage left. The warp enhancement equipment wrapped inside did have wreckage, but it was also in a shapeless state. It can only be seen that they are some frames made of various materials, some metal and some non-metal. The main frame structure is still there, and there are some components that have been deformed due to molecular diffusion. This feeling is like asking for a bundle of firewood, and then trying to analyze what kind of wood it is from the firewood. But what you get is a furnace of ash. Disappointment is certain. But since you have already asked for it, and the intelligent system has taken it out, there is nothing to say. After installing thrusters on these 9 pieces of things that are almost indistinguishable, and then opening the warehouse of the planetary battleship and pushing them into the warehouse for storage, it is finally time to say goodbye. The human finally said hello to the intelligent system. And then the intelligent system did not say anything and directly opened the exit of the small universe according to the program settings. The exit of this small universe is very interesting. It not only appears in the space where humans are, but also in the previous maze space and the space inside the small universe. However, each channel has a mechanism for strong artificial intelligence, and any strong artificial intelligence will get lost in the channel. Chapter 788. Humanity no longer has any attachment to its 900,000 AI-driven warships. After all, it has long been known that they cannot get them back. So after the channel appeared, there was no hesitation. The 2,994 warships directly reached full warp speed and headed for the end of the channel. However, just after returning to the universe through the channel, the first fleet of mankind almost turned around and left because of the situation detected in front of them. Oh no! There is no need to turn around, because what humans detected is behind the human fleet. This so-called thing is the fleet of the Dynamic Picture Civilization and the Orange Star Civilization. They also came out, and the direction is exactly the opposite of the direction they went in. Of course, the location is different from when they went in, and the number is also different. The fleets of these 2 civilizations also have warships driven by strong artificial intelligence, like the human fleet. But the proportion does not seem to be as large as that of humans. According to the current situation detected by humans, the Dynamic Picture Civilization had 4 million warships before, and now there are only less than 1.3 million. which is about more than half. The Orange Star civilization has more, and their unmanned warships don't seem to be many. When they entered, there were 2 million, and now there are still 1.8 million. Their unmanned warships seem to be used only for auxiliary. Human civilization. What the hell are you doing? What pioneer microcosm treasure? In our opinion, it's a trap. Our unmanned fleets have all lost contact. What's going on? If you don't give an explanation, don't even think about it. This message was sent by the dynamic picture civilization in the form of a broadcast. But they stopped talking halfway. Probably because they saw that the human fleet had also become smaller, and the reduction was greater than theirs. The Orange Star civilization had more left. So the Gift civilization sent another broadcast message, Orange Star civilization. Tell me, what's going on? The Gift civilization seemed to have gone stupid. The first thing they did was not to think about who took the treasure of the small universe, but to investigate their weightless unmanned warship. But in fact, the Gift civilization can't be blamed. They stayed in the Diamond Lattice maze the whole time and never developed the third-generation warp engine technology. Now the engine of their flagship Gurgi has been dismantled, and now they have installed a second-generation warp engine. They didn't know why they detected the passage while they were still researching. And then the whole fleet set sail immediately out of joy. But no unmanned warships appeared. Human civilization got the treasure of the microcosm. So we had the opportunity to escape from the microcosm. And now the treasure must be in the hands of human civilization. The Orange Star civilization was sober, and they immediately judged the general cause and effect, although they were not sure whether it was true. No matter what, they themselves did not get anything. So they could only say that human civilization got it. Who made them only encounter human civilization in the microcosm. This message was also sent in the form of broadcast, so humans could also receive it. So humans did not hesitate and directly sent a broadcast message. Don't listen to the nonsense of the Orange Star civilization. We got nothing. It was the Orange Star civilization that got the microcosm treasure. Now we can't let these two civilizations think that they got the microcosm treasure. At least we can't let the dynamic picture civilization think so. After all, this starfield is closest to their base camp. Maybe they have already notified their base camp fleet to come to support. In order to increase credibility, humans began to make up stories. We entered the microcosm with the Orange Star civilization, and we did discover the treasure of the microcosm at the same time. However, when we were trying to obtain the treasure, the Pioneer's microcosm administrator gave us a choice and asked us what type of life we wanted. Carbon-based, sulfur-based, silicon-based, energy-based life, etc. Then he asked us to choose a life form to filter out. We don't know why the Pioneer's microcosm administrator asked us to make such a choice. However, we felt that we had too many unmanned warships. So we chose the life type that everyone could be. Energy-based life. However, when we chose to filter out energy-based life, the Orange Star civilization chose to filter out silicon-based life because they only had a few unmanned warships. As a result, you can see that most of our unmanned warships were filtered out by the microcosm managers. Because of this, our remaining 2,000 warships lost the power to compete with them for the microcosm treasures. We could only watch them get the Pioneer's inheritance. After they got the inheritance, the exit of the microcosm appeared. We had no choice. We couldn't beat them despite our numerical advantage. So we had no choice but to come out. There are many loopholes in the information fabricated by humans. But perhaps because the dynamic picture civilization can't even enter the microcosm, it is difficult to distinguish the truth from the false for a while. Orange Star civilization. You'd better give an explanation. Also, the Pioneer's inheritance belongs to the capable. Here we can tell you that our large fleet has come to support you. If you don't hand over the treasure, you can't leave here. We think that our level of attack should not be able to destroy the Pioneer's treasure. The threat of the dynamic picture civilization is obvious. None of their warships in this fleet can reach the third warp speed. But they seem to have other cards. Otherwise, they would not show their cards directly and be fearless. Of course, now humans and Orange Star civilization actually know that the fleet of the dynamic picture civilization has not reached the third warp speed. Because although neither of them is sure whether the dynamic picture civilization has broken through the maze restrictions and entered the small universe, the speed of the ship that just came out of the small universe has been detected by each other. Don't listen to the nonsense of human civilization. The key to the microcosm is theirs. The administrator of the microcosm only recognizes the key owner. We didn't get the treasure at all. The Orange Star civilization still broadcast an explanation at this time. However, after they sent this message, they directly turned the direction of the fleet and rushed towards the human fleet at the highest warp speed. It seems that they think their 1.8 million warships can easily destroy the human fleet. Orange Star civilization, you broke your promise and let us go into microcosm. But now you go back on your word and kill people to silence us. Seeing this, humans also broadcast a tachyon-style broadcast to the starry sky, and then immediately started warp speed. There is no point in saying more. So hurry up and do it without delay. You? Damn it! Seeing that the only 2,994 warships left by human civilization and the Orange Star civilization fleet had entered the third-level warp state and fled, the dynamic picture civilization in the starry sky said something hatefully. But they could not catch up at all, and could only watch. Chapter 789. Now they finally understood what they had missed, and finally understood how to break through the diamond lattice maze. But it was too late, and they ultimately failed to break through the third-generation warp technology. In fact, after seeing the speed of the first fleet of humanity and the fleet of the Orange Star civilization, they roughly understood why they could not break through the lattice maze. Their fleet was definitely not able to catch up. But they did not give up. After all, as a trading market and a civilization with a real backstage, they still had a way. Just as the first fleet of humanity and the Orange Star civilization fleet gradually disappeared into the starry sky, a tachyon message was also sent out from the Gift civilization fleet, passing through one tachyon transfer station after another, and in just a few seconds it arrived at the star system where they were located in the trade market. Then a new tachyon message was sent across the stars in the interstellar transmission mode to somewhere in the starry sky. At this moment, no civilization, whether it was the Gift civilization, the human civilization, or the Orange Star civilization, paid even a glance at the Booker class. In fact, with the current situation of humans, Orange Star civilization, and Gift civilization, one of the goals of Booker's plan was successful. The three have reached the point of tearing each other apart. But it was only partially successful, because Booker's goal was to save himself. But Orange Star civilization did not follow up after getting the news, let alone rescue them. Humans didn't know about this at all. And even if they knew, they didn't have the leisure to save them. After all, humans have now got what the pioneers left behind. And Orange Star civilization and Gift civilization are eyeing this starry sky. So it is wise to run away. So the Bookers were ruthlessly abandoned. They couldn't even get into the starry sky. So they naturally didn't know the current situation of the three civilizations. They could only resist the rule of the dynamic picture civilization on the planet day after day as before. But that was all. With their technology, as long as the dynamic picture civilization didn't show mercy and give them freedom, no matter how hard they tried, it would be useless. Even if the Bookers really took the initiative on the planet one day and really drove the dynamic picture civilization out of the planet, they would probably be greeted by a star destroyer. The gap between the two sides is too huge. Booker cannot win like in the movie. Their fate can only be left to fate. In fact, humans are not afraid of Orange Star civilization or Gift civilization, even though their fleets are much larger than humans. Humans just don't want to expose their strength to Gift civilization. After all, they really have an organization. Humans have not forgotten the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Therefore, no matter what, humans will not show super combat power in this star field. So the best strategy is to leave. The Orange Star civilization only has 1.8 million warships. Once they leave this star field and the vision of the dynamic image civilization, humans can annihilate them at any time. Now, looking at the Orange Star civilization fleet displayed in the detection signal, Yu Yuan in the independent cockpit raised his hand and clicked on the holographic screen. Then he saw the entire fleet slightly adjusted its course and headed towards a bright white star below. After staying in the Pioneer microcosm for too long, the human fleet needs to find a star system to obtain matter and energy to produce a batch of antimatter fuel. And by the way, kill the Orange Star civilization fleet that is following there. After that, they will return to the main civilization, and then run away together, leaving this star field. The farther the better. However, judging from the distance of the Orange Star civilization fleet, it is estimated that they will have to be eliminated before they can replenish supplies and fuel. At this time, a tachyon communication was captured by humans. Human civilization. Do you think you can escape? You'd better stop and give us the inheritance of the pioneers. We promise not to embarrass you. Otherwise you will definitely die. Don't struggle in vain. We know that your fleet is only one of the fleets in the entire civilization. We, the Orange Star Civilization, have no intention of being enemies with your entire civilization. After all, we had a pleasant cooperation before. This is the Orange Star Civilization shouting from behind. The two are no more than 2 light years apart. And tachyon broadcasting can be instantaneous. I've already said that we didn't get anything. Why are you forcing us? During the voyage, the human side replied to a message casually. But the Orange Star Civilization behind them got excited. It's already this time. Don't pretend. We know you got the treasure. And for this you triggered some kind of microcosmic mechanism, so that all the unmanned warships were lost inside. I advise you to hand over the treasure. Otherwise you will not be able to outrun us if you keep sailing like this. We are not that stupid Gurgi civilization. Those idiots can't even break through the 3rd generation warp technology. If they didn't have a backer, they should have wiped out their lousy trade market a long time ago. Everyone has the same speed. And a large fleet does have an advantage, because they can use the fuel from one part of the warships to feed the other part of the warships during the voyage. So they will definitely catch up if they keep chasing. How about this? Human civilization. You give us the treasure. And then we work together to go back and destroy the trade market of the Gurgi civilization. They don't have the 3rd generation warp technology yet. We saw that their flagship Gurgi seemed to have lost its original speed. We guessed that they must have dismantled the engine in the Diamond Lattice maze to study the 3rd generation warp technology. Haha. These stupid guys didn't make a breakthrough even with samples. They are really a civilization without potential. No wonder the Perseus Trade Federation is so confident in them. It turns out that they have no development potential. The 4th level civilization is probably over. It's ridiculous that they showed off their flagship Gurgi's 38.941 times the speed of light in front of us before. It's ridiculous. How about it? Human civilization. Think about it. We, the Orange Star Civilization, absolutely keep our word. Honesty is the virtue of our race. Understand it. Understand it. I'd rather die than trust you. Okay. This is a good idea. We will throw the Pioneer's treasure into the starry sky for you. The coordinates are sent to you. You must look carefully. Don't be blind and lose it. Seeing that the Orange Star Civilization was so shameless, the humans also played a little trick and sent a random coordinate. Of course, it was just a sentence. Anyway, we had already left the star system where the trade market was located, and there was nothing to do during the voyage and chase. So we just told jokes to this fleet that was about to be destroyed. Humans are familiar with this kind of chase. It was almost the same situation when they annihilated the rebellious artificial intelligence fleet together with the Nair civilization. Therefore, humans are not nervous at all. Chapter 790. In this process of chasing straight to the target, there is no way to stop and give the other party a bomb. So we can only talk nonsense. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Interstellar travel is like this. It takes a very long time. Even if both sides have a speed of 38 times the speed of light, it still takes several months to cross the interstellar space. For example, the target star set by the human fleet is about 12 light years away from the departure point, and it will take about 5 months to sail at full speed. 5 months to eat and sleep, get enough energy, and then give the Orange Star Civilization a big wave. Time passed slowly, and 5 months were approaching. Yu Yuan moved his hands and feet while looking at the stars that were getting bigger and brighter from the optical perspective. Ever since the Orange Star Civilization foolishly sent some spacecraft to the coordinates sent by humans to explore 5 months ago, humans have sent some mocking messages from time to time in the past 5 months, saying that you are as smart as those guys in the dynamic picture civilization, which makes the Orange Star Civilization seem even more annoyed. Originally, the Orange Star Civilization did not believe it, but they thought that it might be true, and there was no loss in going to take a look. So they still sent spacecraft to explore. And the result was that humans kept talking about it. Having said that, the Orange Star Civilization style of doing things is still a bit rigid. It seems that they only consider force in everything. If they feel that force cannot solve the problem for the time being, they will think of other ways. The most important thing is that these guys have no credibility. They cooperated with humans before, and secretly told the dynamic picture civilization. They knew it. And they actually promised Booker. But now they have forgotten about it. Hee hee. Human civilization. Why don't you continue to run? Is this your home base? Is your main civilization here, or are there other fleets hidden here? If there are, pull them all out. Don't think we are stupid. When you were in the Diamond Lattice Maze, you must have been forced to unleash your full potential to develop the third-generation warp engine technology. As for other fleets in the universe, let us be frank. They have no chance of mastering the third-generation warp technology. So even if you really have a fleet hidden here, it will be useless. It will only delay your death a little bit. They can't give you any help. After discovering that the human fleet had exited the warp state after reaching the outer edge of this star, the Orange Star Civilization fleet immediately sent a tachyon directional broadcast. Their fleet did not exit the warp state with the humans, but maintained the highest warp speed, pressing down on the human fleet with the force of a mountain, and did not stop like a cat playing with a mouse, and then dispatched a fleet of warships to attack the humans. It seems that they are not going to give the humans any breathing space. As the saying goes, a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit, and the Orange Star Civilization is also well aware of this. This reaction and approach is far ahead of the Nair civilization. It seems that this Orange Star Civilization is also a civilization with achievements in war. It's no good for you to keep chasing us. We have chosen a feng shui treasure land for you to bury your life. It's here. As the saying goes, the brave will win when they meet on a narrow road. Come on. We will bury you. Looking at the Orange Star Civilization fleet rushing over, the human side also replied with a message. Perhaps because communication has become more convenient. Both sides like to talk nonsense before fighting, instead of like when they were still low-level civilizations. Ha ha ha. Please forgive me for not being able to hold back. Ha ha. I am the leader of Orange Star Civilization. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Your human civilization is really funny. At this time, you are still talking about the victory of the brave when two meet in a narrow road. Haven't you heard of the mantis trying to stop a chariot? A message representing the leader of Orange Star Civilization suddenly appeared, which made humans stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that there was a civilization leader in this fleet. So it seems that the flagship of Orange Star Civilization is also among them. I didn't notice it before. Probably because the fleets of Orange Star Civilization are similar in style. Their flagships are not built bigger than humans, but are exactly the same as other warships. If it doesn't show stronger performance or combat power, it's really hard to find it. As for the idioms in the information, of course, they are not the original words of Orange Star Civilization. What they said about a mantis trying to stop a chariot is actually the interaction between two creatures on Orange Star Civilization's own planet. But the meaning is probably very similar to the mantis trying to stop a chariot in human language. So the translation system translated it this way. The message was full of contempt. But the actions of the Orange Star Civilization fleet did not show any contempt. After receiving this message, humans saw from the data fed back by the detector that the Orange Star Civilization fleet began to be organized into fleets. These fleets were not far apart and could all respond to each other. They formed a semi-arc array in the starry sky, and several fleets with a number of about 100,000 were circling around from the upper, lower, left and right directions of the humans. Judging from the situation, they are going to block all the routes for humans to escape. The number disparity is too great. Once the two sides fight, the human race's 2,994 warships will inevitably fall into the quagmire of the battlefield and have no way to escape. You really think highly of us. Seeing this situation, Yu Yuan, who was sitting in the independent cockpit, said to himself. To be honest, he thought the Orange Star Civilization fleet would rush over directly, but he didn't expect them to skillfully set up a battle formation. Commander Yu, the closest distance between the enemy and our fleet is 0.77 light-years. Report. Remote detector intelligence detected that the enemy fleet has detectors and spacecraft heading to the rear and other directions. The preliminary judgment is, 1. The enemy has set up a tachyon communication transfer station in the rear. 2. The enemy is likely to use some detectors to communicate with its main civilization. 3. The enemy has set up a tachyon intelligence network in this star field. 0.77 light-years is not far for a level 4 civilization. It has all entered the tachyon detection range of this fleet, and many detectors around the fleet have already detected it. At this distance, if you want to launch an attack, you can actually fire, and things like warp bombs are within range. Of course, this distance is not close. If you fire directly, it will be like the third-level civilization at that time. You need to make various prejudgment strikes, and because of the real-time tachyon detection, it is easy to maneuver and dodge. After all, the warp speed of the warship is also very fast, reaching the same warp speed as the shells. That is, the tachyon detector is not 100% accurate in scanning and detecting small shells and missiles, which makes this beyond visual range long-range warp strike possible. But the hit rate is not satisfactory. So at the 4th level civilization level, it is beyond visual range. But the distance is actually quite close, probably reaching the astronomical unit level. And such a close distance is considered close combat. Chapter 791. It stands to reason that this is the case. For example, the first fleet of mankind did not carry out such an inefficient attack. And the Orange Star civilization fleet, which was still advancing at full speed, did not open fire. After all, their speed was the limit speed of the 4th level civilization. Even if they launched warp-propelled weapons at this time, they would not be able to reach a faster speed. This is different from the principle of the invariance of the speed of light. The so-called invariance of the speed of light. For example, if an object travels at half the speed of light, and then a beam of light is emitted from the object, this beam of light will not exceed the speed of light. The speed of light is still 300,000 kilometers per second, and the speed of light will not change due to changes in the reference system. It stands to reason that the warp speed has already exceeded the speed of light, and it can no longer be measured by the constant speed of light. Of course, the speed of light emitted by a spacecraft in the warp speed is also the speed of light, and the speed of light measured by a spacecraft in the warp speed is also constant. Light will not change due to changes in the reference system. But it is a little different for warp weapons. It is not because the speed of light is constant, but because of the warp power. The principle of warp navigation itself is to generate a warp bubble to wrap the warship in the process of distorting spacetime, and then form different spacetime curvatures at the front and back ends of the warp bubble, so that spacetime can drag the spacecraft forward. The forward, backward, sideways movement, turning and other actions of the warp ship are all based on this. The amount of spacetime distortion that the engine can cause is the power of the warp. So the warp level of a civilization determines the maximum level of its weapons. So if the ship launches a warp weapon at the highest warp speed, the result is that it will be parallel to the ship. Of course, it must be able to be launched. After all, the things coming out of the ship will pass through a spacetime distortion area when entering and exiting the warp bubble, while the warp bubble is normal spacetime. Therefore, general warp weapons are actually fired from the spacecraft, and then cross the warp bubble and the distorted spacetime formed outside the warp bubble before its internal warp engine starts working. It is easy to understand. Just like many missiles are launched into the air before ignition. However, the maximum speed of the weapon is the same as that of the warship, which does not mean that it cannot be hit. It is just difficult to hit at a long distance. It is still easy to hit when you get close. After all, the larger the mass of the warship, the slower the acceleration and deceleration. In this way, even if the tachyon detector detects the incoming warp missile, it will not be able to react. Besides, warp missiles are not easily detected because they are too small. Order: the fleet is in a skirmish formation. All dispersed and play freely, looking at the Orange Star civilization fleet getting closer and closer. Yu Yuan decisively issued an order. At this point, it is definitely not a peaceful ending. If they want to fight, then they will fight. He is very confident in his more than 2,900 warships. If the Orange Star civilization fleet is only at the 4th level of civilization without any advanced technology, then they will definitely lose. But no matter what, this is the fleet's first actual combat, and humans cannot take it lightly. After issuing the order, each warship also took its position according to the action guide that had been practiced countless times before. The first batch of combat personnel, that is, the drivers, were ready in their independent cockpits. Yu Yuan was also in his own independent cabin, his hands flying quickly in the holographic screen. Many things in the system of the Tianjin warship require its authorization, or are bound to his identity as a leader. So he must authorize it. Just like the current situation where the driver accesses the consciousness link device, which requires his authorization. When the main pilot was about to enter the consciousness link state, the backup pilots also came to their own independent cabins, ready to replace the pilot who quit the driving state due to mental fatigue. At the current level of human beings, if you want to drive a warship through the third-person perspective of the consciousness link state, you have to connect to the system at the same time with 8,000 people. Otherwise it will not be able to bear it. This state is estimated to be improved only when humans themselves have a breakthrough in the field of consciousness technology and then strengthen their individual lives in this aspect. The dream event of the year only helped humans to fully awaken and control the third-person perspective in the dream. It just allows humans to have the ability to access the consciousness-linked device. And the device that allows humans to completely awaken the third-person dream subconscious is actually the main device on the Tianqin. Otherwise, humans would definitely leave the device with the main civilization on this trip. The Awakener gave the things quite straightforwardly. So humans actually know how to use this device. Its opening and closing will affect the dreams of people in a certain area around it. Just like when humans activated the third-person dream subconscious perspective. Most of the human race is awakened. Well, that group of people awakened back then. But those born after that have not. If they want to gain this ability, they must turn on the equipment for a period of time after the Tianqin returns. This time, another set of equipment that breaks the warp speed limit has been added. It can be said that the Tianqin is already the most valuable warship of mankind. And it is also worthy of being the flagship of civilization. Of course, its combat power is also the strongest. The combat capability of a single human ship is extremely strong. So Yu Yuan chose to fight and scattered soldiers, allowing the captain of each warship to play his own role and letting the pilots of each ship gallop freely. As for the main controller of the Tianqin, it was naturally Yu Yuan. It was not that he was the leader, but in the simulation tests of various battleship wars, his performance was always the best. I don't know if it was because he was the first to awaken from the dream event, or because he was affected by the red mist on Callisto. After being awakened from the dream event, Yu Yuan's reaction speed was much faster than that of normal people. Not only that, his mental strength was also much higher than that of others. Originally, human scientists thought that he was a special case. But this situation also happened to another person. That is, Lu Xiaofan, who directly absorbed the red mist and survived. At present, human scientists are still studying why such a situation has occurred. Lu Xiaofan usually cooperates with Ikai in biological research in the main body of human civilization. Apart from Yu Yuan, she is the best carrier. On the other side, seeing the human fleet dispersed, the leader of the Orange Star civilization laughed. In his eyes, the human fleet of more than 2,900 warships is doomed. Now that they are dispersed, they will be scattered like birds and beasts. Ha ha ha. Warriors, the human civilization fleet wants to escape separately, and the fleets should surround them. Don't let any warship go. Destroy them all. Don't worry about the pioneers' treasures that cannot be destroyed. A signal was sent from the flagship of the Orange Star civilization and instantly spread throughout the entire Orange Star civilization fleet. Chapter 792. In fact, it is not the leader of the Orange Star civilization's fault. No matter who it is, they will feel that they have one. In this case, if they detect that the other side is dispersing, they will definitely think that the other side is running away. It stands to reason that in the eyes of the Orange Star civilization, humans have obtained the pioneer's treasure. So if they cannot win, the best solution is to let the warship carrying the pioneer's treasure escape. Obviously, the Orange Star civilization made a wrong judgment. But even if the Orange Star civilization knew that the human civilization was not running away but resisting, it would not affect their judgment, because they have about 1.8 million warships, while humans only have about 3,000. The difference of 600 times is enough to win with eyes closed. 1.8 million warships, all equipped with third-generation warp speed, are the capital of Orange Star civilization. It stands to reason that they entered the pioneer microcosm without any resources like humans. And even if they developed the third-generation warp speed engine technology, they could not equip so many at once. However, Orange Star civilization was obviously well prepared. Almost the entire fleet was fully loaded, and their life forms had very low requirements for survival resources. So their warships basically did not need to stockpile too many survival supplies, except for not being able to survive in space. This race has all the advantages in space travel. Of course, this advantage is no longer an advantage after reaching the 4th level of civilization, but it is particularly obvious when just setting foot in the starry sky. Now, all the high-level officials of the Orange Star civilization, including their leaders, and all the captains feel that the advantage is 1.8 million to 3,000. This is a war that broke out for the sake of interests. In fact, there is no hatred between human civilization and Orange Star civilization at all. But after this war, this hatred will probably be formed. There is another civilization that has no hatred towards human civilization, an Orange Star civilization. It is the Dynamic Picture civilization that has never been able to break through the third-generation warp technology. Dynamic Picture civilization is another name given to them by humans. In fact, they are called Gurgi civilization because they have not broken through the third-generation warp technology. They cannot catch up with humans and Orange Star civilization. But they have not given up. For Gurgi civilization, it is definitely unrealistic for them to break through the third-generation warp technology in a short period of time, implement a fleet, and then chase humans and Orange Star civilization. But they were unwilling to give up. So after thinking it over again and again, they finally made up their minds and asked for support. The Gurgi civilization was indeed affiliated with the Immortal Trade Federation. But their so-called way of asking for support was not to ask the level 5 civilization behind them to help, because they actually wanted to take the treasure left by the pioneers. If they didn't want the Immortal Trade Federation to know, but needed the power of the level 5 civilization behind them, then they had only one way to go. That is, rent. The Immortal Trade Federation had a leasing system, and its members could exchange the accumulated contributions in the Federation for the right to rent and use the creations of the level 5 civilization. After watching the human fleet and the Orange Star civilization fleet leave, the message sent from the Gurgi civilization headquarters was this determination. They sent a message to their delegation at the Perseus Trade Federation headquarters through the tachyon communication relay station set up in this star field by the Perseus Trade Federation, with an interstellar communication distance, asking them to rent a level 5 civilization warship at all costs. But unfortunately, even if they put the value of the Booker planet on it, they still couldn't rent a warship. The value of a life planet is more than enough. As for not renting a warship, it was because of the decision of the Gurgi civilization's own delegation. They felt that renting a warship was too ostentatious and might attract the attention of the Trade Federation. It would be better to rent a detection spacecraft. The excuse is to use it for space exploration, which will definitely not arouse suspicion. The most important point is that although the detection spacecraft is not as powerful as the warship, it also has its advantages. That is, it has no detection system. It is just a detection spacecraft. The 5th level civilization of the Perseus Trade Federation does not control it as strictly as a warship. Just right for them. So, not long after the information reached their delegation, a 5th level civilization exploration spacecraft set off from somewhere in the starry sky and sped all the way to the star field where humans and Orange Star civilization left at a warp speed of 109.59 times the speed of light. The reason why the 5th level civilization is the 5th level civilization is that they have mastered the technology that the 4th level civilization cannot even dream of. So in the eyes of the Gurgi civilization, an exploration spacecraft is enough to achieve their goals. Even if it is just an exploration spacecraft. It is an exploration spacecraft equipped with 5th level civilization technology. From the speed it shows, it is enough to crush all the 4th level civilization technology. Even if the Tianqin had obtained the warp speed limit breakthrough device, it was only half as fast as it, not to mention the other level 4 civilization ships. And as a level 5 civilization exploration ship, it has more than just speed, which is also the source of the confidence of the Gurgi civilization. The Gurgi civilization did lose track of the human fleet and the Orange Star civilization fleet, but they knew the direction of the two civilization fleets, and both of them did not travel for long, which was enough. Of course, this level 5 civilization exploration ship is some distance away from this star field, so it can't arrive instantly. The universe is so vast. On the other side, a level 5 civilization exploration spacecraft is rushing over, but the human fleet and the Orange Star civilization fleet, which are preparing to fight, know nothing about it. Neither civilization knows that the Gurgi civilization has not withdrawn from the three-way competition. But it is just a little late. Of course, the Gurgi civilization does not know that humans are about to fight with the Orange Star civilization, and the exploration spacecraft they rented is only halfway there. If they knew, they would probably say happily, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Leader, the human fleet doesn't seem to be running away. They seem to be fighting to the death. Seeing that the human warships did not continue to run away after completing the dispersal action, but instead turned the warships' head to their own fleet. The detection department of Orange Star civilization immediately reported the intelligence. Don't worry about what they do. No matter what conspiracy they have, We just press on and annihilate them with an upright army. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is just a clown. The leader of Orange Star civilization is full of confidence. Leader, the behavior of human civilization is a little abnormal. They are so confident. Could it be that they got some killer weapon from the Pioneer's microcosm? As the saying goes, abnormal things are demons. I think we should be careful, a voice suggested. Although the leader of the Orange Star civilization was full of confidence, he was not stupid. This is indeed possible. The more he thought about it, the more possible it was. Otherwise, why didn't humans run away? The leader of the Orange Star civilization took the initiative in his heart. And then he started to imagine. Could it be that this human civilization really got some killer? They dispersed their fleets so much. Could it be that they want to use that unknown killer to perish with us? Chapter 793. The Orange Star civilization leader's worries are not without reason. But no matter how worried he is, at this point, the arrow has been put on the string and has to be fired. The closest distance between the warships of both sides has been shortened to 40 astronomical units, which is equivalent to the distance from Pluto to the Sun. It takes about 5.5 hours for light to reach the Sun. If it is below the 4th level civilization, it is considered a long-range strike range. After all, it takes more than 5 hours for the firepower to arrive after firing a shot. But now, the strike speed of the 4th level civilization is faster. The warp bomb with a speed of nearly 40 times the speed of light only takes about 8.2 minutes. And it has entered the strike range of most warp weapons. Even if the hit rate is not high, it can start fighting. Of course, humans did not open fire. After all, the number of warships was limited, and the number of enemy ships to be annihilated was too large. If all of them were to be annihilated, the latest warp bombs in human inventory would not be enough. The Orange Star civilization, which had a large number of warships, did not have such concerns. They directly wanted to annihilate the human warships with firepower coverage. The Orange Star civilization, which was concerned that humans had weapons that could destroy them together, made the final adjustments while carrying out firepower coverage. Several of their fleets made emergency brakes and directly exited the warp state. But the firepower did not stop. At such a distance, the first thing to be fired is the warp gravity bomb, which is a bomb equipped with an antimatter warhead, a warp engine, and an irregular force field generator. Its main function is to cause time and space distortion and chaos, thereby destroying the force field shield of the opponent's warship. As the saying goes, magic can defeat magic. A warship equipped with a force field shield can only be destroyed by force field. The name of the gravity bomb has gravity in it, but in fact it does not have gravity technology in it. It just uses the grand unified force field to affect time and space. The principle is the same as the warp engine, but the method of use is different. Its function is naturally to destroy force field shields, which can directly deflect the most lethal antimatter weapons. From this point alone, we can see how the 4th level civilization is played with the force field control developed from the principle of the grand unified force field. The Orange Star civilization plans to use gravity bombs to cover the attack first, and then use antimatter weapons to kill. Of course, at such a distance, all weapons sent out must carry the word warp. Millions of gravity bombs were pushed by the warp engine, as if a rain of shells fell from the sky, and they were fired towards the human fleet. They were all set to detonate at a certain time, just like the time fuses of anti-aircraft guns, with different times to ensure that they could cover a larger area of space. The Orange Star civilization must have known that if they attacked from such a long distance, the human fleet would dodge and advance as long as they could be detected. This tactic is very effective against densely concentrated fleets. But the human fleet had already dispersed early, and the hit rate would inevitably be greatly reduced. 8.2 minutes passed quickly. When countless fuses reached the set time, one by one, the silent gravity bombs exploded in space. At this moment, this originally calm space and time suddenly rippled like rain hitting banana leaves. The force fields are all set with random parameters, and the ripples produced by the vibration are also chaotic. If they explode directly on the force field shield of the battleship, they will definitely shake the force field shield and make it unstable, causing the force field to lose its stability, thus achieving the purpose of breaking the shield. The force field shield that loses its stability due to vibration will temporarily lose its shield effect, allowing other weapons to take advantage of the opportunity and attack the battle line. However, this kind of attack obviously has no effect on humans. Because although so many warp gravity bombs are difficult to be detected by tachyon detection due to their large number and small size, this kind of attack is effective. But humans at this time do not rely on tachyon detection. All of these 2,994 warships were manned and equipped with consciousness-linking equipment. The path of the bombs was detected halfway after they were sent out. All the warships predicted the bomb landing point and easily avoided it. However, because the attack distance was still a bit far, this kind of dodge was not obvious. The Orange Star civilization, who realized that their attack was ineffective, just thought that humans were lucky and happened to escape with a small number and scattered distribution. After the first wave of warp gravity bombs were fired, the Orange Star civilization fleet also followed the computer calculation to predict the direction of the human warships and fired a batch of warp antimatter missiles. However, the first wave of attacks was ineffective and failed to break the force field shield. The subsequent antimatter missiles were definitely ineffective. Keep attacking. The 7th, 16th, and 28th squadrons continue to attack. The rest of the squadrons advance and surround them. I don't want to see any human warship escape, because every warship may be carrying the treasure of the pioneers. The leader of the Orange Star civilization observed the effect of the attack and saw that humans did not fight back. So he was relieved of his worries that humans had some means of mutual destruction, guaranteed to complete the mission. No problem, leader. Yes. Yes. After the squadron commanders responded, communication signals appeared on the public channel between Orange Star civilization and the squadron captains. Haha. First come first served. Human civilization has only so many warships. If you are late, there will be no meat to eat. Fuck. The warship in front is ours. Don't fight with me. Haha. Get out of here. Your own warship is behind you. Just watch us harvest. That's right. That's right. Come over and clean up the battlefield and it's done. Damn. You bastards. Engine crew soldiers of the 7,765th ship. Pull the engine to the maximum. Overload it. There are too many wolves and too little meat. This time we must give military merit. Countless warriors who received close combat were excited. They were eager for military merit and even more eager to fight. And the sparks of destroying enemy ships could make them even more excited. 40 astronomical units. 30 astronomical units. 20. 10. 2. 1.5 astronomical units. As the distance got closer and closer, the various weapons of the Orange Star civilization roared again. Gravity bombs, antimatter bombs, antimatter warp missiles, star destroyers, all launched attacks. $1.50. Roughly the distance from Mars to the Sun. Such a distance is far for the human Earth era, but it is very close for today's fourth-level civilization. It has reached the distance for close combat between warships. $1.50. The speed of light takes about 12 minutes. But for warships with superluminal speed and weapons, it only takes a dozen seconds. This is a battlefield beyond the speed of light. Chapter 794. All superluminal weapons are based on warp speed, which is the standard of the military force of a fourth-level civilization. Of course, there is more than warp speed. There is also full optical stealth technology. But this thing is useless if the opponent is also a fourth-level civilization. Antimatter missiles and antimatter bombs are different. The difference lies in guidance. The structure of the two devices is similar. Both use matter to form a large unified force field device to store antimatter, and then rely on the powerful energy generated by the annihilation of positive and antimatter to destroy the target when striking. The difference is that the former has an additional guidance device, which can continuously send and receive tachyons to the target during the warp process, thereby feedback the real-time position of the target, and then adjust the course through its own warp engine to keep heading towards the target. However, this type of weapon is not the most difficult to avoid, because they can be easily discovered because they send tachyon detection in real time. The warship can adjust the parameters of the force field shield according to its course and guide it to other places. Or it can be intercepted by an interception warp missile system. But this method requires a powerful computer system and strong artificial intelligence assistance. In fact, these types of weapons are similar to those in the era of hot weapons and gunpowder. But the speed and energy level have been raised. Of course, there are also differences, such as the various effects outside the light cone brought by superluminal speed. Many of those effects are counterintuitive, and it is definitely too late to think about them when they occur. So intelligent life needs to preset various possibilities in advance. In the war of level 4 civilization, sublight speed weapons are actually used, but they are also labeled as antimatter, such as antiparticle energy cannons and particle energy cannons. Typical weapons are neutron killing and neutron explosion. The former is a normal neutron beam sweep, and the latter is an anti-neutron beam sweep. These two weapons may seem to have very impressive names, but they are generally not used for attacking. They are more used for close defense. After all, they are only sublight speed weapons that can reach the speed of light. They can be used to bully civilizations below level 4 to kill a large number of people. But they are not good enough to attack super light speed civilizations. They are just right for close defense and strafing defense after the force field shield is broken. The two types can just deal with the Star Destroyer shells of the opposite material type. The speed of light is still very fast in the range of the force field shield, and it can be said that it will arrive as soon as it is fired. But now, facing the various weapons attacking the human warships, they don't even open the force field shield. No. All the shields including force field shield, polarization shield, magnetic field shield are not opened, because humans think that opening the shield will disperse the energy utilization, and the energy used to support the shield is better used to concentrate the energy supplied to the warp engine and various parts related to the maneuverability of the warship, calculation input, etc. This will make the warship more sensitive. What humans need most now is the sensitive maneuverability of the warship, because the third-person perspective of the warship mode is too powerful. In the subconscious perspective of the drivers, they can easily perceive various changes in the battlefield and various events, from the course of the enemy warships, the turning angle, the overall movement of the large fleet, to every shell, whether it is an extreme warp gravity bomb, a warp missile with guidance function, or a star destroyer that reaches the limit of both conventional speed and warp speed. They cannot escape the subconscious third-person perspective of humans. Humans do not fully understand this perspective at present. It is obvious to human drivers that the perspective they see is shared with others, and other drivers also share their perspectives. But they do not know how this equipment does it, if they want to understand it. It is estimated that the technology in the field of mental consciousness needs to reach a certain level. In other words, as for Yuan now, in the third-person perspective, he can see everything, even the trajectory of each shell, and even the position of the Tianqin detected by the tachyon detector. He can see it subconsciously. Even if he focuses on the tachyon detector, he can see the moment when the tachyons appear almost instantly. He has a feeling that if the Tianqin is maneuverable enough, it may even be able to dodge this instantaneous tachyon detection. Of course, that requires focusing on the tachyon detection device, and being very focused, so that you can detect the moment when the tachyon is about to appear. This kind of subtle observation is an application of the third-person perspective. When everyone was training the pilots, they had already noticed it. But this way of observation is obviously more energy-consuming. The power of the third-person perspective to open the warship gives humans full confidence. As for the current Tianqin, Yu Yuan and other pilots can clearly see every trajectory on the scene. What the tachyon can detect can be seen. Yu Yuan and the pilots can see. And what the tachyon can't detect can also be seen. So, under Yu Yuan's control, the Tianqin directly avoided possible attacks in advance. And under the push of the warp engine, it made many turns and dodged all attacks. The same was true for other human warships. The 2,996 warships had fully maxed out their dodge skills, and easily avoided all the gunfire. While dodging the attacks, all human warships, led by the Tianqin, could also fight back. And it was not the kind of fight that took all their efforts to free up their hands. Moreover, when dodging, they knew where their warships moved to avoid, and in what posture to shoot, and which predicted position to hit, dodge, fight back, and then turn to a safe position. Everything was smooth. What surprised the Orange Star civilization was that the warp gravity bombs fired by humans seemed to be thrown randomly. But they appeared in the path of the Orange Star civilization warships just 7 or 8 seconds later, as if the warships were directly hit by the bombs. The same was true for the antimatter bombs that followed. In an instant, more than 2,000 Orange Star civilization warships that entered close combat were destroyed by humans in one encounter. The attacks of the human fleet were so efficient that almost every attack was effective, although they were not always accurate. After all, the Orange Star civilization could still detect some warp gravity bombs. But after a batch of attacks, There would always be several or dozens of gravity bombs that were just not detected by them. Then, the warship whose force field shield was shredded by many gravity bombs was blown up by the antimatter bombs that followed. The Star Destroyer of the Lyra was also exerting its power. Its conventional near-light speed plus 38 times warp speed antimatter shells could even hit the target every time. On one hand, they couldn't hit the target, and on the other hand, nearly 3,000 of their warships were destroyed in one encounter. The Orange Star civilization finally felt something was wrong. This human civilization didn't seem to be running away. However, after dozens of minutes, the reaction of the Orange Star civilization changed from doubt to disbelief. Chapter 795. They found that the warships in their fleet, whether they used large-scale contrast strikes or close-range strikes, all fell into empty space. At first, they thought that humans were just lucky and just managed to dodge the attacks in their random moves. However, according to the feedback from subsequent detectors, they found that this was not the case. Those human warships seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of each warp gravity bomb, warp antimatter bomb, and even warp antimatter missile in advance, and then dodge them early as if they had predicted it in advance. How could this happen? Is this the treasure that the human fleet got from the Pioneer microcosm, and they have used it on the warships? The flagship of the Orange Star civilization issued a more confused voice, revealing even greater disbelief in the words, "Leader, our attack has failed again." Another report sounded. This is not the first time such a report has sounded. The leader of the Orange Star civilization feels that this is the sentence he has heard the most today. I am tired of hearing it, and I am almost numb to it, but every time I hear it, it still makes him feel frightened. How could it not hit? How could it not hit? The leader of the Orange Star civilization shouted frantically in his heart. It was obvious that thousands of warships were besieging one ship, but the warship was able to escape from the gaps of various attacks every time. What shocked him even more was that the human warships could still fight back in such a situation. And the hit rate of the counterattack was very high. Every attack was predicted to accurately fall on their own warships. I need an explanation. What's going on? Combat Science Officer. Where is the Combat Science Officer? We have been fighting for so long. Where is the data? Where is the data? The leader of the Orange Star civilization began to shout impatiently, as the detector continued to provide feedback. The Combat Science Officer of the Orange Star civilization finally gave an explanation. Leader, the warships of human civilization. The warships of human civilization seem to be able to predict the trajectory of our weapon strikes. Judging from their reaction data, even their detection perception is faster than Tachyons. Faster than Tachyons? How is this possible? Hearing such words, all the commanders of the Orange Star civilization, including the leader, were obviously stunned for a moment. This seemed beyond their understanding. How could a level 4 civilization have such a powerful detection capability? That is to say, there is only one possibility. That is, human civilization has indeed obtained the treasure of the pioneers, or some kind of pioneer technology, and has already used these technologies on warships. Human civilization. Ah, human civilization. You really got the treasure of the pioneers. Now I give you one last piece of advice. Gwai. Hand over the things. Don't think that you can defeat us by using the technology left by the pioneers. I want to let you know what war is. The war had just begun. Although they had not hit a single shell on a human warship, the Orange Star civilization was clearly not frightened. Only 3,000 warships were destroyed, and they had 1.8 million warships, which was just a drop in the bucket. Even though there were individual lives on each warship that needed them, the Orange Star civilization was not afraid of sacrificing individual lives, as long as they could take down a human warship and obtain the pioneer treasure. Everything would be worth it. Perhaps the Orange Star civilization knew that they could not hit human warships from a distance. So in the second stage, they directly swarmed in with a large fleet. Now they are no longer worried about humans having suicide weapons of mass destruction. So they have obtained some detection technology. In fact, the Orange Star civilization warships are not fully equipped with third-generation warp weapons. But they did not push those warships onto the battlefield at the beginning. It was not until they found that their goal of destroying humans with a small number of warships could not be achieved after fighting for a while that they pulled them onto the battlefield. The Orange Star civilization felt that even if these warships could not hit human warships, they could at least create some harassment. However, they were still wrong. These warships did not pose any pressure on humans. The third-generation warp weapons could not do anything to humans. And the second-generation warp weapons were even more difficult. There was no harassment. I hope you still have confidence in a while. Faced with the battlefield call of the Orange Star civilization, the humans who always adhered to the principle of not talking nonsense when they can kill changed their previous style and responded. Perhaps they felt that driving a warship in the third-person perspective was too powerful, and they couldn't help but show off. But this boasting touched the nerves of the Orange Star civilization, and immediately attracted a burst of angry words. Hateful, despicable human civilization. The shameless people who rely on the pioneer's treasure. It was a meaningless curse. And it was wrong. Humanity is so powerful not because of the pioneer's treasure, but the creation of the Awakener. All the humans whose warships were in the war did not pay attention to the Orange Star civilization. But after getting familiar with the realization, they began to slowly increase their offensive strength. After all, it was the first actual combat of driving a warship from a third-person perspective. And human drivers always have a transition process. Of course, they had been trained before, but there is still a difference in actual combat. As time went on, the various perceptions of the warship pilots became more and more proficient, so that the operation of the pilots of the main control warships became more and more bold. One by one, they began to shut down the shield system and put all the computing power and energy into the maneuvering and weapons systems. Some warships even made the action of brushing past the bombs to attack the enemy ships. Soon, the losses of Orange Star civilization increased exponentially. 3,000, 6,000, 10,000, 30,000, 100, 000. Countless warships fell apart under the guns of humans. But not a single warship of the human side was damaged. And even the paint of the warship was not scratched. This is not an exaggeration. The creation of the Awakener plus the talent of humans can do it. It is really difficult to take damage, even if the dodge talent is maxed out. It is just like that. Probably only the large-scale attack method with the star field as the target can hit the human fleet. But it is obvious that the fourth-level civilization does not have that technology. The largest range is gravity bombs, but it cannot cover the star field. During the battle, humans also found that they didn't even need to use close-in defense guns. From the beginning of the battle to now, none of the more than 2,900 warships had activated neutron-killing or neutron explosion close-in defense guns in order to destroy enemy ships more efficiently. The Lyra showed a speed beyond the limit without reservation, bursting out at 50 times the warp speed, constantly shuttling in the battlefield, destroying one Orange Star civilization warship after another. In front of the Lyra, the Orange Star civilization warships were so vulnerable. The Lyra could even throw gravity bombs close to the face to break the force field shield, and then destroy a warship with a wave of attacks that followed. The more than 2,900 warships of mankind were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and the warships were invincible wherever they went. Chapter 796. The human warships were seen entering the warp state for a while, then exiting it, sometimes moving and sometimes firing back. The various warp-driven weapons were crisscrossed in the starry sky battlefield, because the force field shields of the fourth-level civilization and the warp-driven weapons had the same principle. The warships needed to close the force field shields when firing the warp weapons. This was also a defense loophole for the fourth-level civilization warships. Although this interval was very short, it was more than enough for the third-person perspective of humans. Basically, any warship targeted by the human warships would be taken away in one wave during this interval. There is no doubt that this is a highly efficient way of attacking, and enemy ships can be destroyed without breaking the force field shield. Countless Orange Star civilization warships were destroyed during this interval, which made the subsequent warships cautious every time they launched weapons, which posed no threat to human warships. As for the human fleet, after discovering their own evasive ability, they simply stopped using the force field shield, which not only facilitated the launch of weapons, but also improved their mobility. As time went on, the situation of the war became more and more obvious. After losing more than 300,000 warships, the Orange Star civilization had realized the seriousness of the matter and knew that their fleet was likely to fail to defeat humans. But they were unwilling to accept it. In their minds, humans only have about 3,000 warships, and there is no way they can defeat themselves, who have 600 times more. However, reality has cruelly refreshed their minds, especially those warships that are not equipped with third-generation warp technology weapons, which are simply going to die. The more this war is fought, the more frightened it is, and the more it fights, the colder the heart of the leader of the Orange Star civilization becomes. Of course, there is another reason why the Orange Star civilization has not given up at this point, and that is the mentality of luck. They still believe that these warships of mankind have become so powerful because they have obtained the things of the pioneers. And such powerful things cannot be used all the time without any restrictions. Maybe if they insist on persisting, the human fleet will fail. In fact, the Orange Star civilization is right. There are indeed restrictions. Each warship needs at least 8,000 people to access the consciousness-linked device at the same time. It is impossible for these 8,000 people to persist all the time. As time goes by, if they continue to do so, they will also get tired, feel mentally fatigued, and eventually faint. Even though humans now sleep only once a month, once connected to the consciousness-linked device, their energy will be consumed faster. So this third-person perspective driving mode cannot be maintained for a long time. 8,000 people can only last for half a month at most. And then, they have to disconnect and rest and sleep to recover. Food is not a problem. The cockpit built by humans themselves has nutrient solution to provide energy for the human body when connected to the consciousness device. Of course, this is true. But the Orange Star civilization is still wrong, because there are more than one group of pilots on the human warship. When this batch of pilots got tired, they were replaced by another batch seamlessly. And the war continued. Perhaps only humans, who all have the ability of third-person dreams, can be so luxurious. Even the Awakeners probably never thought that one day their equipment would be used in this way. The starry sky is vast, and it would not be crowded even if millions of warships were deployed on the battlefield. But the number of warships in the first fleet of humans is only 2,9996. The targets are really limited, and they are slippery and cannot be hit at all. Moreover, because of the close combat, many warships in the distance did not dare to attack randomly, which made the human warships feel like they were in an empty space. And they shuttled through the Orange Star civilization fleet one by one. At this moment, the Lyra passed over a piece of warship wreckage in the warp speed again. When it exited the warp speed, it jumped out of the water like a sensitive fish in the water, and then fired a star destroyer at an Orange Star civilization warship that was almost close to it, and had just withdrawn the force field shield to launch a warp weapon. The Star Destroyer, which was driven by conventional kinetic energy and warp engines, was accelerated to 38 times the speed of light as soon as it left the muzzle. In less than a second, it ignored the magnetic field shield and polarization shield of the target warship, and then broke through the warship's close gun defense network at conventional sublight speed and plunged into the interior of the enemy ship. Sublight speed brings incomparable kinetic energy to the shells. Then, the positive and negative matter in the shells either cancel the direct contact of the grand unified force field due to the setting, or directly contact due to the strong impulse. In an instant, the mass is transformed into 100% energy and swept out, blasting the target warship from the inside, before the warship was blown up. At the moment when the Warp Star Destroyer was fired, the Tianqin had entered the warp again and sailed away. After turning twice in the warp state, it used the same trick again to blow up the next warship with one shot. The Tianqin, with its speed that surpassed other warships, and its ability to kill quickly, became the most dazzling star in this starry battlefield. Although the speed of other human warships did not break the limit, they were only a little slower, and it seemed effortless to deal with the Orange Star civilization fleet. The 2,994 warships of mankind rushed into the Orange Star civilization fleet, killing the Orange Star civilization people like harvesting grass. The battlefield showed a one-sided trend. Humans fought with fewer people against more people, and still achieved a crushing victory. And they still had no casualties. Only 1 month had passed since the war, and the human pilots had only changed shifts twice. The Orange Star civilization fleet had dropped from 1.8 million at the beginning to 800,000, and the human race still had 0 casualties. At this moment, the Orange Star civilization flagship was blown up. It only had a face-to-face encounter with one of the human warships, and was turned into cosmic dust under several waves of attacks. It was also at this moment that the Orange Star civilization fleet was destroyed. It was not because they lost their flagship that they were leaderless and thus destroyed. After all, the Interstellar fleet was different from the ancient army. Basically, they would not scatter when the flagship was destroyed. Even if the leader of the civilization died in the war, they would not be directly without combat power. It was just that the Orange Star civilization fleet should have been destroyed long ago. But their leader was still holding on in the hope. Now that the flagship fell, that belief and persistence was gone. The highest-ranking commander, who took over the command of the fleet, directly ordered a retreat. They couldn't win. They couldn't win at all. The commander was convinced that humans had already received an important inheritance. So the best thing to do now was to flee. More than half of the Orange Star civilization fleet had been killed or wounded. And almost all of the warships equipped with third-generation warp weapons were destroyed. Judging from the previous battle situation, going up would be like sending death. So it would be better to run away. The Orange Star civilization was actually quite warlike. But being warlike didn't mean wanting to die. It was normal for them to run away when they couldn't win. Moreover, they still had a mission, which was to bring back the news of the powerful combat power of the human fleet after obtaining the Pioneer treasure to their main civilization. Whether to regroup and fight again, or make other choices later, was up to the new leader. Chapter 797. Watching their own side being defeated despite their absolute numerical advantage. And watching their own warships being harvested by humans like grass. The Orange Star civilization no longer had the confidence they had before to win. However, at this time, deep in their hearts, they still believed that their race was a very excellent race. Far superior to humans. And the reason why they won the war was entirely because humans obtained the Pioneer treasure. They were not defeated by humans, but by advanced civilization technology, which was not shameful at all. The most important thing now is to bring back the news that humans have become extremely powerful after obtaining the Pioneer treasure, so as to prevent the fleet of the headquarters from being wiped out by human civilization. However, it is obviously unrealistic to withdraw calmly when the war has reached this stage, because the remaining 800,000 warships of the Orange Star civilization are all entangled with the scattered warships. If they want to withdraw directly, with the powerful combat power shown by human warships, many warships will definitely be detected by the withdrawal action, and then destroyed more easily. The loss will be even greater by then. Human warships are few, but they are very flexible, and the evasion and attack as if predicted are too abnormal. The warships of Orange Star civilization have no idea whether they will be hit by the attack launched at any time when they turn around. So the only way for now is to sacrifice some warships, and desperately encircle, and suppress human warships to cover other warships from leaving the battlefield. The sooner this decision is made, the better. The sooner the better. The more warships can be used, and the more warships can escape from the scene. As long as they successfully enter the highest warp speed state after leaving the effective attack range of human warships, they will be considered to have escaped. However, they cannot escape in the same direction. They can only run in different directions. Otherwise they will be caught up by humans. And the result will be that they will be caught up at the next supply point. And then they will all be slaughtered. The commander of the Orange Star civilization was very clear-headed. He issued this order as soon as he took over the command of the fleet. After all, everyone can see the current situation. The warships that stay and continue to delay the warships of human civilization are doomed to die, which is a clear way to kill people. If the commander who just took over the command lets others cover the rear and runs away, it is probably not a question of whether there are warships to execute orders. However, this new commander is not afraid at all. He took the initiative to take this fatal mission, and took the lead in charging the human flagship Tianjin, the 55th, 58th, and 86th fleets. Follow my ship. Target, the flagship of human civilization, the 76th fleet, the 45th fleet, the 23rd fleet. Immediately evacuate the battlefield upon receiving my order. Run separately, and bring the news back to the main civilization after replenishing resources in the next star system. The new commander quickly divided the fleet on the battlefield into two parts. Most of the fleets that followed the charge were the only remaining warships equipped with third-generation warp weapons, while the fleets that received the withdrawal order were mostly those whose logistic resource development capabilities had not been destroyed. The combat fleet composed of warships is basically combat-oriented. There are also ships with resource development functions. Every large fleet has them. They are generally factory-type ships carrying engineering ships, and various mineral collection and refining equipment, or comprehensive warships like the Lyra. However, the Orange Star civilization does not have comprehensive warships. It is true that their flagships have stronger performance, but they are all enhanced in terms of war performance. At the same time, in order to ensure the strong combat effectiveness of the fleet, their warships are warships, and logistics ships are logistics ships. If you want to escape, You must let the warships and logistics ships run together. Otherwise, even if you escape, you will die in the starry sky because of the lack of resource development capabilities. After a shouting, the new commander of the Orange Star civilization shouted in the public channel of the more than 300,000 warships left behind. The target is 2,994 warships. We will hold back one of them for every 300 warships. Even if we use warships to block them. We must block them for me, and buy time for the retreating warships. Everyone. All the hopes of my Orange Star civilization are placed on you. Let's go together. For the glory of Orange Star. For Orange Star to shine in the universe. For Orange Star civilization. Charge. For Orange Star civilization. Charge. Orange Star civilization will last forever. Charge. Universe. Please listen to the cry of our Orange Star civilization. I am here as long as the battleship is here. I will die if the battleship is destroyed. Charge. Charge. Kill the human race. Damn it. Charge. Let human civilization also see our courage. Ha ha ha. Life is a hymn to courage. And our Orange Star civilization is a hymn to life. For a moment, the Orange Star people who were left behind were excited. The wind was whistling, and the water was cold. But they made their blood boil. Even if they knew they were going to die. They wanted to die gloriously. Perhaps the Orange Star civilization had this hobby. When they launched the desperate charge, they even broadcast tachyons to the human warships on the entire battlefield, which was equivalent to shouting on the battlefield. They got what they wanted. The human fleet received their final shouts, and fulfilled them without any suspense. 1 ship against 100 ships. And they were killed by humans in a short time. It was a crushing battle. There were also powerful warships, like the Tianjin, which, after dealing with the warships that launched a desperate charge against them, used their super-limit speed to attack and kill the Orange Star civilization warships that had just turned around and embarked on the road of escape. If the chasing time is not counted, this war lasted very short. And the Orange Star civilization fleet that was seeking death was killed by humans, and was left with nothing. The whole process was a crushing battle. The Orange Star civilization, which had an absolute advantage in numbers, was crushed by humans who had absolute technology. Of the 1.8 million warships, only about 300,000 escaped, and not a single warship on the human side was damaged. It is so outrageous. Although there are only so few warships with third-person driving mode, they are more powerful than any civilization. It can be said that at the same civilization level, this thing is a cheat. Unless the energy is exhausted or the driver cannot connect, the warship equipped with the third-person driving mode cannot be destroyed. As for the warships that escaped, humans have no way to deal with them. If the first fleet is still fully staffed, they can let the unmanned warships chase them until they are all killed. But now the entire fleet has only 2,994 ships. If they pursue, they are not afraid of being killed, but they are afraid of being out of touch with their teammates. Humans do think that the Orange Star civilization deserves death, and they want to kill them all. After all, these escaped warships still carry information about the fighters of the human fleet. But they cannot chase them, because the most important thing for humans is not to chase the remaining enemies, but to return to the main body of human civilization and share the third-generation warp technology with the main body of civilization. Chapter 798. Just know it. The universe is so big. Maybe after this battle, humans will have nothing to do with Orange Star civilization. So after killing the last remnants of the defeated Orange Star civilization, the first fleet of humans turned around and rushed to the star system less than 1 light-year away from the starry sky battlefield. No one cleaned up the battlefield, and humans ignored the wreckage of the dilapidated Orange Star civilization warships. After this battle, humans had a deep understanding of the third-person perspective battleship mode, and also established strong confidence in it. As long as this fleet exists, humans will be the strongest civilization at the same level. And what makes humans most excited is that the 3,000 sets of equipment from the Awakeners can be used not only for warships of level 4 civilization, but also for level 5 and level 6 civilizations. As long as the new warships built by humans after reaching that technological level are also modified and connected to the equipment according to the installation instructions. This fleet will definitely be the trump card of humans in the future. And the flagship Tianjin has both the main equipment for consciousness connection given by the Awakeners, and the warp space enhancement device left by the Pioneers, which makes it the real leader in combat power. Of course, when it comes to level 6 civilization, humans might be able to make related consciousness connection equipment by themselves. After all, humans naturally have the talent of third-person dreams. The reason why the Awakeners have this set of equipment is that they also have such a talent, and then obtain this special technology through research on their own talents. And this is why the Awakeners are very optimistic about humans. So humans are still very confident in developing special technologies in their own talents. As for the Orange Star Civilization fleet, it has become the whetstone for the first battle of the human fleet. And they asked for it. Speaking of which, the Tianqin, which returned from the starry sky, took the lead and headed into the star system at the fastest warp speed. Its target was a dwarf planet on the penultimate orbit in this star system. The purpose was naturally to blast it into a mine. The reason why it was not a planet on the penultimate orbit was that the planet on the penultimate orbit was just below the other side of the star. Well, it could be said to be above. After all, there is no up or down in the universe. Why it was not on the other side of the star? The reason was that the orbit of the penultimate dwarf planet in this star system was very different. Other planets orbited near the ecliptic plane of the star, but its orbit almost vertically crossed the ecliptic plane. I really don't know what kind of star formation environment created this strange phenomenon. It is for this reason that it is out of tune with other planets. Looking at the overview of this star system, the main sequence star of this star system is a white star with a surface temperature of about 7,000 degrees Celsius, a diameter of 1.84 times that of the Sun, a mass of 1.72 times that of the Sun, and a brightness of 11 times that of the Sun. According to the apparent magnitude of the Earth's position, it should be 0.78. It is an ordinary star with a rotation period of 9.3 hours, which can be said to be very fast. For this reason, its equatorial diameter is larger than its polar diameter, with a ratio of 1.12. It has many similarities with Sirius and Altair, and they are all very young stars. It may have formed only hundreds of millions of years ago, and its core is composed of helium produced by nuclear fusion reactions of hydrogen. Such stars, when their lifespan reaches about 3.5 billion years, will shrink inward due to the exhaustion of hydrogen raw materials, forming red giants and eventually evolving into white dwarfs. Before coming here, humans did not do much exploration of this star system. Now that they want to develop resources, they naturally have to explore it and collect accurate data about this star. So after the Tianqin exited the warp speed, many small exploration spacecrafts headed for the star system. As for the dwarf planet in front of the Tianqin, humans have not conducted detailed geological exploration. But from the perspective of the near-orbital space, it can be roughly known that it is a planet with a cooled core. This kind of planet is the best for mining, as it will be broken into pieces with one shot. Unlike those planets with hot cores, where molten iron will splash into space after one shot and then rely on radiation to cool down. In fact, the scientists on the Tianqin are very interested in this planet with a strange orbit. Especially the scientists in the field of astronomy. They really want to study its origin and the evolution history of this star system here. But humans don't have that much time now. Otherwise the Tianqin would not directly choose the mining planet based on the principle of proximity. It's a pity to lose the opportunity to study a planet with a special orbit. But it's not to the point of being heartbroken. And humans will definitely not return here in the future. So let it disappear. Not long after, it exploded in the starry sky under the Star Destroyer cannon of the Lyra, as if it was splitting a mountain and splitting a rock. Then the Lyra and other warships were ordered to open their hatches and release smaller ships one by one, biting at the planet fragments like hungry tigers. Xiaohui played a great role at this time. Her body turned into a locust miner, trying her best to split every metal bond she could split. And then these materials were transported to the Lyra by small ships, and after being processed again and again by various smelters and manufacturing plants inside the Lyra, they became various things needed by humans. Humans eat, drink, and use, as well as the antimatter fuel that warships need most. After a supply, several months passed. The human fleet once again set foot in the starry sky, heading straight for the main human civilization about 117 light-years away. After setting foot on the starry road, the 2,994 warships all maintained 38 times the speed of light, gradually bidding farewell to this star system with countless wreckages of Orange Star Civilization warships floating around. 117 light-years. A distance that was once beyond the reach of humans. A distance that once required stars as springboards, can now be directly traveled in a straight line. Interstellar civilization is indeed an interstellar civilization. Stellar travel is easy for this level of civilization, especially for a human fleet like this one, which has reached the top speed level of the 4th level civilization. It will only take 3 years to reach this distance. If the Tianqin activates the warp space enhancement device, it will be faster. More than 100 light years is far from the range limit of the 4th level civilization, as far as the human warship design is concerned. If it is fully filled with antimatter fuel, the warship can probably travel 500 light years. In terms of the size of planetary warships, it is actually not much different, because warp speed navigation also has the same thrust-to-weight ratio problem as conventional navigation, but it is replaced by the problem of energy consumption and warship mass. Hundreds of years have passed since they separated from the main body of human civilization. If it were in ancient times on Earth, it would be equivalent to the rise and fall cycle of a dynasty. But in the interstellar era, it is only the time for a fleet to go out for a mission. But after all, hundreds of years are not short. Now everyone in the first fleet is eager to return home. They all want to see their own tribe as soon as possible, and then share their gains with others, so that their tribe will become stronger together. As they set out on their return journey, they were all thinking, after hundreds of years, has our civilization made any progress in technology? And have they also broken through the 3rd generation warp technology themselves? At the same time, they also wanted to share the experience of the first fleet with their friends in the main civilization as soon as possible, especially wanting to tell their friends how they, a group of people, united as one in desperate situations to break through the 3rd generation warp technology, and the various encounters in the Pioneer microcosm. Too many. Chapter 799. This time, the first fleet gained a lot, and returned to the civilization headquarters in triumph. As the first commander of the first fleet, and the leader of civilization, Yu Yuan's prestige must have been raised again. This is something that helps to consolidate the stability of the human race, which is very meaningful. Moreover, after being away for so long, perhaps the main human civilization cluster has formed some interest power groups. To put it bluntly, it is possible that there are new leaders. Of course, the possibility is not great. After all, Yu Yuan still knows Yu Pit's ability and sense of responsibility. And there are also the commanders of the 2 fleets to cooperate with him. So there is no big problem. However, even if there is a political change, Yu Yuan is not afraid. Just reverse it. He believes that those people have the whole human pattern, but they can't bear the human heart. So sometimes he can't help thinking about it. As for the strong artificial intelligence-driven warships lost by the first fleet, it is actually not a big problem. The shipbuilding technology is still there. As long as humans are given time, it will take only a few minutes to make up for it. The first fleet did not encounter any accidents on its way back home. At full warp speed, it took the fleet just over 3 years to reach the outer reaches of the star system where human civilization is located. We are back. The fleet was still in warp speed, but the tachyon detector had detected that the target star was just ahead and sent the distance information back to the first fleet. However, before the first fleet could cheer, the detector sent back another message. It was a set of image information, which was taken by the detector's optical detection equipment, converted into tachyon signals, and then sent back to the first fleet in real time, which was equivalent to the fleet's external eyes. But at this moment, this eye brought a disturbing picture to the first fleet. The first thing that came into view was a busy scene, with a group of ships of various types moving slowly under the starry sky with planets as the background. The shapes of these ships were very familiar. Yu Yuan and others knew at a glance that they must be human ships. But the status of these warships seemed a little wrong. Living spaceships, biosphere spaceships, factory spaceships. All spaceships were moving. But some of the various work platforms had been retracted into large planetary transport ships, while some were still operating in orbit. This looks like, are they leaving here? But if they are leaving, why haven't they collected all the work platforms? Haste. Seeing this, a word popped up in everyone's mind. The main body of human civilization seems to be leaving here, and it is very hasty. But this time point is obviously not beyond the agreed time. So there is only one explanation. The main fleet cluster of human civilization is in trouble. Thinking of this, everyone's heart tightened. Don't let anything happen. Shouting in their hearts, they continued to look at the screen. And then the people of the first fleet keenly discovered that in the fleet group that was retreating in a hurry, the residential ships of the affiliated civilizations were arranged at the back. Oh, they were trying to collect various work platforms in orbit. Where are the warships? Where is the second fleet? Where is the third fleet? And where are the fleets of the member civilizations of the Star Alliance? Why are they all not here? Ordinarily, if they want to leave this star system, the main fleet of the civilization should be escorted by a fleet of warships. Why are they all not here? Suddenly, a bad feeling came over me. Call for consultation. The more he looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. Yu Yuan immediately called the information department and asked them to send a message to the headquarters of human civilization. The first fleet of humanity has now arrived at the outer edge of the star system. The entire star system is already within the range of tachyon communication, and naturally also within the range of tachyon detection. It stands to reason that with the arrangement of the main body of human civilization, the first fleet that withdrew from warp speed should have been discovered long ago. Even if the number of warships in the first fleet was only 3,000. But the first fleet had been out of warp speed for a while, but had not received any detection information or even a tachyon communication information from the headquarters. That could only mean that the main fleet of human civilization was already too busy to take care of itself and only wanted to leave. And the internal command was probably in a state of chaos. Otherwise, it would be impossible that not even a single message was sent. So what happened that made the main fleet of human civilization so anxious? While the people of the first fleet were anxiously waiting, they did not stand there, but continued to move towards the main fleet of human civilization. After a while, the main fleet of human civilization finally found the first fleet. It's the first fleet. The first fleet is back. The communication code was quickly matched, and real-time communication was established at this moment. At the same time, the images of several familiar people appeared on the big screen of Tianqin. It was Zhu Pitt and several senior security personnel. The words just now came from their mouths. Marshal Yu, you are finally back. It's great. It's great. One of the senior security personnel saw Yu Yuan and seemed to have found the backbone, and immediately said excitedly. However, the joy quickly disappeared as soon as it appeared, and was replaced by a sad look. Zhu Pitt looked even more haggard, as if he was worried about something. At this time, the other staff behind them seemed to see Yu Yuan and others through the real-time video call. Their reaction was the same as that of the senior security department leader. First happy and excited, and then quickly replaced by sadness. At the same time, there were scattered words coming out. Marshal Yu is back. The first fleet is back. But what's the use? Yes, the enemy is so powerful that the second and third fleets can't hold on. What's the use of the first fleet? Yes, it's because the war is not going well that the second and third fleets jointly notified us that we must leave as soon as possible. It may be too late if we are late. It's not possible. It will definitely be too late. According to the latest intelligence, the third fleet has suffered more than half of its losses and can't hold on for much longer. No, we still have some time. The first fleet is back and should be able to buy time for evacuation. Yu Yuan on the other side of the screen could hear it vaguely. He immediately looked at Zhu Pitt on the screen and said in a deep voice, "What enemy? What's going on?" Zhu Pitt was also unambiguous and said hurriedly, "According to the latest news from the second and third fleets, it should be a battleship." A battleship? Yu Yuan was stunned. He was prepared to hear that it was a large fleet. But Zhu Pitt told him that it was a battleship. Yes, it is possible that our detection technology is not enough. But so far we have only seen one. Zhu Pitt quickly replied. But its combat power is very strong. At first, the third fleet encountered it. I don't know what happened and a conflict occurred. Later, the third fleet asked for help, and the second fleet went to support it. Then not long ago, the commanders of the two fleets sent a joint message saying that the battleship had probably discovered us, and asked us to run as fast as possible, and they would hold the battleship back. Chapter 800. The total number of warships of the third fleet and the second fleet is about 2 million. If they continue to build ships during the time when the first fleet left, there might be more. But now Zhu Pitt said that both fleets together could not defeat a warship. Tell me more clearly. What does that warship look like? How does it fight? And why does it attack the third fleet? Although he was worried, Yu Yuan still showed a calm appearance. Seeing Yu Yuan like this, Zhu Pitt calmed down a lot. He took a deep breath and answered, "We don't know. According to the people of the first fleet and the second fleet, it might be a warship of an advanced civilization. Oh, its warp speed reached 100 times the speed of light, which should be a level 5 civilization. According to the third fleet, They were patrolling this star field normally at that time. But they didn't expect to be suddenly prompted by the tachyon detection that they had found a warship that appeared at an unknown time. Since they didn't find it immediately, the first reaction of the Third Fleet was that the technological level of this warship was higher than theirs, and it might be an advanced civilization. Then they contacted it carefully. At this point, Zhu Pit sighed. Everything was fine at the beginning. The warship also responded to the Third Fleet's message. Of course, they couldn't decipher the message at that time, so the Third Fleet tried to establish contact with them. But just after the Third Fleet sent the basic information of communication, they were greeted with a blatant attack. It was also at that time that the Third Fleet measured its speed. The Third Fleet had no idea why it attacked itself, and it would not surrender obediently after being attacked without reason, even if it knew that the other party was an advanced civilization. However, the power of that warship was far beyond our imagination. Our warship was completely vulnerable to it. Its attack directly disintegrated our force field shield, ignored the magnetic field shield and polarization shield, and directly hit our warship itself. And its speed was too fast. 10 times faster. We couldn't hit it at all. It ran faster than our fastest warp-powered weapon. Then the Second Fleet went to support. But it was just a delay time. When it destroyed the two fleets, the next target would definitely be our main body of civilization. So we could only leave while it was still entangled with the Second and Third Fleets. Maybe the warship didn't find us. Let's hope so. It's possible that it found us, but it didn't directly bypass the Second and Third Fleets to find us. Maybe it just wanted to play a trick on us. Listening to Zhu Pit's description, Yu Yuan was also certain that the Third Fleet must be a level 5 civilization. Otherwise it would not be so powerless with the strength of the human fleet. At the same time, he became more anxious, because he actually encountered a level 5 civilization warship. But what puzzled him was why this level 5 civilization warship would attack humans. Although, it has nothing to do with you to destroy you. There must be some reason. Humans already know the background of this universe, and it is not all dark forest. This is puzzling. Yu Yuan is sure that it is not the commander of the Third Fleet who took the initiative to provoke, because Yu Yuan still knows Buguyu a little bit, and he is definitely not so brainless. Encountering a warship of advanced civilization and provoking it. What is the difference between that and courting death? The experience of mankind tells everyone to be low-key, especially when encountering advanced civilizations. They must be cautious and pay attention to their words and deeds. Could it be a malicious level 5 civilization? Is their philosophy to destroy other civilizations? Like the Reapers? There is no point in guessing. Yu Yuan then asked Zhu Pit about the current situation of the main body of human civilization. Zhu Pit said quickly and anxiously, it is relatively stable. But because of the emergency, many people are still questioning the decision to evacuate. But it is not a big problem. The broadcast information has been released. At present, most of the spacecraft have completed the turn. The first batch of residential spacecraft clusters have set off, and the rest have gradually left the gravitational range of the planet. Some doubts in the society have been suppressed, except for some people who are still waiting for the First Fleet to return to sabotage the evacuation operation. Overall, there is no big problem. Okay, connect the entire ship broadcast for me, Yu Yuan said decisively. Zhu Pit didn't think twice, and directly asked the communicator to send the current human full-frequency communication code to the Tianjin. The next moment after the communication code was connected, Yu Yuan appeared in all the retreating human ships. I am Yu Yuan, the leader of human civilization and commander of the First Fleet, and the head of the headquarters. Yes, we are back. Now, as the leader of human civilization, I order you to leave here as quickly as possible. I have already understood the general situation. I will lead the First Fleet to stop the warship and buy time for your evacuation. Ladies and gentlemen, there are still infinite unknowns and infinite secrets in the universe. Our human civilization cannot stop here. You must survive. If we can't come back, the glory of human civilization will depend on you. Because time is tight. Yu Yuan only spoke briefly. His words were also very straightforward, and even said that they were not very nutritious. But they injected a sedative into the hearts of the retreating humans. Their leader is back, so they can definitely overcome the difficulties. Those doubtful voices also disappeared because of Yu Yuan's appearance. Perhaps this is the effect of prestige. People also know that Yu Yuan is just an ordinary person. Without a warship, he will also die easily in the universe. But seeing him appear again, They feel relieved. It can be said that Yu Yuan's short words can save a lot of trouble for the evacuation work led by Zhu Pit. After turning off the broadcast to all mankind, Yu Yuan said to Zhu Pit on the holographic screen, "Pit, the main body of human civilization is handed over to you. So I won't say much. During this trip, my first fleet has obtained what the pioneers left behind, which is a warp space enhancement device, which is currently installed on the Tianqin. It can greatly increase the speed of the Tianqin." After briefly mentioning the treasure of the pioneers, Yu Yuan continued, "Also, we have broken through the third-generation warp technology. Just now, I have asked Tyne Heswang to share all technical information with the headquarters data center. After you leave, you will immediately organize relevant scientists from various departments to let them master it as soon as possible. We also shared the information we got about the long voyage. Well, no more words. Time is urgent. Send the star region coordinates of the 2nd and 3rd fleets immediately." Yu Yuan didn't want to set a flag before leaving, so he tried to keep things short and didn't talk to Zhu Pite about the 5th-level civilization warship. After all, if he had this much time, he might as well go to the battlefield to explore it himself, or go to the 1st and 2nd fleets to find out. Chapter 801. Zhu Pit did not dare to neglect it. As soon as he heard Yu Yuan finish speaking, he immediately sent the last news of the 1st fleet and the 2nd fleet to the Tianqin. After doing so, he said, "Marshal Yu, should we replenish our supplies before going? The 1st fleet has already sailed for more than 100 light years." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yu Yuan waving his hand. "No need. We have already replenished our fuel before departure. It is only a few light years away. We are not short of fuel. You should concentrate on presiding over the evacuation of the main civilization. I have marked the star regions that may be at risk. You should choose your target location as soon as possible." "Okay," Zhu Pit replied. "The direction of the evacuation of the main fleet of the civilization must be told to the Tianqin. Otherwise it would be easy to find where their civilization is in the vast sea of stars." Zhu Pit immediately exercised his rights after agreeing, and within a few breaths, the astronomers in the main civilization immediately gave the answer. The answer is not a sentence, but a three-way route, which can actually be said to be three-route information. At the beginning, the routes all shared the first half, and then they were divided into 3. Each route is 3,000 light-years deep. The specific route to choose will be decided by the main fleet of civilization according to the situation. If the Tianqin can come back at that time, then we will look in the direction of these 3 routes, and we will definitely find the main body of human civilization. After the main fleet of civilization arrives at the destination, it will wait there and build warships as much as possible to protect itself. After all, it is a flight of escape, so it must run as fast as possible. Except for fuel supply on the way, it will basically not stay for too long. In this way, the main body of human civilization will be endangered during the journey. After all, there is no warship escort. But there is no other way. The most important thing now is to escape from this star field as soon as possible to protect itself. The pressure from the 5th-level civilization warship in the intelligence was too strong, and humans dared not delay. According to the description of the 2nd and 3rd fleets, the warship was obviously hostile to humans, or to all civilizations. Otherwise it would not directly attack the 3rd fleet of humans. If it was really caught up by the warship, then humanity would really come to an end. It was about the life and death of civilization, and we could only choose the one that was most beneficial to humanity as a whole. And now it seemed that as long as we could escape, even if Yu Yuan and all the people on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets died, it would be worth it. Of course, the remaining warships of the 1st fleet could choose to escort the main body of the civilization to evacuate, so that they would not be afraid of encountering any danger in the starry sky. But Yu Yuan knew that this could not be done because it was an unknown danger. The biggest crisis at hand was the 5th-level civilization warship. After getting the 3 routes, the Tianqin did not stop and directly led the remaining 2,993 warships to turn around and head towards the star field shown in the coordinates. The fleet turned a 90-degree turn in space and entered the warp speed one after another. As the saying goes, saving lives is like putting out a fire. The faster the support for the 2nd and 3rd fleets, the better. As a warship with a faster speed, the Tianqin did not join the other warships this time. Instead, after the ship entered the light speed from the 1st warp speed, then the 2nd warp speed of 10.079 light speed, and the third warp speed of 38.941 times the speed of light. It immediately activated the warp space enhancer. The activation of this set of equipment directly allowed the Tianqin to break through the speed that the fourth-level civilization should not have and could not have, reaching 50 times the speed of light, and then took the lead and headed for the target star field. The intelligence provided by Zhu Pit showed that the target Third Fleet and Second Fleet were about 6.9 light-years away from the main body of this civilization. At the speed of the Tianqin, it only took 50 days to reach this distance. In fact, there was a tachyon communication relay station between the main body of human civilization and the Third Fleet. After all, the farthest span of tachyon communication at the level of fourth-level civilization was only 2 light-years. So there were many communication relay stations in between. However, after encountering the fifth-level civilization warship, the commander of the Third Fleet, Buguyu, immediately notified the main body of the civilization through a communication relay station, and then directly issued a self-destruction command to all relay stations. It's not that he destroyed the Great Wall himself, but he was really afraid that the fifth-level civilization warship would have some means to detect his directional tachyon signal transmission. If that happened, the main body of human civilization would be exposed. So destroying it was the best choice when he didn't know the other party. When he chose to destroy the transfer station, he had already made up his mind to die, because he didn't know where the main body of civilization would run. With just a few people in the Third Fleet, even if they were lucky enough not to die in the end, it would be impossible for them to survive in the universe for a long time. However, the situation was beyond Buguyu's expectation. After receiving the retreat information, the main body of the civilization did evacuate. But the Second Fleet did not leave, but chose to come to support him. Man Yueme, the commander of the Second Fleet, was no longer a novice on the battlefield. She had experienced many interstellar wars a long time ago. Of course, that was when human civilization was not yet a level 4 civilization. She participated in the first war with Kuntai civilization, and the later war with Qian civilization as the commander of a fleet. So she understood the seriousness of the matter. So when she led the Third Fleet to support, she did not set sail directly from the star system, where the main body of human civilization was located, to the target, but changed course twice after setting sail, creating the illusion that we came here from other star systems to support, regardless of whether the fifth-level civilization spacecraft detected it or not. This approach was to protect the location of the main body of civilization. The same is true for the First Fleet now. After entering the highest warp speed, the Tianqin immediately began to maneuver in turn, moving horizontally with the target position, and then changed course again after a while to head towards the target. Although it would take more time, Yu Yuan felt it was necessary. Speed is of the essence in war, but it also depends on the situation and the situation. We must know what kind of loss humans can bear, and what they cannot bear. It will only take 10 days longer. It is neither slow nor fast. After the Tianqin arrived at the target coordinate star field, it immediately sent out its own tachyon signal to all parts of the star field in the hope of getting a response. But there was no response to the tachyon information from the Second and Third Fleets. Zhu Pik couldn't have lied to him. Yu Yuan was sure of that. The only reason he didn't find anything was because the battlefield had moved. Sure enough, after the Tianqin made a circle in the star field within a range of about 0.5 light-years, and made a more detailed detection, it found some clues. The detector released by the Tianqin detected the wreckage of the warship and confirmed that it was the human warship. There was more than one, and within the entire star field of about 0.1 light-years, there were human warships floating one after another. Chapter 802. All these warships were destroyed. They were just like scrap metal, floating in the dark void at the speed when they last lost power. The detector scanned them and found them everywhere, which made Yu Yuan and his group stare in amazement. Although they were all unmanned warships, they were also warships built by humans with great effort. The detectors launched by the Tianqin patrolled for a while, but still did not find the wreckage of the conscious warship, which made Yu Yuan feel a little relieved. However, before the First and Second Fleets were found, the situation was still unclear. Fortunately, this was once a battlefield. After collecting some battlefield information, the strong artificial intelligence Tianhe Light on the Tianqin successfully simulated the direction of battlefield transfer for humans through this information. At this time, Yu Yuan definitely chose to believe it. Tianqin set off again, speeding along the course provided by Tianhe Light, and constantly using chopsticks to detect the star fields pass by. Sure enough, there were warship wreckage all the way. And more. Finally, after sailing about 0.7 light-years, the tachyon receiver of the Tianqin responded. Tianqin? It's us. This is the Jupiter. We are fighting a level 5 civilization ship. It is too powerful. My second fleet and third fleet can't hurt it at all. Now we are trying to lead it in the wrong direction. The Jupiter is the flagship of the second fleet. Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the response from the Jupiter. At least he found it. Where are you? Send me your exact location. The origin of the starry sky coordinates is the star QS3246. Yu Yuan replied immediately. The first conversation between the two parties was based on the sending and responding of tachyon broadcasts. So they did not know the exact location of the other party, unless they received several more tachyon broadcasts and then conducted comprehensive analysis. They could determine the approximate direction of the other party's information, but they still could not determine the distance. The starry sky is so vast that sometimes it is difficult to know the exact coordinates of the other party even if communication is established. Of course, we can slowly explore, but the Tianqin and Jupiter are both human warships, so there is no need to do this. We can just exchange coordinate information. So Yu Yuan said that the star QS3246 is the origin of the coordinates. The origin of the coordinates of the star map is not necessarily the same every time. If it is a spiral arm or a large star field, the black hole at the center of the Milky Way is generally assumed to be the origin of the coordinates. However, for this specific star field battlefield, if you want to accurately locate it, you must find a nearby star as a reference system to establish an interoperable three-dimensional coordinate system. The coordinates were quickly shared. At this time, the Tianqin discovered that the second fleet was not far away from them, only 1.2 light-years away, outside the tachyon detection range, but within the tachyon communication range. There was an empty starry sky, and the battlefield was not in the star system. However, from the information sent by the second fleet, they were now trying to lead the level 5 civilization spaceship to another star system. Just this piece of information made Yu Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Although the second fleet was trying to lure them, at least they were trying, and it seemed to be successful. Otherwise the battlefield should still be here. That means that the level 5 civilization spaceship did not find the main human civilization, which is the best news. There is another piece of information in what the second fleet said. They said a level 5 civilization spaceship, not a level 5 civilization warship, which is different from what Ju Pit said before. The expressions of warship and spaceship are different. As a fleet commander and a military-related security minister, Yu Yuan believes that they will not make a mistake. So, at the beginning, the third fleet may have thought it was a warship, and then brought a misleading message to the main civilization. Or the third fleet may have known from the beginning that it was not a warship, but deliberately said so in order to let the main civilization know the seriousness of the matter. Of course, no matter what type of ship, they are now the enemy of mankind. The Tianqin, who got the precise coordinates, didn't care so much. After dropping a signal automatic generating device in the starry sky, it set sail again. The device left behind will send tachyon broadcast communications to the directional area around the star field within a certain period of time, in order to tell the more than 2,900 consciousness-linked warships that came later the direction they are heading. It is a one-time short-term signal device, which is just right for guiding the way in this situation. After humans reached the 4th level of civilization, they used the 4th level of civilization technology to create many technological creations with different functions, and then stored them in warships or various ships for emergency use. What's the situation now? What happened to the 5th level civilization spaceship, Tianqin, which set sail again, maintained contact with the second fleet and asked about the situation? The losses are heavy. More than half of my second and third fleets have been killed or wounded, but we have never encountered it. At the moment I communicated with you, it is still destroying our warships. Its speed is too fast. We can only pretend to fight and retreat. Now we are still using warships driven by artificial intelligence to fill the gap. But it should not last long. None of our warships can catch up with it, and the weapons are not good. However, its combat efficiency does not seem to be very high, which is one of the reasons why we judge it as not a warship. The second fleet replied. Yu Yuan, who was rushing to the battlefield, asked, how did the fight start? The second fleet immediately told the original situation. According to the third fleet, the spaceship did not attack them at first. But it suddenly attacked after they tried to communicate. Later we learned that it did not attack directly at first, because it was judging the shape of our warship. Later it confirmed that it knew our human civilization. And when it attacked us, it seemed to broadcast to us in some form of signal. But because it happened too suddenly, we did not have the energy to decipher the information. And we did not know what information it broadcast. The second fleet quickly synchronized the broadcast signal to the Lyra. And the Lyra, which received the broadcast information, immediately knew what was going on, because the broadcast information was easily translated by the light of the Milky Way of the Lyra. Ha! God bless me. Human civilization. Ah, human civilization. You are running fast. I didn't expect to meet you here. Quickly hand over the Pioneer treasure, or we will take it ourselves. Oh! Don't think that if you don't respond, we won't know it's you. Your battleship style can't fool people. Tut tut. You think we only have one battleship? Well, you really won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Look! This is called crushing. Huh? Why is it only 10 times the speed of light? Oh! Ha! We get it. That's perfect. That's perfect. Alright. Now you have to give it to me whether you want to or not. Several broadcast messages were broadcast using dictionary signals that were used by humans, Orange Star Civilization, and Dynamic Picture Civilization at the time. The second and third fleets, which had not synchronized these data with the Tianqin, naturally had no way to decipher and transmit them in the first place. And these broadcasts also revealed the information of the fifth-level civilization spaceship, the Gurgi civilization. Yu Yuan's face was gloomy. He really didn't expect that the Dynamic Picture Civilization could get a fifth-level civilization spaceship, and even met the human fleet. Chapter 803. The Dynamic Picture Civilization has definitely not reached the level of fifth-level civilization. When they first came out of the Pioneer microcosm, they had not even completed the research and development of the third-generation warp technology. Then there is only one possibility. This fifth-level civilization spaceship belongs to the fifth-level civilization behind their Persian Trade Federation. Yu Yuan quickly came to this conclusion, because it was easy to think of it based on the information. But he was not sure whether this fifth-level civilization spaceship was later, or the Dynamic Picture Civilization originally had it. Of course, there is a difference between the two. If it is the former, then humans are at great risk of being targeted by the fifth-level civilization, because it may be borrowed by the Dynamic Picture Civilization. If it is the latter, it is not so bad. The spacecraft that the Dynamic Picture Civilization has long owned will not have any monitoring system under normal circumstances. Of course, now is not the time to worry about this. Yu Yuan only thought about it for a moment. At this time, the Tianqin also shared the situation of going to the Pioneer microcosm with his second fleet, in exchange for a sentence of "so that's it." The second fleet was also relieved, because once everyone shared the information, all the reasons made sense. This fifth-level civilization ship must have recognized the third fleet as a human civilization fleet, and their goal was to get the so-called treasure left by the pioneers. But the things left by the pioneers were so old that only one of the 10 was left, and the small universe intelligence system had been maintained according to the instructions. Moreover, there was only one warp space enhancement device, which was now installed on the Tianqin, so it was impossible to give it to the Dynamic Picture Civilization. However, humans also know that no matter what they say in this situation, the Dynamic Map Civilization will not believe them, unless they wipe out all humans and then look for them themselves, and only reply if they can't find them. The same is true for humans. So now there is only one way left, and we must resist to the end even if there is little hope. Perhaps the only good news now is that this level 5 civilization warship does not know the location of the main human civilization. Otherwise it will directly pass the human fleet at the highest speed and kill it. At that time, it would be really helpless. Although the Tianqin has shared the third-generation warp technology, and the main fleet of human civilization also has resource reserves, they cannot produce and assemble in such a short time. The tenfold speed difference is too big. If this fifth-level civilization ship really catches up, no one will be able to escape. The difference in civilization level is not just a numerical level, but a real technological difference, because there is no such thing as civilization level in the universe. It is only after the emergence of civilization that some advanced civilizations feel that when a civilization masters or does not master a certain technology, the difference in strength shown by a civilization is too big. So the civilization level began to circulate in the universe. Humans are very clear about this because they have encountered the Awakeners and Pioneers. They are also aware of the theory that marks the fifth level civilization, which is the theory of everything that completely unifies the four fundamental forces. That is, the Grand Unified Theory. Of course, they have only heard of the name, but they don't know what specific technology was born under this theory. Therefore, the Tianqi now knows nothing about the fifth level civilization spaceship that is slaughtering its warships, except that its speed has reached 100 times the speed of light. We need more data, Yu Yuan said immediately in the communication. It will take another 8 days for the 1.2 light-year Tianqi to reach the battlefield. Before arriving at the battlefield, Yu Yuan would be in no hurry. It would be better to take advantage of this time to learn as much as possible about the fifth level civilization spaceship. He believed that the second and third fleets had more detailed information than Zhu Pit. The second fleet did not disappoint him. Not long after the tachyon information arrived, relevant personnel came out to reply. It was not Manuimiai. It was said that Manuimiai was still concentrating on commanding the second fleet to fight. Therefore, the person communicating with Yu Yuan at this moment was the first mate of the second fleet. Yu Yuan forgot his name. That's right. Commander Yu. It should be an ordinary spaceship rather than a battleship, because its size is different from what we imagined. It is slightly smaller than our planetary battleship. Commander Yu. You should remember that we got the information about the fifth level civilization battleship from the database of Kuntai civilization. The first mate of the Jupiter continued, according to the pictures taken by Kuntai civilization at that time. The spaceship that came to pack up their home planet and take it away was very huge. Compared with the size of their home planet, its length from head to tail is at least 800 kilometers, which is completely incomparable to the spaceship we see now. Of course, we do not rule out the possibility that different civilizations have different shipbuilding technologies, but its means of attack are very simple, and it only has one means, which is not superluminal strikes. This is also the reason why its combat efficiency is not high. It is also because of this that our second and third fleets can persist until now. However, even so, we were beaten by it without any ability to fight back, because its speed is too fast. Its weapons are light speed, but its speed is very fast, and it can shoot at our warships face to face. Our third and second fleets were destroyed one by one in this way. While the first officer of the Jupiter was speaking, a background sound came from the communication to the Lyra. Like an intrusive voice, 2 sister frigates. Follow this ship in coordination. Coordinate 4457. 13 full rudder. Full warp speed. The second batch of pilots. Speed ready. Enter the rotation cycle in 7 minutes. The commander of the unmanned warships. Give the order to the 19th battleship column. Tell them to charge at me immediately. A bunch of idiots. Don't change the formation on your own. Set up a trumpet formation for me. Don't dodge. Shoot that thing at all costs. Furthermore, the communicator immediately synchronized the communication data about the Gurgi civilization sent by the Tianqi. And then, the tachyon broadcast operator sent a tachyon broadcast to the warship, taunting the bastard warship. Don't let it find out something is wrong and run away. We can't catch up if it runs away. Listening to that voice, it should be Manuimiai's voice. Hundreds of years later, Yu Yuan really missed this voice. At this moment, she should not be in the state of consciousness connection. But she was dissatisfied with the strong artificial intelligence's ineffective combat and personally commanded the fleet to fight. The first officer of the Jupiter was not affected by the background noise. He paused and continued. But even so, we are not completely no match for it. Our shields are useless in front of it, including force field shields, polarization shields, and magnetic field shields. The armor we are so proud of directly fell apart in front of its firepower. According to the intelligence analysis collected, it may be an unknown energy cannon, which seems to be able to directly decompose our armor. Chapter 804. An energy weapon that has never been seen before, ignoring all kinds of human shields, and equipped with a speed that humans cannot match. It is not surprising that such a configuration can crush the entire human fleet. Star civilizations are like this. It seems that they are either crushed by other civilizations or crush other civilizations. And evenly matched civilizations are the same level of civilization. And there are cases where it is clear that they cannot win, but still burst out with strong will and finally defeat the enemy. But it rarely happens. Strategy and tactics can make up for a certain technological gap, but there are times when they are unable to do so. Just like today's human civilization, facing only a 5th level civilization exploration ship. They were no match at all. The gap in combat power caused by the technological gap was like a natural chasm. The first officer of the Jupiter continued, according to the latest news from the Third Fleet. It may be a weapon that can decompose matter. Through observations of the destroyed warships, scientists believe that it is a directed energy weapon that directly decomposes matter. They also gave it a name, called the matter decomposition cannon. The reason is that the effect of that cannon is to directly decompose our warship armor. And the force is so great that our repair nanorobots have no time to repair it. There may be some frequency energy spreading around the hit position, causing our armor to immediately collapse like powder. Where are the close and defense guns of the warship? Yu Yuan asked with a frown. I don't know. We didn't have a chance to use the close and defense guns. They were too fast and too close. Before our close and defense guns could react, the warship was destroyed. The first officer of the Jupiter shook his head and replied, listening to the words of the first officer of the Jupiter. Yu Yuan and other experts on the Lyra were also thinking, it shouldn't be right. If the so-called matter disintegration gun is an energy weapon, it is impossible to ignore the polarization shield, because the physical principle of the polarization shield is specifically used to resist energy weapons. Even the weapons of the fifth-level civilization cannot violate the physical principles. Therefore, the so-called matter disintegration gun is probably not a traditional directed energy weapon, or it is not what humans think of as directed energy weapons. In the human scientific system, so-called directed energy weapons are also called beam energy weapons, which are weapons technology developed based on optics. And the same is true for polarization shields, which are all things on the same technology tree. And optics where light is just a manifestation of electromagnetic force. So this kind of weapon that can ignore polarization shields is definitely not a traditional energy weapon. It may be a weapon developed based on a certain technological path under the theory of everything. But no matter what, the ability of this cannon to decompose matter is certain. And humans will not make a mistake about this. And a warship of a level 5 civilization cannot have only this kind of weapon. So this warship is definitely just a level 5 civilization spaceship. Perhaps it is just a detection spaceship borrowed by the dynamic picture civilization. The experts on the Tianqin think that only a detection spaceship will be equipped with a single weapon. I have to say that their guess is quite accurate. It is indeed a detection spaceship. Anything else? Did you find that the spaceship has a shield or something like that? Yu Yuan asked again. This question made the first officer of the Jupiter silent, because the third and second fleets of the human race had been fighting with the spaceship for so long. But they had never encountered or hit the other side. So naturally they didn't know what defensive means the other side had. After asking the question, Yu Yuan also thought of this instantly. So he added, send all the data of the battleship, including the appearance image. We still have 8 days to arrive. And the follow-up fleet will take even longer. The first officer of the Jupiter, no problem. With our current rate of loss, we should be able to hold out for a month or so. Yu Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked again, Jupiter, has Saturn tried it? The first officer of the Jupiter obviously knew what Yu Yuan was asking. He answered without hesitation, no. The commanders of my second fleet and third fleet both believe that the 6 warships are the core of the fleet. It is not advisable to act rashly before the various data of the opponent's spacecraft are clearly explored. At present, the flagships of the 2 fleets are responsible for the command of the entire fleet and the task of luring enemy ships. Very good. Delay as long as possible until we arrive. Yu Yuan nodded. Although he really wanted to know whether the 6 warships equipped with consciousness-linked devices could sense any gains. He thought that the speed of the second and third fleets was only 10 times the speed of light. And they had not yet been equipped with third-generation warp engines. The speed difference with the enemy ships was too great. Even if the third-person driving mode was powerful enough, it was restricted by the performance of the warships and could not be used. The good news now is that the weapon of the 5th-level civilization warship is only the speed of light. This news made everyone on the Tianqin breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, if it was equipped with some kind of weapon that was 100 times faster than the speed of light, the second and third fleets would have been wiped out long ago. And this news also indirectly proves the correctness of human speculation. This 5th-level civilization spaceship was borrowed. It is very likely that the 5th-level civilization did not know what the dynamic picture civilization was going to do with it. Otherwise it would never give a spaceship with low killing efficiency. In other words, the dynamic picture civilization still wants to kill human civilization alone and take the so-called pioneer treasure. Greed is sometimes a good thing. if the animated civilization had not been greedy to take it all for itself. It is estimated that humans are now facing a real 5th-level civilization warship or fleet. If this is true, it is estimated that humans will really be eliminated from the universe. 8 days passed quickly. And when the Lyra felt the battlefield, it was also shocked by the countless warship wreckages in the battlefield star field. The detector scanned over, and the entire dark deep space was filled with the wreckage of human warships. Most of them turned into a pile of lifeless scrap metal. Half battleships were everywhere, and a few still had some sparks flashing. But they were also missing more than half. Judging from the state of these destroyed warships, the 5th-level civilization seemed to have found the location where the human warship stored antimatter fuel. Almost every warship seen now was directly taken away by a wave of energy explosions caused by the destruction of the antimatter storage warehouse. It was different from what the Tianqin saw in the star field at the beginning. At this time, the human fleet was still able to move more than 300,000 ships. In just 8 days, more than 700,000 ships were destroyed by this 5th-level civilization warship. At the moment when the Tianqin arrived at the battlefield for detection, more than 1,000 warships were destroyed. Obviously, the attack efficiency of the 5th-level civilization spaceship was much higher. At this speed, in a few days, the 2nd and 3rd fleets of mankind would be wiped out. At the moment when the human flagship Tianqin arrived at the battlefield, it was also discovered by the 5th-level civilization spaceship. Because the speed shown by the Tianqin was too different, it was difficult for a 5th-level civilization spaceship not to be discovered in the same star field. It was at this moment that the 5th-level civilization spaceship directly blew up a human warship, and then made a full warp speed turn in the starry sky and headed straight for the Tianqin. Chapter 805. Gurgi Civilization. You are so shameless. Under Yu Yuan's instruction, the Tianqin immediately sent a broadcast to the 5th-level civilization ship. He believed that the 5th-level civilization ship could easily receive it, and saying this was also to talk to the 5th-level civilization ship. If it could delay for a while, it would be better, just in time to wait for the arrival of the next 2,000 ships. Now there is only one Tianqin. Although the weapon of this 5th-level civilization ship is only the speed of light, the speed difference is there, and there is no certainty. As for the flagships and sister frigates of the 2nd and 3rd fleets, although they were also equipped with consciousness-linking equipment, their speed was too slow. Not only did they have no chance, they could also be destroyed at any time. Flagship of human civilization. There is no point in saying more. Give us the pioneer treasure, and we will let you go. Otherwise you will be removed from the universe. The Level 5 civilization spaceship responded directly. What the Orange Star civilization said is indeed correct. It is you who got the pioneer treasure. I guess that is why your flagship can reach 50 times the speed of light. Don't deny it. We know that although we haven't achieved the 3rd generation warp technology, as a member of the Persis Trade Federation, do you think we don't know the ultimate warp speed of the 4th-level civilization? Let me be frank. You can choose between the continuation of civilization and the pioneer treasure. Since the transaction between our two civilizations was quite pleasant, we will give you 30 seconds to consider it. Hey, they actually talked to each other. And this dynamic picture civilization still said such polite words at this time. Don't they know that at this point? Humans will never hand over the pioneers things no matter what. Could it be that in the history of their civilization, handing something over to an enemy who threatens you at this time means that you will be silenced after handing over the thing? Yu Yuan was a little surprised. He thought that the other party would come to attack the Tianqin without saying anything. But after thinking about it, he thought of the reason. The dynamic picture civilization must have been sure that the thing was on the Tianqin, and it had been used by the Tianqin to reach 50 times the speed of light. So they were afraid of breaking the thing? It doesn't make sense. They knew that it was a creation of the 6th-level civilization. At that time, they were not afraid of breaking the thing. Oh, they should think that the weapons of their 5th-level civilization spaceship could break it. Okay, we give it to you. Yu Yuan immediately instructed the Tianqin to reply. Okay, a man who knows the times is a hero. The speed of tachyons in a certain range is almost real-time. But you have to let our fleet leave first, and let them go far away from our main civilization before we give it to you. This is the most basic condition. Otherwise, we won't give it to you even if we self-destruct a warship and destroy the things. The Tianqin immediately stated its own conditions. The meaning is very clear. That is, I don't trust you to let us go after getting the things. And it also implies that the direction where the remaining fleet escapes is where the main body of our human civilization is. This is to deliberately reveal the wrong location of the main body of human civilization to the dynamic picture civilization, so that they think they have mastered the location of the main body of human civilization, so as to increase the success rate of the delaying tactics. And if successful, they can also rescue the remaining warships, especially the flagships of the two fleets and their sister frigates, which are warships equipped with consciousness-linking devices. Oh! The dynamic picture civilization replied with an onomatopoeia message, and then fell silent, as if thinking about the human words. But their level 5 civilization spacecraft did not stop, but continued to slaughter human warships in the starry sky. You have to tell us first what the Pioneer treasure is. We need to see the real thing. We only give you 10 seconds to answer. After destroying hundreds of human warships in succession, the dynamic picture civilization sent out another tachyon broadcast. After receiving this broadcast information, Yu Yuan directly ordered the second and third fleets to leave immediately, and at the same time asked the relevant personnel of the Tianqin to send the image information to the dynamic picture civilization, which was directly taken from the engine room of the Tianqin. The image information is the familiar diamond crystal of the dynamic image civilization. The appearance and material effect are exactly the same as those seen in the Pioneer microcosm, but because it has been installed on the human warship, there are a lot of lines at both ends of this diamond crystal. The dynamic image civilization gave a time limit, just because they were afraid that humans would fool them with fake images. So when they saw this image information, they had no doubts. The diamond crystal was placed in the engine room, which was indeed consistent with the reality that the speed of the Tianqin was faster than the normal peak level 4 civilization. Very good. If you hand it over earlier, you won't lose so many warships. The animated picture civilization then asked, only one? After sending this message, it seemed that it found that the remaining warships of mankind had a tendency to escape. So it immediately entered the highest warp state, drew an arc in the starry sky, and killed the slower warships. Yes. Otherwise it would not be just our flagship that rushed over. It's quite honest. In this case, we will show mercy and let you, the remnants, go. As it spoke, the 5th level civilization warship turned around again and headed towards the Tianqin, and exited the warp state at a distance of about $0.20 from the Tianqin, and faced the Tianqin from a distance. This distance is very close for a 5th level civilization ship. After entering the highest warp speed, it only takes 1 second to arrive, while the Tianqin needs 2 seconds. It can be said to be very close. Now humans have known that the only way for this ship to attack is to get close to the face and use the maximum speed. At this distance, when it starts to enter the warp speed, the Tianqin should have time to dodge. Now that the Tianqin's evasive ability has not been exposed, it is a good opportunity to show weakness. In fact, humans are wrong about showing weakness, because there is no need for humans to show weakness. The dynamic image civilization is full of confidence. The moment the Tianqin sent the image information, they already thought they were bound to win, and they are not afraid that humans will go back on their words, because humans have taken the retreat of the remaining 200,000 fleets as a condition. If they go back on their words, they think they can completely kill the Tianqin, and then chase after it to destroy the entire human fleet, or even destroy the main body of human civilization along the fleet's retreat route. The Tianqin agreed directly when it arrived. The dynamic picture civilization came, which meant that they had already poked the soft spot of human civilization. As for the warships behind the Tianqin, they actually knew about it, but they were not worried, because there were only more than 2,000 warships. 2 million warships were destroyed. So why should they be afraid of more than 2,000 warships? The 5th level civilization spacecraft gave them full confidence. Although it was just a detection spacecraft, it was more than enough to deal with the entire 4th level civilization fleet. Chapter 806. I only give them half a year. The animated picture civilization said again. Half a year is enough for the next 2,000 warships to arrive here. But the 2nd and 3rd fleets of humanity must not have run far, and this 5th level civilization ship can catch up with them without any effort. Although when retreating, the 2nd and 3rd fleets will definitely maneuver and turn after running a certain distance and change their routes. But humans don't know the detection range of the 5th level civilization, so it is definitely better to run farther. No, half a year is too short. Our fleet has just joined the main body of our civilization. You can catch up with them at any time. We must let them go far away from the stars before we can hand over the things. Otherwise, we would rather blow up this thing with antimatter, even if our entire civilization is buried with it. Under Yu Yuan's instruction, Tianqin continued to send messages. We put the survival of civilization first. And I hope you can understand. So before our fleet is out of your sight, please forgive us for insisting on this opinion. Please give us at least 1 year. After 1 year, we will dismantle this warp space enhancement device and give it to you. You are most aware of the power of the 5th level civilization spacecraft. In this case, our human civilization has no choice but to survive in the cracks. In fact, even if you destroy our flagship after getting the things in a year, we have nothing to say. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Our Gurgi civilization is a member of the Persis Trade Federation. The purpose of our federation is fair trade, and we will keep our promises. Please rest assured. If not, with our strength, we could have destroyed you when we were conducting interstellar trade with you. The animated image civilization quickly replied to the message. With confidence in its words, I will give you 1 year. I hope you will keep your promise, like us after 1 year. Thank you very much for your understanding. We human civilization always keep our promises. We thank you on behalf of the Star Alliance. What else can I say? As soon as the Star Alliance came out, it immediately attracted a fierce reaction from the Gurgi civilization. Wow! I almost forgot that you are a member of the Star Alliance. Do you mean you have to wait for the Star Alliance to rescue you in 1 year? No. 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 The human side immediately responded, although we are members of the Star Alliance. Our Star Alliance is actually a loose organization. The Star Alliance headquarters does not interfere with members' exploration of the universe. Of course, there are some things that we cannot let the Star Alliance headquarters know, such as the treasures we obtained in the Pioneer microcosm, because we also want to improve ourselves and join the ranks of the 5th level civilization. This is indeed our selfish motive, and I believe you should understand it. I accidentally mentioned the Star Alliance and aroused the vigilance of the dynamic picture civilization, so I can only brag against my own will. Oh, that makes sense. Then tell me what kind of system your Star Alliance has. Why have we never heard of it? This is to find out the truth about the Star Alliance. After hearing this, Yu Yuan immediately understood what was going on. Fortunately, when he was fooling the Orange Star civilization, he had already obtained a set of information about the Star Alliance, which could be used. Now everyone knows that the goal of mankind at this moment is to get the remaining more than 200,000 warships of the 2nd and 3rd fleets out of the battlefield and preserve the strength of mankind as much as possible. And secondly, wait for the more than 2,900 warships of the 1st fleet to arrive and join. Tianqin is definitely not a sure thing, even if humans have realized the power of driving a warship from a third-person perspective. It is only for civilizations of the same level. They have not had any experience fighting against civilizations of a higher level, so they are not sure. Well, we remember that we have introduced it to you when we were trading with you before. Our Star Alliance is also an emerging force. The founder of our Star Alliance was also born in the Persis Arm. After learning that the Reapers and Awakeners, the Galactic Heart Alliance, the Persis Community, the Silicon Alliance and other level 6 civilizations had a battle, the Persis Community fell apart. Our leader seized the opportunity and founded the Star Alliance. The purpose is very simple. That is, to take advantage of this gap to break through to the 6th level civilization and become the top combat force in the Milky Way. As for us, we are members of the Star Alliance. You know the purpose of joining the Star Alliance, which is also to upgrade our civilization to a higher level. Our Star Alliance's activity range happens to be near your star field. At the beginning, our human civilization also received your information after obtaining the Pioneer microcosm key, so we ran to this star field. As for getting the Pioneer treasure, it was completely a coincidence. In fact, if you could be the first to break through the Diamond Lattice maze, then this treasure would be yours. The Orange Star civilization did not get the treasure because it was a few years slower than us. Or let's talk about our Star Alliance. The Star Alliance is a loose organization, and its members are basically free to develop. They only need to report a few pieces of information to the Star Alliance headquarters every 1,000 years. Of course, we sometimes also accept various missions issued by the Star Alliance headquarters, which may be exploration missions, war missions, or transportation missions. Completing the mission will earn you Star Alliance contribution points, which can be exchanged for technological creations of the Star Alliance leader civilization. Unfortunately, we humans have just joined the Star Alliance for less than 5,000 years, and have not earned enough contribution points. We originally thought that we could get some contribution points from this exploration. But we didn't expect that the harvest from this exploration was too great. We didn't want to hand it over to the Star Alliance headquarters. As you know, we can only blame our bad luck. The humans on the Tianjin said a general situation about the Star Alliance without hesitation. Almost all of it was false. But humans had prepared this lie for a long time and basically had no loopholes. At least in terms of logic. In order to show the authenticity of their lies. Humans even revealed some inside stories about the war between the Reapers and the Awakeners. Of course, they didn't say anything nonsense about defeating the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. But another lie made up by humans themselves. It probably means that the Reapers launched attacks on other civilizations because they needed to lead the Great Voyage. And the reason why the Awakeners came to the Milky Way was because they were on a great voyage. Of course, humans did not tell the Dynamic Picture civilization the real information about the Great Voyage they got from the pioneers. They only said that when they reached the 6th level of civilization, they must find a way to go to a very far place. This statement is just like the first time humans heard the news of the Great Voyage. Ambiguous, leaving the Dynamic Picture civilization to guess for themselves. In short, 3 parts are true and 7 parts are false. And it is difficult for the Dynamic Picture civilization to distinguish them for a while. Perhaps the human beings made the right bet. And the Dynamic Picture civilization really listened with great interest. Especially the information about the Great Voyage, which they believed was the secret of the 6th level civilization. Therefore, in the following time, they kept asking humans for news about the Great Voyage. In order to delay time, humans naturally pretended to hesitate and reluctantly told the Dynamic Picture civilization the news of the Great Voyage. Of course, humans told the Dynamic Picture civilization that the destination of the Great Voyage was the Andromeda Galaxy. As for why, humans said they didn't know either. And the pioneers said that only when technology develops to the 6th level of civilization can we know. Anyway, the inexplicable things are pushed to the pioneers. Half a year passed in a flash. And the Dynamic Picture civilization may have been full of confidence. And actually waited patiently here with the Tianjin from a distance. At this time, the 2,993 warships of the First Fleet finally arrived here. Chapter 807. Unexpectedly, when the 2,993 warships appeared, the 5th level civilization ship of the Dynamic Picture civilization moved. It was originally stationary relative to the Tianjin, but it immediately started the warp mode. This action scared the human beings. What about the 1-year time? The next moment, a tachyon broadcast was first received by the Tianjin. Damn human civilization. I almost fell for your trick. Not only did you get the treasure of the pioneers with 1 flagship, but all the warships of your fleet. Otherwise, how could you escape the pursuit of the Orange Star civilization without any damage? I almost got fooled by you. So brave. So brave. So brave. It just came to my door. At this time, the more than 2,000 warships had not yet come near the Tianjin, but they had already entered the tachyon detection range. The Dynamic Picture civilization scanned the surrounding star field with tachyons every once in a while. So they were discovered. And with such a statement, humans knew what was going on at a glance. At the beginning, the Dynamic Picture civilization did watch the 1.8 million warships of the Orange Star civilization chasing the 2,994 human warships away. And under the same warp speed. Now only the human warships ran over. Which means that the Orange Star civilization fleet was either persuaded by humans or defeated by this human fleet. The latter is more likely, because the Dynamic Picture civilization knows that humans have obtained the Pioneers' things. And it must be the Pioneers' things that helped humans defeat the Orange Star civilization with an absolute numerical advantage. From this, it can be inferred that this human warship must be stalling for time. Okay. There is really only one. The Lyra replied in the form of a tachyon broadcast. And it was indeed telling the truth. At the same time, it also pushed the warp gear of the Lyra and began to enter the warp maneuver. The opponent has torn his face. And he will be defeated if he hesitates. And he must not surrender. While pushing the warp gear, the 8,000 pilots, who had been on standby in their cockpits, also immediately accessed the consciousness link system and entered the third-person driving mode. Based on the distance between the Tianjin and the 5th level civilization ship, the latter only needs 1 second to cross. But during the period of stalemate between the two, the Tianjin has quietly opened up a distance. And the Dynamic Picture civilization seems to have acquiesced to this behavior. Moreover, Crossing in 1 second is at the highest warp speed. And it takes time for the battleship to increase from 0 warp speed to the highest warp speed. It takes time for the warp engine to generate a grand unified force field. And it takes time for the grand unified force field to reach its maximum level. It also takes time for the force field formed outside the warp ship and the warp bubble that wraps the warp ship. It also takes time to generate a warp field and pull such a large mass warship to move at warp speed. For the Tianqin, it takes about 5 seconds to reach the maximum warp speed from 0 warp speed. If you look at this process of the Tianqin from the outside, it is a gradual elongation process of the Tianqin, which is the perspective of the light sensor detector. The 5th level civilization ship entered warp speed faster than the Tianqin. It took only about 4 seconds. It was just a detection ship, but it had such powerful technology. If it was a warship armed to the teeth, it would probably be even faster. The previous distance gave the Tianqin enough time, but not much. The moment the Tianqin reached the 3rd level warp speed and drove the warp space enhancement device, the 5th level civilization ship rode up face to face. The dynamic picture civilization took advantage of the obvious advantage of maneuverability and adjusted the ship's posture when rushing over, circled to the upper end of the Tianqin, and at the same time aimed its main gun at the Tianqin, and fired without saying a word. At this time, they seemed to no longer worry about humans self-destructing and destroying the Pioneers' things. Instead, they sent a tachyon broadcast while firing. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, any strategy is useless. Human civilization, you have successfully angered us. Now you have no choice. Hand over your things immediately. Otherwise we will destroy you, and then eliminate your fleeing fleet together. And your entire civilization will be wiped out from the universe. The information spread faster than its artillery fire. But humans did not have time to respond to them at this moment, and were only focused on avoiding the upcoming attack. The Lyra, which entered the third-person driving state, had its dodge skill maxed out. Fortunately, this level 5 civilization spaceship did not have a superluminal weapon. So even though the shot was fired at the back of the Lyra, the pilot of the Lyra sensed at the moment the main gun just flashed. Then, as if it had predicted the attack route of its main gun, the Lyra performed a conventional maneuver, turned around and tumbled while entering the warp speed, and avoided the inevitable hit. Huh? The incredible evasive action of the Tianqin caused the people in the dynamic picture civilization spaceship to be surprised, because in their opinion, such an attack was close enough and would definitely hit. Just like the warships they slaughtered before. It is worthy of being a warship that got the treasure of the Pioneers. But you can dodge it once. Can you dodge it twice? 3 times? The sound of communication between the individual lives of the dynamic picture civilization sounded in the 5th level civilization spaceship. They were obviously dissatisfied with the fact that the Tianqin could dodge the attack. However, the 2 warships were originally heading towards each other. So after approaching each other and striking each other, the distance between them was pulled apart due to the warp speed. If this level 5 civilization ship had a secondary gun at the rear, it could have directly struck. But unfortunately, it was just a probe and only had 1 matter disintegration cannon. So, after passing by, the level 5 civilization ship directly made a full warp turn and continued to approach the Lyra. And the second strike came as expected. This time, the strike was not from behind the Lyra. After all, the Lyra had reached 50 times the warp speed at this time, and its lightspeed matter disintegration cannon could not catch up. However, the warp speed of the level 5 civilization spacecraft was very fast, reaching 101.59 times the speed of light. A little more than 1 times the warp speed was enough for it to go around the front of the Lyra and fire the second shot in the direction of the Lyra's warp speed. This attack was closer than the last time. When the cannon was fired, the distance between the 2 ships in the warp state was only 3 light seconds. However, the Lyra still dodged this attack. The matter disintegration cannon passed by the bottom of the Lyra, and the distance was only 100 meters, which looked very dangerous. The civilization whose attack failed again was somewhat skeptical of life. This time they did not broadcast, but the voices of "how is it possible" from the spacecraft were enough to show their surprise. Closer. I don't believe it. After the surprise, the commander of the level 5 civilization spacecraft ordered with some disbelief. However, this time, he was surprised beyond words. They were close enough, less than 1 light second away. But the Tianqin still avoided it with a sudden break and roll, as if it had predicted. Chapter 808. What's wrong with the fire control radar? It can't even aim? Captain, there is no problem with the fire control radar. And everything is normal. What's wrong? Science officer. Science officer. Captain, look at the image. The human flagship seems to know where we are going. When our spacecraft was still turning and adjusting the direction of the main gun, it seemed that they had already begun to purposefully drive their warships to evade. The science officer of the dynamic picture civilization pointed to a playback screen and said. Their captain looked over and became more and more frightened. Predictive strike? What kind of technology is this? Is the thing left by the pioneers so powerful? The captain asked in a deep voice, asking the scientific officer and himself. Without waiting for an answer, the captain said bitterly, come again. I don't believe that I can't hit it. If you can't hit it again, just hit it. I don't believe that a mere 4th level civilization warship can beat us. Increase the normal speed for me. When two ships in warp speed collide, there will be no superluminal collision with warp speed difference, because the warp bubble of the ship is stationary. If the two ships are relatively stationary, then no matter how many times the warp speed they collide head-on, when the space in the warp bubble touches each other, that is, when the warp bubbles touch each other, the relative speed of the two is still 0. Of course, if the warp bubbles of two ships are stuck together, the warp bubble will not exist. The interweaving of the warp force fields of the two ships will cause the warp bubble to break, and eventually both ships will exit the warp state. So the captain of this 5th level civilization ship said that he would increase the normal speed. This is to prepare for the collision. Of course, it is not entirely for the collision. After all, if the warp bubble breaks and both sides push out the warp, and then they are so close to each other, then the world of light speed weapons will be dominated. He wanted to make use of the advantages of his weapons. If there was still no way to deal with the Tianqin later, this method would be good, because this 5th level civilization spaceship was just a detection spaceship. Otherwise there would be no need to do this. However, there was also a disadvantage to doing so, which was equivalent to giving up one's warp speed advantage. Compared with the surprise of the dynamic picture civilization, the humans on the Tianqin were becoming more and more confident, especially the pilots who were driving the Tianqin in the 3rd person. They found that even if the 5th level civilization spaceship was performing various actions at 100 times the warp speed, they could still see it clearly, even when the level 5 civilization spaceship was preparing to make the next maneuver. Turning, rolling, turning, etc. Its warp engine seemed to be able to feel the distortion of the spacetime around it. Well, it was a feeling. Just like the trace of spacetime that appeared in the dream scene was further distorted. But the real situation was that they could not see the so-called spacetime distortion at all. This was a kind of perception with a metaphysical flavor. The pilots didn't know what was going on, but they could sense the slight changes in the starry sky, as if it was some kind of passive feedback. They sensed it before the tachyon detectors could react. They didn't know what was going on, but everyone knew that it must be a technology in the field of consciousness, because they could only sense it by driving the warship in the 3rd person through the consciousness link device. The power of the Awakeners was refreshed again. With this technology, unless the performance of the Tianqin couldn't keep up, it really couldn't be hit, or the range was so large that the Tianqin couldn't escape. So the humans on the Tianqin found that with the performance of the Tianqin, it seemed that they could easily avoid the opponent's main gun attack, and even have the strength to fight back. This is really a bit outrageous. That is a level 5 civilization spaceship. The technological gap is so huge. Humans are amazed, but they don't think about what equipment is installed on their spaceship. That is the technological crystallization of pioneers and awakeners. It is not ordinary technology, but special technology. Therefore, in the next attack, the dynamic picture civilization found that no matter what angle their detection spaceship attacked from, the human flagship could dodge. Sometimes the dodge was really dangerous, but it just couldn't hit. There were even a few times when the human flagship was able to counterattack, and the firing route of the counterattack weapons seemed to be predicted, and they suddenly hit the direction of their own spaceship's change of direction, which can be called a divine prediction. Fortunately, this spaceship is worthy of being a level 5 civilization spaceship. Its powerful performance allowed it to dodge after turning on full maneuver. However, the dynamic picture civilization found that after they turned on full maneuver several times to evade, the predicted counterattack of the human flagship became more accurate. Now they have confirmed that the human flagship does have some kind of prediction technology. However, this news did not make them depressed. but made them more excited, because they still believed that they could destroy the human warship, because they really wanted to implement the warp bubble breaking operation. They believed that at that distance, the human flagship would definitely not be able to avoid their material disintegration cannon. As for the collision of two warp bubbles, the human flagship could not avoid it because of the warp speed. However, when they really implemented it, they found that it was not that easy. The human flagship is like a loach, although its warp speed is only half of its own. It uses brakes, turns, acceleration, rolling, up and down, left and right displacement, and other unexpected methods to avoid multiple head-on collisions in this starry sky. What is even more difficult for them to accept is that many times the warp bubbles of the two ships pass by each other, but cannot touch each other. The civilization that has solved the dynamic picture is now a little doubtful. Who is the fifth-level civilization spaceship? How could there be such a powerful fourth-level civilization warship? After a few days of close combat with the Tianqin, the dynamic picture of the individual life on the fifth-level civilization exploration spacecraft began to doubt life. Captain, there is definitely something strange about this human flagship, a voice muttered in the internal channel of the fifth-level civilization exploration spacecraft. You say it? The captain was a little furious. He didn't expect this flagship to be so difficult that he couldn't even hit the fifth-level civilization spacecraft. At the same time, he was gritting his teeth. If this spacecraft had warp weapons, why would it be like this? Keep moving forward. Don't dodge their counterattacks. We've dodged them so many times before. The human flagship must think their main guns can hurt us. Let's show them what a level 5 civilization is. The captain of the civilization in the animated picture looked like he had succeeded. In fact, he did succeed. Humans did think their antimatter Star Destroyer cannon could threaten this level 5 civilization ship, because every time they counterattacked, the other party would dodge at high warp speed, which also reduced the difficulty of avoiding the other party's attack. A flagship of a level 4 civilization and a probe spacecraft of a level 5 civilization were still fighting in this empty starry sky. From a third-party perspective, the two sides were like two fast-reacting flies, constantly flying, sometimes at full warp speed, sometimes at half warp speed, and sometimes even exiting the warp state. In particular, the Lyra was performing various difficult flipping movements, and in the process of performing the movements, it threw various bombs into the empty starry sky from time to time. Gravity bombs, antimatter bombs, and warp missiles that chased around the bins. Such counterattacks forced the faster spacecraft to dodge again and again. And again forced the level 5 civilization spacecraft to decelerate and dodge, as if it was about to catch its prey. However, humans did not know that such dodges were actually intentional by the dynamic picture civilization, just to make humans think that this level 5 civilization spacecraft needed to hide. Chapter 809. A warp antimatter Star Destroyer was fired from the main gun of the Lyra at sublight speed. After the shell left the gun and crossed the warp bubble range, the warp engine on the Star Destroyer shell started immediately, blocking the path of the fifth-level civilization ship in the dynamic picture as predicted. After firing a shot, the Lyra repeated the same trick, throwing mini-gravity bombs, antimatter bombs, etc. into the surrounding space. And then the battleship rolled in another direction to avoid the fifth-level civilization ship. Although the warp speed of the Tianqin was half as slow, it had the ability to dodge as predicted. So that after fighting for several days, both sides seemed to be bombing the void, and no one touched each other. However, after this Star Destroyer was fired, the situation changed, because this time the dynamic picture civilization controlled the level 5 civilization spaceship without dodging, and rushed directly at the Star Destroyer. So humans saw this scene. The Star Destroyer shells hit the level 5 civilization spaceship directly, and then at the moment when its own warp bubble and the level 5 civilization spaceship warp bubble came into contact, its own warp bubble instantly broke, and the shells instantly retreated from the warp environment, and then rushed to the left cord of the level 5 civilization spaceship with sublight speed conventional power. It's going to hit! The Tianqin pilots, who saw this scene, were all excited. However, before they could be happy, the next scene instantly cooled their newly ignited joy. The antimatter Star Destroyer shells that had escaped the warp environment instantly penetrated the level 5 civilization spaceship. And then a white light suddenly lit up near the surface of the level 5 civilization spaceship. The light began to appear at the point where the Star Destroyer contacted, and then spread to the surroundings in a hemispherical form. and rippled from point to surface in an instant. At the same time, the antimatter inside the Star Destroyer shell itself was squeezed, and the antimatter inside reacted with the material outside the shell itself. At this moment, the energy that was huge enough to destroy the world exploded. Countless extremely short-wave electromagnetic waves, strong gamma rays, and other chaotic particles burst out from the energy explosion point, bringing endless light and heat to the surroundings. However, such a weapon that was powerful enough to destroy a planet was actually blocked by the vast white light. It blocked not only energy, but also matter. Because the Star Destroyer shell itself was real matter, the vast white light just sank into a big pit. And then it sunk like a big stone hitting a rubber drum. And there were ripples around it, like a superposition of sine and cosine waves. The energy burst out by the huge Star Destroyer seemed to be pulled by the layers of sine and cosine waves. And it changed from being vertical to the spacecraft to spreading in all directions. This appearance is like a water column splashing on a duck and then being spread by the flow. Or it is very similar to the appearance of a shock wave hitting a fluid mechanics structure. Everyone knows what technology this is. But this scene also lets them know that it is a shield. It was this shield that suddenly appeared and withstood the attack of the Star Destroyer. It not only withstood the explosion of the positive and antimatter annihilation energy of the Star Destroyer shells, but also blocked the huge impulse impact of the mass object. This shot was like hitting a smooth and elastic spherical wall, exploding but without any effect. Oh no! It is not without effect. After all, the powerful physical properties of the Star Destroyer are there. Its kinetic energy is so strong that it is enough to dismember the planet with the energy explosion of positive and antimatter annihilation, withstanding such a large energy bombardment. Although this Level 5 civilization spaceship was unscathed because of this unknown shield, it was also hit by this force and paused. Even after the Star Destroyer fully exploded, humans found that this Level 5 civilization spaceship was also hit and displaced hundreds of meters sideways. At the same time, it was forced to exit the warp state. However, a Level 5 civilization spaceship is a Level 5 civilization spaceship. The moment it exited the warp state, it returned to the warp state at full thrust, and then crashed into the Tianqin. All of this was clearly seen by the human pilot in the third-person driving state. Yu Yuan, who was in charge, controlled the Tianqin to dodge with full thrust as predicted. With double full thrust at level 3 warp, and full thrust of antimatter conventional power. However, no matter how fast the reaction was, there was nothing the Tianqin could do if it couldn't keep up. At this moment, the closest distance between the two ships, which were the size of the treasure island, was only 12,000 kilometers, equivalent to the distance of only one Earth. The Earth is big. It takes more than 10 hours to fly from one side of the Earth to the other. But for interstellar civilization, it is no different from being shoulder to shoulder. Because at such a distance, light-speed weapons can be launched instantly. But the trend of getting closer to each other has not stopped. Although the Tianqin had tried its best to dodge, as the distance got closer, the warp bubble of the Tianqin finally collided with the warp bubble of the 5th level spaceship of the dynamic picture civilization. At this moment, the warp bubble of the Tianqin broke instantly, and the 5th level civilization spaceship may have maintained it for a while because of the stronger force field. It was this short period of time that finally allowed it to get close to the face of the Tianqin. 700 kilometers? The 5th level civilization spaceship tumbling in the starry sky finally launched a blow that it had been holding back for a long time. The material disintegration cannon was fired instantly and hit the front of the left string of the Tianqin directly, almost hitting the main gun muzzle of the Tianqin. This shot directly penetrated the outer armor on the left side of the Lyra. The armor that came into contact with that kind of energy was instantly crushed into powder and decomposed into the most basic molecular clusters, as if it was sublimated in an instant. A cloud of mist burst out from the place where it was hit. The sublimation here does not mean that the Lyra overdraws its life to sublimate to the extreme, but the sublimation in physics, which is directly changing from solid to gas. Fortunately, it only grazed the outer armor. If the pilot on the Lyra had not predicted in time, and if the Star Destroyer had not been powerful enough to cause this Level 5 civilization warship to move a long distance, this shot would have definitely penetrated the center of the Lyra. After the shot, the main gun of the 5th level civilization spaceship deviated from the Tianqin, because the Tianqin had been maneuvering in advance to avoid it, and was hit because its performance could not keep up with the reaction of the pilots. As far as humans know, this fifth-level civilization spaceship has no other firepower. No secondary guns. Only a main gun. Otherwise, how can it be called a detection spaceship? The dynamic picture civilization is using the detection spaceship as a warship. But the fifth-level civilization technology is extremely powerful after all, even if it is just a detection spaceship. At the moment of passing by, the Tianqin's close and defense guns opened fire at full power, all of which were tilted towards the fifth-level civilization detection spaceship. Neutron killing, neutron explosion, beam guns, antimatter close and defense missiles, and some fully automatic target-locking electromagnetic rail guns. Chapter 810. In short, the firepower towards the Level 5 civilization was fully opened. At such a distance, there was no way to avoid it. But this Level 5 civilization exploration spacecraft did not need to avoid it. All attacks were blocked by a layer of white light that lit up like dust clouds when approaching it. And only a few energy ripples were created on it. Whether it was energy weapons or kinetic weapons, whether it was positive matter weapons or antimatter weapons, they were all blocked by this light like a thin mist and thick clouds, and could not move forward. With the Tianqin's desperate evasion, the two ships narrowly passed each other. And just as they were getting closer, the Tianqin immediately made another evasive move as if predicted, and once again avoided a blow from a Level 5 civilization ship that turned around. Such an evasion is almost impossible to accomplish in the eyes of the dynamic image civilization. But the human Tianqin did it, and successfully avoided their attack. Can anyone tell me what's going on with this human civilization flagship? It's just a Level 4 civilization flagship. How can it have such a powerful evasion ability? A somewhat exasperated audio voice came from the command center of the Level 5 civilization spaceship. If it was an individual life form of the animated image civilization, it would be easy to hear that the tone of this voice was more of disbelief and incredulity than complaints and abuse. This kind of long-planned attack could not happen again. Human civilization already knew that this Level 5 civilization had a real shield, so it would not let me succeed like this time. They would definitely use that incredible ability of prediction to dodge, like a loach, when I wanted to get close. The most important thing is that the dynamic picture civilization found that the human flagship did not even open the shield, which was simply an insult. Of course, they naturally knew that the reason was the intelligence told by the two fleets that they had beaten to a pulp before, that the shield was useless. But when they really found that the Tianqin did not open the shield, the dynamic picture civilization still felt that they were being ridiculed. And they were driving a Level 5 civilization spaceship. Captain, that must be the creation of the pioneers. It is reasonable that the things of the Level 6 civilization are powerful. The scientific officer on the exploration spacecraft was speechless. I know. The important thing is what to do next. The captain was thinking while speaking. He felt that this human flagship was too slippery, and he couldn't catch it at all. In this case, he inevitably had other thoughts. He felt that he had two choices now. One was to continue chasing this human civilization flagship that was as slippery as a loach. There's a saying that I can make 100 mistakes, but you will die if you make one mistake. If you continue to chase it, you will always be able to kill it. If they choose this, they will have to face the upcoming 900+ human civilization ships that also have pioneer creations. Well, now the dynamic picture civilization still mistakenly believes that the evasion ability reflected in the third-person driving mode of human warships is obtained from the pioneer microcosm. So the captain of the dynamic picture civilization is now considering whether his own ship can deal with so many warships with pioneer creations at the same time. It is difficult to deal with one Lyra, let alone more than 2,900 ships. However, the dynamic picture civilization has discovered that the warp speed level of the more than 2,900 warships that will come later has not reached the level of the Lyra. So they think there is still a chance. They really don't want to give up such a good thing. Moreover, if they miss this opportunity, they will never have another chance in the future. Because this fifth-level civilization exploration spacecraft is only rented. And the most important point is that the dynamic picture civilization thinks that if they get these things, they can completely crush the civilization of the same level in the future. Even if they get one, the captain of the dynamic picture civilization thinks that his second choice is to directly abandon this human civilization flagship. Go after the two fleets that have escaped for half a year. Aim at the human civilization headquarters, and threaten to massacre them to force humans to hand over the equipment. The human retreat tactics successfully deceive them. making them think that the two fleets were retreating in the direction of the human civilization headquarters. In fact, according to common sense, they would not be fooled. But they thought that there was a star alliance behind the human civilization. So they revealed the location of their main civilization so carelessly. In addition, some experts in the dynamic map civilization believe that humans thought they knew the movements of the human civilization headquarters. If you choose this path, you must kill the human civilization. Otherwise it will inevitably lead to retaliation in the future, and even cause a war between the Star Alliance and the two Level 5 civilizations behind the Perseus Trade Federation. However, if it really develops to that point, these pioneer creations of mankind will definitely not be preserved. And the fact that they use the exploration spacecraft to fight and want to monopolize the pioneer creations will definitely be exposed. The experts of the dynamic picture civilization believe that this is something that neither they nor the human civilization want to see. Therefore, they believe that the possibility of this matter rising to the level of 5th level civilization is not great. It is very likely that humans will retaliate in the future. The powerful combat power shown by the flagship of human civilization now makes them feel scared. In the future, if they do not have a 5th level civilization spacecraft, they will definitely be beaten. The best result is that he also gets some of the pioneer creations. After thinking for a while, the captain of the dynamic picture civilization made a decision and decided to continue fighting. Anyway, this level 5 civilization exploration ship has a real shield and is twice as fast as those human civilization warships. So the chances of winning are still very high. While the dynamic picture civilization marveled at the evasive ability of the Tianqin and struggled with the choice, humans were also marveling at the shield of this level 5 civilization exploration ship. In the perception of many pilots, it is a shield that can block everything, just like a real shield. Based on this, humans also tacitly gave this shield, which they encountered for the first time, a name, the real shield. It seems to be an energy shield and a material shield, but it also feels somewhere in between. This is the inference humans got from the feedback information after hitting the shield. Of course, humans have more than one means of exploration. Humans also have a third-person driving mode. But at that time, the drivers had to focus all their energy on how to dodge, and did not pay much attention to the shield. So the answer they got was not very certain. But after the brief encounter, the drivers later summed up their feelings and thought that they seemed to see a cloud. A confused and crowded cloud. Of course, it was just the driver's subjective feelings. The imagination of the human brain or subconscious mind. In fact, everyone knows that it is definitely not a cloud. People seeing is the result of photon reflection signals. In fact, everything in the universe has its own true appearance. Now, the drivers of the Tianqin have seen scenes that they have never seen in their consciousness through the third-person driving mode. So their subconscious brain extracts information based on what they have seen before, thus simulating an inexplicable state of things for them. In the final analysis, it was because they didn't have enough knowledge. Otherwise they should be able to understand what the shield was. But it's not bad now. According to the defensive nature of the shield, the name given by humans is the same as what the dynamic picture civilization said. Maybe the civilization that created this shield also named it based on its performance.